Grasping Evil Chapter 350 to Chapter 377. I die, you live. If I don't die, don't even think about leaving Yingzhou alive. Ningfan put down Gusu Island on his shoulder and slowly got out of his giant form. He patted his storage bag and took out 25 puppets. Each of them had at least the energy of a soul formation cultivator. Of the 10 black vipers, only 8 were left. 17 were gifted by Dong Su. As for the 3 void refinement realm puppets that Yuan Yao gave him, they were refined from the corpses of realm beasts. She did not take them out to prevent others from seeing through them and getting into unnecessary trouble. The moment the 25 puppets appeared, the 17 soul formation cultivators in the Yingzhou formation were terrified. So many puppets, and all of them are at the deity transformation stage. This Zhou Ming is a madman. He actually killed so many experts and refined them into puppets. No wonder this person's murderous aura is so strong. He's actually a fiend who kills divine transformation realm cultivators like ants. Among the 17 divine transformation realm cultivators in the Ying Island, the highest cultivation base was only at the mid-divine transformation realm. It was already difficult for them to recognize the divine transformation realm spiritual puppets. None of them knew that the highest cultivation base of those spiritual puppets had already reached the half-step void refinement realm. Moreover, these puppets used a secret technique to conceal their aura. No one could see through their specific cultivation level, unless they were the 7 venerable ones of the internal endless sea. However, even if they could not see through the power of these spiritual puppets, just knowing that Ning Fan possessed 25 divine transformation realm spiritual puppets was no different from a grievous news to the cultivators of Yingzhou. This Zhou Ming actually had 25 soul formation puppets. How could he afford to offend Zhou Ming? Zhou Ming's strength alone was more profound than the entire Ming Assassins Alliance. Damn, Zhou Ming actually has so many soul formation puppets. He's not human. But why did he place the puppet on the island? Could it be that he didn't plan to borrow the strength of the puppet when he came to Yingzhou to cause trouble? Luo Sen's eyes flashed. From Ningfan's actions, he could guess that there must be some people in Gusu City who were extremely important to Ningfan. That was why he left behind countless spiritual puppets to protect Gusu City from the battle. If they could kill their way into Gusu City and capture the people whom Ningfan valued, they might be able to counter him. However, even though Lawson knew about this strategy, he did not dare to barge into Gusu. Once they got close to Gusu, they would be surrounded and killed by 25 soul formation cultivators. What do we do now? Dong Xuanzi was at a loss of what to do. Although he was a divine transformation realm patriarch, he was only an early-stage divine transformation realm cultivator after all. In such a large-scale battle, he was nothing. What else can we do? It was too late to say anything now. He could still protect himself by hiding in Yingzhou. Once he leaves the Dongxian sword formation, he'll definitely be surrounded and beaten to death by those puppets. If I'm not wrong, there might even be late-stage soul formation puppets among them. Zigu's eyes widened. If he knew that Ningfan had such capabilities, he would certainly not have created the Ming Assassin Alliance and brought disaster upon himself. However, it was all over now. With Zigu's understanding of Ningfan would not show any mercy to his enemies when he was enraged. Begging for mercy and whatnot? One begged, one died. That's right. We must not leave the Dongxian sword formation. Each of the divine transformation realm old monsters immediately chimed in. Their determination to kill Ningfan was nowhere to be seen. All right. There are still 1 billion celestial jades in the alliance. Everyone here also has a lot of celestial jades. Take them out. Although the Dongxian sword formation was strong, it consumed immortal jade the most. After all, it was a peak-level formation. But even if it consumes more immortal jade, we can still gather 2 billion immortal jade, which is enough to keep the grand formation running for several years. I don't believe that Zhou Ming would besiege Yingzhou for several years just for a mortal country. That's right. If we can hide here for several years, we can certainly wait for the reinforcements from the demon sealing sect. Once venerated demon comes out from his seclusion, with his half-step void refinement realm strength, killing Zhou Ming will be as easy as killing a dog. Look, that Zhou Ming has exited his giant form. The ability to turn his body into a giant form consumes a lot of stamina. I'm afraid he doesn't even have the strength to lift his sword now. The discussions of the divine transformation realm old monsters were heard by the other cultivators of the Alliance. Each of the cultivators of the Alliance sighed. The biggest mistake they had made in their lives was to join the Ming Assassin Alliance and get involved in this mess. 17 dignified divine transformation realm cultivators were frightened by Ning Fan and hid in the formation, not daring to come out. Each of these divine transformation realm cultivators was an overlord of a region. However, in front of Ning Fan, they did not even dare to breathe loudly. Ming Assassin Alliance? Ming my ass. It would be better to change it to Ming Fear Alliance. Ning Fan's gaze swept across Yingzhou. His spirit sense spread across 50,000 li * 500 m per li. When he saw that the motley crew of the Alliance were so frightened that they did not dare to come out, the disdain in his eyes became even stronger. Weak. Too weak, these cultivators were worthless divine transformation realm cultivators. In Ning Fan's eyes, they were not even comparable to the 5-peak nascent soul realm cultivators who detonated their primordial spirits to protect Gusu Island. They were not comparable to that old scholar who was fearless even in the face of death. They were not comparable to that dissolute and rich man. They did not have faith and they did not have the determination to die 100 times. Looking at these unsightly divine transformation realm cultivators, only 2 words appeared in Ning Fan's mind. Ants. Ning Fan exited his giant form not because he did not have enough stamina but because it was unnecessary. To ordinary people, turning their body into a giant form could greatly increase their strength. To Ning Fan, turning his body into a giant form was just to carry the island. His strongest form was not the giant form but the mortal form. He closed his eyes as if he had forgotten all of his anger. When he opened his eyes again, his eyes were filled with sword intent. Ning Fan seemed to have turned into an ancient sword that hung in the sky. He touched his glabella and the Separation Slayer sword appeared in his hand. With a shake of the sword light, a ray of sword light that could tear apart the wind and clouds collided with the formation light. Immediately, it was repelled by thousands of layers of sword light. The turtle shell is quite hard, Ning Fan frowned. This eastern profound sword formation that protected Yingzhou had 4,700 sword peaks. It was not far from becoming a void-grade grand formation. As for the tens of sword peaks that were destroyed by his fist light, they were being rebuilt through the consumption of immortal jade. Judging from this, it would take at least a few years to break this formation by wearing it down. Purple technique, wind mist. Ning Fan's long sword trembled. Purple gold sandstorm emerged from the sword. Based on his experience in breaking formations, this purple gold sandstorm could even make a hole in an immortal void realm grand formation. Thus, it naturally would not care about a mere peak divine transformation realm grand formation. Amidst the sizzling sounds of erosion, a hole was instantly worn out. At the next moment, Ning Fan took a step forward and entered the formation light of the Eastern Profound Sword Formation. The 17 divine transformation realm cultivators of Yingzhou who were slightly relieved just now were really scared out of their wits. They could not understand what kind of technique Ning Fan had just used. All they saw was a flash of purple gold sandstorm and the dignified Eastern Profound Sword Formation that was at the peak divine transformation realm actually had an opening. It's impossible. This is absolutely impossible. Not good. We can't let him get close to us. 1 million cultivators, quickly get into formation and kill Zhou Ming. Zigu's heart skipped a beat. The pressure that Ning Fan gave him when he entered the formation was too heavy. Without any hesitation, the 17 divine transformation realm cultivators turned into rays of light and retreated to the back of the 1 million cultivators. The 1 million cultivators hastily got into formation. As soon as the human formation was formed, they immediately swung their swords at the sky. 1 million rays of sword light whizzed out like a rain of swords. Ear-piercing sword chimes resounded throughout Yingzhou. At the moment when the 1 million cultivators attacked together, heaven and earth were shrouded by sword light. One of the sword light was perhaps only equivalent to the attack of a harmonious spirit realm or gold core realm cultivator. However, even a late divine transformation realm cultivator might not dare to face a million harmonious spirit realm or gold core realm sword light head-on. I'm Dong Xuanzi. Zhou Ming, you shouldn't have entered the sword formation. Dong Xuanzi revealed a hideous smile. His initial shock was no longer there. What was left was only a smug look. the Eastern Profound Sword Formation was known as a sword formation. Naturally, it was not only used for external defense. The most powerful aspect of a sword formation was not its defense but its ability to kill enemies within the formation. As Dong Xuanzi waved his sleeves, 4,700 nascent soul realm sword lights circled around his body. Each of them was equivalent to a full force attack of a nascent soul realm sword cultivator. As Dong Xuanzi's hand seals changed, be it the 1,000,000 sword light or the 4,700 sword light, all of them gathered in his hand and turned into a dazzling green light sword. He held it in his hand. Even though the light sword had the shape of a sword, it was not a real entity. Instead, it was condensed from sword chi. It was 7 feet long and 3 inches wide, just like a ray of green moonlight. This sword was equivalent to the full force attack of 1,000,000 Harmonious Spirit Realm and Gold Core Realm cultivators, 4,700 nascent soul realm cultivators and Dong Xuanzi. Holding the light sword, Dong Xuanzi felt that his physical body was about to collapse. The sword light was too strong. Suddenly, an illusion rose in Dong Xuanzi's mind. With this sword, even if he was an early Divine Transformation Realm cultivator, he could still kill a peak Divine Transformation Realm cultivator. What a strong sword chi! Dong Xuanzi, I didn't expect you to have such a technique. Kill him. Each of the Divine Transformation Realm cultivators' eyes were filled with excitement. After all, this was Dong Xuanzi's territory. It was not surprising that he knew how to condense 10,000 swords into one. Zhou Ming. Do you dare to fight me? Dong Xuanzi's eyes were filled with madness. Such an arrogant tone made him sound as if he had become a peak Divine Transformation Realm expert. Ning Fan's eyes were filled with disdain. Even though this sword chi was strong, it still depended on who was using it. Just like the Void Refinement Realm sword chi that Zichuan displayed, it was still broken by Ning Fan. Dong Xuanzi's Dao of sword might be slightly stronger than Zichuan's, but he had yet to condense his sword intent. In the eyes of Ning Fan, who had already condensed his sword intent, that ray of sword light was full of flaws. As Dong Xuanzi struck out with his sword, that ray of sword light was like a green thunderbolt. It instantly arrived at Ning Fan's chest. When it was 1,000 zhang *3. 33 m per zhang, away from Ning Fan, it divided into 10 parts and then 100 parts. Then, it turned into 1,000,000 sword light again. Ning Fan's expression changed. Even though Dong Xuanzi's Dao of sword was weak, this technique of condensing and shattering the sword was extraordinary. After condensing and shattering the sword light, there were still 1,000,000 rays of sword light. However, the power of the 1,000,000 rays of sword light had become even. It was just like how each of the wooden planks that made up a wooden barrel was filled up by the height of the wooden planks. Their shortcomings were filled up by the length of the planks. Naturally, their power would also be greatly increased. Outside Yingzhou Island, many cultivators had followed Ning Fan to this place. However, they were left far behind by Ning Fan. Only 3 Divine Transformation Realm old monsters managed to reach the outskirts of Yingzhou. One of them was Zhuotong of the Purple Charm sect, the second was Dong Su and the third was Yun Niansu. Naturally, Zhuotong had followed Ning Fan all the way to this place. As for Dong Su, he had rushed to this place at an unbelievable speed after hearing about what happened in Yingzhou. As for Yun Niansu, after he left Gusu City on that day, he had headed all the way to the east, preparing to meet up with the people from the Rain Palace in the Internal Sea. Coincidentally, he saw Ning Fan attacking Yingzhou. Dong Su's eyes were profound. He was the one with the highest cultivation base among the 3 of them. He could tell how powerful Dong Xuanzi's sword attack was with just a single glance. Yun Niansu's knowledge was extraordinary. Given his identity as a heavenly pride of the Rain Palace, he had seen many Void Refinement Realm sword cultivators. This sword attack was certainly not something that anyone below the Void Refinement Realm could withstand. Zhuotong's eyes flashed with surprise. Even though he had witnessed Ning Fan's strength before, his sword light was not weak either. For a moment, he could not tell who was the winner. When he looked at the 25 spiritual puppets on Gusu Island again, his back was drenched in cold sweat. He felt that it was really wise of him not to completely offend Ning Fan in the past. I didn't expect Dong Xuanzi to have such a technique. 1,000,000 sword rays and the Eastern Profound Sword Formation. When these attacks are stacked together, who else would be able to withstand it other than the 7 venerated beings of the Internal Endless Sea? However, judging from revered Ming's calm expression, I don't think he has any other techniques to resist it, right? Just as his voice faded away, he saw Ning Fan put away his Separation Slayer sword. One of his fingers formed a claw and clawed at the ground of the island. His other hand changed into a sword art and pointed at the millions of sword lights in front of him. This stance was none other than the heaven-breaking sword finger that made him famous. During the auction, Suotong did not see Ning Fan kill Xie Guang with his own eyes. However, he had also heard rumors about it. Ning Fan, who was a late nascent Soul Realm cultivator, had instantly killed Xie Guang with this heaven-breaking finger. This finger was indeed powerful, but there was a limit to how powerful it could be. The reason why Ning Fan was able to kill Xie Guang instantly was because the latter was too weak and he had underestimated his opponent. Even though Ning Fan had broken through to the divine transformation realm today and he was different from the past, Suotong did not think that his finger could withstand the millions of sword lights. On the other hand, Ning Fan's soul extraction technique shocked Suotong. After extracting his soul, Ning Fan's magic power had completely risen to the peak divine transformation realm. Venerated Ming is indeed a peak divine transformation realm expert. However, Venerated Ming will be at a disadvantage if he uses his finger to block the millions of sword lights. Above the heavens and below the earth, everything was filled with sword lights. Looking at the sky full of sword lights, Suotong shook his head without saying a word. In his heart, he was almost certain that Ning Fan would not be able to withstand a single sword attack from Dong Xuanzi. Ning Fan was unaware of all these. He was just thinking about the heaven-breaking sword finger over and over again and comprehending more and more things. The 5 months of comprehending the sword in Gusu City and the experience he gained from killing his way to Yingzhou had all turned into insights. He slowly closed his eyes. The sword light on the tip of his finger became even more dazzling. Sword intent flashed in his eyes. It was as if he had comprehended the true meaning of this finger. The sword finger had 10-finger incantations. In the past, Ning Fan thought that the 10-finger incantations were unrelated to each other. He arbitrarily classified the mountain-shattering finger as an attack of the nascent soul level, and the sky-shattering finger as an attack of the deity transformation level, but this was wrong. In Fu Xinghai, Ning Fan understood that the sword fingers needed to be fused. However, at that time, he still thought that the fusion of the 10-finger sword art required the use of all 10 fingers. This is wrong. The 10-finger sword finger was a unique skill that was fused together. He suddenly opened his eyes and muttered an incantation. The sword light suddenly shot out from the tip of his finger and turned into tens of thousands of collapsing sword lights that could crush mountains and rivers. I got it. This is the true meaning of the 10 sword fingers. Collapsing the vast mountains and rivers. Second, black sun collapsing firmament, 3 collapsing void death bones, tomb of the fourfold collapse emperor's shadow, 5 collapses imprisoning the heavenly immortal path, 6 yin-yang talisman lives, 7 ruptures true Tao mystic technique, 8 disintegrations world, 9 collapses fate arising, thought extinguishing, 10 will collapse return to nirvana, 10 fingers were supposed to be united. That kind of unity wasn't just 2 sword fingers. Instead, it was the fusion of the profound meaning of 2 different sword fingers. Heaven-shattering sword finger, first collapse and second collapse. After the mountains and rivers collapsed, the tens of thousands of sword lights suddenly trembled and turned into 1 million pitch-black sword shadows. At this moment, the vast sky collapsed one after another. At the same time, there were 1 million sword chi. However, each of them was a few times stronger than Dong Xuanzi's sword chi. The heaven-shattering sword finger with the second collapse could kill a half-step void refinement realm expert. Boom ***. After the sword chi storm, Ning Fan remained unmoved. His body was surrounded by sword chi. As for Dong Xuanzi, he was sent flying backwards while spurting out blood. His immortal veins had already been destroyed. The 1 million sword chi that he condensed from the power of 1 million cultivators collapsed one after another. This is absolutely impossible. Even the 7 venerated beings of the internal sea might not be able to withstand this attack of yours. What kind of sword technique is this? Ning Fan's eyes flashed with joy. This was the true profound meaning of the heaven-shattering sword finger. In the past, he definitely could not comprehend the second collapse of the finger. However, after condensing the sword intent, he managed to do it. To be continued. What a powerful sword finger. If it was merely the first wave of the finger sword, this old man would still be able to receive it unscathed. However, after the second wave, under the million sword cheese, even this old man would find it extremely difficult to receive it. Dong Su's eyes trembled violently. Ever since Ning Fan returned to the external endless sea, he could tell that Ning Fan's strength had improved tremendously in just 20 years. However, Dong Su had never thought that the current Ning Fan would be strong enough to injure a half-step void refinement realm expert with just a finger. What especially shocked Dong Su was Ning Fan's 25 divine transformation realm spiritual puppets. Among this batch of puppets, 17 were given by Dong Su, but 8 were not given by Dong Su. As for the other 8 spiritual puppets, it was obvious that Ning Fan already had them. The strongest among them was even at the half-step void refinement realm. Even a Dong Su realm being would not dare to underestimate it. It's only been 20 years, and this kid has actually become so powerful. If the alliance of Ming assassins hadn't angered him, he wouldn't have revealed his true strength. Nobody would know that he's already on par with the 7 venerables of the internal endless sea. After this battle, he will definitely become the 8th supreme being in the internal sea. Dong Su was shocked, and the others turned pale with fright. Suotong felt a chill down his spine when he saw Ning Fan's finger. He was even more afraid of offending Ning Fan. A sense of defeat rose in Yin Niansu's heart. This was the second time he felt that he was no match for Ning Fan. The first time was when he was defeated by Ning Fan's state of mind. The second time was when she was subdued by the strength of Ning Fan's sword finger. Yin Niansu sighed emotionally. If it wasn't for the fact that he was a low-grade 5th revolution pill master, perhaps he would no longer have the confidence to raise his head in front of Ning Fan. However, what Yin Niansu did not know was that even his pill refinement technique was inferior to Ning Fan's. Dong Xuanzi's immortal veins were all shattered and his cultivation base was nearly crippled by Ning Fan's finger. Landing heavily on the ground, Dong Xuanzi coughed out blood incessantly. Too strong. The strength of Ning Fan's single finger forcefully broke the combined attack of the 1 million cultivators of the Alliance, the Dongxian Sword Formation and Dong Xuanzi. The million Alliance cultivators suffered quite a bit due to the sword chi being broken. The 4,700 sword mountains on the immortal Abode Island began to tremble violently. Ning Fan landed in Yingzhou. His eyes that were as sharp as a sword swept across the place coldly. Under his gaze, a few low-grade cultivators had their guts pierced through by his sharp gaze, causing them to be scared to death. When his gaze became extremely sharp, Ning Fan's sword sense swept across the area. A drop of thick ink fell on the immortal island of Ying province and turned into 10,000 black swords. As Ning Fan's sword sense spread out, each of the ink-black swords were like pitch-black lightning bolts, sweeping across the 4 directions with sharp cries. I, Zhou, am here. If you want to assassinate me, feel free to fight me with your sword. As soon as he finished speaking, the black sword intent swept out in all directions. All the Alliance cultivators who were caught in the sword intent let out miserable screams as they were minced into meat paste. With a single thought, 10,000 cultivators lost their lives. With a sweep of 10 thoughts, 100,000 cultivators lost their lives. With a sweep of 100 thoughts, there were only a few thousand cultivators who could survive the sword thoughts. These thousands of cultivators were either nascent soul realm cultivators or late or peak gold core realm cultivators who had secret techniques to protect themselves. They had used all their strength to survive Ning Fan's sword sense. However, even if they did not die, most of them were severely injured. They were even more terrified of Ning Fan's spirit sense killing technique. Sword sense. Devil Lord Zhou Ming is actually proficient in the technique of sword sense. The technique of sword sense is best at killing people in a large area. If a million cultivators were to stand in formation, they might not necessarily be afraid of the sword sense. However, this Devil Lord Zhou just happened to shatter the millions of sword lights and disrupted their formation. Once the formation is broken, no matter how many low-grade cultivators there are, they will just be slaughtered by the sword sense. Each of the surviving Alliance cultivators had a twisted expression of fear. A few breaths ago, the immortal Abode Island was still filled with cultivators. After a few breaths, 1 million cultivators were slaughtered by Ning Fan alone. *rumble Ning Fan took a step forward. The ground and mountains on the island shook with his tremendous force. The baleful chi around his body was terrifying. Just the baleful qi alone was enough to disturb a divine transformation realm cultivator's mind. His eyes were as cold as ice and there was endless sword qi swirling around his body. Zigu, Luosin, Xiegu, and the other divine transformation realm cultivators were scared stiff when they saw Ning Fan's ferocious baleful qi. Fellow Taoist Dong Xian, quickly activate the sword formation. We must escape from the island. They were afraid. They wanted to run away, however, their words only made Dong Xuanzi sigh in despair and cough out blood again. I can't activate it. I can't activate it. Once the Eastern Profound Sword Formation is activated, it will take at least 7 days to shut it down unless I use a secret technique to close it. It was not easy to form a sword into a formation, and it was even harder to escape by dispersing it. Once the formation is shut down forcefully, we will definitely be devoured by the sword formation. Those who enter the formation will be killed by the sword formation indiscriminately. My immortal veins were shattered by that Zhou Ming's finger. Right now, I can't use any of my magic power. I can't use the secret technique to shut down the formation. We can only fight Zhou Ming to the death. Within 7 days, we definitely won't have a chance to escape from Ming Island. What? Each of the divine transformation realm cultivators had the urge to curse. Shutting down the Eastern Profound Sword Formation actually has so many restrictions? Doesn't this mean that the Eastern Profound Grand Formation did not stop Ning Fan from entering the island at all? Moreover, it did not kill Ning Fan at all. It did not help at all. Instead, it helped the evildoer and trapped the divine transformation realm cultivators in Ning Island. Eastern Profound. Since you can't shut down the Grand Formation, why did you activate it to trap us in Ning Island and let Zhou Ming hunt us down? What are your intentions? Bull****. How would I know that Zhou Ming would be able to enter the formation without breaking it? How would I know that my immortal veins would be shattered by that man's finger and I wouldn't be able to use the secret technique to shut the formation? How would I know that we would be trapped in Ning Island until we die? I still want to ask you, Luosin, what are your intentions? Why did you lure Zhou Ming to Ning Island? Are you trying to kill us all? Dong Xuanzi could not explain himself. The others began to argue with each other. Who would have thought that Ning Fan would easily enter the formation with a wind mist finger and force the divine transformation realm cultivators into a dead end? Shut up. What's the point of arguing? Now that things have come to this, we no longer have any way to escape or the chance to beg for mercy from Zhou Ming. Fortunately, Zhou Ming only entered the formation alone. He did not bring any of his spiritual puppets with him. If we fight him to the death, we might still be able to kill him. If you don't have the heart to fight him to the death, just wait to be defeated by Zhou Ming. Taoist Purple Goose spoke in a clear voice. His words calmed everyone down. Now that things had come to this, there was no way to escape. Sitting still and waiting for death would only lead to death. What's the point of holding someone accountable? After all, excluding Dong Xuanzi, they still had 16 divine transformation realm cultivators and thousands of gold core realm and nascent soul realm cultivators on their side. If they fight Ning Fan to the death, they might still have a chance of survival. The dispute only lasted for a few breaths. During this period of time, Ning Fan held his sword and moved forward, passing through the encirclement of thousands of gold core realm and nascent soul realm cultivators. His footsteps were steady and his sword light was well controlled. Every time he swung his sword, the flesh and blood of tens of people would fly everywhere. Fresh blood dyed his white robes red. With Ning Fan as the center, corpses began to pile up in a circle. Ning Fan's eyes flashed with cold light. The cultivators of the alliance were begging for mercy and risking their lives. He did not care. The reason he came here was to destroy the alliance. Even if both sides fight to the death, it was just a battle to the death. What was there to be afraid of? Every time he took a step forward, countless cultivators of the alliance would retreat in fear and widen the distance between them. His back purposely revealed an opening. A few reckless nascent soul realm cultivators wanted to sneak an attack from his back, but they were stopped by their companions. Brother! Don't act recklessly. He's Zhou Ming. What's the use of sneak attacks on him? Once we get close to him, we will certainly be killed by him. One of the nascent soul realm cultivators did not believe him. He unsheathed his sword and thrust it forward. However, just as his sword light was about 3 qi, 33 Emperor Zhong, away, Ning Fan suddenly turned around. His cold eyes were like a peerless ferocious beast. Just a look from him actually made that nascent soul realm cultivator so terrified that he could not move. This scene was just like a mortal scholar who saw a tiger or leopard in the deep mountains and was paralyzed with fear. We can't drag this any longer. These juniors can't stop Zhou Ming. We can only rely on ourselves. Dong Xuanzi struggled to get up and ignited his primordial spirit. He swore to fight Ning Fan to the death at the cost of damaging himself. The other 16 divine transformation realm cultivators also ignited their primordial spirits. All of them were ready to risk their lives. Yun Nianzu's heart was filled with astonishment. In the rain world, how many people could force 17 divine transformation realm cultivators to ignite their primordial spirits with their own strength? In Yin Nianzu's eyes, the current Ning Fan was like the Rain Palace's sword devil. That Rain Palace's sword devil was also a man with a sword. He walked alone in the midst of thousands of troops. Every time he swung his sword, someone would definitely die. That Rain Palace's sword devil had once fought against one of the 3 sovereigns of the sword world and won with a single sword strike. That Rain Palace's sword devil ran amok in the rain world. No sect dared to refuse him when he asked for something from them. White-robed sword god, Yun Tianjue. This Zhou Ming spirit really resembles that person. Yun Tianjue dared to break the heavens with a sword in his hand. This Zhou Ming would definitely not lose to Yun Tianjue in the future. Yun Nianzu had only met Ning Fan twice and it was just a one-sided friendship. Ning Fan had never met Yun Nianzu before. After meeting Ning Fan twice, Yun Nianzu made up his mind to befriend Ning Fan after he massacred the entire Yang continent. He wanted to widen his eyes and see how much more shock this outstanding young man named Zhou Ming could give him. Kill. With Dong Xuanzi taking the lead, the other 3 early divine transformation realm sword cultivators raised their swords and turned into 3 rays of sword light. Their bodies and swords became one and they pierced towards Ning Fan at lightning speed. Other than Dong Xuanzi, the other 2 were famous sword cultivators in the Eternal Endless Sea, the E-Sword twin devils of the Tai E-Sword sect. After burning their primordial spirits, the 3 of them attacked with all their might. The combined power of their attacks was not much weaker than a late divine transformation realm cultivator's attack. However, before their swords could get close to Ning Fan moved his separation slayer sword. His sword light was so shocking that it shattered their natal flying swords. All of them coughed out blood and were sent flying away. When Ning Fan's sword light struck again, the physical bodies of the 3 of them were completely destroyed. Their primordial spirits were sealed and kept away by Ning Fan. Inside his storage pouch, there were already 3 divine transformation realm primordial spirits, Lu Xian, Wang Kuan and Yu Ge. Including the 3 of them, he had already seized 6 primordial spirits. A motley crew dares to assassinate me? Roar. Ning Fan raised his head and roared into the sky. His roar turned into rays of sword waves. The hundreds of cultivators who were closest to him were directly killed by the sword waves. His eyes were filled with murderous intent. In his eyes, the encirclement of 3 semi-god realm cultivators was like child's play. The remaining 14 semi-god realm cultivators were still in shock. This time, no one dared to gang up on Ning Fan anymore. Surprisingly, all 14 of them attacked at the same time, displaying their strongest sword light. Of the 14 soul formation sword rays, 10 were at the early stage and 4 were at the middle stage. The joint attack of the 14 of them could even injure a peak divine transformation realm expert. However, in Ning Fan's eyes, the 14 rays of sword light were completely useless other than provoking his fury. Your sword light is mediocre, yet you dare to bully mortals. Ridiculous. Heart-drawing sword. Ning Fan's sword shone with profound light. His sword was so fast that it left no shadow and drew 14 semicircles. The sword intent around Ning Fan's body rose to its peak when the 14 sword attacks were launched consecutively. At the same time, the 14 semi-god realm cultivators felt their hearts being slashed by the sword. This great sense of crisis made 4 mid-divine transformation realm cultivators at the scene use their sword chi to protect their hearts. Only then were they able to withstand the sword attack from heart-drawing sword. As for the remaining 10 of them, their hearts were crushed and they were sent flying while coughing out blood. Their sword light was destroyed on its own, puff asterisk the joint attack of the 14 of them caused 4 of them to retreat while 10 of them coughed out blood. Yun Niansu's eyes were filled with shock. If he was not mistaken, Ning Fan's sword attack was clearly the secret sword technique of the divine sovereign of the sword world. To be continued. Despite the joint attack of the 14 divine transformation realm experts, 4 of them were defeated while 10 of them coughed out blood. Among the 10 divine transformation realm experts who coughed out blood, Taoist Purple Gu was one of them. Even though he had the advantage of having more people to share the burden of the sword power, he was still severely injured after his heart was crushed by Ning Fan's sword. Luosen and the other 3 mid-divine transformation realm experts used their sword qi to protect their hearts. That was why they were not injured. Even so, they were still defeated. Ning Fan continued to point his finger. The vast island, mountains and rivers, the vast sky and the dark sun all crumbled again. The first collapse and the second collapse. As soon as he pointed his finger, millions of sword light swept across all directions. Thousands of gold core realm experts and nascent soul realm experts died under his finger. Among the 14 divine transformation realm experts, 6 of them died tragically. Their primordial spirits and storage pouches were seized by Ning Fan. Among the 6 who died tragically, Luosen, who was a mid-divine transformation realm expert, was one of them. Spare me. Luosen's physical body collapsed, leaving only his primordial spirit. Together with the primordial spirits of the other 5 divine transformation realm experts, they were captured by Ning Fan's palm and their cultivation bases were sealed. Terrifying. Too terrifying. This Ning Fan was not just powerful. He was simply invincible. When his primordial spirit was captured by Ning Fan, Luosen trembled in fear. All he knew was to beg for mercy. However, how would Ning Fan feel the slightest bit of pity for his pleading? It's Luosen who single-handedly massacred Gusu City. He deserves to die. Ning Fan's eyes were indifferent. He flicked his sleeves and the primordial spirits of the 12 divine transformation realm experts were turned into threads by Ning Fan's sword intent. Then, he pierced through their shoulder blades, restrained their magic power and kept them in his sleeves. When the sword intent pierced through their primordial spirits, Luosen and the others felt an unbearable pain that penetrated their souls. Even with their ruthless nature as divine transformation realm devil cultivators, they could not help but cry out in pain. The remaining 8 divine transformation realm experts, including Purple Gu, were filled with despair. 17 divine transformation realm experts and 1 million cultivators of the Alliance besieged Ning Fan. In the end, only 8 of them were left. Divine transformation realm old ancestors who were considered as rare even in the Rain world were now pierced through by Ning Fan's sword intent. They were extremely humiliated. A warrior prefers death to humiliation. Xiagu's teeth were chattering as he pointed his black sword at Ning Fan. However, those with discerning eyes could see that he was trembling. They knew that this dignified old ancestor of the Black Buddha sect was actually extremely afraid of Ning Fan. Fiendish demon, he had single-handedly created the Ying Island, killed millions of cultivators of the Alliance like ants and captured divine transformation realm cultivators like child's play. If he had known that Ning Fan was such a devil, Xiagu would definitely not be willing to seek his own death and become enemies with him. Unfortunately, it was all too late. He had the intention to kill Ning Fan. This path of death was his own choice, but he was unwilling. Along the way, he had burned, killed, and plundered. Only then did he manage to cultivate to the mid-divine transformation realm and establish the massive Black Buddha sect. Xiegu was unwilling to be humiliated by Ning Fan. Why? Your strength is clearly comparable to the 7 venerables of the internal endless sea. Why did you attack us ordinary semi-god realm cultivators? Zhou Ming, give us a reason. The evil bone let out an unwilling roar. However, its roar only made Ning Fan smile coldly. Reason: when the Alliance massacred Gusu, they gave Gusu a reason to do so. When he came to Yingzhou, when the Alliance was still powerful, why didn't they tell him the reason? Why did they just open the formation to kill him? Are you afraid? Are you trying to reason with me? How could there be such a good thing in the world? Reason? Can this be used as a reason? Ning Fan took out a gunny sack from Luo Sen's storage pouch. The sack was filled with women. Before it was opened, it gave off a strong fragrance of cosmetics. Inside the sack were 10,000 women that Luosen had abducted from Gusu. This is the reason why he wants to kill us? We were hunted down by Zhou Ming because Luosen abducted some mortal women. The 8 divine transformation realm experts were stunned. Even Yin Niansu and Zuotong felt puzzled. The lives of mortals were as cheap as ants. If they died, they died. If they were snatched, they were snatched. What's there to be angry about? Xiegu was so angry that his teeth were chattering. He was a dignified mid-divine transformation realm cultivator, but because of those lowly mortals who were like pigs and dogs, he was hunted down by Ning Fan until he was neither a human nor a ghost. What kind of reason are mortals? What kind of reason are mortals? Xiegu was not the only one. The other divine transformation realm experts also roared in dissatisfaction. At this moment, Ning Fan's heart was as hard as stone. How could he show mercy to his enemies? Well said. What kind of reason are mortals? I don't need a reason to kill. 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 Under the stimulation of the killing intent, his state of mind completely broke through to the early void refinement realm. It was not without reason that he wanted to kill them. However, if he had a clear conscience, why would he need to explain himself to anyone even if he had to face the scolding of the entire world? However, if his obsession did not change, Ning Fan would only have one kind of courage even if he had to face the alliance of millions of people. Even if there are millions of people, I will still go forward. Ning Fan took a step forward. His eyes were like a cold sword. The 8 divine transformation realm experts were shocked. They actually fled in 8 different directions of the Yingzhou immortal island. They had already given up their last resistance. It was not that they did not dare to risk their lives. It was just that the joint attack of the 14 of them was broken by Ning Fan with a single move. Now, there were only 8 of them left. How could they win, even though the Yingzhou immortal island was sealed by the eastern profound sword formation and they could neither enter nor leave? The 8 of them were already frightened by Ning Fan. They could only flee for a moment. The Yingzhou immortal island was now a sea of blood. The Lingshu immortal abode that was nourished by the sword spiritual qi in the past was long gone. Stepping on the sea of blood and bones, Ning Fan's cold eyes swept across the place. His eyes were filled with mockery as he looked at the 8 people who were fleeing in different directions. A pair of fully purple wings stretched out behind his shoulders. Under the sunlight, they shone like crystals. Ning Fan's purple wings flapped and approached one of the 8 escaping divine transformation realm experts at an unimaginable speed. Fast. Too fast, his speed could even be ranked first among the 7 venerated beings of the internal sea. He was one of the 2 mid-divine transformation realm experts of the demon sealing sect. He was also the 2nd elder of the sect. At this moment, he had another identity. He was the first person who was being chased by Ning Fan's purple wings. He ignited his primordial spirit and flew with all his might. He had already fled tens of thousands of li * 500 m per li away. However, Ning Fan just flapped his purple wings and caught up to him. He raised his sword and the starlight sword shadow of the Separation Slayer sword drew a perfect arc in the sky. Impossible. How can your speed be faster than that of a venerated demon? Ah. He let out a miserable shriek and was killed. The primordial spirit that was pierced by the sword thread was one more person. Ning Fan took a step forward. This time, he was chasing after the great elder of the demon sealing sect, Han Wei, who was at the mid-divine transformation realm. Han Wei was running for his life. All of a sudden, a trace of purple smoke appeared in front of him and captured Gu He in an instant. Han Wei's heart skipped a beat. A feeling of extreme danger filled his heart. Without waiting for Ning Fan to take action, Han Wei bit the tip of his tongue without hesitation and changed his demon form. It was actually a 10,000 zhang * 3. 33 m per zhang, tall white tiger demon form. He was born in the demon sealing sect. Naturally, he was a member of the demon race and he cultivated the bloodline of the white tiger. Even though the bloodline was extremely thin, it was still considered as one of the true spirits. However, just as his demon form was formed, the purple star in Ning Fan's left eye flashed. The might of his ancestral bloodline merged with his sword light and he slashed at Han Wei. Before Han Wei could react, his demon body was crushed into minced meat. His demon soul was captured by Ning Fan, pierced through his shoulder blades and was tied to the sword thread. There are still 6 people left. Ning Fan's gaze fell upon Xiegu. All of a sudden, Xiegu, who had fled more than 10,000 li * 500 m per li, felt a chill down his spine. An extremely uneasy feeling rose in his heart. A few breaths later, a trace of purple smoke suddenly appeared in front of him. His body and sword merged into one. In a flash, his figure penetrated Xiegu's body along with the sword light. Puff Xiegu spurted out a mouthful of blood. At the next moment, his entire body was crushed into minced meat. There was one more primordial spirit on the sword thread. In just 10 breaths, only 5 of the 8 divine transformation realm cultivators were left. Moreover, the 3 that were killed were all mid-divine transformation realm cultivators. The remaining 5 were just early divine transformation realm cultivators. How could they have the strength to resist Ning Fan? I'm going all out against you. I don't believe that you dare to kill me. I don't believe that you dare to offend the demon-venerated realm. Xiegu seemed to have gone mad. Together with the other 4 early divine transformation realm cultivators, they all rushed towards Ning Fan without any regard for their lives. They actually had the intention to self-destruct. They were afraid of death. However, at this moment, they were finally driven mad by Ning Fan's terrifying aura force. Xiegu laughed maniacally with a twisted expression. That's right. He was not Ning Fan's match at all. However, he did not believe that Ning Fan would dare to kill him. I don't believe it. I don't believe it. I don't believe that you dare to offend the demon-venerated realm. Offend the master of my demon-sealing sect. Is that so? Ning Fan took a step forward and condensed his great force for 9 consecutive steps. Each of his steps caused the sword peak of the Eastern Profound Sword Formation to crumble. After the 9th step, his great force turned into a sword. The sword light was like a rainbow, sweeping towards Xiegu and the others. Ah! 5 miserable cries resounded at the same time. The 9 divisions of Heaven Trampling Sect were completely annihilated by Ning Fan. Ning Fan flicked his sleeve and 5 more primordial spirits appeared on the sword's silk. In this battle, he managed to capture 20 primordial spirits of the Alliance. They were the perfect food for his spiritual puppets. His white robes had completely turned into a blood-red robe. His traveling light flashed continuously, collecting all the treasures in the Immortal Island sect and all the immortal jades in the formation eyes of the 4,700 sword peaks. After that, he took a step forward. The strength of that step was completely comparable to the strength of a cultivator at the 4th level of the Jade Life realm. Amidst the rumbling sounds, the Immortal Island sect crumbled one after another, turning into broken rocks that fell into the sea. The 4,700 sword peaks crumbled and turned into 4,700 traces of nascent soul realm sword chi. Ning Fan opened his mouth and sucked all of them into his sword consciousness, turning them into nourishment to strengthen his sea of consciousness. At this moment, all the cultivators of the Immortal Island sect were dead. None of the members of the Alliance of Ming Assassins survived. Suotong and Yun Niansu were overwhelmed with shock. Even old ancestor Dong Su's eyes were filled with astonishment. Zhou Ming's great force has been formed. He is now invincible in the endless sea. That was old ancestor Dong Su's evaluation of Ning Fan. Xiegu was in despair. His primordial spirit had been invaded by Ning Fan and was pierced by the sword silk. Even though he was sure that Ning Fan would not dare to kill him, his cultivation base was declining rapidly as his injuries worsened. Let me go. If you don't want to be hunted down by the demon venerable, quickly let me go and follow me to the demon sealing palace in the internal sea to apologize. Hunted down by the demon venerable? You said that I will be hunted down by Lu Jiefan? Would he dare to do that? Ning Fan sneered. Who is he? He is the ferocious devil of the external endless sea, Zhou Ming. He is the ferocious general of the Luoyun continent, Liu Bei. He is an existence who slaughters the entire star sea, sweeps the wolves and makes Lu Jiefan tremble in fear. Would Lu Jiefan dare to provoke him? Zhou Ming. Are you afraid? You must be extremely afraid of the demon venerable. I have once devoured a type of shadow-descending venomous insect and comprehended an innate ability called shadow-descending primordial spirit. By sacrificing my cultivation base and lifespan, I can summon the primordial spirit of the demon venerable. If you have the guts, ask me to summon the primordial spirit of the demon venerable. I don't believe that you won't be scared shitless when you see the demon venerables. The purple goo had probably burned its primordial spirit and turned its brain muddled. He was captured by Ning Fan and used as nourishment for the puppet. Even though he was about to die, he still had the audacity to threaten Ning Fan. Ning Fan's eyes flashed with a cold light, but he sneered again. Is there such a secret technique? Very good. It couldn't be better if you could summon Lu Jiefan. I'm waiting for him to give me an explanation. Ning Fan's words made the 20 captured divine transformation realm cultivators, including Zigu, feel their hearts skip a beat. They knew that something was wrong. They were captured by Ning Fan and their bodies were pierced by the sword threads. Their last hope of survival was to hope that Ning Fan would not dare to kill them because he was afraid of the venerated demon lord. However, everyone could clearly hear a message from Ning Fan's tone. Not only was Ning Fan not afraid of venerated demon, but venerated demon was even afraid of Ning Fan. Is this even possible? Nonsense. Lord Demon Venerable is one of the 7 venerables of the internal sea. Why would he need to give you any explanation? Who do you think you are? The 8th venerable of the internal endless sea? Zigu did not believe it. He did not believe it. As for Ning Fan, he did not want to talk to him at all. He directly removed a trace of the seal on Zigu's cultivation base, giving him enough magic power to display the primordial spirit supporting Luan's secret technique. If you can't summon a trace of Lu Jiefan's primordial spirit within 3 breaths, you will die. Good. Zhou Ming, you asked for this yourself. You can't blame me for this. Zigu's eyes flashed with a sinister smile. His palm-sized primordial spirit formed a hand seal, as if he was displaying some kind of bloodline secret technique. As soon as he displayed this secret technique, his cultivation base dropped rapidly. In an instant, he was only left with the cultivation base of the late nascent soul realm. His appearance also aged rapidly. In just an instant, he had lost 500 years of his lifespan. The price of this innate secret technique was extremely high. However, in terms of its profoundness, it was truly unimaginable. He could summon a trace of the venerated demon lord's primordial spirit from the internal endless sea to the external endless sea from a distance of 10 billion li *, 500 m per li, *whoosh *, a purple flame swept across heaven and earth. That purple flame slowly condensed into an illusory middle-aged man in purple robes. His face was pale as if he had yet to recover from his injuries. However, his eyes were as sharp as an eagle's. His aura force had even reached the half-step void refinement realm. As soon as the purple-robed cultivator appeared, an immense pressure appeared in Dong Su's heart. Suotong and Yun Niansu's expressions changed greatly and they exclaimed in shock. This purple-robed middle-aged man is the palace master of the demon sealing sect? Lu Jiefan was furious. He was attacked by the realm beast during his trip to the Star Palace. He barely managed to escape with his life, but his injuries were so severe that it was hard for him to recover. Thus, as soon as he returned to the internal endless sea, he immediately went into seclusion to heal his injuries. He did not even have the time to care about the mundane affairs of the demon sealing sect. Therefore, Lu Jiefan did not know about the existence of the Ming Assassin Alliance. He also did not know that his subordinates had offended the person whom Lu Jiefan did not want to offend the most, Ning Fan. Sensing the thin spiritual qi in the sea breeze, Lu Jiefan immediately knew that he was currently in the external endless sea. The reason why the illusory figure of his primordial spirit came to this place must be because of Zigu. Lu Jiefan had once told Zigu not to use the shadow descending technique to get him out of the stone chamber unless the demon sealing sect was in a life-and-death situation. To Lu Jiefan, there was nothing more important than healing his injuries. Zigu! Get out here! Where are you hiding? Why did you let the illusory figure of your primordial spirit come to the external endless sea? What happened? Lu Jiefan's displeased eyes swept across the place. At the next moment, he saw Ning Fan who was standing in the sky not far away. His heart immediately thumped. Zigu was being pierced by Ning Fan's sword silk and captured in his hand. Looking at Ning Fan's ice-cold eyes, Lu Jiefan's mind raced rapidly, thinking about all the possible scenarios that could have happened. After half a breath's time, he came to a conclusion: Zigu had offended Ning Fan. Zigu was captured. That's why he asked me to help him find trouble with Ning Fan, F***ck. This group of useless fellows. Of all the people they shouldn't offend, why did they offend Ning Fan? Is Ning Fan someone that I, Lu Jiefan, can fight against? Seeing Lu Jiefan's arrival, Dong Su narrowed his eyes. Even though the illusory figure of this primordial spirit projection technique descended, the illusory figure had the same strength as the true body. Fortunately, this illusory figure could only descend for the time it takes for an incense stick to burn. Dong Su made up his mind to help Ning Fan fight against Lu Jiefan at any time. As one of the 7 venerated beings of the internal sea, Dong Su had dealt with Lu Jiefan countless times. He knew that this person was extremely shrewd and had extraordinary strength. Even Dong Su did not think that Ning Fan could defeat Lu Jiefan. At most, Ning Fan could only ensure that he would not be defeated. In Dong Su's eyes, Ning Fan had just gone through a bloody battle. His magic power and physical strength should be lacking. How could he be Lu Jiefan's opponent? As soon as Daoist Zigu saw his old ancestor descending, he immediately revealed a look of ecstasy. Venerated demon, save us. Demon race, quickly kill Zhou Ming and avenge us. Avenge your mother. Lu Jiefan, a supreme being of the Fen clan, actually cursed. Zigu was stunned. Gu He and Han Wei were stunned. The other divine transformation realm experts were also stunned. Wasn't Lu Jiefan the savior that everyone was waiting for? Why did he scold us instead of Ning Fan? A moment later, something that Zigu and the others would never believe even if they were to die happened. Lu Jiefan's expression was complicated. He looked at Ning Fan, whose eyes were filled with a hint of fear. Who was Ning Fan? Even if Lu Jiefan was in his peak state, he would not be a match for Ning Fan alone. Not to mention that Lu Jiefan was currently severely injured and Ning Fan still had the help of 2 half-step void refinement realm spiritual puppets. How would Lu Jiefan dare to provoke Ning Fan at this moment? In other words, the person in the endless sea that he did not want to provoke the most was Ning Fan. Lu, no, revered Ming, please forgive me. Lu Jiefan was careless and didn't know how this subordinate provoked venerated Ming. If you want to kill or torture these people, I will listen to venerated Ming's orders. Hiss, the savior of Zigu and the others, the dignified supreme being of the internal sea, Lu Jiefan, was actually begging for mercy from Ning Fan. Shock appeared in Dong Su's eyes. Was the Lu Jiefan in front of him really the arrogant master of the demon sealing temple that Dong Shu knew? This arrogant old monster was actually begging for mercy from a junior. It seemed like it was not the first time Lu Jiefan and Ning Fan had met. What exactly did Ning Fan do in the past 20 years that even Lu Jiefan was terrified of him? Su Qiuling's beautiful eyes flickered. This was the man that she fancied. In front of him, the 7 venerated beings of the internal sea were like fireflies compared to the bright moon. They were not even worth mentioning. To be continued. The dignified lord of the demon sealing sect, Lu Jiefan, was actually asking for forgiveness from Ning Fan. This scene was definitely more shocking than Ning Fan defeating Lu Jiefan with his combat power. If Ning Fan defeated Lu Jiefan after going through a tough battle, outsiders could still think that Lu Jiefan's injuries were too severe and explain everything clearly. However, Lu Jiefan immediately came up and asked for forgiveness. This was too unimaginable, impossible to explain at all. It might be possible to defeat one of the injured 7 supremes of the internal endless sea. How was it possible for one of the 7 supremes of the internal endless sea to beg for forgiveness? Why does venerated demon lord have to be afraid of Ning Fan? What happened between them? Too many people wanted to know the answer. However, Ning Fan would not tell them and Lu Jiefan would not mention it either. Lu Jiefan. Let me ask you, you ordered your subordinates to establish an alliance to assassinate me, Zhou Ming. Is this true? Ning Fan's voice was like a clap of thunder, causing a series of tremors in Lu Jiefan's heart. What? Venerated Ming is saying that Zigu and the others have used the name of the demon sealing sect to establish an alliance to assassinate venerated Ming, intending to assassinate him. They were really stupid. How stupid? Lu Jiefan looked at Zigu's primordial spirit with burning anger. He returned injured. He did not know that in the 20 years that he was gone, Zigu and the rest had done such a crazy thing. Establish an alliance to assassinate Ming? Killing Ning Fan with just a dozen early and mid-divine transformation realm experts? What a joke. Who was Ning Fan? He was a ruthless person who had killed countless divine transformation realm experts with his own hands. He was an existence who killed Tanlang's separated souls like ants. Lu Jia had not even fully recovered from his burns. How would he dare to offend Ning Fan at this critical moment? Lu Jiafan's expression became tense. If Ning Fan insists on pursuing Lu Jiafan's responsibility and kills his way all the way to the demon sealing palace in the internal sea, even though Lu Jiafan has a life-saving method to escape, he might still be injured. Moreover, if he ran away from the endless sea, the foundation of his life in the endless sea would be ruined. Revered Ming, please calm down. The alliance of the Ming assassins was definitely not my intention. It was the audacity of my subordinates. Heaven and earth can bear witness to this. Since it was my servant who made a mistake, I am responsible for my negligence. I hope that venerated Ming can give me a chance to make up for it. I will definitely give you a generous gift that will satisfy venerated Ming. Lu Jiafan's tone was almost pleading. He begged Ning Fan to let the demon sealing sect go. He begged Ning Fan to believe that he, Lu Jiafan, had nothing to do with this matter. The heavens have pity on him. He, Lu Jiafan, could not wait to be afraid of Ning Fan. Why would he seek trouble for himself? Zigu was about to go crazy. He felt that he had definitely gone crazy. If he wasn't crazy, how could he have witnessed the demon venerable begging for mercy from others? Impossible. I don't believe it. This isn't real. The demon sealing sect is one of the 7 major forces of the internal endless sea. Lord Demon Venerable is one of the 7 venerables of the internal endless sea. It's impossible for us to beg you for mercy. Impossible. Zhou Ming. You're lying to me. You are using an illusion technique to deceive me. I don't believe it. Zigu seemed to be laughing and crying at the same time. He could not accept this reality. He could not accept the fact that Ning Fan, whom he regarded as an ant, was actually a terrifying figure who could make even a venerated demon lord bow and kneel before him. Suddenly, Zigu recalled his words earlier. Zhou Ming, don't be so arrogant. Do you think you're the 8th venerable one of the internal endless sea? The 8th venerable of the internal endless sea. The 8th venerable of the internal endless sea. Zhou Ming's strength was far more than the 8th venerable of the internal endless sea. Even though he had not been bestowed the sovereign tomb, he was able to make a venerable demon yield. His strength was probably among the top few among the 7 venerable demons. I've offended such a ruthless person. I'm really stupid. Really stupid. Looking at Zigu who had gone mad and the other 2 mid-divine transformation realm elders, Lu Jiafan's heart was filled with sorrow. They were his subordinates. However, he did not dare to ask to save them from Ning Fan's hands. Lu Jiafan knew that it was impossible for Ning Fan to give him face. This young man was cruel and merciless. Once he becomes Ning Fan's enemy, he would certainly kill him. The only thing that Lu Jiafan hoped for was that Ning Fan would not pursue the responsibility of the other members of the demon sealing sect. Otherwise, if Ning Fan invades the internal endless sea, the demon sealing sect would certainly be destroyed and he, Lu Jiafan, would have no choice but to use his secret technique again to escape from Ning Fan's pursuit just like how he escaped from the realm beast previously. That would be the worst outcome. Venerated Ming, please give me a chance to compensate for what I've done. No matter what, I'm a supreme being who walked out of the sovereign tomb. Besides, I've also received a reward from that lord. I definitely have a lot of good things. I'm sure venerated Ming will be satisfied. Lu Jiafan felt helpless. All he could do was to hint at Ning Fan with his words. Compensation, huh? Ning Fan frowned, secretly thinking about the deeper meaning behind Lu Jiafan's words. Sovereign tomb. Is he referring to the tomb of the Thunder Sovereign in the internal endless sea? Who is that lord? Since Lu Jiafan addressed him as lord, could he be a void fragmentation realm expert? After all, there were many secrets in the internal endless sea that Ning Fan had yet to come into contact with. The strangest thing was that the endless sea would actually appear under the Rain World's realm law. Perhaps there was some powerful being hiding in that place that even the Rain Palace would be afraid of and not dare to use the realm law again. Someone who could make the Rain World so afraid of him must at least be at the void fragmentation realm. Lu Jiafan's words undoubtedly confirmed Ning Fan's guess. Lu Jiefan was hinting to Ning Fan that it was fine to make a scene in the external endless sea, but if he enters the internal endless sea, he must restrain himself a little. Otherwise, he might offend some void fragmentation realm experts. Judging from Lu Jiefan's tone, it was not a threat. Instead, it was more like a friendly reminder. Interesting. Seeing that the alliance of Ming assassins was not your intention, I have no choice but to let you go. Lu Jiefan, I'll give you a chance. If you can take out a treasure that satisfies me, the demon sealing sect can survive and not be destroyed. If you can't, the next time I enter the internal endless sea will be the day the demon sealing sect is destroyed. Ning Fan gave Lu Jiefan a deep look and gave him a warning. The internal endless sea was vast and the demon sealing sect was far away. It was not realistic for them to kill their way into the internal endless sea. Besides, there might be a void fragmentation realm expert hiding in the internal endless sea. In a sense, this void fragmentation realm expert had supported the demon sealing sect. It was not that Ning Fan was afraid of the hidden void fragmentation realm expert. However, before everything was clear, there was no need for him to go against such an expert. No matter how arrogant Ning Fan was, he would not take the initiative to provoke a void fragmentation realm expert. Showing off his abilities did not mean that he would use an egg to break a rock. He had already taken revenge for Gusu by destroying the Ying province. After killing 20 divine transformation realm experts, the ferocious aura he accumulated was enough to make all the forces in the endless sea fear him and not dare to provoke him. Especially when Lu Jiefan begged Ning Fan for mercy today. Once this matter spreads, perhaps no one would have any thoughts about Ning Fan anymore. Sovereign Tomb. That lord, only after figuring out all of these would Ning Fan decide the fate of the demon sealing sect. Pieces of broken rock slowly sank to the bottom of the sea. After getting Ning Fan's reply, Lu Jiefan felt slightly relieved. He dispersed his descending shadow primordial spirit and left without staying any longer. He did not care about the lives of Zigu and the others at all. Ning Fan nodded at Zuotong and glanced at Yun Niansu with a strange expression. Then, he descended to Gusu City together with Dong Su. Gusu was already in ruins, and mountains of corpses and seas of blood covered the entire place. It wasn't like the paradise it was all those years ago. 2/3 of the 1 million mortals in Gusu City were slaughtered by Luo Sen and the other two devils. If it wasn't for him who arrived in time, perhaps even 1/3 of them wouldn't be left alive. Ling Er, is your fourth uncle's condition getting better? Ning Fan's eyes were filled with gentleness. He would only show this expression to Su Qiuling. His enemies would not be able to enjoy it. Their injuries have been suppressed. It's all thanks to the miraculous elixir that Big Brother gave him. It's just that the injuries on their bodies can be healed, but how can the injuries in their hearts be healed? They are destined to never be mortals again. Su Qiuling's eyes were filled with sadness. Then, don't be a mortal anymore. Ning Fan fell into silence. Back then, he was also a mortal and was bullied and humiliated in the Joyful Union sect. He was unwilling to die in the All-Joyful Union sect. He was unwilling to be bullied and oppressed. Thus, he chose to cultivate and resist. Ning Fan patted his storage pouch and took out a sack made of coarse cloth. He shook the sack and released several mortal women. He closed his eyes. Traces of rain lingered in his heart. On the other hand, dark clouds gradually rose above the island of Gusu City. Drizzles of rain fell from the sky, extinguishing the flames of war and washing away the bloodshed into the soil. Young Master Zhou, no, Immortal Zhou, thank you. If it wasn't for you, I would have, already. Bai Su bowed. If it wasn't for Ning Fan, she would certainly have lost her chastity to Wang Kuan. You don't have to thank me. Just call me young master. I should be the one thanking you. If it wasn't for you telling me to stick to the sword, if it wasn't for the basket of eggs you gave me and if it wasn't for you preparing food and wine for me every day for the past 5 months, I wouldn't be able to experience the happiness of a mortal again. Ning Fan stood in the rain for a very, very long time. He was waiting for more onlookers to come to him. For the next half a month, Ning Fan did not stop at Gusu's misty rain at all. The people of Gusu buried their loved ones and rebuilt their thatched huts. In the past half a month, many golden core cultivators and nascent soul cultivators had gone to Yingzhou to watch the show. There were even semi-god realm cultivators from the inner ocean who heard about the changes in the outer ocean and secretly came to investigate. It was just that their flying light was too slow and they arrived too late. They could only see the ruins of Immortal Abode Island and Gusu's misty rain. Under the gazes of countless cultivators of the external endless sea, Ning Fan carried the primordial spirits of 20 divine transformation realm cultivators in his hands while 25 divine transformation realm spiritual puppets stood beside him. In front of countless cultivators, Ning Fan searched the souls of the 20 divine transformation realm primordial spirits one by one and fed them to his spiritual puppets. It was not only to upgrade the puppet's level, but also to send a warning to the endless sea. He, Ning Fan, must not be provoked. To the countless spectating cultivators, it was impossible to describe how terrifying that scene was. After Ning Fan searched the souls of the 20 divine transformation realm primordial spirits, he fed them to the spiritual puppets. That was a divine transformation realm old monster. Yet, he was treated like this by Ning Fan. This man is truly a madman. A few days later, Ning Fan transformed into his true form of a giant and carried Gusu on his shoulder, all the way to the sea region that was not far away from the Pleasure Devil Immortal Island. It was easy to imagine how much of an uproar it would cause in the outer endless sea and even the inner endless sea after this crazy massacre. Of the 10 sects and 3 islands in the outer seas, 1 sect and 1 island had been destroyed, leaving only 9 sects and 2 islands. Among the cultivators of the internal endless sea, 18 semi-god realm cultivators had died. The forces that these semi-god realm cultivators belonged to had all declined. For example, after the Black Buddha sect lost all their semi-god realm cultivators, they were immediately destroyed by their enemies and their territories were divided. This was the reality of the cultivation world. A single misstep would result in the death of one's entire clan. This time, the endless sea finally understood that the ominous devil Zhou Ming was back. These were just changes in the situation. What caught people's attention the most was, of course, Ning Fan's ferocious reputation. It was the first time he was so strong that even the internal sea was afraid of him. The 8th venerated lord of the internal endless sea, revered Ming, Zhou Ming. Almost no one doubted that Ning Fan had the strength to go against the 7 venerated beings of the internal sea. Lu Jiefen's begging for mercy shocked many people. Giant Demon Island, Silver Snow City. A white-haired young lady was leisurely swinging on a swing, standing aloof from worldly affairs. Beside her, several experts with strong chi were reporting something to a burly man with a black face. After listening to his master's report, the burly man's eyes flashed and he burst into laughter. His aura force was so strong that ordinary semi-god realm cultivators did not dare to approach him at all. Good. 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 You're indeed a talent that little Xianxia has taken a liking to. You're indeed the inheritor of Mo Luo's inheritance. The 8th venerated being of the internal sea, huh? You have guts and a temper. I like you. Sword Island, Sword Tomb. In the main hall, venerated Sword stood with his hands clasped behind his back while listening to the report from his subordinates. Zhou Ming, huh? This young man is really powerful. He actually killed 20 semi-god realm cultivators and 1 million cultivators all by himself. His sword intent is really domineering. Is it the immortal trapping sword intent? It seems like the fragment of the immortal trapping sword that old man Dong Su got from me in the past has fallen into his hands. Sword sense, sword intent, sword turning into silk. The younger generation will surpass us in time. Venerated Sword slowly turned around and looked at one of his subordinates with a solemn expression. Guan Xiong. You've met Zhou Ming at the Pleasure Devil Sea auction. What's your impression of him? Is it possible for you to befriend him? Venerated Sword. This person has a fierce and ruthless character. However, he rarely takes the initiative to cause trouble. In my opinion, Sword Island must not provoke him no matter when. After all, who can guarantee that he won't go missing again and return 20 years later as a Void Refinement Realm cultivator to avenge the past and eliminate the old enemies? This person must not be provoked. Is that so? Venerated Sword nodded and said no more. Demon Island, Demon Ceiling Palace. Lu Jiefen suppressed his injuries and forcefully went into seclusion. He ordered the entire sect not to provoke Ning Fan anymore. At the same time, Lu Jiefan activated all the defensive formations of the Demon Island, raising the alert level to the highest. I hope this Zhou Ming won't act rashly and invade the Demon Island. Otherwise, I can only flee. Lu Jiefan helplessly closed his eyes. After arranging everything, he sent someone to the external endless sea to deliver a huge gift to Ning Fan. Then, he went into seclusion to heal his injuries again. Danxia Palace, Pill Island. In the past half a year, Yang Gu had returned to the internal endless sea and gathered many of his old friends to head to the external endless sea to support Ning Fan's master. He wanted to help Ning Fan destroy the alliance of Ming assassins. After traveling for a long time and paying a huge price, he managed to invite 5 early Divine Transformation Realm experts and 1 mid-Divine Transformation Realm expert. Even though these people came to help Ning Fan, they were hesitant after hearing that the alliance of Ming assassins was powerful. Therefore, the matter of sending out reinforcements was delayed again and again. Before they could leave to support Ning Fan, a shocking news had already spread from the external endless sea. Ning Fan alone had flattened the entire Ying province and killed 1 million cultivators and 20 Divine Transformation Realm cultivators. Master is actually so powerful. He killed 20 Divine Transformation Realm cultivators all by himself. Yang Gu's words were filled with excitement. However, it made each of the Divine Transformation Realm cultivators who came to help Ning Fan feel overwhelmed with shock and regret. What a blunder! What a blunder! If they knew that Yang Gu's master was so powerful, they naturally wouldn't have so many concerns and would have already set off to the external endless sea. As a result, the opportunity to help Ning Fan and win his favor was lost just like that. Fellow Daoist Yang, if your master needs help next time, you must ask me for help. After this battle, I really admire revered Ming very much. You really deserve to be the 8th venerated being of the internal sea. These people began to flatter Yang Gu. However, all they got in return was Yang Gu's displeased reply. Humph. I hope everyone can act faster next time. Don't wait until the battle is over before sending out reinforcements. Hee hee. Of course. Of course, in the external endless sea, on the Punlai Immortal Island. In the Lost World Tower, a young lady in red robes was frowning tightly. Her cultivation base was at the early Divine Transformation Realm. At this moment, a messenger flying sword flew into the tower using a secret technique. It was Ning Fan's information. Listening to Ning Fan's shocking battle achievements, the cold eyes of the young lady in red robes suddenly flashed with a hint of brilliance. Humph. Stinky rascal, you've finally returned after disappearing for 20 years. Didn't I say that you, Zhou Ming, big rascal Zhou, are stronger than Ning Fan and Liu Bei? My sister and mother didn't believe it. Humph. Are there any of the outstanding geniuses that they admire as strong as you? You can kill 20 Divine Transformation Realm experts all by yourself. The young lady in red robes revealed a complacent expression, as if she was the one who made the glorious battle achievements instead of Ning Fan. Hee hee. You've obtained quite a lot of benefits from annihilating the Ying province. Perhaps you're going to enter seclusion in the Lost World Palace. This time, I won't lose to you easily. I must snatch Grandpa Stone Soldier back from your hands in an aboveboard manner. Last time, I came to deal with the matter. This time, I will be very serious. Bei Xiaoman's eyes flashed with a hint of strange light. It was unknown if it was because of her battle intent or some other thoughts. Her small face blushed for no reason. In the Zhou mansion on Gusu Island, everything needed to be rebuilt. Under Su Qiuling's care, Bai Su and her son's complexion was getting better day by day. Ning Fan was sitting cross-legged in his room. His mind was replaying the bloody battle that he had just gone through. His heart was filled with enlightenment. In front of him, there were many visiting cards and gift lists. Of course, they were gifts from the forces that wanted to curry favor with Ning Fan. With Ning Fan's current powerful status, there were naturally many people who wanted to visit him. Ning Fan accepted all the gifts that these forces gave him. He did not reject any of them. As for meeting the guests, he left all of them to Yu Long to handle. Among the countless visiting cards, there was only one that caught Ning Fan's attention. Yun Nianzu. This person's surname is Yun. Could he be someone from the Rain Palace? This person claims that he has already entered the Pill Island. If fate allows it, he hopes to meet me in the eternal endless sea and introduce me to the experts of the Rain Palace. Ning Fan shook his head and put down the visiting card. To be honest, he was not very interested in befriending the geniuses of the Rain Palace. The Divine Space Island, the Giant Devil Island and the Pill Island in the Eternal Endless Sea were the 3 islands that he must visit. Before entering the Eternal Endless Sea, he must settle down some of his old friends first. His magic power and cultivation base also needed to improve. His demon power and devil chi were both at the mid-divine transformation realm, but his magic power was still at the half-step divine transformation realm. It had already become Ning Fan's shortcoming. Other than that, Ning Fan also needed to ask old ancestor Dong Su about the secrets of the Eternal Endless Sea. If there is really a void fragmentation realm expert guarding the Eternal Endless Sea, he must be more cautious when he enters it. After doing all these, I can go home. Jiha, the smiling faces of women appeared in front of Ning Fan's eyes. After all these years, he did not know how they were doing. Just as he was deep in thought, the sound of gentle footsteps came from outside his room. Big brother, something bad has happened. It was Su Qiuling's voice which carried a hint of panic. What's wrong? Did something happen? Ning Fan's eyes frowned, feeling a little worried. It's Master. Master. He has touched the bottleneck of the void refinement realm. He suddenly announced that he is going into seclusion to break through to the void refinement realm. It turned out that this little girl's panic was caused by surprise. Void refinement realm. Ning Fan's eyes flashed. To Dong Su, this was actually a good thing. If Dong Su succeeds in breaking through to the next cultivation realm, it would probably be enough to cause a greater commotion in the Endless Sea. Is the first void refinement realm expert among the 7 venerated beings of the Eternal Endless Sea going to be born? To be continued. What Su Qiuling brought was undoubtedly a piece of good news. Old ancestor Dong Su was Su Qiuling's master. If he could break through to the void refinement realm, it would be a good thing for Ning Fan, Su Qiuling and the Pleasure Devil Island. Without delaying any further, Ning Fan pushed open the door and went out. He pulled Su Qiuling along and walked towards Su He. It seemed that because he liked the scenery of the Su River a lot, Dong Su had specially opened up an underwater cave to cultivate under the Su River. This way, he could avoid being disturbed by the experts of the Joy Devil after his identity was exposed. Ning Fan asked Su Qiuling about Dong Su's situation in detail. He roughly understood that Dong Su had yet to officially enter seclusion. After all, breaking through to the void refinement realm was no trivial matter. Before that, he naturally had to make some preparations. For example, choosing a place for secluded cultivation, or getting a 6th revolution pill, the void prying pill, to increase the success rate of breaking through to the void refinement realm. For example, when he was in seclusion, the arrangements for Grotto Heaven Island, and so on. Another example was the item used to block the tribulation after breaking through to the next realm. These were all very real problems. With the foundation of the insightful emptiness realm, there were naturally ways to solve these problems. The reason why Ning Fan went to look for Dong Su was because he wanted to give him some help. To half-step void refinement realm cultivators, the key to breaking through to the void refinement realm was whether they could attain the void glimpse stage. To Ning Fan, he had already completed the void inquiry stage. In fact, he was even 1 level higher than the void glimpse stage. In terms of his understanding of the void power alone, Ning Fan was definitely 100 times better than Dong Su. If he could infuse his understanding of the void into a wisp of void energy and give it to Dong Su, he would definitely be able to help Dong Su a little. If he told the Dong Su realm about his experience in breaking through to the void refinement realm, it would also be beneficial to the Dong Su realm's mental state. For the time being, he could only think of these 2 points. Big brother, is there any way to help Ling Er's master increase the success rate of her advancement by 30 to 50%? Su Qiuling's bright eyes sparkled. In her eyes, Ning Fan was omnipotent. You really think too highly of me. Increasing the success rate by 30 to 50%? Do you think I'm an absolute void cultivator? Or do you think that I am a 6th revolution pill master? Ning Fan could not help but laugh. He pinched Su Qiuling's soft palm. This silly girl really thinks highly of me. In Ling Er's eyes, no one can compare to Big Brother. There's nothing you can't do. Su Qiuling was as affectionate as before. Silly girl. It's impossible for him to be unparalleled. You haven't seen the power that stands at the pinnacle of this world. Even an immortal emperor might not necessarily be unparalleled. But don't worry, he's your master. Big brother will naturally help him. Ning Fan nodded his head. He was never stingy towards his own family members. He was indeed selfish, but he was selfish to outsiders. Only by being stingy to outsiders could he be generous to his own family. This was an unchanging truth. Big brother, you are so good to Ling Er. Su Qiuling's emotions were stirred. She actually turned her body to the side and gently stood in front of Ning Fan, giving him a kiss. Her kissing technique was still very inexperienced. Other than the wedding night, she did not have too many chances to make love with Ning Fan during the 5 months in Gusu City. Compared to the desire of her body, she valued the enjoyment of her soul more. She liked to stay in Ning Fan's embrace as if this embrace was her entire world. She breathed softly, and her passion came like the rain in June, and when it began, could not be stopped. When he tasted Su Qiuling's sweet lips, Ning Fan's mind was moved. After living in Gusu City for 5 months, he had taken off his black cloak and changed into a set of white robes. He seemed to have regained some of the leisure of a mortal. He also gradually fell in love with the lips and tongue of the woman he liked. Gradually, he could understand the old devil's advice. The path of devil cultivation must not lack women and wine. Women and wine were the best ways to calm the killing intent in his heart. Seeing that the beauty was stirred, Ning Fan naturally would not let her kiss down. Fortunately, old ancestor Dong Su was not in a hurry at all. It was still far from the time for him to officially enter seclusion. Thus, Ning Fan also felt relaxed. Just like that, he carried Su Qiuling horizontally and laid her flat on the orchid meadow on the riverbank. Then, he hugged her tightly and pressed her under his body, asking for her willfully. Su Qiuling was really a good woman. She loved Ning Fan and thus would not reject any of his requests. Instead, she tried her best to cater to Ning Fan's demands. At the riverbank, faint moaning sounds could be heard. Of course, no one could see the erotic scene between Ning Fan and Su Qiuling. As for the reason, Ning Fan had activated the All-Heaven relic and concealed their figures. Only the two of them could see each other. If the ancestor of Wei knew that the All-Heaven relic that he condensed after his death was used by Ning Fan to please a beauty, no one knew how he would feel. Ning Fan had changed. He had really changed. When he was 16 years old, he put on a black feather cloak on top of his white robes in order to protect Xianxia and fell into the devil Dao. When he was 360 years old, he had been killing all along the way. Both his body and mind were exhausted. At this critical juncture, he met Lu Wan'er and Su Qiuling. His soul was nourished by the women one by one, allowing him to regain his former tranquility. Xianxia was Ning Fan's reverse scale while Su Qiuling was Ning Fan's gentle home. Rubbing Su Qiuling's plump breasts, Ning Fan's hands moved between her smooth, moist and tender breasts. At this moment, Ning Fan firmly believed that being alive was a happy thing. Su Qiuling responded to Ning Fan's passionate kiss and moved her waist to cater to his movements. She was very happy, just like the butterfly that plucked the orchid in the past. However, even in her next life, she was still willing to be plucked by the butterfly without asking for anything in return. The sky was dark. It was already evening. Only then did the two entangled bodies put on their clothes respectively and dispersed the light that covered the sky. Be big brother, you should go and look for master yourself. Help him break through to the void refinement realm. It's not convenient for Ling Er to meet others in her current state. Su Qiuling looked at the kiss mark on her neck in the small mirror that she carried with her. Her face was still flushed and she gave Ning Fan a displeased look before running back to her residence. Her eyes seemed to be blaming Ning Fan for his mistake. You were the one who seduced me first. Ning Fan looked at Su Qiuling's back and suddenly felt a little emotional. In the past, he only knew how to kill and fight. He rarely cared about his women. Should he give them the care and concern that he gave Su Qiuling? He realized that his state of mind had really broadened. This might be the reason why his state of mind had broken through to the early void refinement realm. It was Su Qiuling. She saw through the pressure in Ning Fan's heart and helped him vent it. Master, I'm gradually understanding your advice. If I have a choice, 1,000 years of void fragmentation realm might be more suitable for me. I can live happily every day and enjoy the happiness of cultivation. However, I don't have a choice. I can only use my pitiful 100 years to fight against fate. I can't be defeated. Ning Fan's eyes gradually calmed down. There was no longer any trace of romantic feelings. What he was going to talk to Dong Su about next would be serious business. Whoosh Ning Fan took a step forward and turned into a ray of sword light. In an instant, he traveled tens of thousands of li and disappeared at the bottom of the Su River. In front of a crystal palace at the bottom of the river, Ning Fan stopped and calmly stepped inside. In the main hall of the crystal palace, Dong Su was flipping through a jade slip on the table. It was given to him by Ning Fan in the past. The jade slip recorded Great Emperor Luangu's understanding of the void power. However, even though his understanding was brilliant, it might not be suitable for Dong Su's current understanding. Ancient Luangu's explanation of the void power included the void glimpse stage, void inquiry stage, void pierce stage, absolute void stage and void fragmentation realm. Of course, it was brilliant but also hard to understand. Dong Su's comprehension ability was extremely high. How could a person who could cultivate to the 7 venerated beings of the internal sea have a low comprehension ability? However, even with his brilliant comprehension ability, he could only sense a trace of the void trajectory from the jade slip. It was extremely difficult for him to completely understand the essence of the void power. Music that was too elegant might not be suitable for both refined and common people. On the other hand, the music of the commoners would resonate more with people. It was the same logic. Dong Su let out a long sigh and heavily placed the jade slip on the table. His mind was in a mess. He had clearly touched the bottleneck of the void refinement realm, but he could not further comprehend the void power and increase his chances of breaking through to the void refinement realm. Difficult. The void refinement realm is indeed extremely difficult to break through. After that sigh, a chuckle was immediately heard. Oh? Fellow Taoist, Dong Su also has times where you are afraid of difficulties? You should know that the path of Tao seeking is extremely difficult. If you do not have the ambition to be fearless of hardships and dangers, how can you climb to a higher level? Life will not always go according to your wishes. It's normal for you to be tricked once or twice. Fellow Taoist, you're too naive. Ning Fan's eyes flashed with an inexplicable smile. His figure appeared in the main hall. His arrival did not surprise Dong Su too much. However, his words were like a clap of thunder in spring, enlightening the deaf and enlightening him, making him repent. That was close. Even though Ning Fan's words sounded like a joke, it was undoubtedly a reminder to Dong Su. Just now, Dong Su was immersed in comprehending the void refinement realm. After suffering a setback, he became disheartened and actually committed the greatest taboo of cultivation. Being fearful of adversity, if it wasn't for Ning Fan's reminder, this failure would probably leave a shadow in Dong Su's Tao heart, causing this heart devil to appear whenever he attempts to break through to the void refinement realm in the future, reminding him that it was impossible for him to succeed. It was Ning Fan's words that saved his path of Tao cultivation. Haha. Thank you for your kind advice, fellow Taoist Zhou. Eh? Ling Er didn't come with you. Su Qiuling was not present, but Dong Su actually addressed Ning Fan as fellow Taoist as if they were on the same level. It was not just because Ning Fan's strength was outstanding and he was already on the same level as the 7 venerated beings of the internal sea. It was also because Dong Su admired Ning Fan's Tao comprehension and his temperament. Addressing each other as fellow Taoist was really the best way to do so. In the cultivation world, it was not strange to have friends despite the difference in age. Dong Su's eyes carried an inexplicable smile. He purposely took a few more glances at Ning Fan's sleeves. Ning Fan's sleeves were stained with a lot of women's rouge and powder. Without a doubt, Ning Fan must have dual cultivated with Su Qiuling just now. Given Dong Su's temperament, he naturally guessed that Su Qiuling must have not come because she could not meet anyone after dual cultivating. Fellow Taoist Zhou, you look radiant and you are good at understanding others' clothes. You're not simple. You're really not simple. Ning Fan shook his head speechlessly. Who would have thought that a supreme being of the endless sea would joke with him in private? Cut the nonsense. Fellow Daoist Dong Su, I have roughly heard about your situation from Ling Er. It's really a good thing that you've broken through to the void refinement realm. Other than the jade slip about comprehending the void, there are two other things that I can help you with. Oh? I'd like to hear the details. Dong Su was rather surprised. He did not expect that Ning Fan could still give him 2 pointers. If an ordinary person were to tell Dong Su, I want to give you pointers, Dong Su would certainly turn hostile and think that the other person was humiliating him. However, Ning Fan was different. He had completely subdued Dong Su with just the jade slip about comprehending the void. That kind of profound comprehension was not something that a divine transformation realm cultivator could have. The depth of Ning Fan's Dao comprehension made Dong Su feel tiny and insignificant. Dong Su believed that Ning Fan was not someone who would play to the gallery. If he said that he could give him pointers on 2 things, he would definitely be able to do so. Firstly, I can give fellow Daoists some pointers about your mental state. Mental state. That's right. I witnessed your mental state breaking through to the void refinement realm during the battle of exterminating the ocean. Dong Su's face was filled with joy. He knew that Ning Fan was not a person who would make empty promises. Currently, Dong Su's mental state was just at the half-step void refinement realm. If Dong Su could obtain the enlightenment of Ning Fan's mental state and break through to the void refinement realm first, it would be greatly beneficial to his cultivation base. Fellow Daoist, may I ask if there are any other fortunes that you can give me other than mental state pointers? Dong Su's expression was filled with sincerity. He did not feel embarrassed at all after being bestowed good fortune by Ning Fan. It was enough to show how highly he regarded Ning Fan. Secondly, I can tell you my understanding of the force of the void. Although I don't know how much it will help you, I'm sure you won't be disappointed. Ning Fan pointed his finger and a pitch-black, thin thread shot out from his finger. It was none other than the power of the void. In an instant, whole void seemed to have fallen into a daze, and he was shocked beyond belief. He thought that he had already thought highly of Ning Fan. However, this pitch-black line made him realize once again that he had underestimated Ning Fan. The power of the void. Ning Fan could actually control a trace of void power. There was only one explanation, and only one possible explanation. Could it be that fellow Daoist has broken through to the void inquiry stage? Dong Su's voice was slightly sharp because of his excitement. The difficulty of a void inquiry stage cultivator was much harder than a void glimpse stage cultivator. The void glimpse stage was just to pry into the void force. However, the void inquiry stage did not only include prying into it but also controlling it. Even though it was just the bottleneck of the void glimpse stage, it nearly suffocated him to the point where his heart nearly turned cold. However, Ning Fan had already broken through to the void inquiry stage. Even countless early void refinement realm experts were stuck at the void inquiry stage. In other words, as long as Ning Fan has enough opportunities, it would not be difficult for him to cultivate all the way to the mid-void refinement realm. Monster. You really are a monster. Dong Su stared at Ning Fan with a strange look in his eyes. Could a cultivator who had yet to attain the void refinement realm break through to the void inquiry stage? Could a cultivator who had yet to reach the void fragmentation realm master soul extraction and incarnation? Ning Fan did it. If he wasn't a monster, what was he? I'm giving fellow Daoist benefits, but fellow Daoist is calling me a monster. It doesn't seem appropriate, does it? Ning Fan joked. Of course not. The 2 benefits that fellow Daoist has given me can at least increase my chances of breaking through by 10%. Fellow Daoist, please do not underestimate this 10% chance. For ordinary cultivators, it is already difficult for them to even have a 1% chance of breaking through to the void refinement realm. Since fellow Daoist has given me such great benefits, I naturally have to repay fellow Daoist. Oh? Does fellow Daoist Dong Su have something good to repay me with? Ning Fan could not help but laugh. He vaguely remembered that Dong Su had given him all the treasures of the heavenly abode and spiritual puppet ores that he had accumulated. What other good things are hidden in the cave void? Could it be that fellow Daoist has forgotten? I also have 2 benefits that I have yet to give you. Dong Su smiled mysteriously. Oh? I would like to hear the details. Ning Fan withdrew his smile and said with a serious tone. Firstly, this drop of true immortal blood on my glabella can help fellow Daoist divine one thing. Fellow Taoist must remember to use it. Secondly, I once told you that I have a third of the map of the Thunder Sovereign's tomb. Do you still remember? The Thunder Sovereign's tomb? I have heard about it before. I have also seen some information about it from the memories of Zigu and the others. It is said that the Thunder Sovereign's tomb is the property of the Zhou clan of the Internal Sea. It seems to be the relic of Thunder Sovereign Bu Zhou. It is a small chiliocosm treasure that is of a high grade. It can bring great benefits to one's cultivation. However, I don't know about the details. It seems like a quota is needed to enter the tomb. However, it is my first time hearing that a map is needed to enter the tomb after I return to the external endless sea. Hee. That is a great place. It is a great benefit that Emperor Zhou left for the divine transformation realm cultivators of the endless sea. As a matter of fact, the place that I want to break through to the void refinement realm the most is the Thunder Sovereign's tomb. I only managed to draw a third of the map after entering it several times. Breaking through to the void refinement realm in the Thunder Sovereign's tomb? Ning Fan suddenly became very interested in the Thunder Sovereign's tomb. Most of the cultivators who want to break through to the void refinement realm would choose the Lost World Palace because it would save a lot of time. As for the remaining half of them, they would probably choose to break through in the void. After all, even though cultivating in the void was slower and more dangerous, it was easier to glimpse the void glimpse stage. Ning Fan originally guessed that Dong Su would probably choose one of the two places to enter seclusion for the void refinement realm. However, he did not expect that he would choose the Thunder Sovereign's tomb. How mysterious exactly is the Thunder Sovereign's tomb that it could even make Dong Su obsessed with it, the Sovereign's tomb? Ning Fan suddenly recalled Lu Jiefen's words. Lu Jiefen had once said that he was a cultivator who had entered the Sovereign's tomb. Could he be talking about the Thunder Sovereign's tomb? The Thunder Sovereign's tomb. Thunder Sovereign Bu Zhou, the former master of the Endless Sea, is rumored to be dead. Is he really dead? May I ask why the Endless Sea is not restricted by the Rain World Law of the Rain Palace, fellow Taoist Dong Su? Ning Fan seemed doubtful. What do you think, fellow Taoist? Dong Su smiled mysteriously. In the past, I thought that the reason why the Endless Sea is not under the control of the Rain World was because there are void fragmentation realm experts living in seclusion in this place. However, now that I think about it, it might not be the case. It is also possible that the Thunder Sovereign's tomb that fellow Taoist mentioned constitutes some kind of benefit for the Rain Palace which made them feel apprehensive. That's why they gave the Endless Sea special privileges. Fellow Taoist only guessed half of it in the past. Now, you're also only guessing half of it. You're right. There are two reasons why the Rain Palace gave up on controlling the Endless Sea. Firstly, it's because of the Thunder Sovereign's tomb. Secondly, it's because that person seems to be dead but not yet. That person is still alive. He is not dead like what the rumors say. The so-called tomb is also an illusion. Other than the higher-ups of the Rain Palace and the 7 venerated beings of the Internal Sea, no one else knows about the news of that person's survival. That person? Ning Fan's eyes flickered. Both Lu Jiefen and Dong Su seemed to be very clear about the existence of that person. That's right. It's that person. That person is Thunder Sovereign Bu Zhou. Lord Thunder Sovereign is still alive. Dong Su's eyes flashed with a hint of fanaticism. Thunder Sovereign Bu Zhou was a legend, his comprehension of the Thunder Dao was so high that it was unparalleled in the 9 realms. He had fought against the 3 sovereigns of the Sword World without losing. The tomb of the Thunder Emperor that he created possessed an extremely mysterious ability that made every divine transformation realm cultivator in the Rain World go crazy. Thunder Monarch Bu Zhou. Ning Fan took a deep breath. He could feel the weight of this name. Fighting the 3 emperors of the Sword World alone, this result was even more impressive than the Sword God in white defeating the Sword Emperor with 1 sword. I wonder how this Thunder Emperor Bu Zhou is compared to Moksha Emperor. 3rd update, to be continued. Ning Fan gave Dong Su 2 items. One was a jade slip and the other was a pitch black pearl. The jade slip recorded the process of his mental state breaking through. The pitch black pearl was condensed from a trace of void power and it contained Ning Fan's comprehension when he was at the void inquiry stage. While those 2 items might seem ordinary, they held great significance to the insightful emptiness realm. He carefully kept the 2 items. Even though he tried to stay calm, he could not hide the joy in his eyes. These two items could at least increase Dong Su's chances of breaking through to the void refinement realm by 10%. This 10% chance was enough to move any half-step void refinement realm cultivator's heart. I can't thank you enough. Dong Su's eyes were solemn. In the past, his relationship with Ning Fan was just a transaction. He helped Ning Fan 3 times and Ning Fan gave him the comprehension of void power. Later on, Ning Fan's relationship with Su Qiuling deepened step by step. Dong Su also gradually became friends with Ning Fan. Today, Ning Fan gave Dong Su some benefits without holding anything back. It was a timely help. Dong Su could not help but feel grateful. If he breaks through to the void refinement realm one day, he would never forget Ning Fan's kindness. Dong Su no longer hesitated. He took out a jade slip and made a copy of its contents before giving it to Ning Fan. Ning Fan received the jade slip and scanned it with his spirit sense. At the next moment, his eyes turned serious. A map? This is. The more Ning Fan looked at it, the more detailed the map was. Not only were there detailed maps, but there were also many annotations. Most importantly, there was a detailed description of the Thunder Sovereign's tomb by Dong Su. The Thunder Sovereign's tomb was a small Kiliacosm treasure. It was not called White Lightning Realm in the first place. This treasure was obtained by Thunder Sovereign Bu Zhou when he was young. It was the item that made him famous and also the place where he passed away. Thunder Sovereign Bu Zhou died in the White Lightning Realm and left it in the Zhou clan of the Eternal Endless Sea. From then on, the White Lightning Realm was renamed as the Thunder Sovereign's tomb. Before the Thunder Sovereign passed away, he spent a lot of effort to transform the White Lightning Realm into a mysterious world. The Sovereign Tomb. The Sovereign Tomb contained the inheritance of the Thunder Sovereign throughout his life. There were also many dangerous trials. To enter the Sovereign Tomb, one had to obtain a quota from the Zhou clan. Every 100 years, the Zhou clan would give out a quota of 10 people. Every person who obtains the quota would be given a lightning jade. As long as they are in the rain world, they could enter the lightning jade anytime and anywhere and appear in the tomb. That's right, it was only a sliver of a soul that entered the Sovereign Tomb, not the body of a cultivator. At this point, Ning Fan could not help but admire Thunder Sovereign Bu Zhou, whom he had never met before. The rain world was vast. As long as one was in the rain world, no matter which cultivation country he was in, he could enter the Sovereign Tomb anytime and anywhere with the help of the Thunder Jade. This method was not something that ordinary people could do. The greatest benefit of entering the Sovereign Tomb was to cultivate. For example, if a cultivator wasn't in the Endless Sea but within the 800 cultivation countries, he could use the Thunder Jade Soul Fragment to travel to the Sovereign Tomb in the Inner Sea. Inside the Sovereign Tomb, there were countless remnant souls of experts. They turned into monsters and attacked anyone who entered the Sovereign Tomb. The remnant souls of those experts were all killed by the Thunder Sovereign when he was still alive and imprisoned in the Sovereign Tomb using a secret technique of the Thunder Dao. No one would die in a fight in the Sovereign Tomb. When the remnant soul of an expert was killed by a cultivator, it would only take some time for it to reform with the help of the lightning power. If the cultivators who entered the Emperor's tomb were to die under the attacks of the remnant souls, they would only suffer a mental injury and would not cause too much damage to their bodies. They would not die, but they could experience life and death killings and even the feeling of death. The Thunder Sovereign's tomb was indeed too mysterious. However, if there were only these benefits, the Thunder Sovereign's tomb would not attract cultivators. The Thunder Sovereign's tomb was a place where cultivators fought and killed. Only a trace of the Thunder Sovereign's soul fragment entered the Sovereign Tomb. Therefore, there was no cultivation in the Sovereign Tomb. The cultivators who entered the Sovereign Tomb had to advance step by step from the bottom. Every cultivator who entered the Sovereign Tomb for the first time was only at level 1 vein opening. The way to increase one's cultivation was very simple. That was to kill the remnant souls in the Sovereign Tomb and obtain the Sovereign Tomb Dao fruit. This was not a real Dao fruit, but a Dao fruit imitated by the Thunder Sovereign using the lightning power. Its effect was far inferior to the real Dao fruit. However, there was one benefit. Consuming such a Dao fruit could not only increase the cultivation of the Thunder Sovereign's soul fragment but also the cultivation of the body. Outside the rain world, wanton killing was not allowed. Moreover, there was a risk of being killed while killing and robbing treasures. Therefore, the Dao fruit was extremely rare. However, in the sovereign tomb, there was no need to feel guilty for killing the remnant souls. It would not hurt one's Dao heart. Moreover, one could obtain the Dao fruit. It was undoubtedly the best place to train oneself. In some places where the remnant souls resided, there were spiritual medicines, magic treasures and other inheritances of the Thunder Sovereign. There were also many cultivators who formed teams in the Sovereign Tomb to attack the nests of the monsters in order to obtain the inheritance of the Thunder Sovereign. Some cultivators came here for the sake of killing while others came here for the Thunder Emperor's legacy. The Thunder Sovereign had left behind countless treasures in his life. Among them, the most precious one was the lightning vein cultivation method, incomplete lightning vein. Rumor had it that this cultivation method was in the deepest part of the Sovereign Tomb. It was guarded by a few void fragmentation realm remnant souls. Until now, no one had been able to obtain it. There was no other way. Even if a void fragmentation realm cultivator's soul fragment entered the Sovereign Tomb, he or she would need to improve his or her cultivation base step by step. In order to obtain this cultivation method, one must at least cultivate his or her soul to the void fragmentation realm. Obviously, it was impossible. It was already extremely difficult for one's true body to cultivate to the void fragmentation realm. It was even more ridiculous for a trace of his or her soul to cultivate to the void fragmentation realm. Even so, there were still countless cultivators who flocked to the Sovereign Tomb to kill and cultivate. No matter what, the killing in this place had nothing to do with life and death. Even if one's soul fragment dies in the Sovereign Tomb, it would only hurt his or her true body. Thus, it was the best place to train oneself. The Thunder Sovereign's Tomb. This place is isolated from the rest of the world. It's a world of its own. Those who possess a lightning jade can't enter it. After entering, they have to obey the Thunder Sovereign's decree, slay the monsters and seize the Dao fruits in order to advance their cultivation base. The Thunder Sovereign is truly a peerless genius. I'm afraid no one in the past or the future will be able to come up with such a mysterious place to train oneself. Ning Fan sighed. If he had a lightning jade, he would be more than willing to enter the Sovereign Tomb to broaden his horizons. If he could cultivate his soul fragment to the Divine Transformation Realm after entering the Sovereign Tomb, killing Divine Transformation Realm remnant souls would be as easy as killing ants. By then, he would be able to obtain an endless amount of Divine Transformation Realm Dao fruits which would greatly improve his strength. The thought flashed across his mind for a moment but was immediately extinguished. Another doubt rose in his mind. His eyes turned solemn and asked Dong Su. However, there's one thing that I don't understand. Why did the Thunder Sovereign create this kind of world treasure space before he passed away? Indeed, the Thunder Sovereign's tomb is the best place for juniors to cultivate. However, I don't think that a void fragmentation realm sovereign who is on the verge of death would pay such a huge price to leave a blessing for his juniors. I'm afraid that the Thunder Sovereign created this tomb for other reasons. Fellow Daoist Dong Su clearly said that the Thunder Sovereign had passed away, but you also said that the Thunder Sovereign is not dead yet. Could it be that Thunder Sovereign Buzhou's half-dead and half-alive state is related to the Thunder Sovereign's tomb? Ning Fan seemed to have thought of something. His question made Dong Su nod his head in approval and explain. That's right. Fellow Daoist is indeed an intelligent person. The Thunder Sovereign certainly didn't create this tomb just to benefit his descendants. In the past, the Thunder Sovereign was severely injured and was on the verge of death. There was no cure for him. He knew that death was irreversible. Thus, he created the Sovereign Tomb and used his great abilities to allow the remnant souls of the cultivators he killed in the past to exist in a special form inside the tomb. I've told you before that these remnant souls that are placed inside the Sovereign Tomb cannot be killed. Even if they are killed by cultivators, they can use the lightning power to return to their original form and reconstruct their remnant souls after some time. The Thunder Sovereign had sealed his remnant soul inside the Sovereign Tomb. He could be said to have died 10,000 years ago, or he could be living in a strange state inside the Sovereign Tomb. No one can tell whether he's dead or alive. However, as long as the Thunder Sovereign's remnant soul is still inside the Sovereign Tomb, the Rain Palace won't dare to act recklessly in the Endless Sea. Dong Su's eyes were filled with admiration. Even if Thunder Sovereign Bu Zhou had died, he still had a way to seal his remnant soul inside the sovereign tomb and achieve another kind of undying state. Even if Thunder Sovereign Bu Zhou was only left with a remnant soul, it was enough to make the divine sovereign of the rain world fearful. This was the reputation of Thunder Sovereign Bu Zhou. Dong Su patted his storage pouch and took out a lightning jade. He handed it to Ning Fan and let him have a look at it. It was a silver jade token which had already been recognized by Dong Su as its master. Is this the lightning jade? Ning Fan's face turned solemn. That's right. This is the lightning jade. It's a necessary item to enter the sovereign tomb. However, because it has already recognized its master, I can't give it to you. Otherwise, you can use this lightning jade to enter the sovereign tomb and gain some experience. Every 100 years, the Zhou clan of the Internal Sea will give out 72 lightning jades. The Thunder Sovereign had fallen 10,000 years ago. During these 10,000 years, there were 7,200 lightning jades in the Rain World. Most of them were obtained by the Rain Palace. After obtaining these lightning jades, they must recognize and refine them before they can be used. Thus, they can't be given to others. 10 years later, the Zhou clan will have the chance to give out the jade tokens. There will be 72 slots. If you have the time, you can go and fight for it. With your strength, it won't be difficult for you to get a lightning jade. If you can get the lightning jade that is ranked first, you will obtain a great opportunity. Among the people who obtain the lightning jade, the person who is ranked first will obtain the bestowment lightning jade. It contains a trace of bestowment power from the Thunder Sovereign. Refining it can greatly improve one's cultivation base. All of us, the 7 venerated beings of the Internal Sea, have won the first place in the competition for the lightning jade. Dong Su stared at Ning Fan deeply. He believed that with Ning Fan's strength, even if he has to compete against the Divine Transformation Realm and Rain Palace's geniuses of the Internal Sea, he would still be able to obtain the first place. The tomb of the Thunder Sovereign was filled with opportunities everywhere. To Ning Fan, who was in urgent need of improving his strength, it was a great temptation. 10 years later, Ning Fan nodded his head. If he is still in the Endless Sea 10 years later, he would certainly go and fight for the lightning jade. Ning Fan never had the intention to let go of opportunities. However, since there are still 10 years before the quota for the Thunder Sovereign's tomb will be given out, it was a little too early to think about it now. Fellow Taoist Dong Su, how long do you need to prepare to break through to the Void Refinement Realm with the help of the Sovereign Tomb? Ning Fan changed the topic and asked. If it's short, it'll be a few years. If it's long, it'll be a few decades. Breaking through to the Void Refinement Realm is not a small matter. However, with your help, I'm still quite confident. For the first step, I'm going to stay in Gusu and imitate your state of mind. With me here, Gusu will be fine. The Pleasure Devil Island will also be fine. Is that so? In that case, fellow Taoist Dong Su's breakthrough in the Sovereign Tomb won't happen in the next few years, right? That's good too. If I get a lightning jade 10 years later, I might be able to enter the Sovereign Tomb and help fellow Taoist achieve a breakthrough. Hee. If that day really comes, I'll have to rely on fellow Taoist to protect me. Dong Su smiled and did not think too much about it. I'm going to leave for a few days to settle some mundane matters in the external Endless Sea. After that, I'll go into seclusion in the Lost World Palace to completely refine all the things I've obtained from killing so that I can enter the internal Endless Sea in my strongest state. Perhaps a few months or maybe a few years. Ning Fan pondered. When Dong Su heard that Ning Fan was going to leave, he immediately said with surprise. You're going to leave for a few years? If that's the case, why don't you let Ling Er stay in Gusu for the time being? Her fate has been completed and her strength has increased tremendously. She's not far away from the Divine Transformation Realm now. During the few years you're gone, she might have a chance to achieve that. Ling Er, Divine Transformation Realm? That's good too. If that's the case, I'll concoct some pills for her before I leave to help her succeed. The figures of 2 ladies appeared in front of Ning Fan's eyes. One of them was Su Qiuling and the other was Yin Suqiu. These 2 ladies seemed to be on the verge of attaining the Divine Transformation Realm. Perhaps, I can concoct some pills for Suqiu. He fell into deep thought. These ladies are my family members. My family. With them around, even if I have to wander around the world, where isn't my home, my family? Other than them, my master and my younger brother, there seems to be another family. Mother, he seemed to have thought of something. He stared at Dong Su with a hint of hesitation and nervousness in his eyes. Even though there was only a hint of nervousness, it was extremely rare to see such an expression in Ning Fan's eyes. Fellow Taoist Dong Su, can you use the blood of a true immortal to perform a divination for me? A very important matter. Oh? Of course I can. However, the blood of a true immortal can only be used once. Fellow Taoist, have you thought about what you want me to perform a divination on? Dong Su was secretly surprised. He had never seen Ning Fan being nervous before. It was enough to show how important this divination was to Ning Fan. I've already thought about it. Please help me find a person. There were too many things in Ning Fan's mind that he wanted to perform a divination on. He wanted to find the person who plotted against Old Devil, but Wei Xian had already told him. He wanted to find Qi Weiliang's 3 spiritual and 7 physical souls. However, he already had some guesses about the whereabouts of the 3 spiritual and 7 physical souls. He wanted to know who was the one who changed his fate and plotted against his luck. However, compared to the whereabouts of that person, all of these were not worth mentioning. He wanted to find that person. When he was in the sea of clouds, he found out that that person was still alive through various clues. He wanted to find that person and bring him back. Find someone? Who? Her name is Ning Qian. Ning Fan's tone was calm, but his eyes were filled with mixed feelings. Ning Qian was his mother. He did not know whether his mother was still alive or not. Everything was just his speculation. If the result of Dong Su's divination was that his mother had passed away, then his expectation would be in vain. Ning Qian? It seems to be the name of a woman. Is she your woman? Fellow Taoist Zhou, you are really a romantic. Dong Su casually laughed but was interrupted by Ning Fan's angry gaze. She is my mother. Ning Fan couldn't help but be angry. His parents were not something that could be joked about. Cough cough, this old man misspoke. Dong Su was inwardly surprised. Ning Fan actually asked him to use the blood of a true immortal to divine his mother's whereabouts. He is indeed a filial son. Do you have her face? Keepsake? Aura? Dong Su asked. I only know her face. With a wave of his hand, he took out a brush and ink and closed his eyes to recall Ning Qian's appearance. The Ning Qian in Yunruo's dream, the Ning Qian who pitted her son on the 10 Steps Bridge, and the Ning Qian who cooked for Ning Fan in the illusory realm of the Tao-seeking cliff. The images overlapped with each other. Ning Fan waved his brush and drew a dignified lady with kind eyes on the paper. If it's only the appearance, I won't be able to divine much information. I can only do my best. Dong Su memorized the portrait in his heart. He sat on his seat and pinched his fingers to divine. A trace of blood-red light flickered between his eyebrows, and a vast pressure flowed out of his body. However, it was sealed within a 30-feet radius, and did not leak too far. Ning Fan clenched his fists tightly. He was waiting for Dong Su to give him a satisfactory answer. He had always thought that he had no parents. Now that he found out that his mother might still be alive, he would naturally spare no effort to find her. The time it takes for an incense stick to burn passed. 2 hours passed. 1 day passed. Dong Su's face gradually turned pale as if performing divination was extremely difficult for him. I can't see it clearly. I can't see it clearly. Her fate has also been touched by someone. Her fate has been concealed by someone. However, since it's fellow Taoist Zhou's request, I will do it for you even if I have to risk my life. Dong Su's eyes flashed with a stern look. In the life of a cultivator, they would be heartless and cut off from worldly affairs. However, Ning Fan was willing to find his mother. This made Dong Su admire him. One must fulfill one's promise and fulfill one's promise. Even though Dong Su did not know who was so powerful that he could actually conceal her fate, he was willing to do his best to repay Ning Fan's kindness. Blood, break. A ruthless look appeared in Dong Su's eyes. With a shake of his magic power, the true immortal blood between his eyebrows was shattered. Immediately, his chest felt as if it had been hit by a heavy blow. He fell off the chair and onto the ground, coughing up blood. However, there was a hint of excitement in his eyes. By relying on self-damage arts, when he shattered the true immortal's blood, his insight void actually shook off a shred of concealment and saw the mysteries of heaven. Fellow Taoist Zhou, I've divined it. The heavenly fate shows that if we want to find Ming Qian, we need to find one person. When he thought of this, Dongsu suddenly showed a look of hesitation. He did not know whether he should tell Ning Fan the result of his divination or not. Who are you looking for? Ning Fan's eyes lit up with joy. Since he could still find his mother, it naturally meant that she was still alive. If one could not fulfill filial piety in life, how could one rest in peace after death? He wanted to find his mother and make up for his unfulfilled filial duty. We are going to look for the white-robed sword god Yin Tianjue. Cough cough, perhaps my divination was wrong. Fellow Taoist, please don't take it to heart. Dong Su, who had always been calm, actually felt a trace of fear when he said this name. He did not know if it was a mistake to ask Ning Fan to look for this person. That Yin Tianjue was a sword devil who killed without batting an eyelid. Yin Tianjue. Even Ning Fan's heart trembled a little when he heard this name. After going through so many hardships in the cultivation world for so many years, he was no longer the young boy he was in the past. How could he not know about the famous white-robed sword god? When a sword comes from the west, the world bows its head. With a sword in his hand, he dares to fight against the heavens. That Yin Tianjue was not only extremely strong but also had a cold, arrogant, eccentric, temperamental and merciless. Ning Fan frowned inwardly. Could it be that he had to ask Yin Tianjue about his mother's whereabouts, putting aside the fact that he did not know where Yin Tianjue was? Even if he did not know if he would anger that person again and turn him into ashes if he asked Yin Tianjue. Fellow Taoist Zhou, I have something to advise you. There are still other ways for you to find your mother. If it's not necessary, don't get involved with that Yin Tianjue. 1,000 years ago, that person was just at the nascent soul realm. 1,000 years later, he advanced to the void fragmentation realm. He is extremely strong, but he is also the most ruthless and cold-blooded person. According to rumors, when Yin Tianjue broke through to the void fragmentation realm, he went crazy and even killed his fourth brother. Because he killed the fourth prince of the Rain Palace, the divine sovereign punished him severely and he even crippled one of his arms. He killed my fourth brother? Ning Fan frowned. He could not help but have a bad impression of Yin Tianjue. From his point of view, the people in this world were roughly divided into 3 types: mortals, enemies, and relatives. Ning Fan was unwilling to kill mortals. When cultivators step into a battle, they would definitely fight to the death. They were enemies. As for his relatives, even if Ning Fan dies, he would not kill his own relatives. Ning Fan naturally looked down on that Yin Tianjue a little. Even though his strength was strong and his innate talent was high, it would certainly be difficult for him to go far in the Great Tao with such cold-blooded behavior. I will remember fellow Taoist Dong Su's kind advice. If it's not necessary, I won't provoke such a ruthless person. However, no matter what, I will find her. A thought flashed across Ning Fan's mind. If I can't find Yin Tianjue, I will go and find Yin Ruowei. He remembered that he had met Ning Qian once in Yin Ruowei's dream. Perhaps Yin Ruowei knows something. Looking at Ning Fan's thoughtful eyes, Dong Su found it very interesting. Out of 10,000 evils, lust is the worst. Out of 100 virtues, filial piety comes first. Ning Fan possessed both lust and filial piety. This young man is really an extreme person. First update, to be continued. After having a detailed discussion with Dong Su, he returned to the Zhou mansion and began his seclusion to concoct pills. 3 months later, Ning Fan left Gusu City and left 4 pills for Su Qiuling. The Mystic Blood Pill, the Separation and Reunion Pill, the General Breakthrough Pill, and the Cloud Birth Pill were all items that could increase the chances of reaching the soul formation level. I'm leaving. Ning Fan stroked the side of Su Qiuling's face and nodded at Bai Su to signal him to leave. He had stayed in Gusu for a long time. There were too many things that prevented him from staying here. Before entering the Eternal Endless Sea, there were some things he had to do. At the same time, Ning Fan sent out a message transmitting Flying Sword, ordering Yu Long to bring some people to do something. The more, the better. Celestial jade wasn't a problem at all of this was naturally for Luo Yu, who was still in a deep sleep. In order to save Ning Fan, Luo Yu had exhausted the last of her primordial spirit's power and eventually fell into a deep slumber. If she is not awakened as soon as possible, her life would be in danger. She had saved him from danger several times. It was impossible for him to abandon her. If he wanted to awaken the power of his primordial spirit, he would need some precious medicine, and he would also need to cultivate the yin-yang transformation to the third layer as soon as possible. Once he cultivated to the third level, he would be able to open the profound yin world and rescue Luo Yu. We must be quick. We can't let her primordial spirit die. Ning Fan's eyes were solemn. The yin-yang transformation was already at the peak of the second level. He only needed an opportunity to break through to the next level. That opportunity was to have dual cultivation with a void fragmentation realm female cultivator. However, this was obviously unrealistic. He had already made up his mind to break through his bottleneck through dual cultivation with over 1,000 human cauldrons. This was not something that was pleasing to the eye. He did not want to do it in Gusu. The beam of light transformed into a stream of purple smoke, drifting to a devil island 10 million miles away. This island was a gathering place for bandits. It was only 10,000 miles wide and wasn't too big. There was a demonic city on the island, and there were thousands of demonic cultivators stationed there. They seemed to have just plundered a third-rate faction and plundered many immortal jades and spirit herbs. The people on the island were celebrating, but in the next moment, accompanied by a loud rumble, the island's great protective array was shattered by a finger. How dare you? Which rascal dares come to my Mullen Island to cause trouble? A burly early-stage nascent soul cultivator, who seemed to be the leader of the group of cultivators, was already half-drunk. Hearing that the island was being attacked, he immediately led some people out of the city to investigate. Thousands of cultivators swarmed out of the city. As far as they could see, they could only see a young man in white standing in the sky without saying a word. This young man's aura was as vast as the ocean, but it was not leaking out in the slightest. Ordinary cultivators would not be able to tell his exact cultivation level. Seeing that there was only one person attacking the island, several gold core cultivators revealed a mocking expression. They waved their blades and soared into the sky, ready to attack the young man. However, with the young man's indifferent eyes, several Jindan stage men suddenly had goosebumps. They only felt that they were being stared at by a fierce beast. When they saw the young man's face again, the thousands of cultivators trembled at the same time, and the nascent soul leader was so scared that he sobered up. He's one of the 8 venerables of the internal sea, revered Ming. Stop. Everyone stop. No one is allowed to provoke him. This nascent soul stage leader was also a ruthless person who had killed countless people. However, when the young man glanced at him, he felt his nascent soul tremble. It was as if the young man could destroy his cultivation with just a thought. *pa******************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************* not wait for the young man to speak. All of them put down their magic treasures and knelt on the ground, kowtowing desperately. "Revered Ming, please spare our lives. Please don't slaughter the island. We didn't know that the Luoyang sect was related to revered Ming. We are guilty. Please calm down, revered Ming." The nascent soul stage leader felt like killing himself. He had just led a group of bandits to annihilate the Luoyang sect, a third-rate force, and plundered a large amount of wealth. However, he did not expect to provoke Zhou Ming before he could celebrate. The nascent soul stage leader suddenly recalled that one of the elders of the Luoyang sect had the surname Zhou. He shuddered inwardly. Could it be that the elder surnamed Zhou is Zhou Ming's descendant? Zhou Ming is here to slaughter the island for revenge. It's over. We're dead meat. Previously, when the alliance of assassinating Ming killed a few mortals, Zhou Ming was enraged and annihilated the island, killing 1 million cultivators and 20 divine transformation realm cultivators. This time I will definitely die a horrible death after leading my men to kill Zhou Ming's descendant. Each of the bandits revealed a look of despair. It was obvious that Ning Fan had left a bad name in the Endless Sea after destroying the Ying Island. Ning Fan glanced at the group of cultivators. He was not interested in them at all. What kind of force was the Luoyang sect? He did not know them at all. Neither did he have the intention to annihilate the entire island. Perhaps the current Ning Fan would incite fear in every island in the Endless Sea no matter which island he goes to. Since the Ying Island was destroyed by Ning Fan alone, there were really not many islands in the Endless Sea that could stop him. Get lost. I don't want to see anyone within 100,000 li * 500 m per li of this island. Ning Fan flicked his sleeve. A violent gust of wind rose and turned into countless purple smoke, rolling towards the thousands of bandits. In an instant, he threw them 10,000 li * 500 m per li away with his teleportation technique. Kiss the bandits gasped. They immediately realized that Ning Fan had thrown them 10,000 li * 500 m per li away with just a flick of his sleeve. It was said that the teleportation technique of a divine transformation realm old monster could teleport objects away. Moreover, they could also use the teleportation technique to send a message using a flying sword, allowing the flying sword to travel at an unimaginable speed. However, the group of cultivators had never heard of any divine transformation realm old monster who could cultivate the teleportation technique to Ning Fan's level. He could teleport thousands of cultivators with just a flick of his sleeve. What kind of heaven-defying technique was that? Each of the bandits fell into a state of shock. A moment later, their thoughts were interrupted by the roar of the leader of the nascent soul realm cultivators. You bunch of bastards! Why aren't you getting lost with me? Revered Ming has said that we have to go 90,000 li * 500 m per li away from here. The leader of the nascent soul realm cultivators felt extremely lucky. It was really unexpected that he could survive Ning Fan's attack. At this moment, he treated Ning Fan's words as if he was obeying an imperial edict. He did not dare to disobey Ning Fan at all. Thus, he led the group of bandits and fled further and further away. Ning Fan's spirit sense swept across the empty Amolan Island. He smiled faintly. It seems like the impact of destroying the Ying Island is not bad. Now that his name had spread across the Endless Sea, no one would dare to disturb the people close to him anymore. He touched his glabella and took out the star positioning plate. He bent his finger and sighed. All of a sudden, a starlight formation diagram spread across 10,000 li * 500 m per li, protecting the Amolan Island within it. With a shake of his cauldron ring, the female corpse, Yu Ling Kong, Nailin Zi, Bing Ling, Yu Ling, Feng Nu, and the 1,000+ female guards of the Ning family were summoned. Light, the female corpse was holding the drawing rope with her bare hands. She was foolishly playing with Mu Xiaohuan. The female guards of the Ning family seemed to be training. Nailin Zi's complexion had already recovered. After being tamed by Ning Fan, the arrogance on her face turned into respect and obedience, changing from one extreme to another. Yu Ling Kong was bathing. When she was suddenly summoned by Ning Fan, her body was completely exposed. Without anything to cover her body, her naked body was completely exposed in front of Ning Fan's eyes. Little cucumber. I'm bathing. Why did you summon me? Are you trying to take advantage of me? Yes. Ning Fan smiled inexplicably. He really wanted to take advantage of all the women. I've reached a bottleneck in my dual cultivation technique. I need to dual cultivate with a large number of human cauldrons in order to break through. The reason why I summoned all of you this time is to dual cultivate with all of you. I hope that you will cooperate with me. As soon as Ning Fan finished speaking, Yu Lingkong's face turned red and she refuted. You've reached a bottleneck in your cultivation technique. Why do you need us to cooperate with you? Do you think we will agree to your request? As soon as Yu Lingkong's voice fell, the faces of the 1,000+ beautiful women behind her turned red. All of them lowered their bodies respectfully. Under the lead of Bing Ling, Yu Ling, Feng Ling, and Chao Ling, the women began to take off their clothes in a well-trained manner. In just a short period of time, the 1,000+ beautiful women were all naked. Some of them were bold enough to make eyes at Ning Fan while some of them closed their eyes shyly. No matter what their expressions were, none of these women rejected Ning Fan's dual cultivation. Yu Lingkong was stunned. She totally did not expect that Ning Fan could make more than 1,000 women take off their clothes obediently with just a single sentence. She knew that all of them were Ning Fan's human cauldrons. However, most of them were still virgins. Why were they so obedient to Ning Fan? Did they not reject him at all? Ning Fan was also quite surprised. Even though he wanted to dual cultivate with these women, he did not ask them to take off their clothes on the spot. More than 1,000 women took off their clothes so neatly. They were really well trained. Master. We, the female guards of the Ning family, are willing to offer ourselves to you at all times to please you. Bing Ling and Yu Ling smiled complacently. Taming more than 1,000 women was naturally the work of the two of them. Most of these women were the human cauldrons that Ning Fan bought. They were originally docile. A small number of them were Ning Fan's enemies. However, all of them were subdued by Ning Fan. After a long period of time, they had long been brainwashed by the two ladies. Now, they could not be more obedient. Not only did Bing Ling and Yu Ling train the female guards in undressing and sleeping techniques, they also trained them to fight in battle formations. They wholeheartedly wanted to share the danger for Ning Fan. They were ready to rush into the battlefield at any time and block the blades and shadows for him. Thank you. Ning Fan walked closer to the two ladies and patted their heads. Looking at the 1,000+ naked ladies, all sorts of emotions welled up in his heart. In the next few months, I will dual cultivate with all of you. Come at me one by one. There's no need to come at me all at once. He was not a good person, so he bought the cauldron to have dual cultivation with it. However, after being influenced by Su Qiuling, he began to care about his cauldron. This was the first time for many of the female cauldron furnaces. If they did it like animals mating, it would leave a shadow in their hearts. The only thing he could do was to let the women go into battle one by one, at least to leave them with a beautiful memory. Little cucumber, you're a sex fiend. How shameless can you be to have sex with 1,000 women? Yu Lingkong scolded him fiercely, but inwardly, she was a little uncertain. She did not know if Ning Fan would also dual cultivate with her to comprehend some bottleneck of his cultivation method. Her body was that of a little girl. She had yet to develop at all. Doing that was just too painful. Her first time almost killed her from the pain. She had a shadow in her heart. Yu Er, are you afraid? Ning Fan asked. I. Yu Lingkong was a little timid. She was really a little afraid. However, when she saw Ning Fan's teasing eyes, her dignity as a female tyrant told her not to be frightened by him. I'm not afraid. Even if I'm stabbed to death by you, little cucumber, I'm not afraid. Yu Lingkong looked like she was ready to face death. Silly girl. If you're unwilling, I won't force you. You, Weiliang and little maid should stay on the island to get some fresh air. Don't run around. It was Ning Fan's first time being so gentle to her. His bright smile was exactly the same as the expression of the 7-apricot city in the past. Yu Lingkong's heart shuddered. She had already gotten used to Ning Fan's abuse. This was her first time being treated gently by Ning Fan. She actually felt somewhat at a loss. A human cauldron was a human cauldron, while his wife and concubine were his wife and concubine. Perhaps, after going through life and death together in Shanghai, Ning Fan had long regarded her as his wife and concubine. Little cucumber, thank you. In that case, I won't dual cultivate with you anymore. Yu Lingkong did not try to put on a brave front. She decisively accepted Ning Fan's kind intention and refused to dual cultivate with him. She had no choice. The hole below her was too small. If Ning Fan was in pain, she would also be in pain. Why did she have to do that? However, as soon as she said those words, Yu Lingkong suddenly felt a little disappointed. For the first time in her life, she hated the fact that she was a girl. Help me take care of Weiliang and my servant girl. Ning Fan patted Yu Lingkong's beautiful hair. After letting the female guards of the Ning family wear their clothes, they entered the Devil City. However, his eyes were resolute. He did not explain to the girls that the reason he was plucking Luoyu in such a licentious manner was so that he could break through the third layer of his cultivation technique as soon as possible and save Luoyu. There was no need to explain. There was no need to explain. He wanted these women's chastity. Since they had committed a crime, he didn't want to use excuses to evade. Using excuses to evade them would be an insult to these girls who had pledged their loyalty to Ning Fan. Ning Fan would rather keep it a secret from them and tell them that he was coveting their beauty and that they were in love with each other. That was why he was dual cultivating with them. For the next few months, the seductive moans of women could be heard from time to time in the devil city of Emolan Island. Ning Fan's yin-yang transformation was slowly breaking through as he plucked them repeatedly. In the sky above Emolan Island, a gigantic totem of a yin-yang fish illuminated the vast sky like a door that was waiting to be opened. As long as this door is opened, his yin-yang transformation would achieve a breakthrough. Time passed day after day. When the cultivators who entered Emolan Island by mistake saw the extremely terrifying Starlight Grand Formation guarding this place and Ning Fan's warning in the formation light, they immediately left in shock. Under the concealment of the formation light, no one could spy on the erotic things happening on Emolan Island. However, many cultivators could vaguely hear the seductive moans of women on the island, and there were more than one of them. It can't be wrong. The expert on Emolan Island is venerated Ming. That's right. It's definitely venerated Ming. Besides, judging from those women's moans, venerated Ming is dual cultivating with them. Moreover, there are quite a number of them. I'm afraid there are hundreds or even thousands of them. What? Venerated Ming is dual cultivating with so many women? Could it be that he is cultivating a dual cultivation technique? Yes. It's a dual cultivation technique. Besides, I've even seen that kind of cultivation technique in some ancient books. In the sky above Emolan Island, there was a strange phenomenon of yin-yang fish. If I'm not mistaken, venerated Ming is cultivating the yin-yang devil technique. What? It's actually that kind of extremely shameless fiend god cultivation technique? No. That's not what I meant. No matter how shameless a cultivation technique is, it won't be shameless if venerated Ming is cultivating it. None of the cultivators dared to offend Ning Fan or speak ill of him. However, the news of Ning Fan cultivating the yin-yang devil technique still spread. To low-level cultivators, fiend god cultivation techniques were very rare. To divine transformation realm cultivators, however, fiend god cultivation techniques could only be regarded as high-end cultivation techniques. Many divine transformation realm cultivators had already cultivated them. However, even if they cultivate the same type of fiend god cultivation technique, the effects would be greatly different without the orthodox inheritance. What Ning Fan needed to conceal was not the fact that he cultivated the yin-yang devil veins but the fact that he possessed the yin-yang locket. That was enough. There might be many people who cultivated the yin-yang transformation in this world. However, without the yin-yang locket, their bewitching technique would never be as profound as Ning Fan's. On Gusu Island, Su Qiuling received a message from a flying sword. After reading the content of the message, she remained indifferent and silent. The content of the message was sent by Su Russian of the Pleasure Devil Island. He told Su Qiuling that Ning Fan cultivated the bewitching technique, hoping that she would understand Ning Fan and not be angry. Su Qiuling already knew about this a long time ago. Even though Ning Fan had dual cultivated with so many women, she still loved him. She understood Ning Fan. She knew that he had no other choice and there was no way out. Big brother, you still like to show off, Su Qiuling dismissed it with a smile. She knew that Ning Fan naturally had his own reasons for having sex with thousands of women every day. The third level of the yin-yang transformation, huh? I heard that even though the yin-yang transformation is a shameless cultivation technique, it is also very difficult to cultivate. Only some void fragmentation realm devil lords who are rumored to be able to cultivate this cultivation technique to the third level. If Big Brother can cultivate this cultivation technique to the third level when he is still at the divine transformation realm, he can be considered to have an extraordinary aptitude. As expected of Big Brother, he can always do things that ordinary people can't. With such a gentle temperament, it would be a pity if she doesn't become the empress of the world. Father, you don't have to worry about me. Why would I blame Big Brother? Because I understand him. In the evening breeze, Su Qiuling gazed at the edge of the world and stroked the hair on her temples. Her eyes were filled with longing. No matter what kind of scolding Ning Fan would have to bear, she would accompany him to the end of his journey. She would never let him be lonely again. To be continued. For a few months, Ning Fan had intercourse with 1,000 women. He had almost cultivated the second level of his cultivation method to its peak. Over 1,000 women had already lost their chastity after having intercourse with him. After serving Ning Fan, each of them began to cultivate on the Amolan island and practice formations on their own. In the bedroom, Ning Fan closed his eyes without saying a word. Around him, there were Bing Ling, Yu Ling, the Wind Ladies and the Tea Ladies who were eating naked. Below him, Nalanzi was blinded. She carefully held Ning Fan's fiery body with her fragrant lips and served Ning Fan using the unique technique of the Purple Cuckoo clan. Under the service of these women, it was enough to make any man go crazy. However, Ning Fan's heart was as hard as stone. He was not moved at all. The higher his cultivation method was, the calmer he would be when facing women and the less likely he would be bewitched by the bewitching technique. In a sense, it was not without reason that Ning Fan's mental state was strong. Walking among the flowers all day and all night while restraining himself from acting like a beast or bullying a human cauldron was already a great mental state test for a man. "Master, you haven't broken through yet." Bing Ling hugged Ning Fan's waist and rubbed her soft breasts on Ning Fan's body desperately. The other women also got closer and seduced Ning Fan to help him achieve a breakthrough in his cultivation method. Nalanzi was working hard. Her soft lips skillfully licked Ning Fan's fiery body. For her younger sister, she gave her body and soul to Ning Fan. She did not know if Ning Fan would lie to her. Thus, she could only work harder to please Ning Fan and make him happy so that he would keep his promise for her. Nalanzi's tongue was a little numb. She had been licking Ning Fan for 4 hours. However, Ning Fan refused to let go. It was enough to show how strong his temperament was. "Master, can I use my hands? My mouth is a little numb. I want to rest for a while." Nalanzi asked carefully. She did not have the domineering attitude of concubine Z in the past. "No need. All of you should take a rest. It's been hard on you." Ning Fan patted Nalanzi's head and nodded to the other women, signaling them to rest for a while. Bing Ling and the other women nodded and retreated. However, their eyes were inevitably filled with disappointment. It was a feeling of failure that they could not help Ning Fan. Nalanzi bit her lips and retreated as well. She blamed herself for not being able to please Ning Fan. Of course, she blamed herself for her younger sister. After the ladies left, Ning Fan was the only one left in the room. After inspecting his immortal veins, he frowned. "Why haven't you broken through?" The yin-yang transformation mentioned that when you break through to the third layer, the heavens will reveal the yin-yang fish gate. It has been several months since this door appeared, but I still have not made a breakthrough in my cultivation technique. Could it be that something is missing? Ning Fan seemed to have understood something. He put on his clothes and went out of the room. The moon outside the door was as cold as water. Looking up at the sky, outside the array light, in the dim light of the night, a totem of yin and yang fishes intersecting appeared in the sky. The black and white fishes of yin and yang seemed to contain all the truths of the world. If there is good, there will be evil. If there is good, there will be bad. If there is male, there will be female. If there is yin, there will be yang. If there is life, there will be death. If there is black, there will be white. The enlightenment in Ning Fan's heart grew stronger. When this enlightenment rose, he could faintly feel that his yin-yang transformation was showing signs of breaking through. However, it was still not enough, causing his cultivation method to be unable to break through completely. "I have done enough dual cultivation with women. If I still can't break through, the problem is not with dual cultivation. I'm afraid that my understanding of the two words yin and yang is not enough." Yin and yang. What is yin and yang? The yin-yang transformation cultivation method that the ancient Chaos Great Emperor passed down clearly covers the great Tao of the world. Why did he use the most intimate part of a man and a woman to describe it? The principles of the yin-yang transformation are too profound. However, just because it is a dual cultivation method, isn't it too arbitrary to classify it as trash? Why was little Yuer so persistent in cultivating the yin-yang transformation in the past? If she cultivates this technique, isn't she going to pluck men or women? The ancient Chaos Great Emperor used to be the disciple of immortal Emperor Zido and extracted the Tao of yin and yang from his great Tao of samsara. This cultivation method might have been famous in the ancient times. However, in the future, it became a method of perverts. Perverts. Suddenly, Ning Fan's eyes flashed. He seemed to have grasped a key point. Was male and female dual cultivation really shameless? If there is no dual cultivation between a man and a woman, how can everyone in the world be born? What is wrong is not dual cultivation but the utilization of the yin-yang transformation. According to rumors, during the ancient times, there was a yellow emperor who had sex with 3,000 women in a day and ascended to the heavens. If the yin-yang transformation falls into the hands of ancient chaos, he would certainly be the kind of dissolute great emperor who enjoys pleasure but is not lascivious. However, if this cultivation method falls into the hands of a perverted man, it would undoubtedly become a shameless method of plucking women. The one who is wrong is never the cultivation method but the person who uses it. Ning Fan suddenly understood something. The scenes of the past flashed in his mind like a flashing lantern. With the yin-yang transformation cultivation method, he had subdued countless women. With the magical effect of the mind-reading technique, he had peeped into the secrets of many women. All of these were shameless in the eyes of the world. Ning Fan would only be regarded as a perverted man. However, it is human nature to be lecherous. What is wrong with that? Perhaps, destroying one's nature and heart and being emotionless is the right path. What is right and what is wrong? Ning Fan's mind gradually became chaotic. He could not see through it, existence and destruction of nature. Being emotionless and emotionless were two completely different great Taos in the world. The Tao comprehension involved was too profound. Ning Fan could not understand it at all. Struggle. In his heart, he was struggling once again. It was like an inner devil knocking on Ning Fan's heart, mocking him and despising him. That inner devil kept saying that Ning Fan's Tao was wrong. When the inner devil was wreaking havoc in his mind, Ning Fan's eyes flashed with ruthlessness. He struck his chest with his palm, causing blood to spurt out from his mouth. He forcefully shattered the inner devil with a single palm strike. He was Ning Fan. How could he be looked down upon by the inner devil? He had an unparalleled arrogance. Gradually, he calmed down. I have a clear conscience. Killing people is wrong. However, what is wrong with killing enemies to protect the country? Saving people is right. However, if the person I'm saving is the wolf of Donghua, how is it right? Raping women is wrong. However, I, Ning Fan, ask myself if the women I pluck are not human cauldrons or enemies. I don't dare to say that I'm not wrong, but I have a clear conscience. Obeying the heavens' will is the right thing to do. However, if the end of the heavens' will is for me to die and my loved ones to be humiliated and killed, I will never submit to the heavens' will. I understand now. Ning Fan raised his head and looked at the sky. He finally understood how profound the yin-yang fishes that could be seen everywhere in the cultivation world actually were. Yin and yang had nothing to do with right or wrong. The heavenly Tao was heartless. Because it was heartless, it could treat everyone equally. Ning Fan's eyes were blank for a moment and deep for a moment. Sometimes, he wore white robes and other times, his black hair grew longer. Black chi rose from his body and he turned into a man in black robes. Black was Ning Fan and white was also Ning Fan. What was wrong was yin and yang. What was right was also yin and yang. The heavenly Tao had clear and turbid. However, there was no difference between clear and turbid. If there is no clear, there will be no turbid. If there is no yin, there will be no yang. I'm still a little short. Plucking women has already met the requirements. My own comprehension is almost enough as well. However, I still need to understand yin and yang from the hearts of others. I am Ning Fan, a devil cultivator. I can only look at these two words from the perspective of a devil cultivator. If that's the case, I will lose the true meaning of yin and yang and it will be too one-sided. I need the comprehension from the people of the righteous Tao. Ning Fan let out a hearty laugh. His voice shook the entire Emolan Island, disturbing the erotic dreams of countless women. Wait for me here. I will return within 7 days. He took a step forward and turned into a wisp of smoke, drifting out of the Emolan Island. Along the way to the west, Ning Fan passed by the profound micro-sect of the Western Endless Sea. It was a low-key righteous sect. There were only a few hundred cultivators in the sect and the strongest among them was just a gold core realm old man. In the Endless Sea, the righteous sects were different species. They were people who were at the mercy of others. Despite not having great strength, this profound micro-sect was able to persist on the righteous path and survive. This sect must have its own way of survival. In the profound micro-sect, other than a few disciples who were patrolling at night, most of the disciples were already in seclusion or asleep. The night was as cold as water. In the study room, the old ancestor of the profound micro-sect was holding a scripture in his hand. His body was full of righteous qi. The scripture that he was reading was a scripture of the devil Tao. Ning Fan seemed to have understood something. The old ancestor of the righteous Tao was studying the devil Tao. Was this the reason why the profound micro-sect survived in the cultivation tomb? A gust of wind blew into the study room, revealing Ning Fan's figure. The gentle breeze made the candlelight flicker. Qing Feng, Ming Yu, didn't I tell you that I don't like to be disturbed when I'm reading the scripture at night? The old man raised his head in displeasure. At the next moment, he saw an unfamiliar cultivator entering the study room. He could not help but feel shocked. Who are you? Asterisk swoosh asterisk. The old man suddenly rose to his feet. His face showed no signs of fear. Even though his cultivation base was weak, he had his own righteous Tao. This righteous Tao would not perish even if he were to read the devil's scripture. Under the dim candlelight, the old man gradually saw Ning Fan's appearance. As soon as he saw Ning Fan's face clearly, it was as if a bucket of cold water was poured on his head, making him break out in cold sweat. Revered Ming. He was stunned by Ning Fan's aura. All of this was because Ning Fan's reputation was too terrifying. After his fearsome reputation spread, countless forces competed to buy jade slips that had Ning Fan's appearance imprinted on them. They did not want to offend Ning Fan when they meet him in the future, which would lead to the destruction of their sects. I will ask and you will answer. Ning Fan's tone left no room for refusal. The old man broke out in cold sweat and did not dare to refute him. Yes, what's your name? My name is Jing Tong. I am the old ancestor of the profound micro-sect. Are you a cultivator of the righteous Tao? Yes, you are a cultivator of the righteous Tao while I am a devil cultivator. Why are you afraid of me? Isn't it the duty of the righteous Tao to slay devils? How would I dare to do that? In this world, the two words righteous and devil are only separated by a single thought. The cultivation methods are different, but there is only one path that leads to the great Tao. Instead of being obsessed with the two words righteous and devil, why don't I restrain myself and cultivate diligently and diligently? There are countless devil Tao in this world, but there are also countless righteous Tao. My righteous Tao is to impart knowledge and protect the lives of the disciples of my sect. If I can protect the safety of my disciples, even if I become a devil, I will still be righteous in my heart. The old man's cultivation base was just at the early gold core realm. However, when he spoke, his Tao heart was firm. Obviously, he often served the devil sect for the sake of the sect's safety, and he did not feel ashamed. The righteous Tao that the old man pursued was not for a clean reputation but to protect the safety of his disciples. If there is no righteousness to protect, there is no way for one to claim to be righteous. The righteousness of the old man represented everyone in the profound micro-sect. Well said. It turns out that in your heart, yin and yang are only separated by a single thought. If you stick to your original heart, even if you become yin, you can still claim to be yang. Ning Fan pondered for a while. He flicked his sleeve and left a few bottles of pills. At the next moment, he turned into a breeze and disappeared in front of the old man. What a mysterious speed. This is the burning flame pill. The old man's expression changed drastically. This burning flame pill was a kind of precious high-grade third revolution pill in the endless sea. It was used to increase the magic power of a gold core realm cultivator. If there are enough pills, one could even break through to the mid-gold core realm from the early gold core realm in one go. If he has these pills, the day he breaks through to the mid-gold core realm would be just around the corner. The stronger he is, the better he would be able to protect his disciples. He was a good master. This kind of kindness had nothing to do with good or evil, the righteous or the devil path. The old man could not calm himself down for a long time. He looked at the direction where Ning Fan left with a grateful expression. He vaguely guessed that Ning Fan asked him questions in order to break through the shackles of calmness and try to comprehend something by analogy. It was just like how the old man studied the devil scripture in order to improve his cultivation base on the righteous path. From the time Ning Fan appeared until he left, it was just the time it takes for an incense stick to burn. He did not disturb the profound microsect at all, and he did not even kill a single person. In the old man's eyes, Ning Fan was not as bloodthirsty as the rumors said. Instead, he was a man with principles and a clear distinction between gratitude and grudges. So this is the true venerated Ming. What a free and unrestrained demeanor of a devil cultivator. The respect in the old man's eyes grew stronger. As he flew out of the profound microsect, Ning Fan pondered over the old man's words and seemed to have understood something. He flew all the way to the west. His spirit sense swept across 50,000 li *, 500 m per li, but he did not stop at all. After another day, the sky was already bright. Only then did he stop at the western border of the Endless Sea. This place was almost out of the territory of the Endless Sea. At the border of the Western Sea, there was a mortal country. It was very small and it could not fit into the 800 cultivation countries at all. Ning Fan stopped and saw a decaying county government office on top of a mortal city. The county magistrate was trying to curry favor with another official by offering a plate of gold and silver to him. It seemed that the river in the county had burst its banks and there were countless victims. In order to obtain relief money, the county magistrate was bribing another person. That county magistrate showed a flattering expression. When the other official left, his face suddenly turned serious. One day, I will wipe out all the sycophants in the world. This sense of righteousness came from the bottom of his heart. It was definitely not an act. Interesting. Ning Fan landed in the county government office. He was slightly interested in this upright and outspoken county magistrate who bribed his superior. Ning Fan turned into a gust of wind and landed in the county government office. When the county magistrate saw Ning Fan descending from the sky, he thought that he was an expert of the Jianghu. He was secretly shocked and immediately called out to a dozen runners. Each of these runners had the back of a tiger and the waist of a bear while Ning Fan looked weak. However, when Ning Fan flicked his sleeves, all of them fainted. Demon, demon. The county magistrate was afraid. As the saying goes, a man does not speak of supernatural powers. However, the county magistrate could clearly see that Ning Fan was not an ordinary person. I will ask and you will answer. Ning Fan still did not allow him to refuse. Yes, why are you afraid of me? Because you know demonic arts. The county magistrate was a little scared. Why are you an official? To wipe out the mediocre officials and help the common people. When talking about ideals, the county magistrate suddenly became serious. You want to wipe out the mediocre officials, but why did you corrupt yourself and willingly bribe your superior? A clean reputation is not worth mentioning. May I ask a mortal master, if I only want a clean reputation and can't raise funds for the disaster relief, what good will it do to the people of the county? If I don't corrupt myself, I won't be able to protect the lives of the people. I am a capable official, not an honest one. If I don't cater to the common people, I won't be able to solve any troubles for the emperor. Bo Yi and Shu Qi are noble and pure, but they are not beneficial to the common people. What is the use of being noble and pure? Chen Ping stole his sister-in-law and bullied the rich, but he shared his master's worries. Xiao He corrupted himself to gain his master's trust. I am willing to be like Qin Shao and use my ability to help the common people of the world. Today's turbidity is for the sake of purity in the future. I see. In your heart, Yin and Yang complement each other. Today's turbidity can be exchanged for purity in the future. Ning Fan took a step forward and walked out of the county magistrate's office. Suddenly, he stomped on the ground, causing the entire county to tremble. The river that had burst its banks was like a water dragon that soared to the sky and returned to the river channel. The banks were rebuilt. Of course, this was the reward Ning Fan gave to the county magistrate for answering his questions. This was a good official. Even though he had violated the law and bribed people, he still cared about the common people. The tremors made the county magistrate's mouth agape and terrified. He thought that Ning Fan was a deity that could crush the entire county with a single stomp. Not long after, a lowly official sent a message saying that the river had been repaired and the river had returned to the river channel. Even the epidemic did not appear after the flood. Every single one of the victims was hale and hearty. The county magistrate was stunned. It was impossible for the river that had burst its banks to return to the river channel. It was impossible for the victims of the epidemic to cure themselves. All of these were undoubtedly the doing of the immortal master. The county magistrate realized that he had solved the immortal master's doubts. The act of saving the victims was a reward for the county magistrate. On behalf of the people of the county, I thank the immortal master. Tears and snot flowed down the county magistrate's face as he bowed in the direction where Ning Fan left. After leaving the country of mortals, Ning Fan understood more and more things. Every time he passed by a place, he would spread out his spirit sense and ask the cultivators and mortals about it. Yin and Yang encompassed all the great Daos. Everyone's actions could be explained by Yin and Yang. Ning Fan understood more and more things. Eventually, he stopped at the bank of a river. A child was reciting a scripture by the river. It was taught by a private school. When the sun is clear, it's Yang. When the moon is waning, it's Yin. The meaning of this scripture was very simple. The sun is Yang and the moon is Yin. Ning Fan was confused. Could it be that the great Tao of Yin and Yang that he was pursuing was just the principle of the alternation of the sun and moon? 7 days later, Ning Fan returned to Emolan Island and sat cross-legged on his bed. His brows gradually relaxed. It's not enough to be obsessed with the evil Tao. It's also wrong to be obsessed with the righteous Tao. The myriad of laws in the world must be balanced by Yin and Yang, good and evil coexisting. What is pure and turbid? The pure is naturally pure and the turbid is naturally turbid. What is good and evil? Good is good and evil is evil. What is Yin and Yang? Going against is Yin and taking it straight is Yang. I understand all of these. But because I understand them, I'm a little confused. The scripture that the child recited kept echoing in Ning Fan's mind. Along the way, Ning Fan's understanding of Yin and Yang changed from being at a loss. Then, he seemed to have gained some enlightenment. Then, he completely understood it. At this moment, he felt like he knew nothing about it. He was obsessed with the simplicity of the great Tao. Wise people compared Yin and Yang to the sun and the moon. However, he compared Yin and Yang to pure and turbid, good and evil. Trying to make an analogy and speculate was like neglecting the essentials. Everything returns to its original point. Why is the yin-yang transformation a dual cultivation technique? It's because great Emperor Ancient Chaos believed that men are yang and women are yin. The copulation between a man and a woman is the most suitable way of alternating the great Tao of yin and yang. Two completely different people combined and gave birth to life. The so-called yin and yang can be explained by analogy. It's the power that is formed when two diametrically opposite forces fuse and merge. Ning Fan felt like he was looking back on his life. A mountain was not a mountain, and a mountain was still a mountain. The great Tao is the simplest. Heaven is my wife, earth is my concubine, all living things are my cauldron, the great Tao of yin and yang, dual cultivation. Ancient Chaos Immortal Emperor's words are to compare everything in the world to yin, to be plucked and devoured, to temper oneself into yang, and by plucking yin to nourish yang, the grand Tao will be accomplished. I'm not just plucking women, I'm plucking everything in the great Tao of the heavens. This is a plunder cultivation technique that seeks to seize the Tao from the heavens and the earth. Treat heaven and earth as a woman and pluck them clean. This was the first time he had seen through the essence of the yin-yang transformation. How was this plucking all the women in the world? It was clearly plucking the heavenly Tao and reincarnation. One could imagine just how arrogant Immortal Emperor Ancient Chaos was to dare to compete against the heavens for the Tao. Ning Fan walked out of the room and looked at the sky with a smile. His left eye flickered with a strange pure white, while his left eye turned into a strange pure black. The pupil and the white were indistinguishable. Under this gaze, the giant gate of the yin and yang fish in the sky exploded open. Amidst a burst of light, Ning Fan took a step forward and disappeared from his original spot. Then, he appeared in a place that was shrouded in haze. No, the air here was not hazy. It was filled with dense yin qi of heaven and earth. As soon as he entered this place, Ning Fan discovered that the magical power in his yin-yang devil veins suddenly surged and its circulation speed was more than 100 times faster than usual. The yin qi here can actually increase my cultivation speed by 100 times. Ning Fan was shocked. The 7th floor of the Lost World Palace could reverse the flow of time by 100 times, but the heaven and earth here could increase the circulation speed of the yin-yang transformation cultivator's magical power by 100 times. What did this mean? The yin-yang devil vein's cultivation speed was 100 times faster than the outside world. The yin-yang devil vein's cultivation speed was also 100 times faster than the outside world, everything that was related to the circulation of magical power in this place was 100 times more efficient than the outside world. There was 1,000 zhang tall fire steel between the heaven and earth. On the steel, there were 7 suns and 7 waning moons. One of the 7 waning moons had been dyed purple by a purple spiritual qi. Within that purple qi, there was a trace of qi that Ning Fan was extremely familiar with, Bei Yao. The purple on the steel is Bei Yao. Ning Fan suddenly remembered a dream that happened a long time ago. It was a dream that he had not long after he obtained the yin-yang locket. In the dream, there was a hazy world and a fire steel. He remembered that there was a woman standing under the steel. This is the spatial space of the yin-yang locket. Profounding world. This is a medium-class world, a place where only immortal emperors are qualified to cultivate. My yin-yang devil vein's cultivation speed here is 100 times faster than the outside world. Ning Fan muttered to himself. As if responding to his words, a numb and old-fashioned voice reverberated in the profounding world. It seemed to be the words left behind by the creator of the yin-yang locket. Profounding world treasure, yin-yang locket. Heaven is my wife, earth is my concubine, and all living beings are my cauldrons. The great Tao of yin and yang, dual cultivation. You are the first inheritor of yin-yang after my Tao annihilation. I am ancient chaos. You are fated to be the lord of this profounding world. You will be in charge of this world, ancient chaos and yin-yang. Once I worship the immortal emperor, I will become immortal. Asterisk boom asterisk like a sound of annihilation, the entire profounding world began to tremble. The voice that was sealed in this place had finally waited for the arrival of the next master of the profounding world. At this moment, Ning Fan's heart felt like it was cut by a knife. He felt a sudden pain and spat out a mouthful of blood in the profounding world. The blood that he spat out melted into the world and slowly disappeared. At the next moment, Ning Fan suddenly had a feeling. Something had branded the rune of the yin-yang fish on his heart. With the help of the talisman, he could enter the profounding world anytime and anywhere with just a thought. Even with Ning Fan's temperament, he could not help but feel excited. After breaking through to the 3rd level of the yin-yang transformation, he had become the lord of the profounding world. With the profounding world, there were too many things that he could do. By the way, where is little Yu'er? Ning Fan looked around. In this empty world, there was a thatched cottage floating in the sky. It was getting closer and closer to him from afar. In the thatched cottage, there was a lady in snow-white clothes. Her face was pale and she was sleeping on the bed in pain. Her body was illusory as if it was about to disappear. She was hugging both of her knees. Her pure and beautiful face looked spotless, like a white lotus that had just emerged from the water. Her body was a little petite. When she put her embroidered shoes under her feet, her smooth feet shrunk slightly as if they were afraid of the cold. She seemed to be very timid. She was hugging her shoulders, looking very pitiful. It was unknown if she was dreaming about something. Her heart ached and tears rolled down her cheeks. I'm afraid of the dark. I'm afraid, little Yu'er? She is Luo Yu? Ning Fan had never expected that Luo Yu, who had always called herself an elder sister and was rather candid, would actually have a petite and weak appearance. She was actually afraid of the dark and would make others feel pity for her. Ning Fan's heart softened uncontrollably. He used his hand to wipe away the tears at the corner of her eyes and gently carried her up from the bed. Her body is so light. Is this the description of a woman like her? Ning Fan sighed inwardly. If it wasn't for the fact that a woman like her had been imprisoned in the profounding world for too long, she would certainly not speak to me in such a seductive tone. It turns out that Luo Yu's passion towards me has always been a disguise. This woman is not a charming woman. Perhaps her seductive charm was just to charm Ning Fan. She was afraid that Ning Fan would abandon her and leave her in the profounding world. In her deep sleep, Luo Yu's illusory primordial spirit seemed to have sensed that someone was carrying her. She wanted to wake up but she did not dare to. Once she wakes up, her illusory primordial spirit would completely collapse and she would die. She did not dare to look at who was carrying her. She did not dare to open her eyes. She did not dare to leave the dreamland. She was afraid of death. Don't be afraid. I'm Ning Fan. I'll bring you out and help you nourish your primordial spirit. Ning Fan hugged Luo Yu tightly, afraid that he would hurt her. The name of the god of water was Luo Shen. This woman must have been lonely and arrogant in the past. What made her so sad? What made her abandon the Luo water immortal position and all her arrogance and choose to cultivate the despicable and shameless Yin Yang transformation? Ning Fan suddenly felt lucky that this woman did not succeed in obtaining the Yin Yang locket. If she succeeds in obtaining the inheritance of ancient chaos, she would certainly walk on the same path as Ning Fan, plucking men and polluting her own body. She had once tried to unlock the inheritance of the Yin Yang locket, but she failed. This failure had caused her to be lonely for too long. She had been imprisoned for too long, but now, she met Ning Fan. Ning Fan had polluted himself and turned into a devil. However, Luo Yu managed to keep her chastity and remained untainted. Don't be afraid. I'm Ning Fan. Ning Fan repeated his words. His words seemed to have entered Luo Yu's dreamland, causing her trembling body to slightly calm down. In the dreamland, she was cowering in the corner of the wall in fear, hugging her calves as she trembled. It's Ning Fan. Has he opened the profounding world? Will he save me? Or will he take advantage of my illusory primordial spirit to pollute me? Or will he kill me? He said not to be afraid. Luo Yu gradually calmed down. She had been betrayed by so many people in the past. Could she choose to believe Ning Fan? Can I leave my sleeping body to Ning Fan's protection without any worries? To be continued. The profounding world had a heaven-defying cultivation effect for the Yin Yang demon vein. However, Ning Fan could faintly feel that there were still some drawbacks to the hundredfold cultivation speed. Ning Fan did not have the time to carefully investigate the drawbacks of the profounding world. He carried Luo Yu in his arms with a cautious expression. With a sway of his body, he flew out of the profounding world and returned to his bedroom. Then, he placed Luo Yu on the bed. When his gaze fell upon her delicate body, he felt pity for her once again. The sleeping woman in snow-white clothes had a weak and painful expression on her face. Her primordial spirit body was illusory. She had been trapped in the profounding world for countless years, and almost all of her cultivation had been absorbed by it. After helping Ning Fan out of danger time and time again, she had also continuously consumed the power of her primordial spirit. In the past, Ning Fan often thought that Luo Yu was just too lazy and sleepy. From the looks of it now, she wasn't lazy at all. She was clearly sleeping to prevent her primordial spirit from being destroyed. In the past, she could still wake up once in a while. Currently, her primordial spirit had almost completely dissipated. Unless her primordial spirit was repaired, she would definitely not be able to awaken. You've saved me so many times. I will definitely protect you. Don't worry, I'm here. Ning Fan's hand gently caressed her sleeping face. His words once again made her feel at ease while she was in a deep sleep. Patting his storage pouch, he took out a 3,100-year-old smooth heart grass. With a push of his palm, he ground the grass into a jade-like medicinal liquid. After thinking for a moment, he put it into his mouth. After apologizing, Ning Fan bent down and poured the medicinal liquid into Luo Yu's mouth. When their lips and tongues touched, Luo Yu's delicate body shuddered. While she was unconscious, she let out a soft moan, as if she was somewhat resistant to Ning Fan's kiss. Ning Fan did not want to offend the beauty too much. After pouring the medicinal liquid into her mouth, he immediately separated from her. Sitting on the edge of the bed, he held Luo Yu's hand and gently channeled magic power into it. When he held Luo Yu's cold and delicate hand, Ning Fan suddenly felt as if he had lost his virginity. He felt that Luo Yu had a charm that was not inferior to Yuan Yao's. However, her charm was different from Yuan Yao's. Yuan Yao's aura was purple, while Luo Yu's was snow-white. Disperse. Ning Fan's heart shuddered and he dispersed all of his lustful thoughts. After breaking through to the third level of his yin-yang transformation, his willpower had greatly improved. Unless Luo Yu takes the initiative to seduce him with her profound cultivation base, Ning Fan would not fall for it. As the dermic powers entered and the medicinal effects spread, Luo Yu's primordial spirit became slightly more corporeal. However, it was still extremely weak and could not wake up for the time being. Primordial spirit was something that only divine transformation realm cultivators possessed. Even though the spirit herbs that could nourish primordial spirit were not very old, most of them were medicinal ingredients for fifth revolution pills. They were expensive and rare. Ning Fan's only had this smooth heart grass that he obtained by chance, and it was only 3,100 years old. Given how weak Luo Yu's primordial spirit was, it was definitely not something that could be healed with just 10 or even 100,000-year-old spiritual herbs. Fortunately, before Ning Fan left Gusu City, he had already given Yu Long an order to purchase spiritual herbs that could heal one's primordial spirit in the external endless sea. Perhaps Yu Long would give him a satisfactory answer when he returns to Gusu City a few years later. The Yin-Yang transformation was already the first level of the third level. He had successfully cultivated the first 3 levels. However, he had no clue about the 4th level. After all, the cultivation method that he inherited from the ancient chaos inheritance was only at the void fragmentation realm. The 3rd level of the Yin-Yang transformation was the void fragmentation realm. Ning Fan looked at Luo Yu. Perhaps after she wakes up, she could give him some pointers about a higher level cultivation method. After all, she also cultivated the Yin-Yang transformation, didn't she? Since he had achieved a breakthrough in his cultivation method, it was meaningless to stay on the Amolan Island. After another 3 days, when Luo Yu's primordial spirit had stabilized slightly, Ning Fan carried her back to the profound Yin world to sleep. Then, he began to study the vast medium-sized world. This world was indeed a little strange. The cauldron ring of the heavenly abode rank could contain women, while the Yuan Yao jade of the small kiliacosm could contain heaven and earth. However, the profound Yin world, which was a higher grade than the heavenly abode rank and the small kiliacosm, did not allow outsiders to enter. To be more precise, other than those who cultivate the Yin-Yang devil veins, no one else could enter this world. In the past, Luo Yu had cultivated the Yin-Yang transformation in order to find the Yin-Yang locket. Therefore, she could enter this world. Ning Fan's Yin-Yang transformation realm was extremely high. Few people in the 9 worlds could compare to him. Thus, he naturally could enter this world. Other than Ning Fan and Luo Yu, no one else could enter this world at all. Moreover, even if they could enter this world, they would not be able to cultivate at a speed that was 100 times faster than Ning Fan's. The thatched cottage that Luo Yu lived in was still floating in the empty world. Ning Fan sat cross-legged under the fire steel and circulated his magic power. After cultivating for 3 days in this world, the amount of magic power he obtained was equivalent to 300 days in the outside world. However, 3 days later, the profound Yin world suddenly trembled. As it trembled, it actually forced Ning Fan, the lord of this world, out of this world. Ning Fan was inwardly surprised. Previously, he already felt that this profound Yin world had some drawbacks. Now, how could he not know where the drawbacks were? The drawback of the profound Yin world was that one could not stay inside for a long time. After staying inside for 3 days, Ning Fan was chased out of this world. He repeatedly tried to enter this world but to no avail. He could only re-enter this world after 1 day. However, after 3 days, he was chased out of the profound Yin world once again. After thinking about it carefully, Ning Fan immediately understood the key point. He did not know why this profound Yin world could only allow him to stay for 3 days. After 3 days, he would not be able to enter this world again. He would have to wait for another day before he could enter again. Ning Fan had such a restriction, but Luo Yu could stay inside indefinitely. With the restriction of 3 days, one could only cultivate in the profound Yin world for a short period of time. Long-term seclusion was not allowed. Otherwise, if one is chased out of the profound Yin world during a crucial moment of cultivation, it would be extremely easy for one to suffer from qi deviation. Ning Fan now had a preliminary understanding of the cultivation speed and time limit of the profound Yin world. After another day, he entered the profound Yin world again. He no longer cultivated but studied the fire steel. Luo Yu had once told Ning Fan that this fire steel was called the steel of sun and moon. It was also one of the benefits of breaking through to the 3rd level of a cultivation method. After mastering the 1st level of the cultivation method, one could pluck and seize. After mastering the 2nd level of the cultivation method, one could spy on others' secrets. After mastering the third level of the cultivation method, one could become the lord of the profounding world. After Ning Fan achieved a breakthrough in his cultivation method, he gained a heaven-defying cultivation speed of a medium-sized world for free. Another benefit was controlling the steel of sun and moon. Luo Yu once said that the steel of sun and moon has two great effects. One is to copy and engrave the magic techniques and cultivation methods of the female cultivators who have had physical contact with them. The other is to use it as a magic treasure to kill enemies. Ning Fan stroked the scorching hot fire steel with his palm and closed his eyes, trying to search for some information from the steel. Not long after, information about cultivation methods and magic techniques were transmitted into his sea of consciousness through his palm. All of those cultivation methods and magic techniques belonged to the women who had been plucked by him. Lan Mei's cultivation method of the sinister sparrow sect. Bai Lu's bewitching technique. Feng Nu's and Cha Nu's demonic techniques. Nailan Zi and Shi Rant's clan's secret techniques. Yu Lingkong's moon scent secret technique. Even some of Yuan Yao's low-grade cultivation methods were imprinted on the fire steel. All of these complicated information about cultivation methods flowed into Ning Fan's sea of consciousness. A few hours later, there were at least 1,000 cultivation methods and secret techniques in his mind. What a mystical steel of sun and moon! Ning Fan was astonished, which was rare for him. The first level of the cultivation method was plucking and absorbing. The second level of the cultivation method was spy on others. As for the third level of the cultivation method, it directly took away all the cultivation methods of the women. Ning Fan's mind raced. He realized that all the cultivation methods of the women whom he had taken advantage of were completely imprinted on the fire steel. Yuan Yao, on the other hand, only had her anus broken. The cultivation methods that were imprinted on the steel were just low-grade and incomplete items. It seemed like the effect of having sex in the anus was not as good as having sex in the real world. Otherwise, there would probably be many secret techniques and cultivation methods of the void-renouncing realm imprinted on the steel. Ning Fan thought to himself. If I pluck the cultivation methods of the women in the future, won't I be stealing their cultivation methods as well? If that's the case, when I lack magic techniques in the future, I can just plunder the cultivation methods of others. He had already tried out the first benefit of the steel of sun and moon. Next, it was time for him to try out the second benefit. Ning Fan stroked the gigantic steel as if he wanted to engrave every trace of the lines on the fire steel into his heart. He stood under the fire steel for 3 consecutive days. Only when he was chased out of the profounding world did he open his eyes. He seemed to have gained some enlightenment. This time, he did not enter the profounding world. Instead, he touched the Yuanyao world and entered it. Inside this world, there was a beast corpse that was hundreds of thousands of zhang *3, 33 m per zhang, in size. It was the realm beast that he took away when he saved Yuanyao the first time. The physical body of this realm beast was severely damaged. Thus, it was not suitable to be refined into a spiritual puppet. However, as a material for refining treasures, every inch of its skin and bones was an excellent material. Even though it was not made from the immemorial star iron and the treasures refined from it did not have the ability to advance in grade, it was still a treasure. However, if he could refine this entire realm beast into a treasure, its power would probably not lose to the blood sword. I wonder if the heavenly demon blood dragon which is used to refine the blood sword is stronger than this true immortal realm beast. Ning Fan touched his glabella and took out the Separation Slayer sword. Without saying a word, he swung the sword at the mountain-like beast corpse. With the sharpness of the Separation Slayer sword and Ning Fan's current magic power, it was nearly invincible among the divine transformation realm cultivators. The power of that single sword strike immediately caused the hollow space to collapse and the earth to tremble. However, after such a vast sword light slashed the beast corpse, it only produced a few sparks. The rebounding force made Ning Fan's hand numb. He only managed to stabilize his body after taking tens of steps back. When he looked at the beast corpse again, Ning Fan's Separation Slayer sword only managed to leave a shallow dent on it. He did not manage to cut off a piece of flesh at all. The defense of this realm beast was really terrifying. Even if it stood still and let Ning Fan slash at it, it was still not something that Ning Fan could kill. Ning Fan kept his Separation Slayer sword. He did not come here to test his sword in the first place. Instead, he came here to test the power of the fire steel. He closed his eyes and reached out one of his palms. His palm traced the lines of the fire steel in the air. Traces of black flame slowly condensed into a 1000 xiang *3, 33 m per xiang, tall fire steel in the air. It was almost the same as the steel of sun and moon in the profounding world. The only difference was that one of them was pitch black while the other one was fiery red. Ning Fan remained silent. He could vaguely feel that after he condensed the flames into a steel, the talisman of yin and yang in his chest began to hurt. Along with the pain, it was as if something was being drawn out from the steel of sun and moon and converged into the black steel in front of him. With Ning Fan's experience in the soul extraction technique, he clearly realized that what was being drawn out from the steel of sun and moon was the steel soul. Condense. Ning Fan condensed a single word and the steel soul and the black steel in front of him quickly fused together. The magic power in his body flowed away at a terrifying speed like a clay ox entering the sea, flowing into the black steel. The aura force that the black steel in front of him was emitting became more and more terrifying. Puff when the power of the fire tablet rose to a certain level, it seemed like he had suffered a serious backlash from the magic technique. This technique was actually powerful enough to cause a backlash to Ning Fan. Looking at the 1000 xiang *3, 33 m per xiang, tall fire steel in front of him, Ning Fan's eyes turned serious. Then, he reached out with his 5 fingers and clawed at the corpse of the realm beast. The black steel immediately rose into the air and heavily fell on the corpse of the realm beast like a landslide. With just a single strike, the entire Xianxia world was immediately turned upside down. It was as if this small chiliocosm was about to be smashed into pieces by the fire steel. An aura force that nearly suffocated Ning Fan landed on the corpse of the realm beast. That incomparably hard corpse was actually split into 2 by the fire steel, boom as the earth trembled and the mountains shook. The grand formation and magic treasures that Ning Fan had painstakingly set up in the Xianxia world were all destroyed by the fire steel. The violent wave of the magic treasures hit Ning Fan's chest, sending him flying away while coughing out blood. His eyes were filled with shock. Amidst the shock, there was also unconcealable joy. If he was not mistaken, the power of the fire steel was definitely not comparable to a divine transformation realm attack. It was even stronger than a void refinement realm attack. This is a void fragmentation realm attack. With the help of the steel soul, the power of my steel is actually equivalent to a void fragmentation realm attack. Ning Fan could not help but feel excited. He had been cultivating diligently until now. Even though his strength was getting stronger and stronger, he was still far away from attaining the void fragmentation realm. However, with the help of the steel, Ning Fan could barely exert a void fragmentation realm attack. Even if the backlash was extremely great, it was still a shocking and joyous event. For the first time, he firmly believed that he could go against a void fragmentation realm sovereign with his own strength. Ning Fan consumed a few pills to suppress the serious injuries caused by the magic technique's backlash. Then, as if he noticed something, his eyes dimmed. The reason why the destructive power of that attack could reach the void fragmentation realm was because the steel soul had been integrated with it. Ning Fan scanned the profounding world with his spirit sense and helplessly found out that the void fragmentation realm attack just now had actually exhausted the steel soul. The steel soul could not be replenished by itself. He still needed to fill the steel with flames in order to replenish it. Ning Fan had refined countless spiritual flames along the way. The flames that he had accumulated were all used up in that single attack just now. Unless he collects countless flames to replenish the steel soul again, he would definitely not be able to launch another void fragmentation realm attack. This void fragmentation realm attack really has a huge limitation. However, I wonder how many flames I need to collect in order to replenish the steel soul. If I can replenish the steel soul again, I will have a void fragmentation realm trump card to defend myself. Even if I face a true void fragmentation realm expert, I will certainly have the power to launch a single attack. Ning Fan's eyes burned with passion. Breaking through to the 3rd level of his cultivation method and becoming the lord of the profounding world was indeed a great deal for him. Even though the profounding world and the steel both had their drawbacks, if I make good use of them, it might not necessarily be a heaven-defying technique. Rumble a terrifying aura force of a void fragmentation realm attack rose from the direction of the Amolan Island, causing the entire external endless sea to tremble violently. Even with the Xianxia world as a shield, the terror of that attack still shocked the endless external endless sea. Countless experts looked at the direction of the Molan island and were inwardly shocked. Such a terrifying attack had shaken the entire external endless sea. There is no doubt about it. It is a void fragmentation realm attack. There is a void fragmentation realm expert in the direction of the Molan island. Each of the cultivators of the external endless sea was shocked. Isn't the direction of the Molan island the place where Ning Fan cultivates his bewitching technique and plucks women? Why is there the fluctuation of a void fragmentation realm attack? 1/3, to be continued. Even though the backlash from the steel of sun and moon was severe, it was not a big deal to him at all. With the mystical black star art, Ning Fan's healing speed was incomparable to ordinary people. For 10 consecutive days, Molan Island was enshrouded in black starlight. 10 days later, Ning Fan pushed open the door and walked out. His injuries had completely healed. He was just like an unkillable cockroach. More and more cultivators rushed to Molan Island to investigate the cause of that void fragmentation realm attack. Of course, no one doubted him. They just thought that he was a void fragmentation realm expert of the rain world who had entered the external endless sea. Ning Fan was too lazy to negotiate with these cultivators. He kept all the ladies into his cauldron ring and directly kept the star positioning formation away. Many cultivators wanted to ask Ning Fan if he had seen any void fragmentation realm old monsters before. However, as soon as Ning Fan glared at them, all of them fled in terror. None of them dared to utter another word. Ning Fan's traveling light flew towards the southeast. His destination was the Lost World Palace. He had 3 reasons for going to the Lost World Palace. Firstly, there were 4 pill pagodas in the Lost World Palace. Each of them contained countless spiritual herbs. After all, Ning Fan was a pill refinement elder of the Lost World Palace. It was normal for him to collect some spiritual herbs that could nourish one's primordial spirit to save Luoyu. Secondly, Ning Fan had accumulated quite a lot of heavenly and earthly treasures by slaughtering along the way. 18 drops of void refinement realm demon blood, 4,700 traces of nascent soul realm sword chi, 17 intent severing pills and the heart of Mother Earth. With so many good things, it would not be difficult for him to transform his dermic powers into divinity, and it would not be difficult for him to increase his sword intent. This time, Ning Fan had probably spent quite a lot of time in seclusion to refine heavenly treasures and use his magic power to achieve the divine transformation realm. Thus, it was inevitable for him to return to the Lost World Palace. His third goal was to take care of Bei Xiaoman on behalf of Yuan Yao and return the Stone Warrior. If it wasn't because of his relationship with Yuan Yao, Ning Fan would at most not hurt Bei Xiaoman. It was absolutely impossible for him to show kindness to her. In his heart, he had already decided that Yuan Yao was his woman and Bei Xiaoman was the younger sister that Yuan Yao cared about. As her brother-in-law, it was naturally necessary for him to take care of Bei Xiaoman. At the same time, he wanted to see if Bei Xiaoman's Crimson Dragon had been completely wiped out. Of course, if Bei Xiaoman still has some menstrual blood left, he would be more than willing to take a few cups of it. Even though it was a little heavy, Bei Xiaoman's meridian blood contained magic that was not inferior to a Dao fruit. After traveling alone for tens of millions of li *, 500 m per li, Ning Fan retracted his traveling light and landed on the Punlai Immortal Island. He completely ignored the island's grand formation. With one step, he vanished without a trace. No one knew that Zhou Ming, the fiendish demon who destroyed the Dao massacre sect, had arrived at Punlai. The shadow of a huge island floated in the sky, formed by the corpse of the divine turtle. When Ning Fan first came to Punlai in the past, he clicked his tongue in admiration when he saw this immortal island. Now, however, it seemed indifferent and ordinary. The scenery was picturesque and the profound cranes were chirping in the sky. It was just like in the past. The only difference was that Ning Fan was no longer the insignificant harmonious spirit realm cultivator who was being hunted everywhere. At the center of the island, inside the Black Warrior City, there were 4 10,000 zhong tall pill pagodas, with a 7-storied silver pagoda in the center. In the pill tower of the southern city, Ning Fan's figure appeared outside the southern tower. It was from the southern pagoda that he obtained Bei Xiaoman's permission to enter the 5th floor of the Lost World Pagoda. He managed to form his nascent soul in 320 years. Now, he was back. His arrival did not reveal the slightest bit of his aura, and no one paid any attention to him. Outside the southern pagoda, there were many cultivators who were bustling with activity. They seemed to be watching a show. None of them noticed that there was a peerless devil lord standing behind the crowd. TSK. Miss Yalan is really pitiful. She actually caught the eye of that Gu Zhan and he wants to become her Dao companion. Rumor has it that Gu Zhan is licentious and lustful. He has countless wives and concubines. All of the female cultivators he married were discarded after he played with them. Miss Yalan is such a gentle woman. It's really a pity if she is ruined by Gu Zhan. Shoo. Do you want to die? That Gu Zhan is the divine envoy of the Rain Palace, a fourth revolution pill master and a dignified mid-nascent soul realm expert. Moreover, his master is revered Yan of the Rain Palace. He is a dignified high-grade fifth revolution pill master. With such an identity, it's understandable that he is a little dissolute. Miss Yalan's appearance and temperament are extraordinary. However, her background is not strong and she is just a gold core realm cultivator. Marrying Gu Zhan is indeed a wonderful thing. Sigh. However, this Miss Yalan seems to have someone she likes and she isn't willing to marry Gu Zhan. I heard that she is so stubborn that even some of the elders in her clan were angered. The clan can't afford to offend the Rain Palace. A group of people were discussing among themselves. None of them knew that their words were heard by a white-robed young man. Yalan is an old acquaintance. The disciple of revered Yan? Interesting. This revered Yan first sent 3 peak nascent soul realm cultivators to join the Rain Palace and made them the Tower Master. Then, he sent his disciple to forcefully marry Yalan. He seems to have some resentment towards the Lost World Palace. Is it because of the green phoenix flame? In the outer hall of the southern tower, Yalan pursed her red lips and sat on the lower seat. Her tight-fitting cheongsam outlined her graceful curves. Her delicate face was filled with helplessness of fate. Master Gu Zhan, please don't force me. I don't want to marry anyone yet. Yalan bit her lips and tried her best to remain calm. Humph. Her rejection immediately aroused the dissatisfaction of a sinister-looking man. A short and fat young man was sitting on the upper seat. His expression was frivolous and he was drinking a bowl of spirit tea. After hearing Yalan's rejection, the short and fat young man suddenly stood up and threw the bowl of tea towards Yalan. His tone was cold. Humph. I am Gu Zhan, a dignified fourth revolution pill master. It's your honor to have my eyes on you. What qualifications do you have to refuse me? Pa, the teacup flew in a perfect parabola, smashing towards Yalan's pretty face. Yalan clenched her teeth and gently dodged to the side. However, the teacup shattered with a loud bang, and the porcelain fragments streaked across Yalan's face, leaving a trail of blood. Pain. What hurt more than pain was humiliation. What was more hurtful than humiliation was the indifference of family members. 3 elders of the family sat beside Yalan. All 3 of them were at the nascent soul realm. 2 of them were at the early stage and 1 was at the middle stage. Seeing their own juniors being humiliated, yet no one stood up for Yalan. The 3 elders of the clan stared coldly at Yalan, seemingly blaming her for speaking rudely and offending Gu Zhan. Yalan. Master Gu Zhan was right. It's your fortune that she has taken a liking to you. Whether you want to or not, you have to marry her. This matter concerns the survival of your family, so you can't make your own decisions. Please forgive me, Master Gu Zhan. Yalan is young and ignorant. Please don't be angry. Gu Zhan's gloomy eyes were filled with mockery and complacency. He was the disciple of revered Yan of the Rain Palace. He was a dignified mid-nascent soul realm pill master and a fourth revolution pill master. How could he allow a gold core realm girl to reject him? Although Yalan was a member of the Lost World Palace, she was just an ordinary subordinate. Moreover, this was a private matter of the clan. Since the clan had agreed to marry Yalan, there was no reason for her to reject it. If you don't marry me, I guarantee that the clan will be annihilated. Gu Zhan threatened coldly. His threat made Yalan smile in despair. She was not willing to marry him, but fate did not give her the right to choose. Marry me, marry me. I'm just an early gold core realm girl. What qualifications do I have to reject the request of a divine messenger of the Rain Palace? Moreover, Guzhen was a 4th revolution pill master. Yalan did not say anything else. She raised her head and glanced at Guzhen. Gradually, she calmed down. She did not dare to resist fate, but she looked down on Guzhen from the bottom of her heart. Unknowingly, the figure of a young man suddenly appeared in front of her eyes. That year, a young man who was covered in blood came to the southern pill tower. He called himself Zhou Ming. That year, Yalan's eyes were filled with love. She wanted to sleep with him and become his dual cultivation Dao companion. However, she was rejected by him. Looking back on the past, she felt that she was really a joke. Today, that person had already become the supreme being of the endless sea. Perhaps he did not even remember that there was a girl who had a crush on him. Alright, I'll marry you, Yalan smiled bitterly and nodded. Immediately, Guzhen revealed a sarcastic smile. Why? Weren't you saying that you would die for your chastity just now? Why are you willing to marry me now? Very good. That's right. If you listen to my orders, I'll make sure that you'll feel pleasure every day and night. Guzhen's eyes inadvertently flashed with a hint of lust. The reason he came to the Lost World Palace was to follow his master's order to plant a new chess piece here. In the past, the 3 tower masters were revered flamed chess pieces. However, they were all killed by Ning Fan. The green phoenix flame was already gone. Guzhen's purpose of coming here was just to plant a new chess piece. As he approached Yalan step by step, Guzhen raised his hand with a cold smile and pointed at the top of Yalan's head. He was about to plant a restrictive spell on her. Yalan's delicate body trembled and her eyes were filled with despair. If she was only marrying Guzhen as a concubine, she would still have her freedom. However, if she was planted with a restrictive spell, she would no longer be a concubine. She would just be a human cauldron and a toy. No. She gently dodged and her eyes were filled with despair. No. She did not want to be planted with a restrictive spell and be treated like a servant. If you continue to dodge, you'll die. Guzhen's eyes turned gloomy as he pointed at the air with his finger. He did not show any mercy at all. Instead, he ignited his finger with the strength of a nascent soul realm cultivator. Not only did he want to plant a restrictive spell on Yalan, but he also wanted to severely injure her as a punishment. The firepower of this finger was so strong that even the 3 nascent soul realm cultivators of the family would not dare to withstand it. Just as the finger was about to touch Yalan, a smiling figure in white floated in front of Yalan, blocking her path with a faint smile. Miss Yalan, long time no see. How have you been? Whoosh, the white-robed young man just stood there without revealing any trace of his aura. However, Guzhen could not help but feel afraid as if the young man in front of him was a peerless ferocious beast. Just as the finger was about to hit the young man, the firepower at the tip of his finger suddenly disappeared. It was absorbed by the steel of sun and moon. Gasp, Guzhen was shocked. He could not see through the young man's cultivation level. He only thought that he was a young lad who liked to play the hero and save the damsel in distress. He took a glance at the young man's bone age and found that he was not even 400 years old. He thought to himself that a cultivator who was only 400 years old would not be able to reach the nascent soul realm at the very most. There was no need to be afraid of him. I can't be wrong. This white-robed young man must be a gold core realm cultivator. Furthermore, this gold core realm cultivator had some kind of secret treasure that seemed to be able to suppress fire. It strangely absorbed all the firepower from his finger. Humph. Insignificant skill. A mere golden core realm cultivator dares to act like a hero in front of me? You must be courting death. Guzhen's gaze turned dark as he pushed out with both palms. 6 balls of grade 4 spirit fire of different colors whizzed out, turning into 6 streaks of fiery light that swept towards the young man with the intention of killing him. Ordinary nascent soul realm fire cultivators would be considered outstanding if they could control 3 balls of grade 4 spirit fire at the same time. However, Guzhen was able to control 6 at the same time. It was clear how profound his control of fire was. If it was in the past, there would definitely be many people who would exclaim when Guzhen controlled 6 flames in front of everyone. However, no one was surprised when he controlled 6 flames at the same time this time round. It was as though all the cultivators were dumbstruck and petrified, unable to think. Gu Zhen swept his gaze and all the cultivators focused their gazes on the white-robed young man in unison. Most of their eyes were filled with fear. As for Yalan, she covered her red lips with agitation and disbelief in her beautiful eyes. Gu Zhen was surprised. Could this white-robed young man have some sort of background to be able to intimidate so many cultivators? Otherwise, how could so many experts be afraid of him given his golden core cultivation? Humph. So what if you have some sort of background? Can your background be more powerful than mine? I'm a member of the Rain Palace and the disciple of Lord Yen. I'm someone who can do whatever I want in the Rain World. I don't need to be afraid of you. Gu Zhen's murderous intent surged and he did not hold back at all. He swore to burn the young man to death with the 6 balls of spiritual fire to teach him a lesson. However, at the next moment, the initially harmless white-robed young man's eyes turned as cold as ice and he flicked his sleeves. With a casual flick of his sleeves, 9 black flames that were half ice and half fire turned into a wall of fire, engulfing Gu Zhen along with the 6 balls of grade 4 spirit fire. With the addition of the black flames, the initially arrogant Gu Zhen was immediately drenched in cold sweat. He had just entered the boundless sea not long ago and did not know Zhou Ming's appearance at all. The only thing he knew was that each of the 9 balls of ice and fire was a grade 5 spirit item. It was a good item that even his master would not be able to obtain. Each of them could easily burn Gu Zhen to death thousands of times. Each of them had the power of a divine transformation stage attack. Gu Zhen was horrified. How could he not know that the white-robed young man in front of him was not a gold core cultivator but a peerless expert who could kill him like an ant? Almost at the same time, Gu Zhen felt an irresistible sense of death. He could not believe that a young man who was less than 400 years old could be so strong. He could not believe that he, the divine messenger of the Rain Palace and the disciple of a revered elder, would be killed in the boundless sea. Spare. Spare. Before he could even utter a word, he was already engulfed by the sea of flames. With a whoosh, the flames disappeared. In the outer hall, there was only a pile of black ashes scattered on the ground. Gu Zhen is dead? All the cultivators on the scene were frightened by the young man's appearance. After recognizing his identity, they were already filled with unbearable fear. Now that they saw the young man killing Gu Zhen mercilessly, they were even more terrified. As for Yalan, she was at a loss of what to do. As if she had thought of something, she immediately stood up and pushed Ning Fan's arm. Run! Zhou Ming, quickly run! Gu Zhen's master is in Punlai. Yalan spoke in a panic, as if she had forgotten how powerful the young man in front of her was. Why would he be afraid of a mere revered flame? Ning Fan suddenly smiled. This Yalan is interesting. When she first met me, she wholeheartedly offered herself to sleep with me. When she first met me, she urged me to run for my life. I'm sorry. I didn't hold back just now. I accidentally burned your fiancé into ashes. I didn't mean it. Ning Fan was still in the mood to tease her. What do you mean by accidentally? Yalan was speechless. Who would accidentally kill a mid-nascent soul realm old monster? She asked him to run, but he didn't. He even joked. Just as she was feeling nervous, a loud roar resounded across Punlai at the next moment, causing her face to turn pale. Who are you? How dare you kill my disciple? You're courting death. In the silver tower of the Lost World Tower in the Black Tortoise City, a red-nosed old man in bright red robes was talking to the Tower Lord of the Lost World Palace, Lu Qing. While they were talking, a piece of life jade in the old man's storage pouch suddenly shattered without any warning. That piece of life jade belonged to his disciple, Gu Zhen. When the life jade shattered, Gu Zhen died. The red-robed old man could not believe that there would be someone who dared to kill his disciple while he was in charge of Punlai. He wanted to see what kind of person was so audacious. Revered Yen was a peak spirit severing realm expert with high-grade 5th revolution pill refinement realm. He was a renowned pill refinement grandmaster in the Rain World. Whoever dares to kill his disciple must pay with blood. Eh? Why is the Black Tortoise City so lively today? A red-robed young lady who was in seclusion suddenly sensed something. She walked out of the stone chamber and released her spirit sense. The moment she saw it, her face immediately turned cold. Zhou Ming. Why is it him? How did he offend revered Yan? Not good. The red-robed young lady suddenly became nervous. This kind of nervousness would only appear when she was worried about the stone warrior in the past. Damn it. That big idiot. Why did he offend revered Yan for no reason? The red-robed young lady panicked and immediately went down to the highest floor of the southern tower. Her footsteps were hurried as if she was going to help Ning Fan. Pulai was bustling today, February 3rd, to be continued. Who are you? How dare you kill my disciple? You're courting death. A furious roar resounded through the Black Tortoise City, accompanied by the piercing screech of a peak divine transformation realm cultivator piercing through the air. Not good. It was the flame venerable one. This person is extremely protective of his own people. No matter how Guzhan died, he will definitely fight revered Ming to the death. Reverend Ming is one of the 8 reverends of the eternal endless sea. Why would he be afraid of Reverend Yan? What you don't know is that revered Yan cultivates a sea of consciousness of fire. In his life, he has devoured an endless amount of flames. Not only is his pill refinement mastery outstanding, but his combat strength is also extraordinary. He had once burned a half-step void refinement realm expert to death with his flames. What? Revered Yan is able to kill a half-step void refinement realm expert. Doesn't that mean that his strength is at the top among the 7 venerated beings of the eternal sea? Not only that, rumor has it that when revered Flame entered the endless sea this time, he even brought along 2 void refinement realm old monsters to protect him. Even though we don't know where the 2 of them are now, it's enough to show that revered Flame's position in the Rain Palace is not ordinary. After a series of discussions, even though the crowd of cultivators knew Ning Fan's identity, there were still quite a number of them who did not think highly of him. Thus, they dispersed in an uproar, afraid that they would be associated with Ning Fan in any way. Not long after everyone retreated, there was a loud boom, and a blazing flame descended outside the southern tower, revealing an old man in a red robe. The old man's aura was extremely powerful, especially the flames on his body. As he stood there, the air around him heated up for no reason. Crackling sounds of explosions could be heard as his aura soared into the sky. This person was Guzhan's master, the revered elder of the Rain Palace, revered Yan. Who are you? Revered Yan shouted coldly. His sound waves turned into blazing flames, sweeping towards the southern tower as if he wanted to incinerate Ning Fan along with the tower. This move was called fire transformation from sound, and it was an extremely advanced technique to control fire. Once it was used, it immediately attracted a lot of attention. Layers of fire waves swept out, and in the next instant, the fire waves suddenly disappeared without a trace. Ning Fan calmly walked out of the southern tower. His indifferent eyes swept across revered Lord Yan. He took a step forward and the ground trembled. Revered Lord Yan could only feel a tremendous force coming at him for no reason and he hurriedly dodged it. However, this dodge caused the aura that he had gathered from his anger to crumble. I'm Zhou Ming, the pagoda master of the Lost World Palace. Zhou Ming. You said you're Zhou Ming. Reverend Yan seemed to have recalled something as the corner of his mouth curled into a cold smile. You were the one who took the Azure Phoenix Flame? Did you kill Tuki and the other 2? So what if I am? Ning Fan was indifferent. If so, you can die now. Revered Yan smiled coldly. In the past, when he had the green Luan flame, he had already wanted to kill Ning Fan and seize the flame to vent his anger. How could a mere Ning Fan be able to kill the people he had planted in the Lost World Palace? Today, his disciple had also died in Ning Fan's hands. Revered Yan would certainly not let Ning Fan go after taking revenge on him for so many times. Even if they put aside the grudges between them, Revered Flame was determined to obtain the several types of earth vein demonic flames that Ning Fan possessed. Revered Yan patted his storage pouch and took out a fiery red flying sword in his hand. Just as he was about to fight against Ning Fan, the nervous voices of the 2 ladies suddenly reached his ears. It's not his fault. I'm the one who offended Guzhan. How dare you? Revered Elder of the Rain Palace, are you trying to create trouble in my Lost World Palace? The one who begged for mercy was Yalan, but the one who scolded Ning Fan was Bei Xiaoman. Ning Fan was secretly surprised. Yalan had pleaded for mercy on his behalf, but Bei Xiaoman actually spoke up for him. It was really strange. Doesn't this unruly little girl want to kill me every day and night to vent her anger? I heard that she has successfully broken through to the divine transformation realm. Could it be that her personality has changed after her breakthrough? The crowd of cultivators who were watching the battle were stunned. The originally lively battle was actually stopped by the two ladies. Revered Yan held his sword and stood upright. His eyes turned grim, but he did not attack Ning Fan immediately. The reason why he did not attack Ning Fan immediately was not because of Yalan but because he was intimidated by Bei Xiaoman. In terms of cultivation base, Bei Xiaoman was not worthy of Revered Yan's attention at all. However, in terms of identity, Bei Xiaoman was the fourth mistress of the Northern Heaven. She was not someone whom Revered Yan could afford to offend. However, what Revered Yan could not understand was the rumor that Bei Xiaoman had always been on bad terms with Ning Fan. The reason why he dared to attack Ning Fan in the Black Warrior City was because of this information. It seems like the information I received was wrong. How is this Bei Xiaoman hating Ning Fan? She is obviously lustful to the core and has an affair with Ning Fan. Reverend Yan secretly sneered. The so-called Northern Sky fourth young mistress was merely a broken shoe. Miss Bei, this man killed my disciple. Everyone here has witnessed it. Are you trying to protect him? Kill your disciple? Bei Xiaoman rolled her eyes at him in annoyance. Why does the stinky Zhou Ming still act without thinking? Why does he have the guts to kill just about anyone? Bei Xiaoman was domineering and arrogant, but she knew her limits. She dared to kill a fourth revolution pill master, but she was very polite to a fifth revolution pill master. She would not make things difficult for a divine transformation realm old monster. As for Revered Yan, it was said that he was quite popular in the Rain Palace. He was good friends with many Void Refinement Realm experts of the Rain Palace. Bei Xiaoman was not willing to offend such a person. She clearly knew that it was very stupid to offend Revered Flame. However, when she saw Ning Fan smiling without saying a word even though a great calamity was about to befall him, Bei Xiaoman was infuriated. This Zhou Ming is my, Bei Xiaoman's, man. You can't kill him. Hua, the surroundings were in an uproar. Rumor had it that Bei Xiaoman was the most ruthless, domineering, and unruly person. She would never understand her subordinates. Why did her personality change today? Why would she risk offending the Rain Palace just to protect a Devil Lord? Devil Lord Zhou Ming was indeed powerful and he was one of the 8 venerated beings of the Internal Sea. However, Revered Flame's status was even higher than the 8 venerated beings. Even if Bei Xiaoman had a powerful background, she should also know that it was not advisable to offend the Rain Palace in the lower worlds. Old Ancestor Lu Qing, who was guarding the Silver Tower, was definitely the most surprised one. Even though he heard that Bei Xiaoman had severed part of her red dragon after achieving the divine transformation realm and temporarily suppressed her menstrual cycle, he would never have thought that she would protect others. Ning Fan looked at Bei Xiaoman with a strange expression. His gaze actually made her blush out of embarrassment and anger. Inwardly, he suddenly felt that this Bei Xiaoman also seemed to have some cute points. Revered Flame's eyes flashed with a hint of hesitation. In fact, he did not expect that the Lost World Palace would protect Ning Fan like this. Revered Flame had also heard about Ning Fan's fearsome reputation as the 8th venerated being of the Internal Sea. However, most of them did not believe it. Even if Ning Fan really had half-step Void Refinement Realm combat power, Revered Flame would not put him in his eyes. Bei Xiaoman was the only person in the Punlai Immortal Island that he was afraid of. He also did not want to offend the Lost World Palace. However, when his spirit sense scanned Ning Fan's dantian again and again, the greed in his eyes became stronger. He had wanted to kill Ning Fan since a long time ago, from Tuki's death and the green Luan flame falling into Ning Fan's hands. This time, many experts of the Rain Palace entered the Endless Sea for the slot to enter the Thunder Sovereign's tomb. However, Revered Flame already had the slot and he did not care about it at all. The only reason he came here was for the Earthvein demonic flames. Tuki's death allowed Revered Flame to find out a lot of information about Ning Fan. The most important information was that Ning Fan possessed several types of Earthvein demonic flames. Today, he personally confirmed that there were 4 types of Earthvein demonic flames in Ning Fan's body. If he obtains these 4 types of demonic flames and devours them with his flame art, his cultivation base would certainly improve tremendously. He might even break through to the half-step Void Refinement Realm or even the Void Refinement Realm. After thinking for a while, Revered Flame made up his mind. No matter what, he must keep Ning Fan here today. Miss Bei, I respect you for the sake of the Lost World Palace. However, it doesn't mean that I have to give face to others. This man killed my disciple. I must kill him. If I have offended you in any way, please forgive me. How dare you? I won't forgive you. Bei Xiaoman's beautiful eyes turned cold. She rolled up her sleeves and furrowed her brows. It seemed like she was about to rush forward and teach Revered Flame a lesson. However, just as she took a step forward, Ning Fan gently grabbed her wrist and dragged her behind him. He smiled casually. Miss Bei, thank you for protecting me because of our past relationship. However, even though we have a deep relationship, we haven't reached the final step. I still can't be considered as your woman. You don't have to protect me like this. The surrounding cultivators were shocked again. Revered Ming was actually joking with Bei Xiaoman. Judging from Revered Ming's words, could it be that he had a close relationship with Bei Xiaoman and they had done a lot of lovey-dovey things? However, they had not reached the final step, teasing. It was blatant teasing. Let go of me. Don't touch me. Disgusting. Who has a deep relationship with you? Bei Xiaoman slapped Ning Fan's hand away. She did not realize that she had just been verbally teased by Ning Fan. Be quiet. You too. Ning Fan glanced at Bei Xiaoman and then at Yalan. All of a sudden, the smile on his face disappeared and his expression turned cold. He was smiling because he was in a good mood when he saw his two old friends, Yalan and Bei Xiaoman, worried about him. He was cold because Revered Flame kept saying that he wanted to kill him. Even a clay figurine would get angry. Interesting. I've finally made the Endless Sea fear me. Now, the Rain Palace is here to pick a fight with me. Ning Fan's cold eyes glanced at Revered Flame. He saw through his intentions with just a glance. This guy is just a hypocrite. Avenge my disciple? What a legitimate reason. He just wants to covet my earth-vein demonic flame. It's just like how he coveted the Lost World Palace's green Luan flame in the past. If the upper beam is not straight, the lower beam will be crooked. If the disciple is that kind of trash, how good can the master be? Yalan was Ning Fan's old friend. Besides, Ning Fan was the lord of the 3 pagodas of the Lost World Palace. It's impossible for him to leave his subordinates in the lurch. It's understandable for him to lend a hand. Gu Zhen was the one who bullied and humiliated him first. Ning Fan then killed him. With Ning Fan's personality, he did not care who Gu Zhen was. If he wants to die, he will kill him. Ning Fan was never a magnanimous person who could tolerate others bullying and humiliating. If Gu Zhen was killed, then he was killed. If Revered Flame offended him, then he was offended. He and Revered Flame already had an old grudge. This grudge had become irreconcilable since the day Ning Fan killed the 3 tower masters of the Lost World Palace. Besides, Ning Fan did not think that Revered Flame wanted to kill him just to avenge his disciple. Ever since Revered Flame appeared, he had spread his spirit sense 7 times to sense Ning Fan's dantian within a few breaths. When he sensed the chi of the 4 earth-vein demonic flames, the corner of his eyes revealed a hint of joy. It could not be hidden from Ning Fan's eyes and ears at all. Avenging for his disciple was just a hypocritical explanation. His disciple was dead but he showed joy. It was self-evident. Right from the beginning, this Revered Flame had come for my earth-vein demonic flames. Even if he didn't kill Gu Zhen, once the latter knew that he was in Penglai, he would still have other reasons to launch a sneak attack and hunt him down. Ning Fan's gaze subtly shifted to a certain direction. The purple star in his left eye flashed faintly. He saw 2 Void Refinement Realm cultivators hiding there. Most likely, they were hired by Revered Yen to protect him. No wonder the Flame Reverend was so arrogant that he even dared to step on Bei Xiaoman's face. It turned out that he came with a backer. The other party had 2 Void Refinement Realm experts while he had 3 Void Refinement Realm spiritual puppets. Thus, there was no need for him to be afraid of them. Ning Fan's eyelids twitched. He drew out a trace of the chi of the Realm Beast puppet from his storage pouch and secretly transmitted it to the 2 Void Refinement Realm beings who were in hiding. In an instant, the two of them were shocked and immediately sent a message to the Flame Reverend. Yan Zun's eyes were also fixed on Ning Fan. His eyes were filled with killing intent. All of a sudden, it was as if someone was secretly transmitting a message to Flame Reverend. At the next moment, Flame Reverend's expression changed greatly. His killing intent towards Ning Fan that he originally had became much weaker. That voice was emitted by a void refinement realm being who was hiding in the dark. He was reminding the Flame Reverend. This Zhou Ming is not simple. He saw us. Moreover, he purposely spread a trace of void refinement realm aura around us. It's not a good idea to mess with him. What? Why is there a void refinement realm chi on his body? Could it be that his seniors are secretly protecting him? Is it a void refinement realm senior who is hiding in the heavenly dwelling? The Flame Reverend was a little frightened. Compared to Bei Xiaoman's face, he was more concerned about the face of a void refinement realm expert. Even though the Flame Reverend was arrogant, that was only true for divine transformation realm beings. He was still quite fearful of void refinement realm beings. Even if there is a void refinement realm being protecting him, I don't want to give up on this earth vein demonic flame. The Flame Reverend gritted his teeth and transmitted his voice. Then, just use a gentler method to seize the flame. Don't completely fall out with him. Let's have a duel. It won't hurt our friendship. As long as we don't go too far, that void refinement realm being in hiding will not interfere with the battle between you juniors. One of the two void refinement realm beings advised. A duel? All right. The crowd of cultivators saw the Flame Reverend mumbling something. No one knew what he was saying. A moment later, his killing intent gradually withered like an eggplant that had been hit by frost. The most inconceivable thing was that the Flame Reverend who was indifferent to killing just now suddenly withdrew all of his anger. He burst into laughter and looked at Ning Fan with a hint of admiration in his eyes. Then, he clicked his tongue and praised. One of the 8 venerated beings of the Internal Sea, revered Ming, Zhou Ming. You really live up to your reputation. I admire you. Just now, when I said that I wanted to avenge my disciple, it was just a joke. I just wanted to test revered Ming's courage. You can't take it seriously. That disciple of mine is ignorant and incompetent. He actually dared to lay his eyes on the female cultivators of the Lost World Palace. Death cannot wipe out his crimes. Fellow Daoist, you've killed Gu Zhen. The crowd of onlookers was speechless. It was obvious that the two of them were about to fight. Why did the Flame Reverend suddenly change his expression and speak to Ning Fan in such a friendly manner? When they thought about it again, they suddenly realized that this Flame Reverend was just playing with Ning Fan just now. That's right. The Flame Reverend is a well-known senior while Ning Fan is just a rising expert. Why would the Flame Reverend bully the weak? His breadth of mind is really broad. Ning Fan killed his disciple, but he still let bygones be bygones and thought that his disciple had done too many evil deeds and deserved to die. Many cultivators who did not know the truth began to admire the Flame Reverend. Ning Fan also withdrew his cold expression and revealed a smile. His eyes, however, were filled with a hint of sarcasm. This Flame Reverend is indeed a shameless person. I purposely released a trace of the chi of the realm beast puppet in order to suppress those 2 void refinement realm cultivators. As expected, I succeeded. Gu Zhen, Tuki, and the others are indeed nothing in his eyes. This Flame Reverend is the type of person who would give up everything for his own benefits. So Flame Reverend is joking. However, I don't think this joke is funny at all. Hee hee, the Flame Reverend let out a few hollow laughs as if he did not hear the sarcasm in Ning Fan's words. Suddenly, his tone changed. He looked at Ning Fan and said with deep meaning. I feel like old friends with revered Ming. I wonder if I have the honor to exchange some pointers with revered Ming? Don't worry, revered Ming. It's just a martial arts competition and it won't harm your life. Naturally, there's no need for the elders behind you to protect you. The Flame Reverend's words had a hidden meaning. I've always been alone in this world. I don't have any seniors. As for exchanging pointers, I don't like battles where there are no restrictions. Ning Fan purposely made a joke which made the Flame Reverend even more suspicious. I can't be wrong. The deliberate explanation is just a cover-up. This Zhou Ming most likely really has a Void Refinement Realm expert protecting him. If that's the case, I really can't offend a Void Refinement Realm old monster for a mere 5th grade earth fire. The Flame Reverend secretly felt lucky. Fortunately, the 2 Void Refinement Realm cultivators had reminded him earlier. Otherwise, he would certainly be fighting with Ning Fan right now. Oh? Fellow Daoist Zhou wants to set up a bet for a battle? Great. I also have the same intention. Why don't we each take one type of Earth Vein Demonic Flame as the wager? One type is too little. If you want to bet, let's bet all of the Earth Vein Demonic Flames. I have 4 types of demonic flames while you have 3. You won't lose out in this bet. Kiss *, the crowd of cultivators sucked in a breath of cold air. Other than the Flame Reverend and Ning Fan who could sense each other's number of demonic flames, the others did not know how many each of them had. However, as soon as Ning Fan said those words, how could the crowd not know that Flame Reverend had 3 types of Earth Vein Demonic Flames which were hard to obtain at the Divine Transformation Realm while Ning Fan had 4 types? Rumor has it that if one gathers all 12 types of Earth Vein Demonic Flames, the destructive power of the flames would be comparable to a Void Fragmentation Realm attack. If the 2 of them bet all of their flames in this battle, no matter who wins, they would possess 7 types of Earth Vein Demonic Flames. Don't bet. That's the green Luan flame that I'm giving you. If you lose. Bei Xiaoman did not know what was bothering her. Why can't I lose the item that I'm giving to Ning Fan? Don't worry. I won't lose. Ning Fan smiled confidently. He was not afraid of the Flame Reverend nor the 2 Void Refinement Realm experts. Moreover, if he uses all 3 of his Void Refinement Realm spiritual puppets and loses 1 or 2 of his spiritual puppets, he might even have a chance to eliminate one of the 2 Void Refinement Realm experts. However, what benefit would it bring to Ning Fan if he were to kill the Rain Palace experts in front of countless cultivators? He was a person who would maximize his benefits. He would not kill Void Refinement Realm experts of the Rain Palace for fun. Divine Transformation Realm old monsters were the revered elders of the Rain Palace while Void Refinement Realm old monsters were the peak combat power of the Rain Palace. Ning Fan could imagine that if he were to kill the 2 Void Refinement Realm experts in front of the crowd of cultivators, countless Void Fragmentation Realm experts of the Rain Palace would come and fight him with their lives tomorrow. Being able to snatch the flame from the Flame Reverend without losing all decorum was the best outcome. Of course, fists and kicks have no eyes during a bet. If Ning Fan cripples the Flame Reverend, it would be considered as an accident, just like how he accidentally burned Guzhen to ashes. Ning Fan was determined to get the Earth Vein Demonic Flame, Revered Yen was also determined to get it. He harumphed coldly in his mind. He could not bear to see Ning Fan's confident expression. On the surface, however, he put on a fake smile and made a few excuses. Finally, he agreed to bet all of his demonic flames. Hee. Fellow Daoist Zhou, don't worry. I will certainly show mercy. Revered Yen sounded happy but he could not help but sneer inwardly. What he was thinking was actually the same as Ning Fan. In front of the Void Refinement Realm elders of Ning Fan's clan, Revered Yen could not kill Ning Fan. However, fists and kicks were silent. If he accidentally cripples Ning Fan, it would be a different story, brat. You are not qualified to fight me, Yun Yen. I will certainly cripple you and let you know who's stronger. Revered Yen sneered. However, he did not know who would cripple who. Both Revered Yen and Ning Fan rose into the sky and drew the sky as a platform. Fellow Daoist Zhou, be careful. My flying sword is coming. Revered Yen shook his flying sword. With a flash of fiery light, the flying sword disappeared without a trace. Although it seemed like he was warning Ning Fan, Revered Yen had absolute confidence that Ning Fan would not be able to withstand his sword. Stinky Zhou Ming. Be careful. This is the Void Grade Spiritual Augmentation Technique, Shadow Slash. Bei Xiaoman reminded him anxiously. At the next moment, the fiery red flying sword that had disappeared did not attack Ning Fan. Instead, it pierced towards Ning Fan's shadow. The 2 of them stood in midair. Dark clouds drifted across the sky and the shadows under their feet were getting longer and longer. That sword light had already arrived in a flash. 3/3, to be continued, the Fu Li had extraordinary insight. Even without Bei Xiaoman's reminder, Ning Fan had already seen through the mysteries of revered being Yan's flying sword. That fiery red flying sword was a peak transcendent level spirit treasure. It had 2 divine abilities, instant movement and beheading shadow. This Reverend Yan was not a sword cultivator, but a fire cultivator. The flying sword he wielded was only used for sneak attacks. The fiery red sword light flashed a few times and approached the shadow that Ning Fan left on the ground. Once Ning Fan's shadow is injured, he would be able to kill Ning Fan's true body as well. One had to admit that the shadow-slaying divine ability was similar to the nascent soul-snatching technique. Bei Xiaoman was really a little nervous. 2 blood-red stars slowly emerged on her glabella. She raised her small hand and her fingertips were surrounded by blood-red light. She was ready to lend Ning Fan a hand at any time. However, before Bei Xiaoman could make a move, the fiery red flying sword trembled as if it was struck by a starlight. That starlight was the Separation Slayer flying sword that Ning Fan's flicked out with his finger. After Ning Fan comprehended the sword intent, the power of the flying sword was incomparable to the fiery red flying sword. Bang! A cracking sound rang out as the fiery red flying sword was shattered by the starlight sword's shadow. A ray of starlight circled around his body. Ning Fan's black eyes were as deep as the bottom of a lake as he indifferently glanced at Revered Yan. That's not how you control a flying sword. Quick! Ning Fan changed his hand seal. All of a sudden, the starlight sword shadows that were hovering around him were divided into 10 and then 100. In an instant, there were already 10,000 sword shadows that pierced through the sky towards Revered Being Yan. Ning Fan rarely used his flying sword technique to kill people. However, it did not mean that he was not proficient in it. In particular, he had comprehended the trapping celestial sword essence with the help of a broken sword, which allowed him to unleash the full power of the flying sword. What a domineering sword intent! Even the 2 Void Refinement Realm experts of the Rain Palace who were in hiding could not help but sigh in admiration. Ning Fan's sword intent contained the arrogance and overbearingness of immortal Wanju. It was the sword of an overlord. Just by looking at it from afar, it made the 2 Void Refinement Realm experts feel suffocated. The 2 of them could not help but guess what Ning Fan was thinking. Zhou Ming of the Endless Sea has a Void Refinement Realm expert protecting him. Could it be that he is really a member of the Zhou clan of the Internal Sea? However, the Rain Palace had always kept a close eye on the Zhou clan of the Internal Sea. There was certainly no such person in the Zhou clan who was known as Ning Fan. What exactly is this young man's background? The 2 Void Refinement Realm experts began to guess Ning Fan's identity. The domineering aura of Ning Fan's sword intent swept across the long street. The onlookers retreated once again, distancing themselves from the battlefield between Ning Fan and Yan Fan. Facing the 10,000 sword shadows, even Reverend Yan felt his scalp go numb. His strength was strong enough to incinerate ordinary half-step Void Refinement Realm cultivators to death. He had also seen many sword cultivators who had their heads cut off by flying swords. Among all the Divine Transformation Realm sword cultivators that Revered Flame had seen, Ning Fan's flying sword technique could definitely be ranked within the top 3. Besides, Revered Yan also knew that the flying sword technique was not Ning Fan's forte at all. This old one seems to have underestimated this person. Revered Yan knitted his brows for the first time. Now, he regarded Ning Fan as an equal opponent. He patted his storage pouch and took out a handful of red sand. He sprinkled it into the sky and the sand sparkled with blood-red starlight. The red sand covered the sky, and with a sweep of the dust, countless sword shadows collapsed one after another. As for the Separation Slayer, it was suppressed by the red sand. The body of the sword trembled violently, but it did not break. Immemorial divine weapon Revered Yan's frown deepened. Initially, he was prepared to use this red sand to crush Ning Fan's flying sword to avenge himself. However, it turned out that it was just a wishful thinking. In the first round of confrontation, Ning Fan was unscathed while Revered Yan had one of his flying swords broken. Revered Yan, on the other hand, was at a disadvantage. It's the blood cinnabar. This is Revered Yan's natal magic treasure. It's a handful of blood cinnabar refined from the immemorial star iron. It specializes in breaking all kinds of magic treasures. Immemorial divine weapon. The flying sword that Revered Ming is holding is also an immemorial divine weapon. Rumor has it that not only can immemorial divine weapons advance, but their bodies are also extremely hard and indestructible. If it's an ordinary flying sword, I'm afraid it would have been crushed by the blood cinnabar a long time ago. It's indeed a divine weapon. The surrounding cultivators discussed among themselves. When their words fell into Ning Fan's ears, his eyes turned serious. I see. No wonder this red sand is so domineering and can actually crush the flying sword shadows. It turns out that it's revered Yan's natal magic treasure. If it's a magic treasure, Ning Fan's body was already surrounded by the Separation Slayer sword. Then, he pointed at his glabella and took out a blood-red lightning whip. Looking at the red sand that filled the sky, Ning Fan did not say a word. He raised the lightning whip to the sky and whipped it 100 times in one go. Each of the whip shadows was like a blood-red lightning bolt. 100 streaks of blood-red lightning struck the red sand with great force. However, when revered Yan saw this scene, it only turned into a cold sneer. In his eyes, Ning Fan had already witnessed the power of the blood cinnabar. Yet, he still dared to use his magic treasure to attack him. Ning Fan was simply giving his magic treasure to him for him to crush. Break! Revered Yan raised his brows and changed his hand seals. The rolling red sand instantly drowned the 100 streaks of blood-red lightning. He could tell with just a glance that the blood lightning whip was just a spiritual treasure. There was no need to fear it at all. The red sand swirled towards the lightning whip shadows. The streaks of blood-red lightning collapsed one after another. However, before revered Yan could feel proud of himself, his expression suddenly changed. When the 100 streaks of whip shadows landed on the red sand, it was as if they were whipping the primordial spirit in revered Yan's dantian. After his primordial spirit was whipped 100 times by Ning Fan, revered Yan coughed out a mouthful of blood. He actually lost his balance and nearly fell from the sky. His injuries were definitely not light. At the moment when revered Yan was injured, Ning Fan flicked his sleeve and produced a gust of wind. The blood sand that filled the sky was swept away by him. He actually forcefully took away revered Yan's natal magic treasure while he was distracted. Normally, only a cultivator could use their natal magic treasure. Outsiders would not be able to use it as they wish. However, Ning Fan was different. After keeping the blood cinnabar into his sleeve, his fingertip was surrounded by a purplish-golden mist. Then, he wiped it across the blood sand. Amidst a sizzling sound, the spirit sense imprint that revered Yan planted in the blood sand was easily wiped away by Ning Fan. Before revered Yan could stabilize his body, the spirit sense imprint in his magic treasure was suddenly wiped away. He felt a sharp pain in his sea of consciousness. He coughed out a mouthful of blood and half-knelt in the sky. His face was filled with shock and anger. White lightning spirit shattering technique. There's no mistaking it. This isn't the ordinary lightning of the Zhou clan. Who are you to thunder sovereign Buzhou? Why do you want to take away my natal magic treasure? Revered Yan's heart was filled with hatred. The Endless Sea had already heard about Ning Fan's technique of killing a nascent soul by extracting treasures. After all, to the cultivators of the Endless Sea, it was not a rare technique to attack a nascent soul. Many of the lightning element cultivators in the Zhou clan knew how to do it. However, the lightning of the lightning cultivators of the Zhou clan was not as domineering as Ning Fan. It was not an ordinary lightning at all. The destructive power of the blood lightning was like a heavenly tribulation, making it hard for people to defend against it. In the history of the Zhou clan of the Internal Sea, there was only one person who had ever mastered the blood lightning, and that person was Thunder Sovereign Buzhou. There had long been rumors in the Endless Sea that Zhou Ming was a member of the Zhou clan of the Internal Sea. However, after Zhou Qing, the chosen one of the Zhou clan, clarified the rumors, it was confirmed to be a rumor. Revered Yan was even more certain that there was no one named Ning Fan in the Zhou clan of the Internal Sea. However, Ning Fan actually used Thunder Sovereign Buzhou's blood lightning technique. Could it be just a coincidence? No. How could there be such a coincidence in this world? The two Void Refinement Realm experts of the Rain Palace who were in hiding had the same thought as revered Yan. They were already guessing Ning Fan's identity. After witnessing the blood lightning, they were even more certain that Ning Fan was a member of the Zhou clan of the Internal Sea. As for why Zhou Ming was not mentioned in the intelligence report of the Rain Palace, The two Void Refinement Realm experts pondered and guessed inwardly. Perhaps this Zhou Ming was an important figure in the Zhou clan. He was so important that they had to erase his existence to prevent the Rain Palace from finding out about it. The two Void Refinement Realm experts increasingly felt that their guess was correct. Moreover, it made more sense that Ning Fan had a Void Refinement Realm expert protecting him. In their opinion, the hidden Void Refinement Realm expert must be a Void Refinement Realm elder of the Zhou clan. However, they did not know which one it was. Humph. The Zhou clan has an agreement with our Rain Palace. Half-step Void Refinement Realm experts are not allowed to leave the internal sea without permission. How dare they violate the agreement? It seems like we have to report this matter to the Divine Sovereign. After a round of random guesses, the two of them actually went further and further away from the truth. We must find out which elder of the Zhou clan is protecting this Zhou Ming. Ning Fan naturally did not know about the intention of hiding the Void Refinement Realm expert. It was just a matter of seconds for him to ambush Revered Yen with the spirit-shattering whip. Seeing that Revered Yen was injured, Ning Fan seized the opportunity to snatch the blood cinnabar by force. Without giving Revered Yen any chance to catch his breath, he stretched out his Fu Li demon wings and flapped them forcefully. With a flash of purple light, his figure disappeared. What a fast speed. Not good. Yun Yen, be careful behind you. At this moment, the expressions of the two Void Refinement Realm experts changed greatly. They no longer concealed themselves and appeared in the sky, shouting at Revered Yen. Fast. It's too fast. Ning Fan's speed was not much different from a Void Refinement Realm expert when he used his Fu Li wings. His speed of 90,000 li * 500 m per li was not something that Revered Yen could react to at all. Only the two Void Refinement Realm experts could sense the direction where Ning Fan was going. A chill suddenly came from his back. After hearing the two Void Refinement Realm experts' cries, how could Revered Yen still remain calm? He immediately turned around and scanned the area behind him with his spirit sense. It was like a spark in the sky. All of a sudden, the vast sky within 10,000 li * 500 m per li was engulfed by a sea of flames. In the sea of flames, a white-robed figure just appeared. Before he could launch a sneak attack from Revered Yan's back, he was already engulfed by the sea of flames. Fire sense. Spirit sense of flames. Ning Fan had cultivated his sea of consciousness into the shape of a sword and condensed his sword sense. As for Revered Yen, he had cultivated his sea of consciousness into the shape of a fire and condensed his fire sense. With the strength of his half-step Void Refinement Realm spirit sense, even an ordinary half-step Void Refinement Realm expert would be severely injured when he uses his sword sense technique. Even though he, Revered Yen, was arrogant, his strength was also astonishing. At the very least, he was a few times stronger than a Void Insight Realm expert who had yet to reach the Void Refinement Realm. However, Revered Yen had to forcefully activate his fire sense again before he could suppress his injuries. Thus, he could not help but cough out a mouthful of blood again. However, he was certain that Ning Fan would definitely be severely injured by his fire sense. Burning Heaven Fire Sense. This is the technique that Revered Yen is famous for. He had once used this technique to burn a half-step Void Refinement Realm expert to death. According to rumors, Revered Ming had also cultivated his sword sense by chance. However, his sword sense doesn't seem to be as domineering as Revered Yan's fire sense. You should know that once Revered Yan's fire sense is released, all beings below the early divine transformation realm within 50,000 li * 500 m per li will be instantly killed and burned into ashes. Bei Xiaoman's face revealed a hint of worry. She was not even afraid of I Ching, but she was afraid of Revered Yen. What she feared the most was this fire sense technique. In terms of large-scale killing techniques, Revered Yen could even be ranked first among all the divine transformation realm experts in the Rain world. No. I haven't taken revenge on him yet. He can't die just like this. I can't. Bei Xiaoman's mind was filled with anxiety. She wanted to soar into the sky. She obviously hated Ning Fan so much, but when she saw Ning Fan being engulfed by the fire sense, she became extremely anxious. She did not like this feeling of fear and trepidation. She disliked it very much. She must pull Ning Fan out of the sea of flames, rumble before Bei Xiaoman could rush into the sea of flames, she forcefully halted her footsteps at the next moment. Her eyes widened in surprise. The sea of flames, which was powerful enough to instantly kill an early divine transformation realm expert, was forcefully split apart by an unknown force at the next moment. Ning Fan, who was dressed in white robes and had a pair of bewitching purple wings, calmly passed through the sea of flames. The raging flames seemed to be afraid of him as they kept avoiding him, let alone burning him. How is this possible? Revered Yen could not believe it. The fire sense that he unleashed with all his might could even severely injure a half-step void refinement realm expert. However, it could not hurt Ning Fan at all. At this moment, Ning Fan, who was standing in the sea of flames, actually gave Revered Yen a feeling of fear and trepidation. The 100 types of 4th grade spiritual flames and the 3 types of earth vein demonic flames in his dantian were trembling in fear. It was irresistible. At this moment, Ning Fan was like the Emperor of Fire. No fire could hurt him. Fire plucking technique. Ning Fan clenched his 5 fingers and a tiny vortex of yin-yang fishes was formed below his palm. As soon as the vortex appeared, a strange and terrifying suction force spread out. The sea of flames, which was 10,000 li * 500 m per li, was sucked into the tiny vortex and disappeared without a trace. No one knew that the so-called all-out attack of Revered Yen had become the nourishment for the steel of sun and moon. It was going to be used to replenish the steel's soul. The surrounding cultivators were completely silent. The scene was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. They were completely shocked by what they had just witnessed. The 2 void refinement realm experts were also stunned. They could not believe what they had just seen. It was unimaginable. It was too unimaginable. The 2 of them knew that it was not difficult for them to crush Revered Yan's fire sense with their void refinement realm cultivation base. However, it was just crushing. The ability that Ning Fan displayed was not as simple as crushing. It was as if it was a natural restraint. No. Restraint was not enough to describe the feeling of being devoured. To be more precise, that feeling was like plucking, yes, plucking. It was like a cultivator plucking a human cauldron. He greedily took everything from the human cauldron, but the human cauldron could not resist him. All of a sudden, the 2 of them thought quickly. Then, they seemed to have thought of something and their faces lit up with joy. Could it be that this Zhou Ming has a way to restrain the flames? If that's the case, I'm afraid he's the only one in the entire Rain world who can obtain that item. The 2 of them exchanged glances and saw through each other's thoughts. That item was located somewhere in the abyssal flame sea. Even a void fragmentation realm expert could not enter that place without permission and retrieve it. In order to retrieve that item, the Rain Palace had deliberately nurtured Revered Yen and provided him with all kinds of preferential treatment for his cultivation. They allowed him to devour the earth vein demonic flame and protected him with the protection of a void refinement realm expert. They allowed him and his disciples to break the law arrogantly. However, even if they want to rely on Revered Yen to retrieve that item, they would at least need to nurture him to the void fragmentation realm. Everything was too uncertain. Who could be sure if Revered Yen could attain the void fragmentation realm after tens of thousands of years? If this Zhou Ming is willing to help the Rain Palace, we don't need Yun Yan's help anymore. We can't let Yun Yan continue to fight against this Zhou Ming. Once Yun Yan offends Zhou Ming completely, it will be difficult for us to recruit him to work for the Rain Palace. The 2 of them took a step forward, preparing to stop the battle between Revered Yen and Ning Fan. No one knew that the 2 void refinement realm experts actually had the thought of befriending Ning Fan. Ning Fan slowly withdrew the vortex on his palm and licked his lips as if it was tasty. Such pure fire sense power had filled the steel of sun and moon with at least 1% of its soul power. He did not continue to kill Revered Yen. By extracting his primordial spirit, touching his magic treasures and devouring his fire sense, Ning Fan had already severely injured him. With Ning Fan's personality, he was naturally unwilling to make enemies. However, it was also unwise to kill Revered Yen in front of tens of thousands of people and offend the Rain Palace. Even if he really wants to kill Revered Yen, it would be better to launch a sneak attack behind everyone's back, hand over the 3 types of earth vein demonic flames. Ning Fan's cold voice left no room for refusal. Impossible. Don't even think about it. Haha. You can't take away my position. You can't. Revered Yan seemed to have gone mad. He had never felt such strong killing intent towards Ning Fan before. In the past, he only wanted to kill Ning Fan and seize his flames. Now, however, he wanted to kill Ning Fan and eliminate all future troubles. Ning Fan had threatened his position. It was because Ning Fan was the Emperor of Fire and he was not afraid of fire. If he is still alive, the Rain Palace would no longer need him and he would lose the full support of the Rain Palace. Void Fire Technique, Samadhi Fire Palm. Revered Yan's eyes were already bloodshot. He must kill Ning Fan before the two Void Refinement Realm experts befriended Ning Fan. 1/3, to be continued, Virtual Fire Art, Samadhi Fire Palm. Yan Zun's eyes were already blood red. He must kill Ning Fan before the two Void Refinement Realm experts befriend him. With a grab of his 5 fingers, 3 earth vein demonic flames of different colors floated before him. With another grab, 100 grade 4 spirit flames appeared dazzlingly. Yan Zun clasped his palms together. All of the flames suddenly began to gather, turning into an exquisite jade-green palm imprint. Without saying a word, he slammed it at Ning Fan with great force. This fire palm was a void-level Dharma spell and it had been cultivated by the Flame Lord for thousands of years. The strength of that palm strike was infinitely close to that of an early Void Refinement Realm attack. It was a supreme technique bestowed by the Rain Palace, the power of a single palm turned into a 40,000 zhong palm imprint. In the midst of the deafening rumble, space shattered, and the entire Black Warrior city shook violently. The power of that palm strike was definitely not something an ordinary half-step Void Refinement Realm cultivator could withstand. This palm was beyond everyone's expectations. All the cultivators who were spectating could see that the winner between Ning Fan and Yan Zun had already been decided. Ning Fan was the winner while Yan Zun was the loser. Obviously, Yan Zun had kept his promise and handed over the Earth Vein demonic flame. Ning Fan had already shown mercy and spared Revered Yan's life. However, Revered Yan didn't know what was good for him. He took advantage of Ning Fan's carelessness and sent out a fire palm of absolute death in an attempt to kill Ning Fan. How despicable and shameless, the two Void Refinement Realm experts were enraged at the same time. Just now, they wanted to stop the battle. However, they did not expect that Flame Revered would continue to sneak an attack on Ning Fan after he was defeated. That was a complete disgrace to the Rain Palace. No, face was not a big deal. If they killed Ning Fan, they would lose the chance to make a contribution. Bringing Ning Fan back to the Rain Palace and helping the Divine Sovereign retrieve that item was a great contribution. Yun Yan. Stop. If you dare to hurt this person, the God Emperor will punish you heavily. The threats of the two did not enter the ears of the Flame Lord at all. Ning Fan's eyes turned cold. Even though he did not kill Flame Revered, he was secretly observing his every move. It was certainly impossible for him to be ambushed by a mere Flame Revered. Wrong, he did it wrong again. Was it because he had too many concerns that the Flame Reverend felt that he was weak and easy to bully? This person did not know what was good for him. If he were to let this person go, he would definitely leave behind countless troubles. It's me, I was too merciful. Ning Fan took a step forward. His killing intent immediately rose. This Flame Reverend was very strong. If not for the fact that his steel of sun and moon countered all flames, it would not have been easy for him to defeat the Flame Reverend. Since this person hated Ning Fan to the bone, how could Ning Fan let him go? If they let this person go, would another Gusu be massacred? If the Flame Reverend wanted to kill someone, even Dong Su would not be able to stop him. The Pleasure Devil Island was in danger, the Bai Yao sect was in danger, and with this person's capability, if he found out about Yu country, Ji He and the other girls would definitely be in danger. Ning Fan did not regret saving Yilan. The only thing he regretted was that he seemed to be a little lenient towards Flame Reverend. So what if I offend two Void Refinement Realm experts? So what if we offend the Rain Palace? If I let this person go, I won't offend him. Since he could not avoid offending the Flame Reverend, he would kill the Flame Reverend and silence him. Sword Crystal, appear. Ning Fan patted his storage pouch and took out the last Sword Crystal. It contained the full force attack of a mid-Void Refinement Realm sword cultivator. He had already given the early stage Sword Crystal to Shiran and Wu Yan. This was his last one. Ning Fan's defense against flames could be said to be heaven-defying. However, if he wants to kill Revered Flame instantly, even his Black Tempest soul-splitting technique might not be able to do it. Although the sword crystal was precious, it was the best use for it to kill a potential threat. Break! An extremely dazzling sword light shot out from Ning Fan's palm. At the next moment, it turned into 1,000,000 rays of sword light with terrifying auras. The sword crystal was already extremely strong in the first place. After Ning Fan fused it with his sword intent, its power was stimulated to its maximum. The flaming palm that was powerful enough to severely injure a half-step void refinement realm was crushed by the 1,000,000 rays of sword light in just a breath's time. Countless rays of sword light instantly drowned Flame Reverend. His face was filled with astonishment. He could not understand why Ning Fan actually possessed such a precious sword crystal. A mid-void refinement realm sword crystal. Impossible. Even I find it hard to obtain such a powerful life-saving treasure. Why do you have it? Why? Ah. Amidst a miserable shriek, Flame Reverend's physical body exploded into a mist of blood. Even his primordial spirit was crushed and he died instantly. All that was left were balls of fire. All of them were the spirit flames that Flame Reverend had devoured when he was still alive. Ning Fan flicked his sleeve and kept them away along with his storage pouch. The entire Black Warrior City was shocked. Ning Fan actually dared to kill a revered elder of the Rain Palace in front of everyone. This man is really audacious. Ning Fan coldly stared at the two Void Refinement Realm experts of the Rain Palace. His eyes flashed with ferocious light. He was the one who killed them. So what if he killed them? Why does he need to worry about this matter being exposed and offending the Rain Palace? If I kill these two Void Refinement Realm experts as well as all the cultivators who witnessed this incident on Punlai Immortal Island, those who should be killed, those who should be captured and those who should be silenced, only sparing those who are close to me who will never betray me, as long as I don't let any of them go, who would know that Ning Fan would kill Flame Reverend? It's fine if I don't kill them. If I do, I'll eliminate them completely. If I'm afraid of the slightest thing, there's no need for me to continue cultivating as a devil. Hiss *. The two Void Refinement Realm experts sucked in a cold breath. If they did not see it wrongly, that mid-Void Refinement Realm sword chi was gentle and treacherous. Both of them recalled a person at the same time. It seemed like the third elder of the Zhou clan was a mid-Void Refinement Realm sword cultivator. In other words, this piece of sword crystal is actually the third elder's sword. Ning Fan is also hiding a mid-Void Refinement Realm third elder of the Zhou clan. When they met Ning Fan's current gaze, both of them felt a chill in their hearts for no reason. Ning Fan's current gaze was as if he wanted to kill them to silence them. It was just too terrifying. Ning Fan's current killing intent actually gave the two of them an extremely dangerous feeling. Both of them were stunned. Could it be that the third elder who is hiding in Ning Fan's heavenly dwelling has given an order to go all out and kill both of us as well? Yes. That's right. The third elder of the Zhou clan has a strong cultivation base. He is also ruthless. It's fine if he doesn't kill them, but once he does, he will kill his entire clan. This third elder is going to take action against the two of them. Rumor has it that the third elder is about to break through to the late Void Refinement Realm. His sword techniques are so strong that killing early Void Refinement Realm experts is as easy as killing ants. The two of them immediately realized that they must immediately clear their misunderstanding with Ning Fan to prevent the two of them from becoming enemies. It was not only because they were afraid of the third elder of the Zhou clan but also because they needed to befriend Ning Fan in order to obtain that item. Even though the two of them were unhappy about Ning Fan killing Flame Reverend, there was nothing they could do about it. Flame Reverend was already dead. Both of them had failed in their duties. Even if they returned to the Rain Palace, they would probably be punished. If they can recruit Ning Fan to serve the Rain Palace, not only would they not fail in their duties, but they would also make great contributions and be rewarded handsomely by the Divine Sovereign. Ning Fan had a natural restraint against flames. Even if he had yet to break through to the Void Fragmentation Realm, he was very confident that he could enter the Sea of Flames and retrieve that item. This matter was the most important matter in the Rain World. Compared to this matter, the life of Flame Reverend was not worth mentioning at all. The two of them exchanged glances with each other and squeezed out a smile on their faces. Inwardly, they were determined to resolve the misunderstanding between them today and befriend Ning Fan. "Little friend, are you hurt? It was really dangerous just now." If little friend is hurt, we would really feel guilty. This Yunyan really doesn't know what's good for him. He had obviously lost the bet, but he still plotted against little friend. He really deserved to die. Even if little friend doesn't attack him, the two of us will kill him. Their words stunned countless cultivators. Originally, everyone thought that the two Void Refinement Realm experts were going to avenge Flame Reverend. However, the development of the matter was far beyond everyone's expectations. What kind of development was this? The revered elder of the Rain Palace was chopped into pieces. Not even his bones were left. Why did these two Void Refinement Realm experts of the Rain Palace still have the mood to laugh? Or were they laughing at Ning Fan, the murderer? Even though it was not wrong for Ning Fan to kill someone to protect himself, killing a revered elder of the Rain Palace in front of everyone was like slapping the Rain Palace's face. How could the Rain Palace not pursue such a serious matter? This was not in line with the domineering style of the Rain Palace. Oh? Seniors, don't you think that I'm guilty of killing someone? Ning Fan was slightly surprised. Obviously, he did not expect that the two Void Refinement Realm experts would actually smile at him with kindness. His plan of killing the two Void Refinement Realm experts on the spot was temporarily postponed. He thought to himself. Could it be that Flame Reverend has a grudge against them and killing them just happens to fulfill their wish? Little friend, you must be joking. The Endless Sea is a lawless place. Killing is not a crime. Besides, Yun Yan was the one who tried to kill him first. Little friend, you were just trying to protect yourself. What crime is there to be guilty of? Little friend, don't worry. No one will blame you for Yun Yan's death. The two of us can guarantee that. Moreover, little friend is much more useful to the Rain Palace than Yun Yan. Little friend, you don't have to worry about anything. The two Void Refinement Realm experts chuckled as if Flame Reverend's death was just an insignificant matter. Ning Fan stared at the two of them deeply. From their words, the reason why they changed their attitudes was because he was more useful than Flame Reverend. Inwardly, he thought. Could it be that the two of them have something to ask of me? Otherwise, given their identity as Void Refinement Realm experts of the Rain Palace, it was impossible for them to speak to me in such a soft and gentle tone. So that's how it is. I have value to be used by the Rain Palace. On the other hand, this value could allow Ning Fan to gain a lot of benefits from the Rain Palace. How is the third elder? One of the Void Refinement Realm experts suddenly asked with a smile. Ning Fan remained silent. The more one talks, the more mistakes he would make. He had yet to figure out the real purpose of these two experts. Hee. It's fine if little friend doesn't want to say it. The two of us can also guess that old man Zhou Chen must be hiding something in your heavenly dwelling. Zhou Chen? Ning Fan's heart skipped a beat, but his expression did not show it. This name was very unfamiliar. At least, it was not known in the Internal Sea. Seeing that Ning Fan did not reply, the two of them did not ask any further. Instead, they suddenly asked another question. Little friend, are you willing to join the Rain Palace and become a revered elder? If little friend is interested, the two of us can recommend you to the Rain Palace. His words were too shocking. All the cultivators in the city who heard his words were in an uproar. Since when did the threshold of becoming a revered elder of the Rain Palace become so low? Didn't they reject devil cultivators and demon cultivators from joining the Rain Palace? Didn't they say that those who kill people like flies are not allowed to join the Rain Palace? Why was revered Ming still valued by the Void Refinement Realm and wanted to recruit him after he killed the revered elder of the Rain Palace? It was unimaginable. It was too unimaginable. Ning Fan pondered over the words of the two Void Refinement Realm experts. He seemed to have some guesses. These two people probably really have something to ask of me. Otherwise, they would not give me such a great benefit. Not everyone could become a revered elder of the Rain Palace. Once you become a revered elder of the Rain Palace, almost no one in the 800 cultivation countries would dare to offend you. Seniors, what request do you have? You can just tell me. If there are enough benefits, it's not like I can't help you. Of course. The two Void Refinement Realm experts' faces were filled with joy. Little friend, do you have time to talk to us in detail? Little friend, don't worry. The two of us can swear on our great heart devil oath that we will never hurt you. We will also not put you in too much danger. As for the benefits, we will definitely satisfy you. Ning Fan also did not think that they had the ability to hurt him. After giving the two of them a deep look, Ning Fan retracted his killing intent. Without revealing his expression, he landed outside the southern tower and smiled at Bei Xiaoman. Miss Bei, do you mind lending me a place to have a good talk with these two seniors? Of course I mind. Bei Xiaoman glared at Ning Fan angrily. She did not know why, but she would get angry when she saw Ning Fan smile. She could not bear to see him being complacent. However, when she saw that Ning Fan was safe and sound, she felt relieved. Fortunately, it did not cause a bigger dispute. When she saw Ning Fan killing revered flame just now, she was really scared to death. Offending the Rain Palace was not a joke. Is that so? What does it have to do with me if you mind? Seniors, please enter the tower for a talk. Ning Fan walked into the southern tower alone. The two Void Refinement Realm experts exchanged glances. They could not hide the excitement in each other's eyes and followed him into the southern tower. Bei Xiaoman was furious. I have already said that I mind. How could Ning Fan do as he pleases and enter the southern tower without permission? Since it has nothing to do with you, why did you ask me? Are you trying to anger me on purpose? The southern tower was her, Bei Xiaoman's, territory. Did she allow him to enter? Who does he think he is? Who does he think he is? My lady, please calm down. The matter that Big Brother Zhou is discussing with the two Void Refinement Realm seniors is a matter of life and death. If the discussion fails, I'm not sure if those two seniors will hurt Big Brother Zhou. They have a favor to ask of Big Brother Zhou. That's why they showed mercy and did not pursue the matter of revered flame's death. But if Yalan was a little worried. Her cultivation base was not high, but she was an intelligent woman. Of course I know. Otherwise, I'll kick that stinking Zhou Ming out. Bei Xiaoman glared at Yalan. She suddenly felt a little annoyed. Just now, she heard from Lu Qing that the reason why Ning Fan killed revered flame and his disciple was all because of this Yalan. In the past, Bei Xiaoman had never paid attention to this subordinate of hers, much less looked up to her. Now, he was looking at Yalan as if he wanted to eat her up. He felt inexplicably irritated and a little envious. What right did he have to kill someone for Yalan but not for me, Bei Xiaoman? Why did Ning Fan treat others so well but bully her everywhere? Don't call him Big Brother Zhou. Remember, you're not allowed to do that. Bei Xiaoman was so angry that she stomped her feet. Then, she ran off to play a game of pricking straw dolls with needles. The one she was going to stab was undoubtedly Ning Fan. Lu Qing stared at Bei Xiaoman, who was venting her anger everywhere. He stroked his beard and seemed to have understood something. Hee. It seems like the fourth young lady already has a sweetheart. Even though revered Ming is a cultivator from the lower worlds, his innate potential is really high. He is a good match for young lady. However, Lu Qing suddenly sighed. But young miss has an engagement with the Shimen clan. Should I do something to prevent young miss from getting too close to revered Ming? 2/3, to be continued, with Ning Fan leading the way and the two Void Refinement Realm experts following behind him, they walked all the way to the southern tower. Elder Mo did not dare to stop them at all. He was just a puny third revolution high-grade pill master. He could not afford to offend the three great deities in front of him. He did not even dare to stop them from entering the tower. The two Void Refinement Realm experts of the Rain Palace naturally had respectable statuses. Ning Fan's ferocious reputation would go even further from today onwards. The Flame Reverend's strength could be ranked in the top 3 among the supremes of the Inner Sea. Since Ning Fan was able to defeat revered Flame, he was almost the first person below the Void Refinement Realm in the Endless Sea, especially when Ning Fan passed through the Sea of Flames that was 10,000 li * 500 m per li, in a relaxed manner, just like the Sovereign of Flames. Elder Hiroshi would never forget that scene for the rest of his life. When they arrived at the main hall of the second floor, Old Mo excused himself respectfully. Ning Fan and the two Void Refinement Realm experts sat on separate seats and began to size each other up. Interesting, the corner of Ning Fan's mouth curved upwards. Killing the Flame Reverend today should have ended in silence. However, no one expected it to end in such a manner. The two Void Refinement Realm experts of the Rain Palace were both at the early Void Refinement Realm. One of them was dressed in a bright yellow dragon robe. His hair was white and his face was pale. He looked awe-inspiring and dignified. His royalty was overwhelming. His name was Luo Jun. One of them was dressed in silver armor with profound patterns. His body was skinny, and his face was old and beardless. He seemed to be a body cultivator, and his name was Chu Hao. The Divine Transformation Realm experts were the revered elders, while the Void Refinement Realm experts were the Palace Masters. These two Void Refinement Realm experts were the Palace Masters of their respective palace branches in the Rain Palace. After briefly introducing each other's identities, the three of them remained silent for a moment. Ning Fan knew that it was time to get down to business. "Seniors, please speak your mind. What difficulties do you have that you need my help with?" "I'm just a soul formation cultivator. I'm really troubled." "Haha, since you've asked, I'll naturally tell you the truth. But before that, please allow me to express my gratitude." Luo Jun smiled insincerely. "Oh? Thank you? Why do you say that?" Ning Fan was slightly surprised. "I had a descendant who was an elder of the Luo Yang sect in the Outer Seas, but a few days ago, he was killed by a group of bandits. According to this old man's investigation, those bandits were stationed on Mullen Island, but they were driven away by little friend Luo. This can be considered as helping this Luo's descendants vent their anger." "I will naturally thank you, little friend." Luo Jun's expression seemed sincere, as if Ning Fan had really done him a favor. "You flatter me." Ning Fan did not express his opinion but was pondering in his mind. Driving away a group of bandits, was this considered a favor? It didn't count. The reason why Luo Jun thanked Ning Fan with this matter was just to ease the tension between them and create a good atmosphere for the upcoming conversation. Ning Fan really wanted to know what kind of important matter the two Void Refinement Realm experts Luo and Zhu had to discuss with him. Yun Yan and Gu Zhan, this pair of master and disciple, have really brought about their own destruction in today's matter. You can't be blamed. Fellow Chu and I are both well aware of this, so we will naturally not cause any trouble for you. Fellow Chu can rest assured about this. Luo Jun expressed his goodwill again, as if he was trying his best to get closer to Ning Fan. "Senior, if you have something to say, you can say it directly. As long as the benefits are good enough, I rarely refuse the requests of others." "All right. My little friend is really straightforward. In that case, if I continue to beat around the bush, it would be my fault. It's like this. My rain temple has an item sealed in a certain abyssal flame sea. As for what it is, you don't need to ask. I only have a rough idea. The flames in that sea of flames were all immortal flames. Even the rain sovereign couldn't enter the sea of fire. It's shameful to say this, but the reason why our rain palace nurtured Yun Yan was so that he could enter the sea of fire. Unfortunately, even if he breaks through to the void fragmentation realm, I'm afraid he won't have much of a chance to succeed. As for my little friend, to be honest, even though you were attacked by Yun Yan's fire sense, you weren't injured in the slightest." Seeing this old man guessed that if anyone else in the rain celestial realm could enter the sea of celestial flames, it would be little friend. Immortal flame? Luo Jun's explanation surprised Ning Fan. He didn't expect that the Rain Palace would fancy his ability to ignore fire attacks. The reason why he could ignore the damage of the flames was because of the steel of sun and moon in the Yin-Yang locket. He dared not say about the higher grade flames, but at least the flames of the earth vein demonic fire rank couldn't hurt him. He had some confidence in defending himself against a 6th or 7th grade spiritual fire. As for the immortal flame, grade 5 spirit fire was known as the earth vein demon fire. 6th and 7th grade spirit fires were known as virtual fires. Higher grade immortal flames could only be refined and used by immortals. Ning Fan frowned. He didn't have the confidence to survive after entering the immortal flame. Hee. Fellow Taoist, you don't have to be afraid. Even though the abyss is filled with immortal flames, the Rain Sovereign has been using the sovereign rain to weaken the flames for countless years. The power of the immortal flames has been greatly reduced. Moreover, the moon has its ups and downs, the tides have their ups and downs. The sea of flames also has its ups and downs. As long as you enter when the flames are at their weakest, I'm afraid that the power of the flames will only be equivalent to the immortal void flame. With your indestructible fire physique and the secret treasures of my rain palace, you won't have to be afraid. Ning Fan didn't say much and silently pondered over Luo Jun's words. The indestructible fire physique that Luo Jun mentioned was a physique that was born with fire. Once this physique was developed to a certain level, the cultivator wouldn't be afraid of any flames below the immortal flame. It seemed like Luo Jun and the others thought that Ning Fan had the indestructible fire physique because he had the indestructible fire physique. As long as one had enough money, everyone could cultivate in the vein-opening realm. It seemed fair, but in reality, it was unfair. Cultivators with physiques would naturally be one step ahead of others. Cultivators with fiend god cultivation methods would naturally be one step ahead of others. Ning Fan's greatest luck in this life was reuniting with Jihe and being given the yin-yang locket by her. However, only Ning Fan knew that he actually did not have any special physique. He would not explain it. It was good that he was treated as the indestructible fire physique. After all, one's physique couldn't be snatched away. If others find out that he relied on the yin-yang locket to restrain the flames, there would certainly be people who would snatch his treasure at all costs. If that abyssal flame is only at the immortal void realm, I can also go there and give it a try. However, what benefits would I get from taking such a huge risk? I won't leave the endless sea in a short period of time. If the two seniors ask me to take action now, it will be difficult for me. Besides, there's one more thing that I'm worried about the most. How can the two seniors guarantee that I won't be silenced after I complete the request of the Rain Palace? Ning Fan frowned. In this world, there were too many cases where people would turn their backs on someone. It wasn't strange to burn the bridge after crossing the river and get rid of the donkey after it has outlived its usefulness. Even if the two void refinement realm experts in front of him were humble when asking for help, who could guarantee that they wouldn't turn their backs on him as quickly as flipping a book once the request is completed? For the divine sovereign of the rain world to go through so much trouble to obtain that item, even if he doesn't know what it is, it probably involves a lot of secrets. If this secret is too important, he would most likely be killed after the matter is over. Facing Ning Fan's questioning, Chu Hao let out a cold humph. He was already somewhat dissatisfied. After all, he was the lord of the void refinement realm. It was already rare for him to beg Ning Fan in such a humble manner. Thus, he was already quite dissatisfied with Ning Fan's various questions. If it wasn't because the matter of entering that abyssal flame was too important, Chu Hao really wanted to capture Ning Fan and plant a mental seal on him, forcing him to return to the Rain Palace with him. Fellow Daoist Chu, don't offend Zhou Chen. As soon as Luo Jun saw that Chu Hao was about to lose his temper, he quickly sent a telepathic message to remind him. The reason why the two of them did not directly use force against Ning Fan was because the matter was of great importance and they did not want to cause unnecessary trouble. Secondly, they misunderstood that Ning Fan was protected by the third elder of the Zhou family, Zhou Chen. As soon as Luo Jun reminded him, Chu Hao's expression immediately changed. He let out two dry chuckles unnaturally. Even though they were both at the void refinement realm, Zhou Chen was a void inquiry stage expert and he was almost invincible among void inquiry stage experts. As for Luo and Chu Hao, they were just at the void glimpse stage. When he thought of Zhou Chen's strength, how would he dare to attack Ning Fan? Since Chu Hao was the bad cop, Luo Jun was the good cop. He chuckled and spoke in a neither hurried nor slow manner. This matter is of great importance. It's normal for a little friend to have some concerns. I can help you dispel each of your concerns. I'd like to hear the details. I've already guessed little friend's identity. You must have a deep relationship with Thunder Sovereign Buzhou. Besides, you also have the third elder to protect you when you go out. Hee. With such an identity, even my Rain Palace wouldn't dare to kill you after you've outlived your usefulness. In other words, if it wasn't for Ning Fan's identity, the Rain Palace would most likely do such a thing. Ning Fan did not express his opinion. He had no idea who the third elder was and who Zhou Chen was. Besides, they were not members of the Zhou clan of the Internal Sea. However, if this misunderstanding of his identity could keep him safe, he did not mind letting the two old men continue to misunderstand him. As for little friend's worries about the time conflict, you don't have to worry about it. According to the Rain Sovereign's divination, the next time the Sea of Fire is at its weakest is still several decades away. It will at least be after the Middle State Pill gathering. Before that, little friend will have enough time to do your own things. If that's the case, time won't be a problem. As long as the benefits are enough, I'm willing to agree to this matter. Ning Fan pondered for a moment and answered. Benefits? Hee. With the resources of my rain palace, is it still not enough to satisfy little friend's appetite? After you killed Jun Yen, you already have 7 types of earth vein demonic flames, right? My rain palace still has 3 types of demonic flames. If little friend comes to the middle state in the future, you can naturally get them. Luo Jun began to tempt Ning Fan with benefits. He had gradually understood that Ning Fan was an extremely materialistic person. Instead of befriending him, it was better to give him benefits directly. Other than the 3 types of earth vein demonic flames, there are also immortal jades, pills, cultivation methods, secret techniques and even cauldrons. As long as little friend comes to the middle state, we will certainly satisfy you as long as you say the word. Other than these, little friend also has a chance to join the Rain Palace and become a revered elder. I won't hide this from you. With your evil identity and notorious reputation, it's impossible for you to join the Rain Palace. This is your only chance to join the Rain Palace. Once you join the Rain Palace, your clansmen will be able to hang the flag of the Rain Palace legitimately. Fellow Daoist should know what this means. Luo Jun stopped talking and gave Ning Fan enough time to consider. He had already given him benefits. Immortal jades and pills were only for a lifetime. Joining the Rain Palace would bring benefits for thousands of generations. This meant that Ning Fan's descendants could obtain superior cultivation conditions and special privileges. Mortals valued power. Low-level cultivators did not need power. However, when one's cultivation base has reached Luo Jun's and Ning Fan's level, power became important again. To be able to cultivate to this level, one must have accumulated a large amount of cultivation resources. If you don't have an identity, what right do you have to obtain these resources? The 800 cultivation countries did not allow large-scale killings. It would be difficult for you to plunder everywhere like the Star Sea and the Endless Sea. Ning Fan was also tempted. He might only be able to obtain material benefits when he goes to the Rain Palace in the future. As for the title of a revered elder, Ning Fan was confident that as long as he says the word, he would become a revered elder of the Rain Palace from today onwards. He was just like a bandit turning into a soldier. With this title, his loved ones would be very safe. This was what Ning Fan was most tempted by. His lovers were all over the Rain world. It was impossible for him to protect them all. However, if he becomes a revered elder of the Rain Palace, no one would dare to mess with his women anymore. His force would also develop steadily. Other than that, Ning Fan also had another thing, which was the immortal flames in the abyss. Immortal flames rarely remained in the lower world. If he enters the Sea of Flames and takes the opportunity to devour the immortal flames, by then, he would no longer be afraid of Moksha Sovereign. I agree. However, I hope to obtain the title of a revered elder immediately instead of waiting for the Rain Sovereign's approval. Ning Fan smiled. That's impossible. With your identity. Chu Hao was dissatisfied. However, Luo Jun gave him a look and he stopped talking. As long as you make a great heart devil oath to keep what I told you a secret and swear not to violate this agreement, I can make the decision and give you the title of a revered elder of the Equal Heaven Palace. Great Heaven Palace. I can guarantee that I won't leak this matter, but I don't have the habit of making an oath. Zhou Ming. You've crossed the line. Chu Hao was enraged. Luo Jun stopped him again. However, this time even Luo Jun was a little unhappy. I'm in the Rain world. If I violate the oath, the Rain Palace will naturally eliminate me. Do you think I can run away? Besides, Senior Luo also didn't make an oath. You can certainly guarantee that I won't die. It's only fair that both of us haven't made an oath. Ning Fan said without changing his expression. No matter how much Luo Jun said, it was just a one-sided statement. Other than the title of a revered elder, could he guarantee anything else? If the Rain Sovereign insisted on killing Ning Fan, could he protect him? If Ning Fan took a fancy to a top-grade cultivation method of the Rain Palace, Would Luo Jun be qualified to give it to him? Ning Fan was just telling the truth. You're right. Fellow Daoist Chu and I will immediately return to the Rain Palace and report this to the Rain Sovereign to fight for some benefits for you. I'm also willing to believe that you won't dare to betray the Rain Palace. Luo Jun nodded his head. He did not think that Ning Fan had the courage to challenge the Rain Palace. Even Thunder Sovereign Bu Zhou had to compromise with the Rain Palace. How would a mere divine transformation realm cultivator dare to betray them? Oh? If that's the case, the two of you are going to leave now? That's right. However, you don't have to worry. Before you leave, I will send a message to all the forces through my flying sword. From today onwards, you're a revered elder of the Rain Palace. Hee hee. I wonder how many people will be envious of your identity. As soon as Luo Jun and Chu finished speaking, they sent out countless message-transmitting flying swords. They must have informed many forces. After exchanging some pleasantries, the two of them left. As for the matter of revered flame being killed, it was really written off. Luo Jun announced to the outside world that the reason why Ning Fan was promoted to a revered elder was because he had helped the Rain Palace remove the tumor of revered flame. Old Amo was dumbfounded. When he heard that Ning Fan had killed revered flame and Wu Zuwei and was promoted to a revered elder of the Rain Palace, he felt that he must be dreaming. Who could kill a revered elder of the Rain Palace and still be innocent? Who could negotiate with the Lord of the Rain Palace when he was just at the divine transformation realm? The 7 venerated beings of the internal sea could not do it, but Ning Fan did it. Humph. Stinky Zhou, you're really a lucky bastard. An angry and discordant voice came from outside the main hall. Together with her was a lady who wore a worried expression. It was Bei Xiaoman and Yilan. Give Grandpa Stone Warrior back to me. Otherwise. Bei Xiaoman glared at Ning Fan angrily. When she saw Ning Fan's smile, her heart skipped a beat. Otherwise what? Ning Fan looked at Bei Xiaoman with great interest. It turns out that this unruly girl is really adorable. 3/3, to be continued. Bei Xiaoman was speechless. She really wanted to find a reason to threaten Ning Fan. She really wanted to take back her Grandpa Stone Warrior and her Yuanyao Jade. She really wanted to defeat Ning Fan and never see his smug smile again. When she broke through to the divine transformation realm, she once thought that she could defeat Ning Fan and teach him a good lesson. However, the truth was that Ning Fan's strength had become much stronger than her after 20 years. When they first met, she was at the half-step divine transformation realm while Ning Fan was just a harmonious spirit realm cultivator. She did not put him in her eyes at all. After he formed his nascent soul, he defeated her by relying on his yin-yang transformation and Bei Xiaoman's bad temper. She was very unhappy about it. Her Grandpa Stone Warrior was taken away and her token of love, the Yuanyao Jade, was taken away. Bei Xiaoman once thought that she must hate Ning Fan to the core. However, when she ascended to the divine transformation realm and ascended to the Sea of Clouds, she could not help but praise Ning Fan when she saw her elder sister and mother being praised by other geniuses. She thought that she hated Ning Fan to the core and wished that he would be killed by revered flame. However, when Ning Fan was really in danger, she felt very nervous and wanted to help him for some reason. Why is it like this? Bei Xiaoman had never thought about it. However, when she saw Ning Fan's proud smile, her mind went blank and her heart skipped a beat. This smile is really beautiful. However, why does the owner of this smile always bully me? Why would the owner of this smile rather help a stranger kill someone than treat me well? Bei Xiaoman's expression turned gloomy. Her heart felt a little sour. Please return Grandpa Stone Warrior to me. Otherwise, I will never forgive you. Never. As soon as he said that, Bei Xiaoman was stunned. What right did she have to not forgive Ning Fan? Who was she to him? Ning Fan was also stunned. He initially thought that Bei Xiaoman would threaten him to kill him. He never thought that the way she threatened him was to not forgive him. He sighed inwardly. Ning Fan did not have any desire to bully such a Bei Xiaoman. He patted his storage pouch and took out a stone puppet. He blew on it and it immediately grew bigger, turning into Stone Warrior whom he had not seen for a long time. I have promised Stone Warrior that I will let him return to the Lost World Palace one day. Today, I will return him to him. Thump, Bei Xiaoman felt as if a pebble had been thrown into the lake of her heart. Ripples started to form in her heart. When she said that she would not forgive Ning Fan, it was just an inexplicable statement. She never expected that her words would be able to move Ning Fan. She also did not think that the current Ning Fan, who was one of the 8 venerated beings of the Internal Sea, a revered elder of the Rain Palace and someone who had connections with both the underworld and the underworld, would care about whether she would forgive him or not. However, Ning Fan returned the stone warrior to her with just a few words. This is just too unreasonable. This isn't a dream, right? Bei Xiaoman's face turned red, and she did not know what to do. Pinch me and you'll know. Ning Fan casually pinched Bei Xiaoman's face and the corners of his lips curled upwards. Does it hurt? If it hurts, then it's not a dream. It hurts. Zhou Ming, you've gone too far. You. Bei Xiaoman was infuriated once again. The good impression she had towards Ning Fan just now immediately vanished into thin air. She stomped her feet angrily and ran out of the southern tower while covering her small face, which had turned red from Ning Fan's pinch. Inside the southern tower, there were only Lu Qing, Shibing, and Yilan. Everyone including Shibing was speechless. Ning Fan really dared to pinch her. That's the 4th mistress of the northern sky. Looking at Bei Xiaoman's back, which was as if she was running away, Ning Fan's eyes darkened. He suddenly realized that bullying this little girl was really fun. Big brother Zhou, thank you. If it wasn't for you, Yilan would have already. Yilan's words broke the silence. You're welcome. It's just a small matter. After not seeing you for 20 years, Miss Yilan has already broken through to the Gold Core realm. Your aptitude is really extraordinary. After hearing Ning Fan's compliment, Yilan's face turned red. The reason why she could break through to the Gold Core realm within 20 years was naturally because of the power of the Lost World Tower. Even so, it was enough to show that her aptitude was extraordinary. It was not that there were no people who praised her. In fact, there were a lot of people who praised her. There were also quite a number of people who pursued her. However, those praises never made her smile a little. Ning Fan's compliment, on the other hand, made her very happy. She felt that her 20 years of hard cultivation was not in vain. Miss Yilan doesn't look too good. Ning Fan's gaze swept across Yilan's face. The latter's face was slightly pale, as if she was hurt by Gu Zhen's finger attack. There was a bloodstain on her face which was caused by a broken porcelain cup. He wrapped his fingertip with a trace of Black Star Force and wiped it across Yilan's face. In an instant, the wound on her face was healed without leaving a scar. Here are some pills and Dao fruits. They are enough to help you stabilize your Gold Core realm cultivation base and even help you break through to the mid or late Gold Core realm. With your aptitude, it shouldn't be difficult for you to break through to the nascent Soul realm in this lifetime. You might even have a chance to attain the Divine Transformation realm. The elders in your clan are really short-sighted. I believe they will regret giving you to Gu Zhen when you attain the Divine Transformation realm thousands of years later. Ning Fan praised her generously and passed a storage pouch to Yilan. After being praised by Ning Fan again, Yilan felt both shy and happy. She scanned the storage pouch with her spirit sense and her face was filled with astonishment. There are so many pills and there are even Gold Core realm Dao fruits. These are too precious. Yilan can't accept them. Just accept them. Ning Fan waved his hand. A few bottles of Third Revolution pills and a few Gold Core realm Dao fruits were really nothing to Ning Fan, who had nearly 100,000 Gold Core realm Dao fruits. Big brother Zhou, Yilan can't repay such a heavy gift. It's alright. Take the pills and rest first. Don't leave any hidden injuries. I still have some things to discuss with fellow Daoist Lu Qing and fellow Daoist Stone Warrior. Yilan nodded her head obediently. She knew old ancestor Lu Qing. He was the Divine Transformation realm expert who was in charge of the Lost World Palace. She did not know old ancestor Stone Warrior, but she had heard some rumors about him. These Divine Transformation realm old ancestors were existences that she could not touch with her current status. However, because of Ning Fan, she could stand together with them. This feeling was really like a dream. Yilan returned to her residence to rest. However, she kept thinking about Ning Fan's words. She had never believed that she had any hope of attaining the nascent soul or divine transformation realm. However, Ning Fan had praised her aptitude and she suddenly had confidence in herself. Yes, I must work hard. If I break through to the divine transformation realm one day and recommend myself to Ning Fan again, I wonder if he would still reject me. What am I thinking? Yalan patted her red face angrily. Without Bei Xiaoman and Yalan, the atmosphere in the southern tower became quiet again. Ning Fan's eyes swept across Lu Qing and Stone Warrior with interest. At this moment, Lu Qing's face was filled with astonishment while Stone Warrior's face was filled with surprise. While Ning Fan was chatting with Bei Xiaoman and Yalan, the two of them also had a brief conversation. Lu Qing was astonished because he found out that Stone Warrior had not been by his mistress's side for the past 20 years. It was really too scary. He, Lu Qing, had no idea when Stone Warrior had been taken away. Stone Warrior was astonished because he found out that Ning Fan had killed Revered Flame and obtained the title of Revered Elder. Every time Ning Fan showed his face, he would give him a greater surprise. Stone Warrior suddenly realized that the current Ning Fan was already standing at the peak of the known strength of the Endless Sea. Fellow Daoist, sure, I have already sent you back to the Lost World Palace. Don't you have anything to say? Ning Fan hinted. ****. Sorry for my rudeness. Only then did Stone Warrior return to his senses. After 20 years, he was finally released by Ning Fan. He knew that what Ning Fan wanted to hear from him was not gratitude but a promise. Stone Warrior had been by Ning Fan's side for too long. He knew a lot of secrets, especially the heaven-fixing morning technique. If that technique were to be leaked, countless true immortals in the four heavens immortal worlds would hunt Ning Fan down. I'm willing to swear to revered Ming that I will never tell anyone about what happened in the past 20 years. If I break this oath, before Stone Warrior could finish his words, Ning Fan interrupted him. Enough. You don't have to swear to your death. You don't care about death at all. I believe you. After 20 years of living together, Ning Fan had a deep understanding of Stone Warrior. He was a man who was not afraid of death. He would not speak carelessly. If he said that he would not leak the secret, he would rather die than do so. Protect Bei Xiaoman carefully in the future. Don't let her cause any more trouble. Now that I have a close relationship with the Lost World Palace, I should at least protect Bei Xiaoman for them. Ning Fan's eyes were filled with reminiscence as he thought of a woman who had acted preposterously several times. Her? Stone Warrior naturally did not know who the woman Ning Fan mentioned was. Ignoring Stone Warrior's doubt, Ning Fan turned to Lu Qing and said. Fellow Daoist Lu, I need a lot of spiritual herbs that can nourish one's primordial spirit during my trip to the Lost World Palace. I wonder if I can have some? What? Fellow Daoist Zhou's primordial spirit is injured? Both Lu Qing and Stone Warrior were shocked. Could it be that Ning Fan annihilated Revered Flame with serious injuries? How could he be so strong? I have some injuries. Can I have some medicinal herbs? Ning Fan did not expose Luoyu's existence. Of course. Fellow Daoist is the Tower Lord of the Lost World Palace, the East, the West and the North Towers. Of course, you can take the medicinal herbs. Lu Qing said straightforwardly. Compared to recruiting Ning Fan for the Lost World Palace, a mere spiritual herb was nothing. Oh? Fellow Daoist sure is straightforward. This time, I came to the Lost World Palace because I want to enter the Lost World Tower to cultivate. May I know what the fee is if I want to enter the 7th floor of the tower? The 7th floor? Lu Qing was stunned. He then explained. With fellow Daoist's divine transformation realm strength, you can only enter the 5th floor at most. Even though the Lost World Palace treats pill refinement masters generously, we can only help 5th Revolution pill refinement masters who have yet to reach the divine transformation realm to enter the 5th floor. The higher floors have strict restrictions on one's cultivation base. I understand. Ning Fan did not insist on entering the 7th floor. This time, he only wanted to achieve the divine transformation realm with his magic power. With the experience of achieving the divine transformation realm twice, it would be a piece of cake for him to achieve the divine transformation realm for the 3rd time and it would not take him too long. The time flow on the 5th floor was 132 times faster than the outside world, while the 7th floor was 128 times faster than the outside world. The 5th floor and the 7th floor would only take him a year and a half. There was not much difference between them. By the way, before my mistress left in anger, she told me that if fellow Taoist Zhou wants to cultivate in the Lost World Tower, you don't have to pay for it. Everything will be recorded in her account. Oh? Bei Xiaoman treats me so well, but she doesn't have to pay for it? Ning Fan was surprised. My mistress asked me to tell you, what I'm about to say is her original words. It's not my intention. Lu Qing smiled awkwardly and imitated Bei Xiaoman's tone. Stinky Zhou. Don't worry. You don't have to pay to cultivate in the Lost World Tower. You can just treat it as my mistress. Haha. Ning Fan shook his head and laughed. This Bei Xiaoman actually wants to keep me as her mistress. Fellow Taoist, please don't be angry. My mistress just said those words out of anger. Angry? Why should I be angry? Becoming Bei Xiaoman's mistress? Very good. Then, I can take whatever I want from the Lost World Palace, right? The corner of Ning Fan's mouth curled upwards. He did not care about his reputation at all. Becoming Bei Xiaoman's mistress, huh? Very good. Now, I have an excuse to empty the Lost World Palace's storehouse. Improving my pill refinement technique requires a large amount of medicinal ingredients. It's too expensive. I'll burn the Lost World Palace's money first. A day later, Ning Fan had almost emptied the spiritual herb storage of the 4 pill towers of the Lost World Palace. On the second day, Ning Fan officially entered the tower for seclusion. On the top of the southern tower, Bei Xiaoman was lazily munching on melon seeds while listening to the reports from her maidservants. She felt very proud of herself. According to the reports from the maidservants, Ning Fan actually did not reject her identity as her mistress. Humph. Aren't you, great devil Lord Zhou, very proud and arrogant? In the end, you're still my mistress. Bei Xiaoman let out a soft humph. Her eyes were filled with joy. Now, Ning Fan had become her follower and she could order him around at will. She did not seem to realize what it meant to be a mistress. My lady. Young Master Zhou. He has taken away almost all the spiritual herbs above 1,000 years old in the 4 pill towers. Many guest pill refinement masters can't use them even if they want to concoct pills. What? What did you say? Bei Xiaoman stopped munching on the melon seeds. She realized that she had suffered a huge loss. The spiritual herbs in the 4 pill towers were at least worth billions of immortal jade. Yet, they were all taken away just like that. Those spiritual herbs were enough to supply hundreds of 3rd Revolution and tens of 4th Revolution cultivators to concoct pills. Zhou Ming. You're a bully. You're shameless. Bei Xiaoman disregarded everything and rushed out of the southern tower. She ran to the center of the silver tower and pointed at it while cursing. If she knew that Ning Fan was going to take away all the spiritual herbs in her possession, she would not have said anything about being his mistress. Revenge, she must take revenge on him, that's right. Didn't I already keep him as my mistress? If that's the case, I will teach him a good lesson on the day he walks out of the Lost World Tower. I will let him know who is the follower and who is the master. Speaking of which, what do I need to do after keeping Zhou Ming as my mistress? Do I need him to massage my legs or my shoulders? She had yet to realize that she would have to sacrifice her chastity to keep him as her mistress. On the 5th floor of the Lost World Tower, Ning Fan stood between the mountains and the rivers. He was not in a hurry to open up his immortal cave. He raised his head and looked at the sky thoughtfully. The Lost World Tower in the lower world was a silver tower. There were only 7 floors which corresponded to the 7 realms of the cultivation world. The 5th floor was still fine, but the 6th and 7th floors had a strict restriction on one's cultivation base. Only divine transformation realm cultivators could enter. Each floor had countless independent spaces for people to cultivate in. Currently, Ning Fan was on the 5th floor. Below the spatial barrier was the 4th floor. Above the spatial barrier above his head was the 6th floor. To ordinary cultivators without void refinement realm cultivation base, they would definitely not be able to enter the 6th floor. However, was Ning Fan an ordinary cultivator? His body swayed and at the next moment, he appeared at the peak of the sky. A trace of golden-purple mist lingered in the air and brushed against the spatial barrier. Immediately, a sizzling sound was heard and the spatial barrier was eroding at a slow speed. After the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, a gap appeared in the spatial barrier. Ning Fan then leaped into the 6th floor. The world of the 6th floor was not filled with green mountains and clear waters but a starry sky. The place where Ning Fan was standing right now was a star with a radius of 100,000 li *, 500 m per li. The power of the void around Ning Fan tilted down, as if it was going to kill him. At the same time, a trace of void power rose around his body. Ning Fan was a cultivator who had attained the void inquiry stage after all. Thus, he was naturally not afraid of this level of void power. Sensing that the time in this place was slowed down by 64 times, Ning Fan seemed to have understood something. No wonder Lu Qing said that one can't enter the 6th and 7th floors unless their cultivation base is strong enough. It turns out that the 6th and 7th floors are fundamentally different from the 5th floor. I wonder if my void power can withstand the void of the 7th floor. Ning Fan's eyes flashed. He stepped on the star and rose into the air. When he reached the peak of the void, he pointed at the mist again and broke a gap, entering the 7th floor. In the 7th floor, the flow of time was one of 128 times faster than the outside world. The void power in this place gave Ning Fan an extremely dangerous feeling. Even a void refinement realm cultivator would not be able to withstand it. Moreover, in this level of void power, teleportation techniques would not be able to cover any distance at all. Without any hesitation, Ning Fan patted his storage pouch and took out 2 magic treasures. One of them was the Eastern Ocean Bell. When this bell was suspended above Ning Fan's head, no void power could harm it. The other one was the star compass. This compass was given to him by the Black Tortoise Planet's Palm Tablet Immortal Emperor. It was a supreme treasure for cultivators to travel through the void. From Ning Fan's current point of view, the void was probably also divided into different levels. Divine Transformation Realm cultivators might not necessarily die if they enter the slightly weaker void, and Void Refinement Realm cultivators could also travel through it with ease. However, in places where the void power was stronger, those below the Void Fragmentation Realm would definitely die. Teleportation techniques could not be used to fly in this place. Only the star compass could do that. Ning Fan took out the star compass. The palm-sized compass immediately turned into a 10,000 zhang * 3. 33 m per zhang, large silver continent. Ning Fan leaped onto the continent and made a hand seal. Then, the continent moved through the void at an unbelievable speed. Its speed was even faster than ordinary Void Refinement Realm cultivators. It was at least a mid-Void Refinement Realm cultivator. This star compass is indeed a good item. Ning Fan traveled through the void of the 7th floor and found a star that had a radius of 1 million li *, 500 m per li, and landed on it. The uneven ground did not have any signs of life. However, Ning Fan did not mind it at all. The sword chi at the tip of his finger swayed and an underground cave dwelling was opened up beneath his feet. Let's cultivate here. Ning Fan walked into the underground cave. At the moment when he completely entered the cave dwelling, he suddenly raised his head with a strange expression. The purple star in his left eye flashed and he looked at the sky with a strange expression. Why do I feel like there's an 8th floor in this Lost World Tower? Is it an illusion? 1/3, to be continued. Inside the star cave dwelling, Ning Fan once again returned to his solitary life. A year in the outside world was equivalent to 128 years in this place. What Ning Fan requested from Lu Qing was to stay in the Lost World Tower for a year. In other words, he still needed to stay in this place for another 128 years. The Lost World Tower did not allow anyone to enter, so there were fewer noises around them. 5,884 units of magic power, 71,440 units of demonic energy, 83,470 units of demonic energy. The shortcoming of magic power must be made up for. Ning Fan patted his storage pouch and took out a large number of Profound Primordial Pills. Profound Essence Pill was concocted for peak stage nascent soul cultivators to increase their magic power. It was a peak stage 4th Revolution pill, and one pill could increase one's magic power by 1 unit. He only had 1290 profound essence pills in his possession. The market price of a profound essence pill should be around 100,000 immortal jade. In just 10 days, Ning Fan consumed and refined all of the pills that were worth more than 100 million immortal jade. His magic power was 6,940 units. And it was 234 units less than expected. This was naturally because he had consumed too many elixirs, and the medicinal effects were getting weaker. Ning Fan did not care about it at all. He had plundered countless spiritual herbs from the Sea of Stars and taken away all of Bei Xiaoman's belongings openly. The 1,000-years-old spiritual herbs he had were more than enough to concoct a few thousand profound primordial pills. Inside the immortal's cave, Ning Fan clenched his 5 fingers. His body shone with green light and a massive rain cauldron was condensed in front of him with the divine intent of rain. His pill refinement technique was already at the intermediate grade 5 revolution, and his flame was a fusion of 9 types of heavenly frost and earthly fire. He only needed 3 days to refine a cauldron of Xianyuan pills, and he could refine 10 pills in one cauldron. One should know that this was a peak 4th revolution pill. Even a low-grade 5th revolution pill refinement master would not dare to guarantee success in every cauldron. Moreover, they could only refine 1 pill at most. Ning Fan had a strong pill refinement mastery. His spirit sense perception and control over fire were also outstanding. Besides, his luck was the strongest purple color. With his strength and luck, if he still failed to refine the mystic essence pill, he would really have to find a piece of tofu to kill himself. If he refined 100 pills in a month, it would be 1,200 pills in a year. As time went by, Ning Fan could even refine 13 to 14 profound essence pills in a single cauldron. 6 years later, Ning Fan had concocted 8,000 profound essence pills and he no longer concocted this pill. So many elixirs were enough to create a semi-god realm cultivator. Even a peak 4th revolution pill refinement master would not have the wealth to concoct 8,000 peak 4th revolution pills. Even if one had sufficient wealth, one could only refine 1 profound essence pill after 4 cycles and half a month, and there was no guarantee of success. If he wanted to refine 8,000 profound essence pills, he would need at least 300 years even if he did not sleep or rest. 6 years of hard work was equivalent to 300 years of cultivation for ordinary pill refinement masters. However, Ning Fan helplessly realized that the improvement of his pill refinement mastery was not obvious at all. His mid-grade 5th revolution medicine soul was already dark green in color. At this moment, about 1% of the soul light in Ning Fan's medicine soul had darkened. If Ning Fan is able to use all of the remaining soul light on his body, he would be able to break through to the high-grade 5th revolution pill refinement realm. Putting aside his pill refinement mastery for the time being, with 8,000 profound primordial pills, Ning Fan temporarily had to live a life of munching on beans for 4 whole months. One had to admit that Ning Fan's resistance to the profound primordial pill was getting stronger and stronger. At first, 1,000 mystic essence pills could increase one's magic power by 650 units. The next 1,000 mystic essence pills only increased by 520 units. Later on, 1,000 mystic essence pills could only increase his magic power by 450 units. 420 units, 330 units, 290 units, and then 240 units. In the end, 1,000 mystic essence pills could only increase Ning Fan's magic power by 50 units. It was because consuming mystic essence pills was almost completely useless in the end. Ning Fan shook his head with a bitter smile. He was probably the first person in the rain world who had consumed mystic essence pills until they were completely ineffective. 8,000 mystic essence pills increased his magic power by 2,950 units. At least, Ning Fan's magic power had reached 9,890 units. During the past 4 months, after consuming mystic essence pills, Ning Fan's magic power had also become weak. He no longer consumed any pills. Instead, he took out countless spirit flames to refine and devour them. A small portion of these spirit flames were given to him by the cultivators of the external endless sea. The rest of them were obtained from Flame Reverend. There were nearly 1,000 third-grade spirit flames, 200 fourth-grade spirit flames and 3 earth vein demonic flames. The 3 types of earth vein demonic flames were respectively the corrosive poison flame, which was ranked 12th, the profound thunder flame which was ranked 9th and the 7 rainbow flame which was ranked 4th. Ning Fan's eyes were burning with passion as he looked at the balls of flames floating in front of him. Refining these flames could not only increase the destructive power of his fire technique but also increase the speed of pill refinement. Besides, it could also replenish the fire power of the steel soul in the steel of sun and moon during the refining process. Swallow. Black flames swirled around Ning Fan's body. He opened his mouth and inhaled. Clusters of floating spiritual flames were all sucked into his mouth. These flames were almost all the reserves of the cultivators in the outer endless sea. The refinement took a total of 9 months. 9 months later, Ning Fan's magic power forcefully broke through the bottleneck of the divine transformation realm with the help of the fire attribute and broke through to 14,200 units. In his dantian, the demon soul slowly turned into a primordial spirit. The primordial spirit was as big as a palm, but it had the same appearance as him. Its small face was also filled with joy. Dermic powers, soul formation. The moment he succeeded in becoming a soul formation cultivator, silver fire fell from the sky. It was the heavenly tribulation after becoming a soul formation cultivator, the fire tribulation. Ning Fan let out a sigh. It seemed like he did not have the blood lightning of the heavenly tribulation to refine his lightning whip anymore. However, he could still use it to replenish the firepower of his steel of sun and moon. Without hesitation, he opened his mouth and swallowed the silver flames of the heavenly tribulation. All of them were devoured by the steel of sun and moon while he remained unscathed. Ning Fan exhaled a mouthful of murky qi and rose to his feet. His aura swept across the area, causing the entire cave to collapse. Black flames were burning around his body. These black flames gave off a dangerous qi. There were 5 types of heavenly frost cold qi and 7 types of earth vein demonic flames. Even though he did not collect 12 types of ice and fire respectively, he finally managed to gather 12 types of fire and ice together. At this moment, the black flames leaping on his palm gave Ning Fan an extremely dangerous feeling. The grade of this flame was at least comparable to a 7th grade immortal void flame. Only void fragmentation realm fire cultivators could control this flame. Due to the limitation of Ning Fan's cultivation realm, he could not fully unleash the power of this flame. However, by relying on the power of this flame, he could totally force void glimpse stage-old monsters to retreat when he activates it. This flame seemed to be his 4th trump card other than the Black Tempest spirit splitting technique, Wind Mist and Wind Snow. It could lightly injure a void refinement realm cultivator or severely injure a half-step void refinement realm cultivator. It could even instantly kill a peak divine transformation realm cultivator. Moreover, after Ning Fan devoured so many flames, the soul of the steel of sun and moon in the profoundine world had already been replenished to 1/3 of its original capacity. Ning Fan gently exhaled a mouthful of murky qi and dispersed the flames on his body. His divine, demon and devil power had all broken through to the divine transformation realm at the same time. His strength had increased tremendously and his qi had also become weak. After refining a large amount of pills, he managed to condense his qi again after exhausting it over and over again. He no longer concocted 4th revolution pills. Instead, he concocted 5th revolution pills. 5th revolution pills were extremely different from 4th revolution pills. The difficulty of concocting 5th revolution pills was increased and the medicinal efficacy of the pills was also greatly increased. With Ning Fan's current pill concoction technique and the black flames, he still needed half a month to concoct a low-grade 5th revolution pill. As for mid-grade 5th revolution pills, he would need at least 3 months to concoct them. Moreover, he could not guarantee the success rate. For 10 whole years, Ning Fan had been concocting a type of low-grade 5th revolution pill called Spirit Consolidating Pill. As the name suggested, the effect of the Spirit Consolidating Pill was to consolidate one's primordial spirit. Its main ingredients were the moistening heart grass, conforming spirit leaves and round harmony ganoderma which could nourish one's primordial spirit. Ning Fan had obtained a lot of these spiritual herbs from the Lost World Palace. Compared to asking Yulong to collect them, it was obviously faster to transport them from the Lost World Palace. Within 10 years, Ning Fan had concocted a total of 225 spirit consolidating pills. His success rate was around 90%. Among these 225 spirit consolidating pills, 18 of them had been infused with the golden blood of the demon marshal. 18 drops of golden blood contained 3,600 monster force, which, after being transformed by the pill, could be used to increase one's strength. After 10 years of concocting pills, Ning Fan's magic power became solid again. He only consumed the spirit consolidating pill that contained the demon blood. As for the other 207 pills, he left them for Luoyu to use to stabilize her primordial spirit. Originally, 18 drops of golden blood were only enough to increase his magic power by 3,600 units. However, after concocting the pills, the power of the demon blood was absorbed more thoroughly. Ning Fan's magic power increased by nearly 5,000 units. Magic power, 19,060 units. With the increase of his magic power and the stabilization of his primordial spirit, Ning Fan's breathing became longer and longer. Then, he began to concoct the mid-grade 5th Revolution pill, Thunder Profound pill, to Divine Transformation Realm cultivators. This kind of pill was extremely expensive. A single pill was worth 5 million immortal jade. Its effect was to increase an early Divine Transformation Realm cultivator's magic power by 100 units. To ordinary cultivators, the opportunity to consume this pill was naturally expensive. However, to pill refinement masters, they could save a lot of money by preparing their own spiritual herbs and concocting the pills themselves. The cost of a single pill was only around 1 million immortal jade. To Ning Fan, the cost was even lower. His spiritual herbs were basically snatched and brought over. Who had ever seen Ning Fan buying pills properly? To Ning Fan, the significance of immortal jade had always been for cultivation, setting up formations and increasing the power of the star positioning compass. He rarely used money to buy things. At least in the Endless Sea and the Luo Yun tribe, he did not need to care about anything. Strength was everything. To concoct the Profound Thunder pill, Ning Fan needed 3 months to concoct a cauldron of pills, and he could only concoct 1 pill at a time. In the first 5 years, Ning Fan only concocted 5 Profound Essence pills. His success rate was less than 30%. In another 5 years, Ning Fan concocted 8 Profound Essence pills. His success rate had reached 40%. In another 10 years, Ning Fan concocted 21 Profound Essence pills. His success rate had already exceeded 50%. In another 20 years, Ning Fan concocted 62 Profound Essence pills. His success rate was close to 80%. After 40 years of concocting pills, Ning Fan had already used up all the medicinal herbs he needed to concoct the Profound Essence pills. The area on his medicine soul that had deepened to almost half of its original color had already darkened. In 40 years, Ning Fan concocted 96 Profound Essence pills. The improvement in his pill refinement mastery was not insignificant. He was becoming more and more like a grandmaster. Among the mid-5th Revolution pill refinement masters in the Rain world, there were less than 3 people who could increase their success rate to 80%. Ning Fan was one of them. It took Ning Fan 5 months to completely refine the 96 Profound Essence pills. 5 months later, Ning Fan's magic power had reached 28,320 units. The 340 units that he had lost was due to his medicinal resistance. His magic power became weak again. Ning Fan spent another 10 years concocting many 5th Revolution healing pills to stabilize his magic power. Counting carefully, it had already been 67 years and 6 months since he entered the Lost World Tower. More than half of the time had passed. In the remaining time, Ning Fan focused his attention on his Sea of Consciousness, Spirit Sense, and Sword Intent. The 17 intent severing pills were consumed one by one. Each of them was enough to make a Divine Transformation Realm Sword cultivator go crazy. In the end, all of them ended up in Ning Fan's mouth. As the pills were refined, the 4,700 nascent Soul Realm Sword Chi in Ning Fan's Sea of Consciousness were also refined. His Sword Intent was stable. His Sword Intent was at small accomplishment. His Sword Intent was at grand accomplishment. 3 years later, the Sword Intent around Ning Fan's body was at least a few times stronger than 3 years ago. The remnant force of the broken immortal trapping sword was completely refined. His sword sense became even more stable. The current strength of Ning Fan's sword sense was not any weaker than Yenzun's fire sense. He could instantly kill anyone below the Divine Transformation realm. As for early divine transformation realm experts, he could also severely injure them. When his sword sense swept across, the blood of the enemy cultivators would definitely flow like a river. However, his sword sense was just a means to eliminate small fries. If he were to fight against a half-step void refinement realm expert with just his sword techniques, he would not have much chance of winning. The secret swords of the Sword Sovereign were becoming less and less useful because the grade of these secret swords was too low. Ning Fan pondered for a while. There were several divine transformation realm sword techniques in his storage pouch, but none of them caught his attention. His mind kept pondering, and suddenly, an idea flashed across his mind. He thought of the Eastern Profound Sword Formation on the Yingzhou Immortal Island. Since he had the Heart Formation technique, why didn't he use the Sword Formation to kill his enemies? The Eastern Profound Sword Formation was a peak divine transformation realm sword formation. After Ning Fan modified it, the number of formation eyes had exceeded 5,000 and it had become a mortal void sword formation. The purpose of modifying the sword formation was to use the Heart Formation technique to lay down a formation with magic power to kill his enemies. The River Luo Heart Formation could form a grand formation with just a single thought of his. If Ning Fan successfully cultivates the Heart Formation of the Eastern Profound Sword Formation, he would undoubtedly have another method to fight against a half-step void refinement realm expert. The Heart Formation technique was affected by his cultivation base, spirit sense, Tao of formations and many other factors. However, by relying on his profound sword intent, Ning Fan was barely able to condense a sword formation. As for the other formations, they were slightly inferior. Condense. Ning Fan began his boring cultivation and condensed sword chi of the Heart Formation technique. After the modification of the Eastern Profound Sword Formation, there were 5,000 formation eyes. In total, he needed to condense 5,000 traces of natal sword chi. Within 10 years, Ning Fan condensed the swords while comprehending the formation. His cultivation base in the Tao of formations improved tremendously and he had a deep understanding of the Tao of formations. 10 years later, Ning Fan's sword chi was abundant. He walked out of his cave residence and pointed at a star which had a radius of 10,000 li *, 500 m per li. All of a sudden, sword mountains appeared out of thin air in all directions of the star. There was a total of 5,000 sword mountains. In each of the sword mountains, there was rarely any sword chi that was comparable to a peak nascent soul realm attack. The sword chi formed a formation. In the void, a massive sword diagram unfurled like a scroll, engulfing the star within it. At the next moment, the sword light inside the sword diagram overflowed in all directions like a broken silver bottle. In an instant, it engulfed the entire star. Boom ***. As the sword formation was activated, the sword light let out a piercing cry and the entire star was destroyed. The wind of the explosion swept across the entire void space. Once the sword formation was activated, even a half-step void refinement realm expert would be in grave danger if he or she falls into the formation. Ning Fan nodded his head in satisfaction. In this case, he had one more trump card. There were still 50 years left. Ning Fan decided to refine the immemorial divine weapon. The Separation Slayer sword was naturally inscribed with the word sharp. Each word would have 312 strokes. With Ning Fan's current magic power, he could inscribe 600 words of the word sharp in a day. In just 1 year, he had inscribed 180,000 words of the word sharp on the Separation Slayer sword. The Separation Slayer sword was a peak-grade spiritual treasure. It had the Mortal Void-grade soul-burning ability attached to it. The Spirit-Shattering Whip, on the other hand, was inscribed with the word lightning. Another year had passed. The Spirit-Shattering Whip had also reached the grade of a peak-grade spiritual treasure. It had the Mortal Void-grade absorption technique and the Mortal Void-grade lightning spirit attached to it. Unlike the Separation Slayer sword and the Spirit-Shattering Whip, the star-fixing plate did not require any additional spirit seals. With a thought, Ning Fan took out a handful of blood-red star sand. It was none other than the immemorial divine weapon he obtained from revered flame, blood star sand. This handful of star sand was already a peak-grade spiritual treasure. After attaching 180,000 words of the word suppressed to it, it was equivalent to a half-step void treasure. It was a pity that this handful of star sand, which had been refined by revered flame for many years, had become his fourth immemorial divine weapon. In 3 years, he had refined 3 divine weapons. Now, he no longer refined any magic treasures. He held 2 jade slips in his hands which recorded 2 types of magic techniques. One of them was the 5 burial dragon technique. It was obtained by killing the city lord of Dragon Burial City when he was traveling across the Sea of Stars. The strongest aspect of this technique was that it could seal one's primordial spirit and demon soul. It could be used to attack cultivators who have incarnated. The second technique was the Samadhi Fire Palm. It was a technique that the Rain Palace bestowed upon him by revered flame. It was at the mortal void realm and there was no need to mention its destructive power. If it wasn't for Ningfan's fire resistance, he would definitely not be able to withstand this technique easily. Thousands of cultivation methods and magic techniques were echoing in his mind. All of them were practiced by the women he had plucked. Ningfan sat on the star compass with the Eastern Ocean bell above his head. He traveled across the void space and studied many magic techniques. 30 years passed just like that. There were still 17 years left before he would leave the Lost World Tower. In the next 7 years, Ningfan used several types of spiritual herbs to grind their medicinal liquid and cleanse his left eye, trying to increase the illusory power of the Fuli eye. As such, there were only 10 years left before he would leave. During this year, Ningfan suddenly raised his head. The Fuli eye in his left eye shone with bright purple light. It seemed like he had broken through a small bottleneck. After improving his eyesight, Ningfan lifted his head and his expression suddenly changed. After being cleansed for 7 years, his Fuli eye had improved tremendously. This time, he could clearly see that there was an 8th floor in this Lost World Tower. The Lost World Tower of Punlai Immortal Island clearly only has 7 floors. Why would there be an 8th floor? What exactly is on the 8th floor? Ningfan stepped on the star compass. The entire silver continent rose rapidly towards the peak of the void space. It only stopped when it hit a barrier. He touched the barrier with his palm. He did not immediately break the barrier. Instead, he activated his left eye to its limit, trying to see through the 8th floor to see what was inside. With his powerful eyesight, Ningfan could vaguely see that there was a dark pavilion above the 8th floor. It was not particularly spacious. It was merely 10,000 zhang *3, 33 m per zhang, in size. There were hundreds of ancient statues standing in the pavilion. They protected 7 stone platforms like stars surrounding the moon. Each of the 7 stone platforms was enshrined with a piece of golden crystal. The crystal gave off a strange energy as if it had the ability to reverse time. Ningfan took a deep breath. He finally realized what was above the 8th floor. The 8th floor was not set up for cultivators to cultivate. Instead, it was a place to enshrine the crystal. It was those 7 pieces of crystal that had reversed the flow of time on the 7th floor of the Lost World Tower. What exactly are these crystals? Ningfan's eyes were burning with passion. He did not know what the crystals were, but he deeply realized that they were probably extremely precious. Should I steal one and have a look? This thought immediately grew in Ningfan's mind. February 3rd, to be continued. As soon as this thought popped up in his mind, he could not extricate himself from it. Even though Ningfan did not know what the 7 pieces of crystals were, he could guess that they were powerful enough to reverse the flow of time in the Lost World Palace. The value of those crystals was enough to shake the entire rain world. No, it was even more valuable. The crystals gave Ningfan a feeling that the power contained within them was supreme, just like the power of samsara. It was definitely not something that he could touch, because it was untouchable. It further proved that these crystals were a great opportunity. Ningfan placed his palm on the spatial barrier in front of him, estimating the possibility of breaking it. The spatial barrier between the 7th floor and the 8th floor was built to prevent void fragmentation realm cultivators from passing through. Its sturdiness was enough to defend against the attacks of any void fragmentation realm old monsters. Even though Ningfan had the wind mist finger which allowed him to borrow a trace of samsara power, he would not be able to melt this spatial barrier without several years of hard work. Ningfan's wind mist finger was enough to break an immortal void realm grand formation. Even he found it difficult to break it. Ordinary void fragmentation realm old monsters would not be able to enter the 8th floor at all. In the rain world, no one could steal the 7 pieces of crystals. Ningfan's mind raced. He still had 10 years to stay in this place. It would not be difficult for him to spend a few years to break the barrier. However, will there be other dangers in the 8th floor? It would be unreasonable if the 7 pieces of crystals were placed here without any protection. Purple light flashed in Ning Fan's left eye. After a long time, he confirmed that there was no protective formation on the 8th floor. His eyes scanned across the hundreds of ancient statues and he seemed to be deep in thought. These statues seemed to be decorations. However, are they really just decorations? No. That's not right. Ning Fan bit the tip of his tongue and sacrificed a mouthful of blood essence to strengthen his Fuli eye. This time, he could vaguely see the internal structure of the statue that was closest to him through the spatial barrier. It was not a *statue, all of these statues were puppets that were in a sealed state. Besides, if Ning Fan was not mistaken, each of the puppets here was a void refinement realm being. His Ning Fan could not help but be shocked by the generosity of the Lost World Palace. There were hundreds of void refinement realm puppets in the Lost World Tower. Even if a void fragmentation realm expert of the Rain World managed to enter the 8th floor, even a void fragmentation realm old monster might not be able to withstand the joint attacks of hundreds of void refinement realm experts. When he thought of this, he suddenly fell into silence. His fiery emotions gradually calmed down. He could imagine that once he enters the 8th floor and takes away the crystal, all of the spiritual puppets would be alerted, causing them to release their seals. At that time, there would be hundreds of void refinement realm puppets attacking him at the same time. It would be difficult to guarantee his survival. Was it not worth it to take such a huge risk for this unknown crystal? Even if Ning Fan obtained this crystal, it would be impossible for him to use the crystal to reverse time without the formation of the Lost World Tower. However, Ning Fan could vaguely feel the enormous energy coming from the crystal. If I can devour one piece. Even if it's only one piece, Ning Fan was confident that his magic power could break through to the mid-divine transformation realm. Once all 3 of his powers reach the mid-divine transformation realm at the same time and combine them into one, it would not be difficult for him to break through to the late divine transformation realm. There was even a sliver of a chance for him to reach the peak of the soul formation stage. The opportunity was right in front of him, but along with the great opportunity came great risks. Ning Fan struggled in his heart. He looked at the 7 stone platforms and pondered. What are the chances of me stealing the crystal? Looking at the hundreds of puppets, Xianxia counted silently. There were a total of 343 puppets in this batch. Among them, each of the 49 puppets seemed to be responsible for guarding the crystal on one of the stone platforms. Does this mean that if Ning Fan only takes away one piece of crystal, he would only be attacked by 49 puppets? With that thought in mind, the risk seemed to have been reduced to 1/7 of the original risk. If there are only 49 void refinement realm puppets attacking me, I might be able to fight. I also have a large number of spiritual puppets with me. Among them, there are even 3 void refinement realm puppets. These puppets might be able to stop me for a while. However, if they are attacked by 49 void refinement realm puppets, they will definitely be severely damaged. The puppets guarding the 7 stone platforms are the same. However, the 7 pieces of crystal correspond to the 7 floors of the Lost World Tower. The flow of time on the 7 floors is different. I'm afraid that the energy contained in the crystals is also different. The crystal that is responsible for slowing down the flow of time on the 7th floor must be the strongest one. If I only take away one piece of crystal, I naturally want to take the strongest one. However, if I steal this crystal, it will definitely cause the 7th floor to lose the effect of time cultivation. However, this is also the benefit of taking away the crystal of the 7th floor. The probability of being discovered is the lowest if I take away the crystal of the 7th floor. After all, the 7th floor is a floor that only void fragmentation realm experts can enter. However, void fragmentation realm experts of the Rain World rarely come to the Lost World Tower to cultivate. Naturally, no one will notice that the effect of time slowing has disappeared. Even if there is a loophole in the plan and some void fragmentation realm expert discovers it, causing the 7th floor to lose its effect of cultivation, it will still be something that will happen many years later. Who would be able to guess that I'm the one who stole the crystal? Even if they can guess it, I'm afraid that I would already have the strength of a void refinement realm expert or even a void fragmentation realm expert by then. Moreover, I have a close relationship with the Lost World Palace. Why would the Lost World Palace hold me responsible for a piece of crystal of the Silver Tower in the lower world? This crystal is certainly precious in my eyes. However, in the eyes of those immortals, it's probably not worth mentioning. The puppets guarding the crystal are only at the void refinement realm. This is the biggest proof. If this crystal is enough to make immortals drool over it, the Lost World Palace would naturally be worried that some immortals would come to the lower world to steal the crystal. Thus, the puppets that they set up would not just be at the void refinement realm. Hundreds of thoughts flashed across Ning Fan's mind as he weighed the pros and cons. What seemed to be an extremely bold action gradually became feasible after various analyses. He had many spiritual puppets and the star positioning plate. At the moment when he takes away the crystal of the 7th floor, he would immediately turn around and flee. With the help of the spiritual puppets, his chances of successfully escaping would be at least 50%. If his speed is a little faster and attains the void refinement realm, he could use a self-damaging secret technique to further increase his speed. Then, his chances of successfully stealing the crystal would increase by at least 10%. Ning Fan stretched out his fully purple wings and calculated inwardly. If he engraved 180,000 spirit seals on his wings, it would not be difficult for him to advance from the half-step void refinement realm to the void refinement realm. 60% is still a little low. However, I still have the morning life imprisoning technique which specializes in restraining all kinds of spiritual puppets. Even though I can't subdue the void refinement realm spiritual puppets with my current cultivation level, I should be able to stop the puppets for a while and make them lose their senses for a moment. In this case, my chances of success are 70%. 70% chance of success. It's worth it to gamble on the chance of attaining the peak divine transformation realm. Ning Fan's eyes flashed with determination. He had already made up his mind to steal the crystal of the 7th floor. What he needed to be wary of was the secret technique of the Lost World Palace's puppet fusion. If the 49 void refinement realm spiritual puppets fuse into a void fragmentation realm spiritual puppet, it would be difficult for Ning Fan to escape. Once he discovers that the spiritual puppets are showing signs of fusion, he must immediately interfere with them using magic techniques. A thorough, bold, and slightly crazy plan gradually took shape in Ning Fan's mind. There are countless choices in life. If one makes a wrong choice, his entire clan will be wiped out. However, if one is afraid of everything and runs away from everything, he will never have the chance to be superior to others. If the odds of success are high, it will be an opportunity. If the odds of success are low, it will be a risk. Ning Fan began to make thorough preparations. In the first year, he engraved 180,000 spirit seals with the word speed on his fully wings, allowing his maximum speed to break through the early void refinement realm. In the second year, Ning Fan spent 500 million immortal jade to ignite all 30,000 star lamps in the star positioning plate and activated its strongest defense. In the third year, Ning Fan took out 25 divine transformation realm spiritual puppets, the Black Dragon refined corpse and 3 void refinement realm spiritual puppets. He carefully repaired the damage of all the spiritual puppets to ensure that they were in their peak condition. From the 4th year to the 7th year, Ning Fan continuously eroded the spatial barrier of the 8th level with his wind mist finger. The barrier, which was strong enough to defend against void fragmentation realm attacks, gradually cracked under his relentless attacks. The barrier leading to the 8th level became thinner and thinner. On a certain day, it became as thin as a piece of paper which could be broken with a single poke. Ning Fan kept his wind mist finger. He only needed to take a light step and he would be able to completely cross the barrier and enter the space of the 8th level. Once he enters, he would have to face a huge gamble where he had a 70% chance of success and a 30% chance of death. Even with Ning Fan's cold and indifferent personality, he felt slightly nervous. However, it was not a bad thing. An appropriate amount of nervousness could make one more focused. With the star positioning plate in his hand and the 29 refined spiritual puppets following behind him, Ning Fan took a deep breath and stepped into the space of the 8th level with a single step. His forehead was slightly covered with beads of sweat. His footsteps were filled with probing. If this first step leads to any unforeseen events, he would immediately take a step back and return to the 7th level to be safe. Dong *, the sound of Ning Fan's footsteps reverberated in the 10,000 zhang *, 3. 33 m per zhang, spacious palace. However, it did not lead to any attacks. Judging from the situation, Ning Fan was safe until he touched the crystal. After his body completely passed through the barrier, Ning Fan became 200% vigilant. He carefully observed his surroundings and walked towards one of the 7 stone platforms. The crystal on that stone platform had the strongest energy fluctuation. That crystal was the treasure which could slow down time in the 7th level. Standing in front of the stone platform, Ning Fan gently flapped his fooly wings. He was ready to retreat and escape back to the 7th level at any time. His palm was just half an inch away from touching the crystal. If there are no disturbances in the 10,000 zhang *3. 33 m per zhang palace, Ning Fan could escape in an instant. After this instant, he might live or die. At this moment, Ning Fan could still regret his decision and retreat. However, if he runs away, this opportunity to break through to the peak divine transformation realm would vanish like smoke in thin air. Every step above the divine transformation realm was extremely difficult. Ning Fan would not have the chance to encounter a crystal-grade treasure which he could use to break through to the next level every time. If I gamble, I would have a 30% chance of dying. If I don't gamble, what cultivation base would I use to fight against Moksha Sovereign after 10 years? Ning Fan's eyes flashed with determination and he muttered to himself. Even if I only have 60%, 50% or even 40% chance, I still want to gamble. I can't let my master be hurt by that evil disciple again. Ding *, Ning Fan's fingertip touched the crystal. When the crystal touched the stone platform, a faint sound was heard. At the moment when the sound was heard, Ning Fan grabbed the crystal and flapped his wings without hesitation. He flew towards the passage of space that was 1 zhang *3. 33 m per zhang, away and fled at full speed. At the same time, the seals on the 49 statues that were guarding the stone platform were broken after countless years of silence. They regained their ability to move. At this moment, the 49 spiritual puppets emitted void refinement realm aura force. All of their killing intent locked onto Ning Fan. Seal. The 49 spiritual puppets uttered the same word in unison. 49 traces of void power turned into 49 layers of pitch-black gigantic walls, sealing off all of Ning Fan's escape routes. They were not joking around. They really wanted to kill the person who stole the crystal. The person who steals time shall die. That's right. The power contained in those 7 crystals was exactly time. An unprecedented sense of crisis descended upon Ning Fan's body. If he could not escape from the 49 layers of seals, he would be blasted into ashes by the 49 void refinement realm spiritual puppets in the next moment. A threat of life and death. 3/3, to be continued. 49 layers of void walls blocked his path, making it impossible for him to advance or retreat. With 49 void refinement realm seals, almost no one below the void fragmentation realm could escape from them. Ning Fan's eyes flashed with ruthlessness. If he doesn't destroy this wall, he will die in an instant. He changed his hand seal and channeled his magic power into the Eastern Ocean bell. The golden bell grew with the wind and with a sudden tremble, it let out a clear and ancient bell sound. Layers of golden sound waves spread out in all directions. All of the spatial seals shattered upon contact with the sound waves. Eh? Among the 49 puppets, one of them let out a soft cry of surprise. Clearly, it did not expect Ning Fan to be able to break free from the barrier. Almost at the moment when he broke through the barrier, Ning Fan pounded his chest and coughed out more than 10 mouthfuls of blood essence. With a flap of his fooly wings, his speed was close to that of a mid-void refinement realm cultivator. As he hurriedly retreated, he barely avoided the 49 layers of void power attacks. However, a sense of horror immediately rose in his heart. That soft sound of surprise didn't escape Ning Fan's ears. He didn't expect that one of the 49 puppets would be a living creature. The 343 puppets guarding this place were definitely the type without intelligence. There was no doubt about it. After all, they were guarding the 7 crystals. If they used sentient puppets, other unforeseen events might occur. However, Ning Fan believed that he did not hear wrongly. There was a puppet. For some unknown reason, it was a living creature. This was definitely an unforeseen event that Ning Fan did not expect. However, it did not hinder him from escaping. With the addition of the 180,000 speed spirit seals and the self-destruction of his blood essence, Ning Fan's speed had already reached its maximum limit. As long as he could stop the group of sea demons for an instant, he would be able to escape. While escaping, Ning Fan made a series of hand seals, commanding the 3 spiritual puppets to protect him. Hei Tang and the Dragon Corpse were at the second layer of protection, while the other Divine Transformation Realm spiritual puppets formed a circular defensive formation. At the same time, he activated the star fixation plate, spreading out a massive star map. 30,000 star lamps rose and the formation light of the starlight instantly lit up. Ning Fan had spent 500 million immortal jades to activate the light of the star formation. As long as he has enough immortal jades, no one below the mid-void refinement realm would be able to break this formation. Of the 49 void refinement realm puppets, 40 were at the early stage, 7 were at the middle stage, and 2 were at the late stage. Among the 2 late-stage puppets, one of them was the puppet that Qingyi had seen earlier. Oh? An immemorial divine weapon in the form of a formation. The late nascent soul stage puppet exclaimed in surprise again. Together with the other 48 spatial tempering stage puppets, countless fist projections hurtled toward the starlight. Boom. 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 Even though the stellar positioning plate was fully activated and its defense was heaven-defying, it could only hold on for a short moment in the face of the swarm sea serpent's attack. When the formation light shattered, Ning Fan felt as if his chest had suffered a heavy blow. The backlash was extremely heavy, but he forced himself to swallow the sweet blood. His eyes were filled with determination. The stone platform was only 10,000 zhang *3. 33 m per zhang away from the exit. After breaking the barrier of the void and activating the star formation, Ning Fan was now only 3,000 zhang *3. 33 m per zhang away from the exit. As long as he could escape the last 3,000 feet, he would be able to obtain the time crystal, combine the 3 powers, and reach the peak. Time thief, die. The sea serpent, 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 sea. If Ning Fan allowed these punches to hit him, he would no longer be able to defend himself even if he had to use all of his spiritual puppets as a meat shield. Morning art, life imprisonment. Puppets of 100 million worlds, none of them have my life, all of them are my life prisoners. 1 finger and your life will be forfeited. Ning Fan's eyes were unprecedentedly focused. This 1 finger, life imprisonment, was his last desperate attack. He must make the group of spiritual puppets lose their focus and stop attacking. His eyes became even more indifferent. Even a true immortal would not be able to have such indifferent eyes. His black hair fluttered without wind. His eyes were as deep as the bottom of a lake. After he pointed his finger, his black hair instantly turned white and his face aged. A ray of cold black moonlight shot out from his finger. At the next moment, a black crescent moon appeared on the faces of the 49 void refinement realm spiritual puppets one after another. Creak the moment the crescent moon appeared, all of the spiritual puppets lost their focus and stopped the punches. Only the spiritual puppet with spiritual intelligence exclaimed in shock, as if it had seen something unbelievable. Morning art. The morning art of the ancestor emperor of the northern heaven. I didn't see it wrongly. This is definitely the morning art. This spiritual puppet actually recognized the origin of Ning Fan's technique. It was not surprising. If it was under normal circumstances, Ning Fan would not use this technique to its maximum level, let alone use the morning art. In this moment of life and death, all he thought about was how to maximize the power of this technique, not how to hide its origin. With the help of the life-imprisoning finger, Ning Fan flapped his purple wings again and flew to 1,000 zhang *3. 33 m per zhang away from the exit. Just one more step and he would be able to escape. His opponent was a group of 49 void refinement realm spiritual puppets. Ning Fan's life-imprisoning finger could only stun them for a split second. In the next second, they would attack again with their fists. Ning Fan had used the life-imprisoning finger several times, but he had never experienced such a strong side effect like today. His black hair turned white and his face aged. He finally understood why the life imprisonment technique was able to restrain the puppets. This was clearly reducing his own vitality and sealing the life of the puppet. None of the puppets he had dealt with in the past had been at the spatial tempering stage, so there hadn't been such a powerful side effect. His white hair and aged face were the price he had to pay for using this technique. Unless the life force in his body recovers, he would not be able to display the same finger again, let alone use tricks to block the attacks of the puppets. The last 1,000 feet. We must escape. Explode. Ning Fan's eyes flashed with determination. While retreating, he sent out a series of finger shadows. Of the 25 Divine Transformation Realm puppets, 10 were at the early stage, 7 were at the mid stage, 6 were at the late stage, 1 was at the peak and 1 was at the half-step Void Refinement Realm. At this moment, in order to stop the 49 puppets for a moment, Ning Fan did not hesitate and activated the 10 early stage puppets to explode first. Boom. The self-destruction of 10 Divine Transformation Realm puppets was extremely powerful. Even the 49 Void Refinement Realm fist lights were able to block it for an instant. There was still 500 zhong left. Ning Fan's finger seals changed abruptly. This time, he was performing the sacrificial technique of the fusion of the puppets. The other party's 49 spiritual puppets did not show any signs of merging. To Ning Fan, it was a good thing. On the other hand, their own puppets had to be sacrificed and fused together. The moment Ning Fan made a series of hand seals, the physical bodies of the 7 mid-divine transformation realm spiritual puppets suddenly burst into black flames. At the next moment, they were reduced to ashes. The black light enveloped the body of the half-step Void Refinement Realm puppet. In an instant, the half-step Void Refinement Realm Heiting's cultivation base also rose to the early Void Refinement Realm. There was a slight struggle in his eyes, but a moment later, he revealed a resolute look. After Ning Fan made another hand seal, Heiting, who had just broken through to the early Void Refinement Realm, dashed towards the 49 Void Refinement Realm puppets without any fear of death. He faced the fist lights head-on and self-destructed. At the same time, all the remaining puppets on Ning Fan's side, including the Void Refinement Realm puppets, hurled their fist lights at the 49 puppets. Boom! With the help of the self-destruction of 1 Void Refinement Realm puppet and the combined attack of 3 Void Refinement Realm puppets, the 49 Void Refinement Realm fist lights were forcibly dispersed. The force of the fist lights scattered in all directions in the pavilion. The power of the fist lights was greatly reduced. However, when they swept across the area, Ning Fan's group was hit by the fist lights. All of them were severely injured. The remaining 6 late-stage puppets and 1 peak-stage puppet were all severely injured. The 3 Realm Beast puppets only suffered light injuries. As for Ning Fan, his injuries were the worst. His physical body, which was comparable to the 4th level of the Jade Life Realm, was immediately severely injured by the fist lights. With the help of the force of the fist lights, Ning Fan led the group of puppets to escape the last 500 zhong. They had escaped. The moment they escaped from the spatial barrier, the 48 puppets chased after them desperately, as if they wanted to snatch the crystal back. As for the puppet with spiritual intelligence, it looked at Ning Fan's direction and sighed with emotion. It seemed like it was extremely difficult to control this puppet's body. Only after it self-destructed could it reach out with its 5 fingers and condense a black jade slip using void power. With a flick of its finger, it shot out to the 8th floor. Together with the jade slip, a silver token was shot out as well. The barrier was closed. As Ning Fan held the golden crystal in his hand, an unbelievable sentence echoed in his ears. Little friend is truly extraordinary. Even I failed to steal the crystal and was trapped on the 8th floor. However, you succeeded. I'm ashamed. I'm truly ashamed. The younger generation will surpass us in time. Those words were clearly uttered by that puppet with spiritual intelligence. At this moment, Ning Fan finally had the time to carefully ponder about the peculiarity of that puppet. He should not have seen wrongly before. That puppet indeed did not have spiritual intelligence. That puppet with spiritual intelligence was probably not a living being but a primordial spirit of some expert that had attached itself to it. Judging from its words, that expert seemed to have tried to steal the crystal like Ning Fan. However, he did not have heaven-defying techniques like Ning Fan's Eastern Ocean Bell or the life imprisonment technique. Thus, he was trapped here until his death. Who is that person? Ning Fan extended his hand and received the black jade slip. It was given to him by that mysterious expert. After confirming that this jade slip was not a trap, Ning Fan inserted his spirit sense into it. A fragmented memory was imprinted on the jade slip and Ning Fan read it. All of a sudden, Ning Fan's expression became extremely strange. It was because the mysterious expert who was trapped on the 8th floor was none other than the former Rain Sovereign. In the current divine palace of Rain, the Rain Sovereign was the one with the highest seniority. Below him were void fragmentation realm-old monsters such as Yun Tianjue and Yun Bushu. However, the mysterious expert who was trapped on the 8th floor was a senior who was 3 generations older than the current Rain Sovereign. His title was Red Cloud Rain Sovereign. Since the formation of the Rain world, there had been more than 1,000 generations of Rain Sovereigns. However, only those who had broken through to the 6th heavenly layer of the void fragmentation realm and above could be given the title. The current Rain Sovereign did not have a title. That Red Cloud Rain Sovereign's cultivation base was naturally above the 6th heavenly layer of the void fragmentation realm. Ning Fan had been traveling the world. Even though he did not know much about the history of the Rain world, he still knew a little about it. He vaguely heard that the Red Cloud Rain Sovereign who was 3 generations ago had once cultivated in the Lost World Tower. However, he disappeared in the end. Many people guessed that Red Cloud had failed to advance to the next level and died in the Lost World Tower. No one would have thought that the dignified Red Cloud Rain Sovereign would actually do the same thing as Ning Fan, which was to go to the Lost World Tower to steal crystals. Red Cloud did not have Ning Fan's wind mist finger. He used the Sovereign Rain technique in the Lost World Tower. After 100 years in the outside world and 10,000 years in the 7th floor, he only managed to break a hole in the space of the 8th floor. Logically speaking, with his cultivation base at the 6th heavenly layer of the void fragmentation realm, it should not be difficult for him to steal just 1 crystal. However, he was much more greedy than Ning Fan. He planned to steal all 7 crystals. As a result, he was surrounded by 343 void refinement realm spiritual puppets because of his carelessness. In the end, his physical body was reduced to ashes. Out of desperation, his primordial spirit forcefully seized the body of one of the void refinement realm spiritual puppets and fused with it. Finally, he managed to escape from the eyes and ears of the spiritual puppets. The pitiful Rain Sovereign of a generation had died in this place without knowing why. Even though his consciousness was still alive, his primordial spirit was too weak. He could not even control the spiritual puppet's body. Being able to give Ning Fan this jade slip was already his best effort. Even Red Cloud Rain Sovereign failed to steal the crystal, but Ning Fan succeeded. It was definitely enough for him to be proud of himself. However, Ning Fan could not feel proud of himself. Looking at the golden crystal in his hand, Ning Fan could not help but worry about his gains and losses. Holding this crystal and feeling the enormous energy it contained, Ning Fan was even more convinced that this crystal was enough to help him break through to the peak divine transformation realm. However, in order to obtain this crystal, he had to pay a huge price. He lost 18 divine transformation realm spiritual puppets, including that half-step void refinement realm spiritual puppet. The spiritual puppets suffered different degrees of damage, but Ning Fan was the one who suffered the heaviest injuries. His secret technique self-destructed and his injuries were not light. What was more important was that he had lost a large amount of his life force after using the life-imprisoning finger. Fortunately, Ning Fan had learned the Black Star healing technique. As long as he recuperates in the Lost World Tower for a year and a half, his injuries would naturally be healed. There were only 3 years left before he had to leave the Lost World Tower. However, as the crystal on the 7th floor was destroyed, the time deceleration effect disappeared. Ning Fan had no choice but to return to the 6th floor to cultivate. 3 years was halved. Now, there was only 1.5 years left. This 1.5 years was barely enough for him to treat his injuries and refine the crystal. Ning Fan could only hope that he would be able to refine the enormous power of the crystal before he leaves. In the space of the 6th floor, Ning Fan reopened his cave dwelling. He summoned the Black Star and began to treat his injuries. Looking at the black jade slip in his hand, he smiled bitterly. The reason why the Red Cloud Rain Sovereign gave Ning Fan this jade slip was certainly not just to tell him a story. At the end of the jade slip, there was a request. She hoped that Ning Fan would bring the news that she was still alive to the Rain Palace so that they could come and rescue her. Hong Yin did not expect Ning Fan to rescue her. With Ningfan's divine transformation realm cultivation base, it was already difficult for him to enter the 8th floor once. If he were to enter again, he was afraid that he would be attacked by the spiritual puppets even if he did not steal the crystal. After all, the spiritual puppets had already remembered his qi. Ningfan did not have the intention to steal the second crystal. He also did not have the strength to rescue Hongyun. Therefore, Hongyun only asked Ningfan to bring the news that she was still alive back to the Rain Palace and promised him great benefits. She also said that she was willing to give Ningfan anything as long as he manages to escape. At the end of the Jade Slip, there was also the highest level cultivation method of the Rain Palace, the Sovereign Rain Primordial Technique. It was the strongest cultivation method of the Rain Palace. Only the Rain Sovereigns of each generation could cultivate it. Even the Divine Sons could only cultivate the surface of it. After Ningfan examined it, he found that there was nothing unusual about this cultivation method. Hongyun did not alter the cultivation method to plot against him. Hongyun gave Ningfan the strongest cultivation method of the Rain Palace in order to gain his favor. She hoped that Ningfan would save her. Together with this cultivation method, there was also a silver token that was lost along with Hongyun, the Rain Sovereign's token. Hongyun died in the Lost World Tower. However, when the other Void Fragmentation Realm experts entered the Lost World Tower, they could not find any of the relics left behind by the Divine Sovereign. The Rain Sovereign's token was the symbol of the Divine Sovereign's identity. It also had a special function that only the Divine Sovereign knew. Since the token was lost, the Rain Palace naturally suspected that the Lost World Tower was the one who hid it. On second thought, perhaps Hongyun's death was also caused by the Lost World Tower. As a result, almost no Void Fragmentation Realm experts of the Rain Palace came to the Lost World Tower to cultivate. Even Void Refinement Realm experts were extremely rare. This was an old grudge. In the entire Rain world, perhaps only Ningfan knew that this so-called old grudge was just Hongyun's own doing. She only had herself to blame for dying on the 8th floor after stealing the time crystal of the Lost World Tower. Even Ningfan had prepared for the worst before entering the 8th floor. Once he dies, he could only blame himself for being unlucky. He could only blame the will of the heavens. He could not blame anyone else. As for Hongyun's request, after careful consideration, Ningfan did not decide to help her. What benefits would he get by helping her pass the message to the Rain Palace? If he saves Hongyun, the Rain Palace would have a second Divine Sovereign. As the saying goes, a mountain cannot have two tigers. Who knows if the current Divine Sovereign would kill Ningfan, silence him or save him. Even if the current Divine Sovereign was magnanimous and willing to save Hongyun and give up her position as the Divine Sovereign, how would she treat Ningfan after breaking free from her tribulation? Hongyun clearly recognized Ningfan's life imprisoning mourning technique. If Hongyun breaks free from her tribulation, would she kill Ningfan and repay his kindness with enmity, since Hongyun dared to steal the time crystal? She was naturally not a good person like Ningfan. She might really repay kindness with enmity. Let's put aside Hongyun's matter for now. If I want to save her now, I will definitely have to take a huge risk. It's not worth it. Speaking of which, not only did I obtain the time crystal, but I also obtained the cultivation method of the Divine Sovereign of the Rain Palace. I also obtained the lost token of the Divine Sovereign, the Rain Sovereign's order. My gains are not small. Even if I have to destroy a lot of spiritual puppets, it's still worth it. Ningfan stared at the crystal in his palm with burning eyes. He wished that he could immediately swallow this crystal and increase his cultivation base. However, he knew that it was still not the right time to improve his cultivation base. Before that, he had to use the power of the black stars to heal his injuries. After keeping the black jade slip, the Rain Sovereign's order and the crystal, Ningfan closed his eyes without saying a word. 5 black stars appeared in the void above his head. Countless black starlight twirled around his body. His white hair began to turn back to black. His old and wrinkled skin also began to recover. His injuries were slowly easing and healing. 1/6, to be continued. His essence blood was slowly replenished, and his white hair turned black. His appearance was the same as before. After several months of recuperation and under the treatment of the black star which had 5 natal stars, Ningfan's injuries were completely healed despite how severe they were. Black Star's art is indeed profound. Without this art, the injuries I suffered this time aside from the damage to my blood essence, it would have been impossible to recover my vitality. Ning Fan exhaled a mouthful of turbid qi and moved his muscles and bones. After making sure that everything was fine, he revealed a satisfied smile. Looking at the golden crystal, Ning Fan no longer hesitated and decided to consume it. This crystal was filled with the power of time, enough to reverse time 100 times. Its energy was so great that it definitely couldn't be consumed in one go. It needed to be tempered with quite a few spirit medicines. This kind of harmonizing technique was rarely mentioned in ancient chaos memories. However, Shiran had mentioned quite a lot of it in the pill art that she had given him. Ning Fan patted his storage pouch and took out a jade bowl. He used tens of spiritual herbs to grind them into a medicinal liquid. Then, he soaked the crystal in the medicinal liquid. The crystal emitted faint golden steam and slowly melted into the medicinal liquid. At first, the liquid was dark green in color, but after the crystal melted, it turned into pure gold. Ning Fan lifted the jade bowl. His eyes lit up like torches. He gently took a sip of the medicinal liquid into his stomach and immediately put down the bowl to refine it. Just by drinking a mouthful of the medicinal liquid, he felt as if his entire body was on fire, and his blood was boiling. The heat waves in his body continued to increase, and his skin actually turned red and purple. Ning Fan could not help but feel a little shocked. He was extremely familiar with this kind of situation. It was clearly the sign of one's body exploding after absorbing too much medicinal power. He only drank a mouthful of the medicinal liquid, but this mouthful of medicinal liquid contained at least 10,000 units of magic power, which was equivalent to eating 100 Thunder Xian pills. Even though Ning Fan had achieved 180,000 units of power by combining the three forces into one, his immortal veins nearly exploded because of this mouthful of medicinal liquid. Fortunately, even though he had reached the critical point, his body did not explode after all. He still had a sense of propriety about how much medicinal liquid he should be able to refine in one go. Refine. Ning Fan closed his eyes to refine the medicinal liquid, trying his best to absorb the golden power within it. He finally realized that he had completely underestimated the power of the crystal on the 7th floor. 7 days later, Ning Fan absorbed all of the medicinal power and his magic power increased by 11,400 units. He took another big gulp of the medicinal liquid and refined it for 7 days. His magic power increased by 12,200 units. The third mouthful, the fourth, 2 months later, Ning Fan had completely refined all of the medicinal liquid. His magic power had increased by a total of 109,400 units. Consuming the golden crystal did not weaken the medicinal power, nor did it cause his magic power to be unstable. After all, this crystal contained the purest power of time, which could not be compared to medicinal pills. Looking at the sticky medicinal liquid that remained on the jade bowl, Ning Fan licked the bowl clean without caring about his image. His magic power increased by another 500 units. After keeping the jade bowl, Ning Fan examined his body with a fiery gaze. After consuming the crystal, his magical power broke through from 28,320 units to 138,220 units. A single piece of crystal could help Ning Fan increase his magic power by 100,000 units. This item was really heaven-defying. In the void, countless silver fire clouds suddenly appeared, and the fire tribulation rained down. The heavenly tribulation, which was enough to make an ordinary divine transformation realm expert's scalp go numb, was directly swallowed into Ning Fan's stomach, allowing the steel of sun and moon to devour it. After looking into his body, he suddenly frowned. He discovered that there was something else in his immortal meridians. A trace of golden blood. That trace of golden blood was extremely tiny. If Ning Fan did not look carefully, he would definitely not notice that there was something extra in his body. He tried to examine the golden blood trace carefully. However, as soon as his spirit sense enveloped the golden blood trace, it immediately disappeared without a trace, as if it had melted into his blood. What is that? Ning Fan frowned. He repeatedly activated his magic power but did not feel any additional power. He also did not notice any side effects of his magic power becoming sluggish. This is strange. This trace of golden blood obviously appeared after he consumed the crystal. However, he did not know whether it was a good thing or a bad thing. Could it be the mark that the Lost World Palace planted in the crystal? Thinking of this possibility, Ning Fan's scalp immediately went numb. He did not like being hunted by a group of immortals. After repeatedly confirming that the golden blood that had disappeared from his body did not seem to be a mark, Yang Kai's expression became cloudy. The sudden increase in his magic power was a good thing. However, Ning Fan could not feel happy at all. If he did not find out what the golden blood was, he would not feel at ease. After thinking for 10 days, Ning Fan kept looking into his body, waiting for the golden blood to appear again. On the 10th day, a trace of golden blood was formed in Ning Fan's immortal veins again. This time, Ning Fan did not give the golden blood a chance to dissipate. He directly used his spirit sense to draw it out of his fingertip. Sensing the trace of golden blood on his fingertip, Ning Fan fell into deep thought. His expression gradually became relaxed. So this golden blood is a trace of the power of time that has fused into my blood. Let's call it the blood of time for now. This blood shouldn't be harmful to me. It will only benefit me. With the help of this blood, I can use a trace of the power of time. Ning Fan heaved a sigh of relief. Then, his eyes turned solemn. A trace of purplish golden mist coiled around his fingertip. He looked at the mist in silence. In the past, he did not understand why the mist was purplish golden. Now, he understood it. The purple color did not change, but the golden color became a little deeper. The purple color was the Tao of the immortal sovereign. The golden color was the power of time. This technique was what Ning Fan comprehended on his own. It was to imitate samsara. Only now did he understand that he was imitating the power of samsara from the perspective of time. The power to erode everything was based on the golden time. An inch of time is an inch of gold. After keeping the blood of time into his body, Ning Fan calmed himself down. This blood of time could help increase the destructive power of his wind mist finger. It was not a disaster but a blessing. A piece of crystal could increase 100,000 units of magic power, and it could also produce a trace of blood of time. For a moment, Ning Fan really had the urge to steal the remaining 6 pieces of crystals. He finally understood why the dignified Han Yun Reign sovereign would steal the crystals. He was afraid that Han Yun was not interested in the magic power within the crystals but in comprehending the power of time. Even though the crystals were good, one must be alive to enjoy them. Putting aside the fact that Ning Fan could not steal the remaining 6 pieces of crystals, even if he could, it would definitely be unwise. The 7th floor of the Lost World Tower was destroyed because of the loss of the crystals. However, void fragmentation realm experts rarely came to the Lost World Tower. Who would know that the crystals were missing? If the first 6 floors of the Lost World Tower are also destroyed, the fact that Ning Fan stole the crystals would probably be exposed immediately. It was obviously unwise. Ning Fan put away all his thoughts and calmed himself down, trying to adjust his condition to his peak. The shortcoming of his magic power had been made up for. His divine, demon and devil powers had all broken through to the mid-divine transformation realm. Next, Ning Fan would try to fuse the 3 powers like fusing 3 types of divine intent. The rain intent, mountain intent and Fuli intent realm were fused into a painting by Ning Fan. That intent realm was the reminiscence of the 7 apricot city. It was a kind of determination to freeze all the past in the cycle of reincarnation. With the experience of fusing the intent realm, it would not be too difficult to fuse the 3 powers. Ning Fan's goal was to break through the limitations of the races and erase all traces of the divine, demon and devil races. From today onwards, he was neither a member of the divine race nor a member of the demon race nor a member of the devil race, he was just Ning Fan. 3 days later, Ning Fan's eyes lit up and he shouted coldly. Condense. As soon as he uttered this word, black snow began to fall from the sky within 10,000 li * 500 m per li. Ning Fan's body was enveloped in purple light, as if he was wearing a purple robe. A plum tree appeared behind him. It had blood-red plum blossoms and a pitch-black tree trunk. This painting used 3 types of divine wills. The 3 types of divine intent were completely different and their natures were completely opposite. However, they were fused into one. It was all because of Ning Fan's obsession and memories. He was never obsessed with his own race. He was only obsessed with whether he could have the strength to protect his family. Be it divine, demon or devil. no matter which path he chose, he would still be Ning Fan in the end. Fuse. The three powers began to fuse. Since the ancient Chaos era, no one had been able to achieve such a feat. Who would have thought that there would be another Ning Fan who cultivated three powers at the same time in the future of cultivation? Devil Chi and demon power fused while demon power and magic power overlapped. For a moment, devil Chi surged from Ning Fan's body. In the next moment, he was filled with divine Chi, while in the next moment, he was filled with dense demon Chi. The three completely different auras disappeared without a trace in the end. 1 month later, Ning Fan opened his eyes. His eyes did not have the compassion of the divine race, the bloodthirst of the devil race, or the treachery of the demon race. What he had was just an easygoing expression as usual. I am me. He suddenly stood up. After fusing the three powers, his magic power was still the dominant one. However, his magic power had reached 293,130 units. He had already broken through to the late divine transformation realm and was only a step away from the peak divine transformation realm. With just a thought, he could turn these 300,000 units of magic power into devil Chi and demon power at will. The path he was walking on was not the path of gods, demons, or devils. Instead, it was a completely different path. Before the ancient Chaos era, someone had walked on this path. After the ancient Chaos era and the great ancient emperors died, no one else walked on this path. This was the ancient Tao of cultivation. Fiery clouds appeared in the sky again. This time, before the fiery clouds could condense, they were shattered by Ning Fan's palm and devoured all of the silver flames of the heavenly tribulation. The heavenly tribulation this time was enough to severely injure a late divine transformation realm expert. However, with Ning Fan's current strength, he would not care about such a degree of injury. I'm just a step away from breaking through again. I might as well break through to the peak divine transformation realm in one go. Ning Fan patted his storage pouch and held a peak void refinement realm Dao fruit in his hand. There were 5 Dao fruits that Wei Xian had given him. One was at the first heavenly layer of the void fragmentation realm, while the other 4 were at the peak void refinement realm. If Ning Fan consumed this Dao fruit with his mid-divine transformation realm cultivation base, his body would only explode. If he consumed it with his late divine transformation realm cultivation base, he could barely absorb 1/3 of the medicinal power of the Dao fruit. A peak void refinement realm Dao fruit contained at least 50,000 units of magic power. With Ning Fan's current cultivation base, it was too wasteful to consume a Dao fruit of this level. It would be best if he consumed it when he was about to break through to the void refinement realm. However, this was an urgent matter. In order to achieve another breakthrough, he could not afford to waste it. After using tens of spiritual herbs to harmonize the power of the Dao fruit, Ning Fan swallowed the fruit and his magic power increased by nearly 20,000 units. When his magic power reached 312,500 units, Ning Fan broke through the calmness in a single breath. The domineering aura force of a peak divine transformation realm cultivator rose from his body. Even the stars beneath his feet trembled. Peak divine transformation realm, above the hollow space, the silver flames of the heavenly tribulation took shape once again. The destructive power of the fire tribulation this time was already comparable to the fatal attack of a half-step void refinement realm expert. It was not to be underestimated. This time, the fire tribulation was enough to make a void insight realm expert suffer. Ning Fan no longer relied on the steel of sun and moon to overcome the tribulation. Black devil flames swirled around his body. With a grasp of his 5 fingers, the soul of the star and the earth was sucked into his hand and swallowed into his body. After using the soul extraction technique, Ning Fan's aura force had completely increased to the half-step void refinement realm. If he could be said to be killing people who were at a higher level than him in the past, the current him was at the same level as the 7 venerated beings of the internal sea. The increase in his strength was certainly not trivial. Samadhi Fire Palm. Ning Fan sent out a palm strike. A 1000 zhang * 3, 33 m per zhang, fiery palm soared into the sky and went against the fire clouds. The so-called blood clouds of the heavenly tribulation were directly reduced by 1/10 after being hit by this palm strike. Without relying on any magic treasures to block the tribulation, Ning Fan's eyes revealed a fearless expression. All of the magic power in his body gathered in the center of his palm. He recalled Yan Zhong's palm force and the palm strike that destroyed the southern prison country. Inwardly, he understood more and more things. Originally, there was only one palm imprint in the center of his palm. However, as Ning Fan channeled his magic power into it, the second palm imprint immediately emerged. Break! This palm imprint was already 2000 zhang *3, 33 m per zhang, in size. At the moment when it hit the tribulation clouds, the remaining tribulation clouds immediately collapsed as if they were dried twigs. This palm strike had exhausted all of his strength. Only Void Refinement Realm cultivators could use this palm strike. The truth proved that Ning Fan's application of the Samadhi fire palm was a few streets ahead of Revered Flame. Based on Reverend Yan's talent, it was impossible for him to form the second layer of the palm print. As expected of a mortal void magic technique, Ning Fan opened his mouth and sucked in all the scattered flames into his stomach. Then, he sat in a cross-legged position to recover his magic power. There wasn't much time left until he left the Pill Tower. Rather than cultivating, it was better to stabilize his peak soul transformation cultivation. After spending 126 years together in the Lost World Tower, his bone age was already close to 500 years old. Ning Fan did not dare to say that his innate talent was unparalleled, but it was definitely enough for him to be proud of himself. However, at this stage, Ning Fan became even more aware of the difficulty of breaking through to the Void Refinement Realm. When one's cultivation base reaches the peak Divine Transformation Realm, the effects of consuming an early Divine Transformation Realm Dao fruit would be reduced by half. From the peak Divine Transformation Realm to the half-step Void Refinement Realm, it would probably be very difficult to increase the magic power of 200,000 units. A year was a very short period of time for cultivators. However, during this 1 year, Lu Qing did something that made him regret endlessly. He realized that Bei Xiaoman and Ning Fan had an ambiguous relationship. Thus, he made the decision to report the news to the Lost World Palace. However, he did not expect that the news would bring his mistress so much trouble. In the southern tower, Lu Qing stared at the unruly group of people in the main hall. His heart was filled with self-blame. Lu Qing. Are you the one who asked them to come? Bei Xiaoman's brows were cold. She did not like the feeling of being betrayed. Fourth mistress, it's my fault. If I knew this would happen, I would never dare to do such a thing. I regret it. Lu Qing's face was filled with remorse. The reason why he reported the relationship between Bei Xiaoman and Ning Fan was because he did not want his mistress to fall deeper into trouble. However, he did not expect that it would bring him even more trouble. What's the use of regretting? Get them out of here. Bei Xiaoman clenched her fists tightly. If it was not because she knew that Lu Qing meant well, she would certainly not let him go. Her beautiful eyes scanned across the main hall. There were a total of 49 people in this group, and all of them were at the Divine Transformation Realm. The leader of the group was a young man in black robes. His name was Ximenyi. He was the person that Bei Xiaoman hated the most. That kind of disgust came from the bottom of her heart. It was completely different from the hatred she had for Ning Fan. Ximenyi, I won't go with you. Bei Xiaoman said coldly. Hee. You are my fiancé. Do you think I will allow you to say no when I bring you away? Bei Xiaoman, let me tell you. With your unruly personality and your low potential, I, Ximenyi, will never like you. Our marriage is just a condition for the Lost World Palace and the Ximen clan to form an alliance. Moreover, I had obtained the Great Elder's permission to descend to the lower world today. You should know that if the Great Elder agrees to it, even your mother will not be able to protect you. The young man's eyes were cold. He did not care about Bei Xiaoman at all. However, when he heard that his fiancée was fooling around with another man in the lower world, his heart was filled with killing intent. He could not wait to kill Bei Xiaoman right now. If you follow me obediently, I won't punish you. If you don't, I will break your arms and legs and bring you back to the northern heaven. You can choose for yourself. How dare you? Lu Qing and Bing were infuriated. Even if this was a marriage arranged by the Great Elder for Bei Xiaoman, even if this marriage was related to the Lost World Palace, and even if the Ximen clan was extremely powerful, they would never allow their mistress to be humiliated. The two of them took a step forward. Their Divine Transformation Realm Chi force swept across the area. Vaguely, their chi force seemed to be in harmony with each other. Shi Bing's chi force, in particular, had been raised to the mid-divine transformation realm. Among the 49 people of the Shimin clan, 30 of them were early divine transformation realm cultivators. When Shi Bing and Lu Qing's chi force collided with them, their chi immediately became chaotic. Their eyes were filled with surprise. They were not surprised at Lu Qing but at Shi Bing. Didn't they say that the puppet protecting Bei Xiaoman was an early divine transformation realm cultivator? How could it be a mid-divine transformation realm cultivator? As for the other 19 people, none of their expressions changed. There were 9 mid-divine transformation realm cultivators, 5 late divine transformation realm cultivators, 3 peak divine transformation realm cultivators and 2 half-step void refinement realm cultivators. The black-robed young man, Shimin Yi, was a half-step void refinement realm cultivator. Moreover, his body was just his separated soul. This man is not like Zichuan or Lin Su. His potential is unparalleled in the Northern Heaven. He is one of the 4 sons of the Northern Heaven. He calls himself Emperor Shi. Shimin Ye's expression did not change when Shi Bing and Lu Qing's chi force collided with him. Instead, his demonic black eyes flashed with a hint of disdain. Bei Xiaoman, you are wearing out my patience. I heard that the person you fell in love with in the lower world is a mid-divine transformation realm cultivator. His combat power is comparable to a half-step void refinement realm expert. His name is Zhou Ming, right? If you don't come with me, I will kill him. Who fell in love with Zhou Ming? Wait. You can't kill him. Bei Xiaoman panicked. She knew how cold-blooded and terrifying Shimin Yi was. As expected, you care about him a lot. Shimin Ye's eyes became even colder. He was definitely going to be cuckolded. His gaze swept across Lu Qing and Shi Bing as if he was looking at a bunch of clowns. His gaze carried a demonic power that was as dark as the night. It pierced through the void and at the next moment, Lu Qing and Shi Bing suffered a heavy blow. Both of them coughed out blood and were sent flying. They were actually severely injured by Shimin Ye's gaze, severely injuring Shi Bing with just a gaze. What exactly is his cultivation base? Bei Xiaoman suddenly felt a sense of helplessness. You have reached the void fragmentation realm. Yes, Shimin Ye's true body had already broken through to the void fragmentation realm. Even though his separated soul only had the strength of a half-step void refinement realm cultivator, it was still very powerful. It could even put up a fight against an early void refinement realm cultivator. Humph. Who do you think I, Shimin Yi, am? Am I the same as you, only at the divine transformation stage? Among the 4 young ladies of the Bei family, only your eldest sister and second sister are worthy of my attention. The other girls are not worth mentioning. Shimin Ye's words were cold. He took a step forward and reached out his hand to grab Bei Xiaoman. Bei Xiaoman tried to dodge, but Shimin Ye's gaze landed on her. She felt a sweetness in her throat and blood trickled down her throat. His eyes were filled with resentment. Not just anyone could bully her. No. Miss. Stone Warrior and Lu Qing were both shocked, especially Lu Qing, who was the most regretful. If he had known that the young miss would suffer such humiliation, he would never have reported this matter to North Heaven. She was the dignified 4th Miss of Northski, but she was being bullied and humiliated by the Shimin clan. Moreover, it was the Great Elder's idea. What was the Great Elder thinking? Was he going to be captured and brought back to the Shimin clan to be used as a human cauldron? Boom. Just as the claw was about to land on Bei Xiaoman's body, a ghost-like figure in white robes suddenly appeared in the main hall. He grabbed Bei Xiaoman's waist and with a flash, he dodged Shimin Ye's claw attack and appeared at the side. Who are you? Shimin Ye's expression turned cold when he saw the white-robed young man who suddenly appeared. If he was not mistaken, the speed of that white-robed young man had already reached the early void refinement realm. I am the human cauldron that she keeps. Zhou Ming, Ning Fan said coldly. There was a trace of blood on his face. Even though his speed was comparable to a void refinement realm cultivator, he was still injured by Shimin Ye's claw attack. This man's strength is really strong. He is different from all the other geniuses that I have met in the past. 2 out of 6, to be continued. Zhou Xiaoming, let go of me. Let go. Being hugged tightly by Ning Fan in front of so many people, Bei Xiaoman's face was filled with embarrassment and anger even though they had intimate contact before. However, the more she struggled, the tighter Ning Fan hugged her, as if he was purposely bullying her. Then, he stealthily moved his finger and caressed a sensitive spot on Bei Xiaoman's waist. Bei Xiaoman's body went numb and she let out a soft moan. Then, she felt so ashamed that she wanted to die. Fortunately, the cultivators at the scene only thought that Bei Xiaoman was moaning because she was hurt. They did not know that her sensitive areas had been touched. Otherwise, Bei Xiaoman would go crazy on the spot. You, shameless! Bei Xiaoman had a grudge but she could not say it out loud. She did not dare to say that she was touched by Ning Fan in front of so many people. Yes, he was the most shameless person in the world. I hate him the most, but why was she so happy when he came to save her? Bei Xiaoman's mind was in a mess. Then, she remembered how powerful Shimin Yi was and her face turned pale. Zhou Xiaoming, hurry up and leave. He's very powerful, I know. Ning Fan gently let go of Bei Xiaoman and shielded her behind him. Then, he wiped away the bloodstain on her lips with the tip of his finger, causing her face to turn red with embarrassment. Before he made his move, Ning Fan had already sensed that Shimin Yi was extraordinary. This Shimin Yi was just a clone of his but it possessed the strength of a half-step void refinement realm expert. Even if the true body of this person is not at the peak void refinement realm, it should at least be at the void fragmentation realm. If Shimin Yi is just an ordinary half-step void refinement realm expert, Ning Fan was confident that he could put up a fight against him. However, Shimin Yi possessed void fragmentation realm combat awareness. His true combat power was probably at the void refinement realm. Saving Bei Xiaoman would only bring him trouble. However, before he could clearly weigh the pros and cons, his body had already involuntarily flashed out. When Bei Xiaoman was in danger, he stood in front of her. Perhaps it was for Yuan Yao's sake. Perhaps, this was his responsibility as the Tower Master of the Lost World Tower. Perhaps it was a joking mistress relationship with Bei Xiaoman. Perhaps, it was because he did not want anyone other than himself to bully Bei Xiaoman. As long as I'm here, you won't be able to take her away. Ning Fan's tone was flat, but his aura was not any weaker than Shimin Yi's. He would not be frightened by Shimin Yi. Even if the true body of Shimin Yi came, he would still have the same attitude. He had offended many void fragmentation realm old monsters. You? Shimin Yi acted as if he had heard something hilarious. He gave the 3 peak divine transformation realm experts beside him a meaningful glance. Then, he closed his eyes lazily, waiting for Ning Fan's blood to splash 3 feet high. Immediately, the 3 peak divine transformation realm experts understood what Ning Fan meant. Each of them let out a cold smirk and turned into 3 wisps of smoke to attack Ning Fan. Despicable. Seeing Ning Fan being attacked by 3 peak divine transformation realm experts, Bei Xiaoman's expression immediately changed. The members of the Shimin clan were quite proficient in joint attacks. The combined strength of the 3 peak divine transformation realm experts was almost comparable to that of ordinary half-step void refinement realm experts. Moreover, the 3 of them were cultivators from the upper world. Their techniques were much stronger than revered Yen from the lower world. Thus, Bei Xiaoman was naturally worried that Ning Fan would be at a disadvantage. Shimin Yi slightly closed his eyes, clearly thinking that victory was already in his grasp. From his point of view, if they were only dealing with a mid-divine transformation realm cultivator, even if that mid-divine transformation realm cultivator's combat power was comparable to a half-step void refinement realm cultivator, he would certainly not be able to withstand the ruthless attacks of his 3 servants. Scram! Ning Fan's eyes turned cold. He took a step forward and a wave of majestic sword chi spread out, engulfing the main hall. Before the 3 peak divine transformation realm experts could get close to Ning Fan, they were forced out of their bodies by the powerful force of the sword. Immediately, their chests felt as if they had suffered a heavy blow. All of them were sent flying backwards while coughing out blood. Their eyes were filled with astonishment. Immortal trapping sword intent. Moreover, it's even a grand accomplishment sword intent. The 3 of them had killed countless divine transformation realm experts by joining hands. However, they could not even get close to Ning Fan's body. Just by saying scram and taking a single step like a sword, the 3 of them were sent flying backwards while coughing out blood. Even Xianxia's expression turned slightly grim. He immediately realized that Ning Fan was not a mid-divine transformation realm cultivator like the information he received. Instead, he was a genuine peak divine transformation realm cultivator. Peak divine transformation realm? A peak divine transformation realm cultivator whose bone age is less than 500 years? His aptitude is indeed extraordinary. However, you have to understand that in this world, you can't reach the peak just by relying on your aptitude. In my eyes, you're just an ant. When one's cultivation base reaches a certain level, aptitude would no longer be the most important. Without a strong background and the support of countless cultivation resources, breaking through to the void fragmentation realm, life immortal realm and true immortal realm would be completely unrealistic. In Xianxia's eyes, Ning Fan was just a junior with average aptitude. After all, Xianxia's true body had already attained the void fragmentation realm. In the four heavens, he was one of the few geniuses of this generation. As for Ning Fan, he was just at the peak divine transformation realm. It was still unknown whether he could attain the void refinement realm or the void fragmentation realm. Aptitude did not mean everything. You, kill him. Xianxia signaled to an elderly man in silver robes beside him. That elderly man immediately understood what he meant and took a step forward. Surprisingly, his cultivation base was also at the half-step void refinement realm. The silver-robed elderly man's body was surrounded by traces of lightning which made sizzling sounds. At the moment when his aura force was released, all the cultivators of the Ximen clan except for Xianxia kept a distance from him. Their faces were filled with fear. Is it Elder Lei who is going to make a move this time? Elder Lei's lightning technique is rarely matched by anyone at the same level as him. Especially this lightning, which is a 6th grade void lightning. Its power is extraordinary. I heard that the endless sea of the lower world has some *T called the 7 venerated beings of the internal endless sea. If these 7 venerated beings are placed in front of Elder Lei, they are nothing. A series of whispers fell into the silver-robed elderly man's ears. However, it did not affect his mind at all. It showed that he was a cultivator with a strong heart. Elder Lei's gaze swept across Bei Xiaoman. When he saw the latter's slightly pale face, he felt a little guilty. He had received many favors from the 4 young mistresses of the Lost World Palace. If he were to kill Ning Fan today, Bei Xiaoman would certainly be sad. He sighed inwardly. However, he could not help himself. Now that he was a member of the Ximen clan, he had to be loyal to them. He looked at Ning Fan with a hint of mercy in his eyes. Then, he said coldly. Zhou Ming, if you surrender now, I will let your soul enter samsara for the sake of the 4th mistress. No need. You are not my match. Humph. Shameless boasting. Elder Lei's eyes turned cold. He was an expert who had half a step into the void refinement realm. Why would he be afraid of a peak divine transformation realm cultivator? He was already showing mercy by letting Ning Fan's soul enter samsara. Since Ning Fan did not know what was good for him, there was no need for him to show any mercy. He took a step forward and silver lightning surrounded his body. He drew a semicircle in the air with both of his hands. At the next moment, the lightning turned into an 8 trigrams palm imprint and struck at Ning Fan. 8 directional lightning. The 8 trigrams palm imprint immediately turned into 8 lightning snakes that were as thick as the mouth of a bull and attacked Ning Fan with sizzling sounds. This palm attack was not a large-scale attack. Instead, it condensed the palm force to its limit. Each of the lightning snakes could easily kill a peak divine transformation realm cultivator. This lightning is not bad. I want it. Ning Fan suddenly touched his glabella and drew out the spirit-breaking whip, which was a peak spiritual treasure. He then lashed 8 times at the 8 lightning snakes. Although his opponent's lightning was a 6th grade void lightning, Ning Fan's lightning was the lightning of the heavenly tribulation. The 8 whip shadows and 8 blood lightning dragons clashed with the silver lightning. Immediately, electric sparks shot out in all directions. Bing and Lu Qing immediately activated the southern tower's defense to prevent the battle from affecting the outside world. Once the electric sparks spread, perhaps the area within 10,000 li * 500 m per li of the Black Tortoise City would be razed to the ground. Rumble * when the 2 lightning snakes came into contact with each other, Elder Lei's expression changed drastically. His 6th grade silver lightning actually showed signs of fear. It did not dare to resist the blood lightning at all. After the 8 lashes, the lightning snake suddenly shattered and all the electric sparks were devoured by the blood lightning. In front of everyone's eyes, the spirit-breaking whip devoured all of Elder Lay's spirit lightning and advanced to a half-step void treasure. Heavenly Tribulation Blood Lightning. Among the 7 realms of the Cultivation realm, this lightning is almost the strongest. Elder Lay's expression turned grim. He finally realized that even though Ning Fan was only a peak divine transformation realm cultivator, his techniques were definitely not weak. It would be very difficult for him to defeat Ning Fan. When he turned around, he saw Xianxia looking at him with displeasure. All of a sudden, Elder Lay knew that something was wrong. If he could not kill Ning Fan, he would definitely be killed by Xianxia. Let's fight. Thunder-splitting sword, appear. Elder Lay waved his sleeve and 8 silver sword shadows appeared in front of him. Each of the sword shadows was a peak spiritual treasure. When the 8 swords merged into one, its destructive power would not be any weaker than a void treasure. It's the thunder-splitting sword. This is the treasure that made Elder Lay famous. I wonder how many divine transformation realm cultivators have died under this sword. Humph. That Zhou Ming is dead for sure. Even though his blood whip is powerful and can restrain lightning, it is just a half-step void treasure after all. It can't withstand the destructive power of this thunder-splitting sword. Even though Elder Lay was slightly weaker than Ning Fan, all the cultivators of the Ximen clan believed that Elder Lay had a higher chance of winning. As Elder Lay changed his hand seal, the 8 swords turned into rays of light and shot forward, emitting ear-piercing screeches. All of a sudden, they disappeared without a trace. In the next moment, each of them flashed and appeared 5 Xiang 3. 33 Emperor Zhang, away from Ning Fan. Sword chi shot out from the swords and 8 streaks of sword lightning swept towards Ning Fan. When the 8 lightning swords merged into one, even a half-step void refinement realm expert would die. Seeing that the 8 swords were coming at him, Ning Fan's eyes turned cold. He took a step forward and the blood whip in his hand moved like a shadow. In an instant, he lashed out 100 times consecutively. The 100 whips landed on the 8 thunder-splitting swords. In just an instant, the 8 swords broke into pieces from the middle as if they were struck by lightning. As for the 8 streaks of lightning swords, they were directly swept away by the spirit-breaking whip. After his 8 swords were broken, Elder Lay's eyes were filled with shock. He had never expected that the spirit-breaking whip was actually such a powerful magic treasure. What was even more unexpected was that at the same time when the 8 swords were broken, 100 streaks of blood-red lightning suddenly rose from his dantian and heavily struck his primordial spirit. Puff Elder Lay's face turned pale. He was severely injured. He could feel that if it wasn't for Ning Fan showing mercy, his primordial spirit would have been destroyed and he would have died under the blood lightning. Retreat. Otherwise, I won't show mercy anymore. Ning Fan held the lightning whip in his hand. His eyes were like a devil and his black hair danced wildly in the wind. If it wasn't for Elder Lay's kind words and willingness to let Ning Fan's soul enter samsara, Ning Fan would definitely not spare his life. If Elder Lay continues to be stubborn, Ning Fan will no longer show mercy. He will just kill him. A gust of cold chi swept across the cultivators of the Ximen clan. Elder Lay, who possessed the 6th grade spirit lightning and the thunder-splitting swords, was nearly killed by Ning Fan in just 2 moves. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that if it wasn't for Ning Fan showing mercy, Elder Lay would have already died. This Zhou Ming is a ruthless person. Even though he is not as good as Xianxia, he can still be considered as a genius whose name can shake a region in the northern heaven. Under Ning Fan's intense gaze, the divine transformation realm cultivators of the Ximen clan who were extremely arrogant just now avoided eye contact with him. None of them dared to look him in the eye. Xianxia, I've said it before. As long as I'm here, you won't be able to take her away. Rumble Xianxia's face darkened. Ning Fan's words were no different from slapping his face. He mercilessly sent out a palm strike. Elder Lay's severely injured physical body immediately turned into a mist of blood. Only his primordial spirit survived. Trash. After I kill this evil, I will come and kill you. Elder Lay's primordial spirit was filled with fear. However, he did not dare to resist and he could not. Shimen Yu was too strong. Killing him was just a matter of seconds. His gaze shifted to Ning Fan. He already understood that Ning Fan was indeed a formidable figure. At least, there was almost no one below the Void Refinement Realm who could defeat him. However, that was only below the Void Refinement Realm. Even though Shimen Ye's clone was also at the half-step Void Refinement Realm, his true body was a true first heavenly layer of the Void Fragmentation Realm. Do you like Bei Xiaoman a lot? Ning Fan did not answer. Humph. I won't bully you. As long as you can defeat me by half a move, Bei Xiaoman will be yours. Shimen Yi drew a line in the void with his palm. Immediately, the air in front of him was split into two halves by the force of his palm, revealing a newly opened heavenly dwelling space. Opening the heavenly dwelling with a palm. Ning Fan's heart shuddered. Only Void Fragmentation Realm old monsters could achieve such a technique. With Ning Fan's eyesight, even though the heavenly dwelling space that Shimen Yi casually opened was only 10,000 li * 500 m per li wide, it was enough to show that this person's techniques were extraordinary. Moreover, it seemed that this Shimen Yi was extremely conceited. He disdained to defeat Ning Fan in the Black Tortoise City. After all, fighting in the Black Tortoise City might affect other cultivators and distract Ning Fan. Shimen Yi wanted to openly trample Ning Fan under his feet. Enter this heavenly dwelling and fight with me. If you can defeat me by half a move, Bei Xiaoman will be yours. If you lose, you will die. Shimen Yi did not say a word and stepped into the heavenly dwelling. As for Ning Fan, after pondering for a while, he reckoned that it would be easy for him to destroy a mere heavenly dwelling space with his wind mist finger. If there are any changes, he could escape at any time. Moreover, this space had just been opened. It was impossible for there to be any formation or ambush. Xiaoman, I'm not a commodity. Ning Fan turned his head to look at Bei Xiaoman and gave her a faint smile. Then, he turned around and stepped into the heavenly dwelling space. Plop another small pebble fell into the lake of her heart. His words had made Bei Xiaoman's heart tremble. Not a commodity. He said that I'm not a commodity, be it my mother or my elder sister. Both of them treated my engagement as a bargaining chip to befriend the Shimen clan and treated me like a commodity. However, he said that I'm not a commodity. Bei Xiaoman had always felt that Ning Fan was very hateful. Extremely hateful. Every time she saw Ning Fan smile at her, she would feel inexplicably angry. However, this time, she felt that his smile was especially beautiful. It was so beautiful that it made her heart ache. He clearly knows how strong Shimen Yi is, but he still wants to fight him. Doesn't he love to bully me the most? Why is he willing to stand up for me? Don't go, Bei Xiaoman suddenly felt scared. She knew how strong Shimen Yi was. She tried to persuade him to stay, but Ning Fan had already entered the heavenly dwelling space. She wanted to enter the heavenly dwelling space, but it was opened by Shimen Yi's palm imprint. Unless one was a Void Fragmentation Realm cultivator, who else could enter it easily? Without giving Bei Xiaoman too much time to think, just as Ning Fan and Shimen Yi entered the heavenly dwelling space, an earth-shattering fluctuation spread out from the heavenly dwelling space. Both of them used their full strength as soon as they fought. The fluctuation from their battle almost shattered the heavenly dwelling space. A stream of blood flowed out from the crack in the void, splashing onto Bei Xiaoman's face. Bei Xiaoman gently touched the blood. How could she not recognize that aura? It's Ning Fan's blood. What happened inside? What exactly happened? Why did Ning Fan's blood splatter across the void as soon as he attacked? Be all right. Be all right. Bei Xiaoman could no longer hold back her tears. Ning Fan was fighting for her, but she did not even know whether he was dead or alive at this moment. She finally realized that she could no longer let go of him in her heart. In the heavenly dwelling space, Ning Fan's entire body was bathed in blood. His eyes were filled with coldness. In front of him, Shimen Yi's fist bones were also shattered. He was inwardly shocked. His separated soul was at the peak Jade Life Body Refinement Realm, while Ning Fan was only at the third level of the Jade Life Body Refinement Realm. However, after hundreds of punches, Ning Fan did not seem to be in a disadvantageous position even though he was bathed in blood. As for Shimen Yi, he did not have a complete victory. His fist bones were shattered by Ning Fan. You are very strong. However, your strength is only within the divine transformation realm. I have already reached the void fragmentation realm and I have seen too many geniuses. I'm not afraid to tell you that the strength of this separated soul is almost the same as my strength when I was at the divine transformation realm. You are no match for me. Is that so? Then why are your fist bones shattered? Ning Fan wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. His battle intent became even stronger. It was his first time meeting a genius of the same generation as him. Moreover, that person was so strong that he instinctively trembled with nervousness and excitement. In the past, he became a little arrogant just because he defeated some geniuses. Han Yitian and Shimenyi. They were all existences who had broken through to the void fragmentation realm among their peers. I won't lose. Ning Fan said resolutely. Humph. What a shameless boast. I won't show any mercy to you this time. Soul extraction. Shimenyi clawed at the earth soul of the heavenly dwelling with his 5 fingers. However, Ning Fan's lips curved into a cold smirk. He also clawed at the earth soul before Shimenyi did. There was only one earth soul. After Ning Fan extracted it, Shimenyi had no other soul to extract. You also know the soul extraction technique and you are even more skilled than me. This is impossible. Shimenyi's expression changed for the first time. This soul extraction technique was only comprehended after Shimenyi broke through to the void fragmentation realm. Thus, he was not very proficient in it. Originally, he wanted to extract the soul until his magic power reached the void refinement realm and kill Ning Fan with a single move. However, he did not expect that Ning Fan would take away his earth soul instead. After extracting the soul into his body, Ning Fan's magic power skyrocketed. All of a sudden, his cultivation base rose to the half-step void refinement realm, which was not any weaker than Shimenyi. His bones let out a crisp sound that sounded like a sonic boom. Ning Fan's eyes were like lightning as he stared at Shimenyi coldly. 2 layers of palm imprints condensed in the center of his palms and he threw a palm strike. At the next moment, rolling black flames turned into a 2000 zhang * 3, 33 m per zhang, large flaming palm, pressing towards Shimenyi from the sky. Mortal Void Realm magic technique? But so what? Great Void Palm. Shimenyi threw out a palm imprint. The void power that was as dark as the night turned into a 2000 zhang * 3, 33 m per zhang, large black palm imprint and collided with the flaming palm. Boom *, the flaming palm was shattered and so was the void palm. Waves of energy swept across the place, almost causing the space of the heavenly dwelling to collapse. Ning Fan took 10 steps back while Shimenyi took 9 steps back. Only then did they manage to stabilize their bodies. Shimenyi was inwardly surprised. The great void palm that he used all of his strength was actually blocked by Ning Fan. What was even more unbelievable was that Ning Fan flapped his fully purple wings the moment he stabilized his body. He held his sword with both of his hands. One of his hands was filled with starlight like water while the other was filled with blood chi like a dragon. He was not shaken by the destruction of the flaming palm at all. Holding the sharp swords with both of his hands, he attacked Shimenyi without any fear of death. I will not lose. This time, Shimenyi could truly feel the aura force from Ning Fan's sword. Then, his expression changed. This Ning Fan was definitely the most ferocious divine transformation realm cultivator he had ever met. However, you are just a divine transformation realm cultivator after all. Condense a sword from the void. Shimenyi waved his hand and the power of the void condensed into a pitch-black sword. Its power was comparable to a void treasure. He pointed his sword at Ning Fan's 2 swords. When the swords clashed with each other, the space of the heavenly dwelling began to collapse. After the swords clashed for more than 10 times, Shimenyi impatiently realized that he could not gain any advantage over Ning Fan at all. Moreover, in terms of the exquisiteness of sword techniques, he was far inferior to Ning Fan. I can't believe that I lost to an ant from the lower world in terms of the Tao of sword. A strong sense of displeasure surged in Shimenyi's heart. He held his sword with one hand and the other fiercely slapped the body of Ning Fan's separation slayer. The force of the slap shattered the webbing between Ning Fan's thumb and forefinger. Blood gushed out like a fountain. However, his eyes did not change his charging stance. He slashed the blood dragon demon sword towards Xianxia's neck, not caring about the injury he suffered. Xianxia was secretly shocked. This kind of fighting method that risked one's life to take another's life made him extremely fearful. He hurriedly retreated, but his neck was still slashed by the blood dragon demon sword, leaving behind a half-inch-long bloody mark. Moreover, when the blood dragon demon sword slashed his skin, there seemed to be a tearing force coming from the blood sword, sucking away a lot of Xianxia's blood essence. Due to his carelessness, he suffered a greater loss than Ning Fan. What kind of demon sword is this? Xianxia was enraged. He would not allow himself to be injured by an ant. Half a move. I have one. Ning Fan mocked. Shut up. Xianxia's eyes were filled with madness. The agreement of half a move was thrown to the back of his mind. At this moment, he only had one thought in his mind, and that was to kill Ning Fan. 3 out of 6, to be continued. Xianxia touched the wound on his neck and his eyes were filled with killing intent. However, at the next moment, he bit the tip of his tongue and suppressed his killing intent. He was arrogant. Therefore, he would go crazy after being injured by Ning Fan. He was conceited. Therefore, he would not allow himself to be at a disadvantage. Xianxia's black robes fluttered in the wind. His heart became calmer and calmer. His deep black eyes no longer had any emotions. 4 black divine stars appeared on his glabella. However, he raised his hand and crushed 2 of them. Blood trickled down from the corner of his mouth, but he remained cold and arrogant. He did not explain and no longer concealed his killing intent towards Ning Fan. However, Ning Fan knew that Xianxia destroyed 2 of his divine stars for the sake of fairness. He wanted to annihilate Ning Fan equally. You are indeed very strong. If you were born 1,000 years earlier, you would have already reached the void fragmentation realm. However, you need to understand that you are still inferior to me. Your injuries are too severe. You are already an arrow at the end of its flight. I don't think so. Ning Fan secretly activated the Black Star technique and his body was surrounded by faint starlight. He did not directly summon his natal star. Even Xianxia might not know that he had learned the Black Star technique. His injuries that were bathed in blood recovered at an extremely fast speed. This scene shocked Xianxia. Ning Fan's method of self-recovery was very similar to the star healing technique. You have quite a lot of techniques. If that's the case, I can fight you to my heart's content. If you walk out of this world alive, I can guarantee on behalf of the Ximan clan that Bei Xiaoman will belong to you. If you lose, you will die. Xianxia did not say anything else. His expression changed and his first divine star flashed. In an instant, the sky inside the heavenly dwelling turned from day to night. As the night fell, Xianxia's chi gradually became faint. Eventually, he disappeared from Ning Fan's sight. His first divine star was the divine star of night. It was the ruler of the night. As long as he stayed in the depths of the night, he could conceal all his chi. Assassination and sneak attack were not a problem. *chi* streaks of pitch-black sword energy were immersed in the night sky as they attacked from all directions. Ning Fan wielded both of his swords and blocked the sword chi. The purple star in his left eye flashed as if it could see through the night and immediately found Xianxia's hiding spot. The baleful chi around him rose and gathered in the blood sword. Under the activation of Ning Fan's baleful chi, the blood sword emitted an evil and strange red light in the night sky. A sword pointed to where Xianxia was, like it could sweep away 1,000 troops, like it could swing a mountain, and where the sword tip pointed, it seemed to pierce through this side of the world. For a moment, within the space of the cave, there were deafening roars of countless blood dragons. A blood-colored sword ray shot out from the sword, splitting into 10, then into 100. In an instant, there were already 1,000,000 sword rays. As the sword chi swept across, countless hollow spaces collapsed. Layers of darkness were forcefully dispersed. Xianxia, who was hiding in the darkness, was forced out by Ning Fan's sword. Puff. After coughing up blood heavily, Xianxia retreated 100 steps. His hair bun was cut off, his black hair dancing in the wind. Xianxia was secretly surprised when he was forced to reveal himself by Ning Fan's sword, but he had already expected such a situation. He was hiding in the night to activate the power of the second divine star. The second divine star was a bit special. It was called the Star of Seven Tones. A deity transformation cultivator would need some time to completely activate the power of this star. He drew a mysterious sound diagram with both of his hands and condensed the power of the void to form a seven-stringed guqin. He held it horizontally in his arms and traces of ancient music came from his fingertips. Wherever the music passed by, all the sword rays would collapse. At this moment, Xianxia stood in the sky, as if he could compete with the sun and the moon. Without any warning, Ningfan's heart was filled with alarm and he immediately retreated. At the moment when he retreated, Xianxia chanted the first sound. The first sound of the seven tones, the sound of the five elements. He increased the speed of his plucking. The devil sound was as scorching as fire. Wherever the devil sound passed by, it turned into a sea of black flames. Ice fell from the sky, sand rose from the ground, lightning flashed in the sky and a misty wind swept across. Mortal void technique. Ningfan's eyes turned cold. This devil sound controlling five elements technique was obviously a mortal void realm killing technique. Once he is attacked, it would be the same as being hit by a mortal void realm attack. Sound waves carried an unstoppable destructive force and attacked him. The sound waves were formless and intangible. How could he possibly defend against them? Tens of thousands of rays of black light fell from the top of Xianxia's head. At this moment, he looked solemn and dignified. It was impossible to tell that the sound he was playing was filled with endless killing intent. Under the engulfment of the devil's sound, the earth soul that Ningfan extracted from the ground suddenly collapsed. His soul extraction technique failed once again and his aura force fell back to the peak divine transformation realm. Clang as Xianxia's plucking intensified, the sound waves turned into tangible waves and swept across the five elements. The first sound of the seven tones, the five elements could be used as sound. When the devil sound is released, it could break all the five elements in the world. In order to defend against this sound, none of the five elements techniques could be used. He could only use techniques that were not related to the five elements. Ningfan's white robes were like the moon. His cold eyes were as vast as the stars. He did not know many magic techniques that were not related to the five elements. However, there was one that could break the five elements devil sound at this moment. Break through the five elements and evolve the five tombs. The wind is the wood dragon, the earth is the earth dragon, the lightning is the gold dragon, the flame is the fire dragon and the ice is the water dragon. When the five dragons die, the black dragon is born. When the five elements die, the five tombs are born. Ningfan's fingers moved rapidly, forming mysterious hand seals and activating the Fuli demon blood to support the use of this technique. Each time he chanted a word, a tombstone that was 1000 zhang * 3. 33 m per zhang, above his head would appear with the shadow of a dragon. The five tombstones represented the five elements and coincided with the heavenly secrets of life and death. When they appeared in the five tombs, Xianxia was shocked. The first string of his seven-stringed zither broke, the five elemental demonic sounds shattered at the same time. Five tombs dragon technique. This is the lost ancestral blood demonic technique of the Black Dragon clan. How can you use it? Looking at the five tombstones that were descending from above his head, Xianxia's expression changed. He plucked the second string of the zither. The second sound of the seven sounds, the sound of the four beasts. The sound of the four beasts specialized in breaking the four bloodlines of the azure dragon, white tiger, vermilion bird and black tortoise, *clang *. The sound waves were filled with the sound of killing. They turned into dragon-shaped runes and pressed down on the five tombstones. The tremendous force of the five tombstones smashing down was extremely strong. It broke through the countless sound waves just by falling down. However, each time the sound waves touched the runes, the black dragon above the five tombstones would become a little more illusory. In just a few breaths, the black dragon on the first tombstone collapsed. The first tombstone was shattered. The third sound of the seven sounds, the sound of mountain uprooting. *clang *. As soon as this sound appeared, the devil sound carried a raging aura force that could push mountains and fill seas, directly leveling the remaining four tombstones to the ground. The fourth sound of the seven sounds, the sound of 10,000 swords. *clang *. As soon as this sound appeared, the devil sound turned into millions of sword light, drowning Ningfan in the sea of swords. Xianxia's devil sound was unpredictable and difficult to defend against. Each sound could break a unique technique. Seeing Ning Fan being drowned in the sea of swords, Shimenyi snorted coldly and said disdainfully. You can only withstand 4 of my devil sounds, huh? It seems like you're already dead before I need to use the remaining 3. Noisy. In the sea of swords, Ning Fan sneered and pressed his finger. He admitted that Shimenyi's 7 sounds technique was unique. However, it seemed to be too early for Shimenyi to kill him with this. If someone could see through the millions of sword light, they would see a strange scene. As the devil sound moved, the millions of sound swords gathered into 9 sword rivers. Ning Fan stood calmly on the sword rivers. Sword light kept flying past his skin, but strangely, none of them dared to kill him. Even though the devil sound technique was strong, it did not contain any sword intent. Ning Fan's sword intent was the grand completion immortal trapping sword intent. He was the lord of all swords. With this sword intent protecting him, how would any ordinary sword chi dare to harm him? When he gently lifted his finger, it seemed to carry an unimaginable power that was enough to destroy everything in its path. As soon as he pointed his finger, the heavenly dwelling space suddenly collapsed and the ground cracked. The vast sky shattered. Heaven-breaking sword finger. First collapse. Second collapse. In the midst of the 2 collapses, an extremely dazzling sword light shot out from his finger. It turned into millions of sword light and was pulled into millions of sword threads by Ning Fan. The sword threads danced in the air and the sound swords collapsed one after another. When the millions of sword threads touched his body, Shimenyi's cold eyes changed greatly. His body immediately flashed with the color of the night. Without saying a word, he left the iron zither behind and left. At the next moment, millions of sword threads pierced him. It was like purgatory, shattering heaven and earth. Under the attack of the sword threads, the iron zither that was condensed from the power of the void was instantly shattered. Shimenyi's physical body was minced into a mist of blood and disappeared without a trace. 10 breaths later, the sword threads dispersed. Shimenyi took a step out from the ruins. Black light enveloped him and his physical body reformed. It was actually the incarnation of immortality technique. However, it seemed that even though Shimenyi used his incarnation to block the sword fingers, he was still severely injured. His eyes were filled with astonishment for the first time. Sword finger. You actually obtained the inheritance of the sword ancestor's sword finger. Shimenyi had never expected that the 7 sounds technique that he used to be invincible among his peers was actually broken by Ning Fan with just a finger. What was more unexpected was that Ning Fan possessed so many secret techniques that they were not any weaker than him, who was a heaven's pride of an aristocratic family. Shimenyi, fight me. Ning Fan kept his swords. Even though his entire body was bathed in blood, his silver robes were not torn. On the other hand, even though Shimenyi did not suffer any external injuries with the help of his incarnation, his robes were torn and tattered. Shimenyi used his incarnation, and it was the incarnation of night. Ning Fan also took a step forward. Black chi billowed around his body, making him look like a thick and indifferent ink. His figure became even more ethereal. When Shimenyi saw this scene, the greatest pride in his heart was shattered. Shimenyi's greatest pride was that he had comprehended the incarnation technique when he was at the void refinement realm and created the incarnation of night. However, Ning Fan was able to use the incarnation technique when he was at the divine transformation realm. This immediately made Shimenyi's pride seem worthless. Shimenyi, fight me. Ning Fan was tired of being showy. He took a step forward and turned into black smoke. With a flash, he appeared in front of Shimenyi and threw out a punch. Shimenyi was truly enraged. His cultivation level was obviously higher than Ning Fan's, but he was being suppressed by Ning Fan in every aspect. He did not like this kind of feeling. Zhou Ming. You are definitely not my opponent. Asterisk boom asterisk. They gave up on all the showy moves and only used their fists to collide. Both of them were jade life body cultivators. Each of their punches and kicks carried the strength that could collapse mountains and crack the earth. While attacking and defending, Shimenyi evolved the power of the void and turned it into a huge black sword. It cut through the vault of heaven and suppressed Ning Fan with force. While advancing and retreating, Ning Fan's body was surrounded by a purplish-golden sandstorm. Wherever the sandstorm swept past, the huge void sword was suddenly eroded. Even Shimenyi was severely injured. both of them summoned their incarnations. During their attacks, they used their incarnations to offset most of the damage. However, it was inevitable that some injuries would be left behind. This kind of hand-to-hand combat lasted for a whole day. In the first few hours, Ning Fan's body technique was inferior to Xianxia's. He attacked less and defended more. In the next few hours, Xianxia's injuries worsened and his strength weakened. On the other hand, Ning Fan seemed to have endless energy. The more he fought, the fiercer he became. In the last few hours, Xianxia was almost exhausted, but Ning Fan was still full of energy. Each of his punches had the strength to collapse a mountain. Xianxia finally realized why Ning Fan could become stronger as the battle went on. It was because of Ning Fan's incarnation. He had already reached the level of self-recovery while Xianxia's incarnation was still in the initial stage. At this moment, Ning Fan's body was bathed in blood. It was as if he did not know pain and only knew how to kill. He was like a crazed devil that could destroy the world. Every step of his body was broken and then reformed. Every step of his body was broken and then reformed. Between the shattering and solidifying, there was an imposing aura of "I would rather die in glory than live in dishonor." Moreover, as he continued to attack, his body refinement realm that was on the verge of breaking through was as smooth as water flowing into a canal. He had almost completely broken through the bottleneck of the 4th level. Even though he had yet to break through the bottleneck of the Jade Life realm, there was already a gap in the bottleneck. Currently, Ning Fan's physical body was already infinitely close to the 4th level of the Jade Life realm. From the peak of the 3rd layer to the 4th layer of the Jade Life realm, all he needed to do was to have a bloody battle with Xianxia in the sky and go into closed-door cultivation. After that, he would be able to find an opportunity to break through. Boom! Ning Fan's punches became fiercer and fiercer. Xianxia shockingly discovered that his strength was already at a disadvantage. It was not only because his strength had been greatly reduced and Ning Fan's incarnation had healed itself, but also because Ning Fan had broken through the bottleneck of his body refinement realm during the battle with him. Seeing that Ning Fan's fist force was getting stronger and stronger, Xianxia's eyes turned gloomy. He could not help but admit that he had lost more than once in this tug of war where he risked his physical body. For the first time, he was deep in thought. If Ning Fan breaks through to the void refinement realm, how strong would he be? If Ning Fan breaks through to the first heavenly layer of the void fragmentation realm, would his true body be a match for him? I don't know. For the first time in his life, Xianxia, who had always been conceited, felt that he did not have the competence to win against Ning Fan. Boom! Just as he was distracted, Ning Fan's fist came flying towards him and landed on his chest. The strength of this punch gave Xianxia an illusion. It was as if he was hit by a 10,000 zhang 33 m per zhang, tall mountain. He was in so much pain that he wished he was dead. At this moment, all 24 of his ribs were shattered. At this moment, Ning Fan's incarnation that was surrounded by the darkness of the night was forced to reveal its true form. Not good. Xianxia spurted out a mouthful of blood. He knew that the moment he was distracted, he had already shown signs of losing. However, he could not blame anyone else for this. He could only blame himself for not having a firm determination and being distracted. Boom! 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 The heavy fist light landed on Xianxia's chest. Even his broken bones and internal organs were crushed. Even though Xianxia's physical body was at the peak of the Jade Life realm, his flesh and blood festered from the impact. All of his muscles and bones felt like they had fallen apart. He could no longer move at all. At this moment, Ning Fan stomped on Xianxia in an extremely arrogant manner, sending him flying from the sky to the ground. His body turned into a thunderbolt that struck down from the sky. Suddenly, he stomped on Xianxia's chest and abdomen. That stomp completely penetrated the defense on his chest. Boom! Under that stomp, the fragmented space of the heavenly dwelling shattered with a loud bang. In the southern tower, 2 figures in blood-stained robes fell out of the space. Among them, Xianxia was already in a miserable state. He fell to the ground with all kinds of injuries. His eyes were filled with unwillingness. As for Ning Fan, he stomped on Xianxia's dantian with his cloud-like boots that were stained with minced flesh. As long as he exerted his strength, Xianxia's clone would definitely die. All the divine transformation realm cultivators in the southern tower were in disbelief. Their eyes were unblinking and they were completely stunned. Initially, they thought that with Xianxia's strength, it would only take him a moment to eliminate Ning Fan. However, after waiting for a whole day, the outcome of the battle was finally decided. It was obvious that both of them were evenly matched and had experienced a tough battle. The cultivators of the Ximen clan were already unable to accept the bitter battle. What was even more unacceptable was that the dignified Western Emperor Ximen Yi was actually beaten like a dead dog by Ning Fan and stepped on with extreme humiliation. At this moment, Ning Fan's eyes were blood red. His eyes were already bloodshot and he did not conceal his baleful chi at all. Just a glance from him was like a peerless ferocious beast, causing the divine transformation realm cultivators of the Ximen clan to retreat with their teeth chattering. What kind of aura was that? This aura even carried the prestige of defeating Ximen Yi. Don't you dare hurt my lord. How dare you? How dare you hurt the young master of my Western Emperor? If you ascend to the northern heaven, you will certainly be hunted down by my Ximen clan. The cultivators of the Ximen clan gradually regained their senses and began to threaten Ning Fan with words, trying to save Ximen Yi. However, none of them dared to step forward and fight Ning Fan. At this moment, Ning Fan was just too terrifying. Shut up. Get lost. All of you, get lost. Ximen Yi, who was being stepped on by Ning Fan, kept coughing out blood. He could not accept the fact that he had suffered a crushing defeat. What was more, he could not accept the fact that his subordinates, whom he despised, saved his clone's life by threatening him in the most inferior manner. In the past, it was only him who stepped on others. When had he ever been stepped on like this? He was unwilling, but he was not willing to rely on the Ximen clan to suppress Ning Fan. He wanted to wait until Ning Fan truly attained the void fragmentation realm before fighting him to avenge himself. Otherwise, he would never be able to wash away this humiliation. Ximen Yi, you've lost. Ning Fan's indifferent tone made Ximen Yi unable to refute. Ning Fan could have trampled Ximen Yi to death with a single stomp. However, Ximen Yi did not use any void fragmentation realm abilities to bully Ning Fan from the beginning to the end. He only used his half-step void refinement realm strength. Because of this, Ning Fan did not destroy his clone. Why didn't you kill me? Why? The loser deserves to die. Ximen Yi felt even more humiliated than being killed when he saw that Ning Fan did not kill him. With the last bit of his strength, he forcefully raised his palm and slammed it on the top of his head. Just like that, his clone collapsed. However, he would rather die than be humiliated. Zhou Ming. I only hate you for humiliating me today. I won't hurt the innocent. I, Ximen Yi, will do what I say. Bei Xiaoman, it's yours now. However, if you touch my subordinates, I will definitely take revenge and make you regret it. Believe me, I can do it. Humph. Ning Fan harumphed coldly. Before Ximen Yi died, he still wanted to disgust Ning Fan and threaten him. He was really despicable. He did not have the intention to kill the cultivators of the Ximen clan in the first place. If all of them were to die in the Rain World, it would be a huge matter. Moreover, this battle was a grudge between Ximen Yi and Ning Fan. It had nothing to do with these divine transformation realm cultivators. Get lost. Ning Fan shouted coldly. The 48 divine transformation realm cultivators of the Ximen clan were terrified. They hurriedly retreated back to the northern heaven. In an instant, only Ning Fan, Bei Xiaoman, Lu Enshi were left in the main hall. I'm not dreaming, right? Fellow Daoist Zhou actually defeated the clone of Emperor Ximen. Doesn't this mean that fellow Daoist Zhou has the strength to fight against a void refinement realm expert after risking his life? TSK. If this matter is spread out, I'm afraid the endless sea will be shaken. Lu Qing sighed. I hope that this matter will not be spread out. Ning Fan shook his head. The grudge this time involved Bei Xiaoman's marriage, the Lost World Palace and the Ximen clan. If this matter is spread out, it would certainly damage the reputation of the Ximen clan. Perhaps Ximen Yi could endure the fact that an ant from the lower world stole his marriage, but the Ximen clan might not be able to. The current Ning Fan could not bear the anger of the Ximen clan. He was really too weak. He did not feel proud of defeating Ximen Yi at all. All he could do was to smile bitterly. What he defeated was just Ximen Yi's clone. If Xianxia's true body were to come here, Ning Fan would not even have the chance to fight back with his void fragmentation realm strength. The gap between me and a true heaven's pride is too huge. Unless I break through to the void fragmentation realm, otherwise, Ning Fan shook his head. From today onwards, he would no longer boast about being a heaven's pride. There were too many people who were stronger than him. Zhou Ming, are you alright? Why are you bleeding so much? I'm fine. I just feel a little dizzy. Maybe I've lost too much blood. Ning Fan looked at Bei Xiaoman, whose tears had yet to dry. Suddenly, his heart softened and he could no longer smile. To think that Bei Xiaoman would actually cry for him. It was just too unbelievable. Ning Fan's mind went blank and he really fainted. The direction where he fainted was towards Bei Xiaoman. Before he fainted, he only had two thoughts. Firstly, Xianxia was a strong opponent. Secondly, the place where he fainted was really soft, although it was not plump. Bei Xiaoman was at a loss of what to do. When she saw Ning Fan fainting, her face turned pale. However, when Ning Fan fell into her arms, she felt that he was still breathing. It was just that he fainted because he had lost too much blood and was too tired. Damn it. Stinky Zhou Ming. Why did you scare me when you're not dead yet? You're despicable. Move your dirty face away. Lean on me. I. Bei Xiaoman's face turned red with anger. Ning Fan really knows how to faint. He purposely chose to faint on my chest. Was he doing it on purpose? Unfortunately, Ning Fan's injuries were not light. Bei Xiaoman did not dare to be irresponsible and leave him on the ground. She could only let him bury his face in her chest and greedily suck the fragrance from her chest. My lady, venerated Ming's injuries are too severe. In my opinion, he must be treated immediately. Shi Bing advised. He had a good relationship with Ning Fan. If it wasn't for Ning Fan, Bei Xiaoman would certainly be captured and brought back to the Northern Heaven. Of course, he did not want to see anything happen to Ning Fan. I know. I'll treat him. I still have some things that I haven't finished using. Bei Xiaoman gritted her teeth. In fact, she had not completely severed her scarlet dragon. She had only severed half of it. She had also only used half of the black crystal that her mother gave her. The remaining half was, of course, precious. However, compared to treating Ning Fan's injuries, severing the scarlet dragon was nothing. Forget it. I'll think of a way in the future. Let Stinky Zhou Ming live first. Humph. He's my human cauldron. If he dies just like this, it'll be a loss for me. Bei Xiaoman carried Ning Fan with her petite body and walked towards the top of the southern tower. That place was her room. Northern Heaven, Ximen Clan. In the stone chamber, Ximenyi was comprehending the next bottleneck. Outside the chamber, many cultivators were waiting respectfully. Among the cultivators who were waiting, there was even the clan leader of the Ximen clan, Ximen Feng. He was a true immortal realm-old monster and also Ximenye's father. Looking at the stone chamber, Ximenye's eyes were filled with relief. He had 9 sons and Ximenyi was undoubtedly the most outstanding one among them. He even became one of the 4 sons of the Northern Heaven and was known as the Western Emperor. It was not hard to imagine that Ximenyi would certainly become the next clan leader of the Ximen clan after tens of thousands of years. Hee. Like father, like son. Young Master Yi is only 2,000 years old and he has already broken through to the void fragmentation realm. He's one of the few outstanding talents in the entire Northern Heaven. You flatter me. Ximen Feng nodded his head proudly. He was very satisfied with the flattery from the crowd. I heard that young Master Yi went to the lower world to capture the Lost World Palace's 4th mistress. Did something happen to him? What could happen to Yi Er when he descended to the Rain World? Ximen Feng was displeased. No. Clan leader, you misunderstood me. I'm just afraid that young master is too strong and killed too many people. It could only be someone else. How could it be young master, haha? Well said. It could only be someone else. How could it be Yi Er? It doesn't matter how many people of the Rain World die. They are just ants in the lower world. If Yi Er is happy, he can kill them as he pleases. Xi Feng said disapprovingly. Asterisk boom asterisk. While the crowd was talking, a loud sound suddenly came from the stone chamber. The stone door was shattered. Among the debris and dust, Xi Yi, who was wearing a black robe, walked out of the stone chamber. There was blood at the corner of his mouth and his eyes were cold. After taking 3 steps out of the stone chamber, he suddenly vomited blood and half-knelt on the ground. This scene scared countless cultivators of the Ximen clan. What happened? Could it be that young Master Yi failed to comprehend the bottleneck? But it shouldn't be this serious. How could young Master suffer such a serious injury? Shut up. Yi Er wasn't injured by others. He was injured by himself. Xi Feng's eyes were cold. He clearly saw a palm mark on Xi Yi's forehead. There was no mistake. That palm mark was the inherited supreme skill of the Ximen clan, Great Void Palm. Judging from the palm mark, the palm did not directly hit his forehead. Instead, it hit his avatar, causing the main body to be injured. With Xi Feng's experience, how could he not know that Xi Yi's injury was due to an accident that happened to his avatar in the lower world, forcing him to destroy his avatar with a palm strike? He scanned the inside of the ancestral hall with his spirit sense. When he saw that none of the life plates of the cultivators who accompanied Xi Yi to the lower world were broken, he became very curious. Could it be that Xi Yi fought with someone and lost? Under humiliation, he destroyed his avatar. Unless that was the case, the 48 Divine Transformation Realm cultivators who were sent to protect Xi Yi would not ignore Xi Yi's injury. They would definitely fight the enemy to the death before Xi Yi. As the saying goes, no one knows his son better than his father. Xi Feng had already guessed what had happened. Was your avatar defeated by a Void Refinement Realm cultivator? Xi Feng sighed secretly. If Xi Yi's Divine Transformation Realm clone was defeated by a Void Refinement Realm cultivator, he still had a way to comfort him. No. He is a peak Divine Transformation Realm cultivator. Xi Yi said unwillingly. After his avatar died, all of its memories were transmitted back to him using a strange ability. What? Your half-step Void Refinement Realm clone was defeated by a peak Divine Transformation Realm cultivator from the lower world? How is this possible? Xi Feng was secretly shocked. He was naturally well aware of his son's innate talent. Not to mention the lower world, even in the northern heaven, there was no Divine Transformation Realm cultivator who could destroy Xi Yi's avatar. However, looking at Xi Yi's unwilling eyes, Xi Feng knew that Xi Yi was certainly not lying. If he was not defeated by someone whose cultivation base was lower than his, he would definitely not be so unwilling. Who is he? Do I need to send people to kill him? No need. I want to wait for him to reach the Void Fragmentation Realm and fight him. His name is Zhou Ming. Xi Yi clenched his teeth. His vision turned white and he fainted. On this day, the Ximen clan was in an uproar because of Zhou Ming. However, Xi Feng did not send anyone to the lower world to kill Ning Fan because of Xi Yi's order. He knew his son very well. Xi Yi was too arrogant. He must kill Ning Fan with his own hands. Otherwise, everything would be meaningless. Countless cultivators of the Ximen clan were discussing with each other. Naturally, they were talking about the defeat of Xi Yi's avatar. First, the Rain World has produced Liu Bei. Then, there is Zhou Ming. It seems like there are quite a number of extraordinary people in the lower world. Even Emperor Shi was defeated. TSK. This Zhou Ming is really amazing. If he is given 1,000 years, I'm afraid he will really become an extraordinary person after 1,000 years. Ning Fan slept for a few days. His body had its own natal star to heal him. His injuries healed very quickly. However, the tough battle this time had really exhausted him mentally and physically, making him unable to wake up. During these few days, Bei Xiaoman was the only one who took care of him. She had almost dismissed all of her maids, leaving only 1 or 2 of them to help Ning Fan grind pills. Outsiders were not allowed to enter this place. Only Alan was allowed to visit Ning Fan with Bei Xiaoman's permission. The battle between Ning Fan and Xi Yi had shaken the entire northern heaven. This battle was even more shocking than killing Zichuan and Lin Su with Liu Bei's help. It was because the one who was defeated this time was not an ordinary genius but Emperor Shi, Even if it was just his spirit clone that was destroyed, how could his spirit clone be the same? It was a perfect copy of Emperor Shi's full strength when he was at the divine transformation realm. To a certain extent, this spirit clone had void fragmentation realm combat consciousness, making it slightly stronger than Emperor Shi who was at the divine transformation realm. However, such a spirit clone was defeated by a cultivator from the mortal world who had a lower cultivation base. For a moment, Zhou Ming's reputation even overshadowed Liu Bei's. Unfortunately, no one knew that the two of them were actually the same person. Compared to the uproar in the northern heaven, Palai Immortal Island was much more low-key. Not many people even knew that Ning Fan had left the Lost World Tower and returned to Palai. Under Ning Fan's order, Liu and Shi dared not leak the news of Emperor Shi's defeat. Firstly, Ning Fan did not want to get into more trouble because of this. Secondly, he did not feel proud of defeating a spirit clone. On the contrary, it made him more aware of the huge gap between him and Emperor Shi. If he were to face Emperor Shi's true body, he might not even be able to last a single round. The result of the tough battle was to break through the bottleneck of the 4th level of the Jade Life Realm. While he was sleeping due to exhaustion, he was also stabilizing his body refinement realm. However, his sleeping posture was definitely unsightly. Ning Fan, who was bathed in blood, was stripped naked by Bei Xiaoman. She even personally helped him to take a bath. Ning Fan would never know about all of these. He would never know that a woman as arrogant as Bei Xiaoman would do something like a servant. If Bei Xiaoman's elder sisters were here and saw what she did, their eyeballs would certainly fall off. In her room, Bei Xiaoman was holding a towel. She carefully wrung it dry and wiped Ning Fan's body. Her face that was around 13 to 14 years old was now flushed. With her identity, it was impossible for her to touch any man's body. However, she was grooming Ning Fan every day, which was extremely rare. The sleeping Ning Fan looked like an ordinary young man. His eyebrows had a hint of heroic spirit, but his body was a little thin and weak. Bei Xiaoman touched Ning Fan's chest boldly. Then, she touched her own chest and scolded softly. "You dare to say that my chest is small? Yours is the one that is small. Among the cultivators, which one of them is as thin and weak as you? If I didn't know better, I would have thought that you are a gigolo." "That's right, you're a gigolo, a sugar baby of mine. A master wiping the body of a servant is a reward, a grace. You must thank me for my kindness." "Humph, if it weren't for the fact that you were injured for this consort would rather bathe a dog than help you bathe. This stinky Zhou Ming. He's usually so fierce, but when he's asleep, he's so good-looking." "Damn it," Bei Xiaoman muttered to herself and scolded softly. However, her hands were still carefully wiping Ning Fan's body. His upper body was still fine, but his lower body. What Bei Xiaoman hated the most was a hot object. That thing was obviously soft. Every time Bei Xiaoman endured her embarrassment and rubbed it with her soft hands, it would immediately stand up with blood. There was a time when Bei Xiaoman was half bending in front of the bed to help Ning Fan wipe his body. All of a sudden, that thing stood up and hit Bei Xiaoman's face, producing an ambiguous paw-paw sound. At that time, Bei Xiaoman was so angry that she almost had the urge to cut that thing with a pair of scissors. Humiliation. A great humiliation. She, Bei Xiaoman, was actually hit by a man's thing. If others find out about this, she would not be able to live anymore. "You must have done it on purpose. Damn it. Damn it." Bei Xiaoman held the towel with her small hands and wiped Ning Fan's legs first. Eventually, she still had no choice but to wipe that thing. She clenched her teeth and closed her eyes. Then, she touched that thing with her small hands and rubbed it carefully. She did not know why, but every time she touched that thing, her body would feel hot and numb. It was an extremely uncomfortable feeling. Her mind was like a horse lantern, recalling the scenes when she met Ning Fan. When they first met, Ning Fan was full of injuries. He had just attained the harmonious spirit realm, but he claimed to be a 5th revolution pill master and insisted on entering the 5th floor of the Lost World Tower to cultivate. Bei Xiaoman gave Ning Fan a small test. She asked him to help her pick up her embroidered shoes and wear them. At that time, Ning Fan was really gentle. As a man, he was willing to bow down and wear shoes for a woman. Bei Xiaoman had to admit that from that moment onwards, Ning Fan was completely different from other men in her heart. Even though she did not like him yet, she could not help but pay attention to him. After that, Bei Xiaoman followed Ning Fan. He purposely showed her a live erotic scene, causing her Dao heart to shatter. In the end, he even took away Grandpa Stone Warrior, causing her to shed countless tears. The most hateful thing was that Ning Fan even took away her Yuan Yao jade. He even violated Bei Xiaoman's private part and used a jade slip to take a picture of her at her peak. Moreover, Ning Fan even pinched Bei Xiaoman's face. When she recalled the experiences of being bullied, Bei Xiaoman felt a little annoyed. She clenched her small hand that was wiping that thing. When she was recalling the past, she did not realize that time had passed. She had already wiped that thing countless times with her small hand. In the end, she clenched her hand fiercely in anger, almost causing the greatest stimulation to that thing. With a *chi* sound, a thick white substance shot out. Before Bei Xiaoman could react, her entire face was stained with dirt. Some of that stain even penetrated into her small mouth. Who would have thought that she was scolding Ning Fan? Her mouth was still open. She licked her lips and was stunned. Before she could react, she felt that the thing was a little salty and fishy. However, when she smelled it, she felt her whole body turning soft and hot. Unconsciously, she swallowed it. At the next moment, she suddenly realized what it was. This is Zhou Ming's. Zhou Ming's, stinky Zhou Ming. Stinky Zhou Ming. You're shameless. You're a pervert. Bei Xiaoman was so angry that she almost cried. She felt that Ning Fan was too infuriating. Why did he have to bully her while she was sleeping? Looking at the soft and hot thing that she had touched, Bei Xiaoman really wanted to cut it off and cut off Ning Fan's great Dao of dual body refinement. However, when she shifted her gaze upwards and saw Ning Fan's comfortable expression while he was sleeping, her heart skipped a beat. Is it really comfortable to do this? Bei Xiaoman could not help but recall the time when she lost control of her menstrual blood. If Ning Fan did not save her, she would have died. On that day, Ning Fan used an extremely shameless method to constantly tease her lower body to relieve the pain. Even though it was extremely shameful at that time, Bei Xiaoman always felt a little worried when she recalled the feeling of that day. That day, when Ning Fan touched her, it was really comfortable. It was an indescribable feeling of comfort. Bei Xiaoman had never done it before. The only time she did it was when she was unconscious. That could be said to be her first experience. Even though the process was shameful, it felt good. Humph. I thought that only I would feel comfortable being touched. It turns out that you, the great devil Lord Zhou, also feel comfortable. It turns out that you're not that strong after all. Bei Xiaoman felt a little better. That day, she was profaned by Ning Fan. Now that Ning Fan was asleep, she also profaned him by imprinting a few jade slips. Humph, if Ning Fan dares to disobey her in the future, she would imprint 100 or even 1,000 copies of the jade slips and give them to every old monster who comes to the Lost World Tower for free. She wanted them to see how shameless Ning Fan was. Bei Xiaoman humped proudly. She finally had the chance to take revenge on Ning Fan. She stroked the hair on her temples and took off her embroidered shoes. Then, she climbed onto the bed and pulled one of Ning Fan's white robes to wipe his face, wiping away all the dirt. Using Ning Fan's clothes as a cleaning cloth, Bei Xiaoman really felt a great sense of achievement. After cleaning Ning Fan for a while, Bei Xiaoman took out a few jade slips and began to imprint them. She wanted to imprint the scene of her disciplining Ning Fan. This was called giving him a taste of his own medicine. Suppressing her embarrassment and anger, Bei Xiaoman once again touched his small hand and began to tease the burning sensation. 18 times. 18 times, she had touched Ning Fan 18 times. She was going to cripple Ning Fan. Humph. Zhou Xiaoming won't wake up anyway. What's wrong with me playing with him? Who asked him to bully me? I'm going to bully him too. Ning Fan had a nightmare. He dreamt of a female sex fiend who raped him 17 to 18 times in a single night. To Ning Fan, who was already a devil cultivator of dual cultivation, this kind of dream was simply inconceivable. When he opened his eyes slightly, he felt dizzy and his head was spinning. He felt that he was naked. He could not help but smile bitterly. Why was he stripped naked after he fainted? Ning Fan glanced sideways and immediately saw a scene that looked like he was going to vomit blood. Bei Xiaoman was helping him with it using her small feet. There were more than 10 jade slips scattered on the bed. Ning Fan felt a chill down his spine. He could imagine that Bei Xiaoman must have secretly imprinted the humiliating scene on him. Bei Xiaoman, you are playing with fire. Ning Fan's eyes gradually turned fiery. Suddenly, he shouted, almost scaring Bei Xiaoman to death. Fine, I'll play with you. If you have the ability, burn me to death. Ugh, Bei Xiaoman retorted subconsciously. At the next moment, her lips were sealed by Ning Fan. She turned around and was pressed down. Her head buzzed and went blank. She was actually kissed by Ning Fan 18 times. How could Ning Fan let her go so easily? Bei Xiaoman, you are playing with fire. Now, it's your turn to extinguish it. Ning Fan's lips curved into a smile. Bei Xiaoman burst into tears due to the pain. However, she became even more annoyed. She did not know where she got the strength from. She turned around and pressed Ning Fan below her. Fine, I'll extinguish it. Who's afraid of you? Don't forget that you are now my human cauldron. I am going to pluck you until you die. I'm so mad. 1 hour later, the battle ended. Bei Xiaoman collapsed on Ning Fan's body tiredly. She did not even have the strength to move her fingers. Bei Xiaoman, you have played with me 18 times. Now, you still owe me 17 times. Ning Fan revealed a harmless smile. Humph. Do you think I'm afraid of you? Let me rest for a while and I will return it to you immediately. I really hate you. I really hate you. I hate you to the core. The more Bei Xiaoman thought about it, the angrier she became. She bit Ning Fan's shoulder at a place where no one could see. Her face was filled with hesitation and shyness. Other than you, I will never hate anyone else. She muttered to herself so softly that it was almost inaudible. Ning Fan only pushed Bei Xiaoman 3 times before stopping. It was because she could no longer endure it. After covering Bei Xiaoman with a thin blanket, Ning Fan walked into the night sky. Standing at the top of the southern tower, he stared at the cold moonlight. The moonlight was pale yellow. It was no different from the moonlight in Yu country and Wu country. However, there was a slight difference in its appearance. It was the moonlight of a foreign land. However, the person who was looking at the moonlight was no longer the same as before. I am still me, but I am no longer me. The path that I have taken cannot be restarted after all. There are 3 steps in the Tao cultivation realm. The first step is divided into 7 levels. I have only reached the divine transformation realm. I wonder who will be able to reach the void refinement realm. What is void? What is true? Ning Fan pondered about this question for the first time. He closed his eyes and recalled the scenes where he learned from immortal sovereign Zido in the illusory realm. It felt like a dream. However, was that dream real? I can't see through it. I can't see through it. Ning Fan opened his eyes and looked at the moonlight that filled the sky. He sighed softly. This moonlight, was it real or fake, or was it real or fake? Cultivating from immortal to a vein-opening cultivator was the process of cultivating magic power from nothingness to substance. The purpose of cultivating all the way from the vein-opening realm was to cultivate from the corporeal to the void. Eventually, they would break the void and become a void fragmentation realm cultivator. If a void fragmentation realm cultivator becomes an immortal, he would become a life immortal. Above the life immortal realm, one needed to be true. How many immortals had painstakingly comprehended the true Tao? What was the true Tao? Why did the immortals revere it so much? I can't see through it. I can't see through it at all. Just like the current Ning Fan, he couldn't see through this moonlight. Even though I succeeded in attaining the void inquiry stage in the Star Palace by luck, I could only control a trace of the power of the void. I haven't truly comprehended the profound mysteries of the void. Currently, I still can't tell the difference between what is real and what is fake. However, I want to see the truth of this moonlight clearly. Ning Fan rarely calmed himself down and sat cross-legged in front of the window under the moonlight. He looked at the moonlight, deep in thought. His mind was filled with memories. When I was young, I would look at the moon. It was like a sugar cake. When he was young, he would watch the moon. The moon was like a jade plate. When cultivating, one would look at the moon, and the moon was like a precious ring. When one looks at the moon in a different state of mind, the moon will seem to be different. When one looks at the moon from different places, the moon will give a cultivator different feelings. Even though the time and space are different and the feeling that the moonlight gives me is different, this moon has always been the same since the beginning. If that's the case, the existence of the moon and man should be real. The moon is real. Ning Fan's eyes revealed a profound look. He looked at the moonlight again and fell into deep thought. Because the moon exists, it is real. Because the moonlight cannot be touched, it is illusory. However, even the illusory moonlight can also affect a cultivator's state of mind. It can make a cultivator from a foreign land feel a sense of loss. Illusory objects might not necessarily be unable to affect a person's heart. This is the power of the void. Even though the moon is real, the moonlight is illusory. My hometown is real, but the memories of my hometown are illusory. Reality, Ning Fan's temperament changed gradually. It became faintly discernible. He raised his hand and tried to grab the moonlight. However, he couldn't catch the moonlight. He sighed softly. I still can't catch the moonlight. If a cultivator who truly painstakingly cultivates the void inquiry stage can catch the moonlight as easily as catching a piece of silk, looking at the faintly discernible moonlight, Ning Fan suddenly had an impulse. He wanted to ignite the moonlight. If he could do that, he would be able to ignite the illusory objects and easily enter void refinement realm cultivators. Can I ignite the moonlight? Ning Fan suddenly stood up and stood under the moonlight. He closed his eyes and performed a hand seal with all 10 of his fingers. Traces of fiery light surrounded his body. He suddenly raised one of his fingers and pressed it against the moon in the night sky. The fire between his fingers was the yin-yang flame that was formed by the fusion of ice and fire. Its power was boundless. However, no matter how the flames burned, the moonlight remained the same. It was impossible for it to be burned. As expected, I can't ignite the moonlight. Perhaps one day when my cultivation base is strong enough, I can ignite the moonlight and create a magic technique that will shock the world. He could comprehend the transformation from nothingness to reality. However, he still needed to cultivate for a long time before he could comprehend the transformation from reality to nothingness. When Ning Fan was sensing the moonlight, there was also a lonely figure floating on a boat on the sea, looking at the sky full of moonlight. It was a middle-aged man with only one arm. He wore white robes and his face was full of vicissitudes. He carried a huge sword on his back. He sat alone under the moonlight, looking at the waning moon on the sea, the ebb and flow of the tide and the lonely scenery. He did not laugh nor cry. Who is she? Where is she? The man took out a blood-red gourd from his waist and gulped down a mouthful of it. Still, he did not laugh nor cry. Zhou Ming. This young man is extremely ruthless and cold when facing his enemies. However, he is kind to mortals. This young man has the guts to kill the revered elder of the Rain Palace and massacre the entire external endless sea. He is an extremely audacious person. I have already left a letter in the Lost World Palace, preparing to test this young man and grant him the revered elder token. Is this young man really a bloodthirsty devil? The white-robed middle-aged man was sitting alone on the boat. While he was panicking, a nascent soul-realm ferocious beast that was even larger than a mountain emerged from the dark sea, glaring at him. Roar apparently, this ferocious beast wanted to devour this white-robed middle-aged man along with the boat. The white-robed middle-aged man's eyes turned cold. An extremely terrifying sword intent spread out from his body. His cold eyes swept across the nascent soul-realm ferocious beast. Scram or die. With just a gaze, the nascent soul-realm ferocious beast's demon core suddenly shattered. Its eyes were filled with extreme fear. It could already tell that the white-robed middle-aged man in front of it was a terrifying figure that it absolutely could not provoke. With just a gaze, he could crush its demon core. With just a gaze, he could even subdue a divine transformation realm and void refinement realm cultivators. Woo! The ferocious beast let out a respectful growl and obediently dived back into the sea, not daring to disturb the white-robed middle-aged man while he was drinking. This man is very terrifying, white-robed sword god, Yun Tianjue. To be continued. Bei Xiaoman finally understood what it felt like to be raped 18 times. Oh my god. She had just been pushed down by Ning Fan for the 3rd time and she had already shamelessly begged for mercy. Her swollen body was unbearably painful. In the end, Ning Fan let her go. She couldn't imagine that Ning Fan was still able to push her down even though she had raped him 18 times in a row. Did you take aphrodisiac? Ah, I was wrong. I won't dare to resist you anymore. Bei Xiaoman scolded and begged at the same time. She really couldn't take it anymore. This was her first time. I need to take aphrodisiac? Do you think my yin-yang transformation is made of white? Finally, Ning Fan spared Bei Xiaoman's life. If I don't teach this little girl a good lesson, she would certainly turn the world upside down in the future. Just like that, Bei Xiaoman fell into a deep sleep with the help of a few maids, a sweet smile on her face. After a night of pleasure, he walked down the southern tower. One could imagine how hard the two spirit-severing old ancestors, Stone Warrior and Lu Qing, were to accept the reality. His entire body was filled with Bei Xiaoman's body fragrance. There was also the unique scent of having sex. Do you even need to ask what happened between them? Fellow Taoist Zhou, you and the 4th young miss. Lu and Shi both had the heart to kill each other. Nothing happened between me and Xiaoman. Do you believe me? Ning Fan asked with a smile. I don't believe you. Really? Ning Fan declined to comment. He was not a frivolous person who would flaunt the pleasure he had under the bed. He wanted to relax while Bei Xiaoman was asleep. After she woke up, there were still some things he needed to do. Before he left the southern tower, divine god Lu Qing secretly passed him a jade card. There was only one sentence in the post. If you pass my test, you will receive the Elder's Order. Cloud. That handwriting was arrogant and domineering, but it also had a hint of melancholy. According to the rules of the Rain Palace, even if one had become a revered elder, he would still need to pass the test of at least one void fragmentation realm expert in order to obtain the token of revered elder, the revered elder token. Originally, Ning Fan thought that Luo Jun would at most promise him a title. The token of the venerable elders would only be tested and obtained when he went to the Rain Palace of the Middle State in the future. Who would have thought that he would have the chance to obtain the elder token? However, Ning Fan did not know which void fragmentation realm expert of the Rain Palace would look for him and grant him the token of respect for the elderly. Outside the southern tower, the sun was shining brightly. Ning Fan bathed in the sunlight, slightly calming his emotions that were experiencing the ups and downs of his emotions. Bei Xiaoman's taste is really good. Ning Fan could not help but admit that Bei Xiaoman was his quarrelsome lover. After playing around with her for a while, he unknowingly found it hard to forget her. He actually fell in love with this unruly and willful little girl. It was really ridiculous. But who could live without being ridiculous? After he woke up, he learned from Bei Xiaoman's personal maidservant that Bei Xiaoman had used half a piece of black crystal to heal his injuries. Only Ning Fan knew what that crystal was. It was the item that Bei Xiaoman's elder sister, Yuan Yao, had given to Bei Xiaoman through Ning Fan. After a few twists and turns, it had returned to Ning Fan. Speaking of which, not only did Ning Fan have a relationship with Yuan Yao, but he also took Bei Xiaoman as his wife. He was really a little lawless. However, he was such a lawless person. The only thing he could do was to treat every woman who had feelings for him well. The woman he loved had never asked him for a promise. This was the reality of the cultivation world. Along the way, Ning Fan had been constantly walking on the edge of death. Perhaps one day, he might die. Perhaps every woman would have been aware of the fact that Ning Fan might die one day when they promised their body and soul to Ning Fan. All of them had considered the possibility that Ning Fan might die one day. As a cultivator, it's already hard enough to struggle to live on. If I want to live happily, it's even more luxurious. If I can meet someone who knows me and loves me while I'm alive, my death will not be in vain. The life of a cultivator is filled with killings and storms. Life and death are up to the heavens. We float along with the waves and only get drunk today. Get drunk. I remember that there are 3 major forces in this Punlai immortal island. Other than the Lost World Palace, there's also the Pill Cauldron Gate and the Green Bamboo Palace. The Pill Cauldron Gate has already been subdued by me. There are only a few old friends in it. It's the same whether I go or not. As for the Green Bamboo Palace, it's known as the #1 winemaking sect in the external endless sea. However, I've never been to Panlaya Immortal Island before. What a pity. If I want to get drunk today, I can go there to buy some spiritual wine. Unfortunately, good wine is easy to get, but it's hard to find a drinking buddy. I have countless beauties but only a few brothers. Ning Fan walked on the Panlaya Immortal Island without flying or riding on an immortal mount. He just walked on foot. His pace was slow, but every step he took covered a huge distance. The distance of tens of thousands of li * 500 m per li, from the Black Tortoise City to the Green Bamboo Palace only took him 100 breaths. Moreover, he had purposely slowed down his speed. When the cultivators along the way saw Ning Fan's terrifying speed, each of them looked as if they had seen a ghost. They rubbed their eyes, trying to see Ning Fan's figure clearly. However, they could not find any traces of Ning Fan at all. They just thought that their eyes were playing tricks on them. When he arrived outside the Green Bamboo Palace, he noticed that the palace seemed to be holding a banquet. As long as one paid a certain amount of immortal jade, one could enter the banquet. It was really a coincidence. He did not want to cause panic among the cultivators. Currently, there was almost no one in the external endless sea who did not recognize Ning Fan's appearance. Ning Fan flicked his sleeves and wiped his face. Using the sense-concealing art that he had not used for a long time, he turned into a white-robed scholar. As soon as he stepped into the entrance of the Green Bamboo Palace, he was stopped by a ferocious-looking man. "Stop right there. Those who wish to enter the banquet need to pay immortal jade and get a bamboo token of the corresponding grade. Depending on the grade of the bamboo token, you can taste the spiritual wine of different grades at will. The higher the grade of the bamboo token, the better the spiritual wine you can drink. Of course, you can only taste each wine once. If you want to drink it again, you need to pay immortal jade to buy it." The burly man looked at Ning Fan with disdain. This burly man's name was Chao Kong. He was an early harmonious spirit expert. With his experience as a harmonious spirit expert, he actually did not sense any strong magical power from Ning Fan. Immediately, he deduced that Ning Fan was probably just a vein opening junior. A vein opening junior was nothing in a low-grade cultivation country. His status was even lower in the endless sea. Such a person also wanted to enter the Green Bamboo Palace. Did he know how much immortal jade it would cost to enter the palace? Bamboo token? Can I trouble fellow Daoist to introduce the different grades of the bamboo token and the fees? Ning Fan naturally noticed the disdain in Yan Zhong's eyes, but he just dismissed it with a smile. He was already used to a harmonious spirit young man. Now, he would not be so bored to get angry with a harmonious spirit junior. "Fellow Daoist? You are not allowed to call me fellow Daoist," the burly man said with displeasure. Then, he thought, why should I get angry with a vein opening junior? I am a harmonious spirit old monster with a high status. With this thought, the burly man's anger subsided a little. He allowed Ning Fan to call him whatever he wanted. Yellow grade bamboo token, 1000 immortal jade. The highest one can drink is a second grade spirit wine. Profound grade bamboo token, 10,000 immortal jade. The highest one can drink is a third grade spirit wine. Earth grade bamboo token, 100,000 immortal jade. The highest one can drink is a fourth grade spirit wine. Heaven grade bamboo token, 1,000,000 immortal jade. The highest one can drink is a fifth grade spirit wine. The burly man listed all the bamboo tokens in detail. He was secretly surprised because of Ning Fan's reaction. Ordinary cultivators would more or less show some surprise on their faces when they heard this frightening price. 1,000 immortal jade was expensive for a harmonious spirit cultivator. 10,000 immortal jade was expensive for a gold core cultivator. 100,000 immortal jade was expensive for a nascent soul cultivator. 1,000,000 immortal jade was expensive for a spirit severing cultivator. Even many gold core and nascent soul seniors would slightly change their expression when they heard this price. However, Ning Fan's expression did not change after hearing this price. This kind of calmness was definitely not an act. It was the indifference of someone who had experienced countless big events. The burly man secretly speculated. Could it be that this white-robed scholar in front of him is a peerless expert? No. Impossible. He is just a young boy. How can he be a peerless expert? He is probably a young master of some clan who has no concept of money at all. With this thought, the burly man despised Ning Fan even more. There is no doubt about it. Ning Fan has soft skin and tender flesh. No matter how I look at him, he is a young master. He is just a vein-opening realm cultivator and he dares to wander around Punlai Immortal Island alone. Isn't he afraid of being killed and robbed? Sure enough, he is a young master who has never seen the world. He doesn't even know what immortal jade is. Ignoring the burly man's speculation, Ning Fan closed his eyes and spread his spirit sense. His void refinement realm spirit sense covered 100,000 li * 500 m per li. That's right. After his cultivation base had a breakthrough, his spirit sense had also broken through to the void refinement realm. Nothing in the green bamboo palace could hide from Ning Fan's eyes and ears. After scanning the place with his spirit sense, he found out that the so-called 5th grade spiritual wine could only help early spirit-severing realm cultivators improve their cultivation base a little. To be more precise, it was a medicinal wine. It did not attach much importance to the taste of the wine. The 4th grade and 3rd grade spiritual wine were brewed for nascent soul realm and gold core realm cultivators respectively. Even the 2nd grade and 1st grade spiritual wine were brewed for harmonious spirit realm and vein-opening realm cultivators. Apart from that, there were some mortal wines that were not even in the 1st grade. They had no medicinal power at all. Most of them were famous brews in the mortal world. Ning Fan's eyes lit up. What he wanted to drink now was the mortal wine that had no medicinal power. He did not want to cultivate but to get drunk. I want a yellow rank bamboo token. Here is 1,000 immortal jade. Ning Fan finally decided to exchange for a yellow rank bamboo token. Of course, he could exchange for a heaven rank bamboo token. However, it would be too eye-catching. After all, those who exchanged for a heaven rank bamboo token were all spirit-severing realm cultivators. Thank you. 1,000 immortal jade. The burly man finally squeezed out a smile. At least he was sure of one thing. That was, Ning Fan was richer than a harmonious spirit realm cultivator even though he was just a vein-opening realm junior. Didn't he see that Chao Kong was still guarding the door and had no money to drink? A vein-opening realm junior was willing to spend 1,000 immortal jade to buy wine. He really didn't know how his elders taught him. Is this how money is spent? While cursing in his heart, Chao Kong realized that Ning Fan would be a good fat sheep. He rolled his eyes and suddenly came up with an idea. He handed Ning Fan a yellow rank bamboo token and flattered Ning Fan. Little friend, this is a yellow rank bamboo token. I wonder if you need a guide to bring you to taste good wine. I am not talented, but I am willing to bring you to the palace for a tour. Oh? Fellow Taoist wants to bring me to the Green Bamboo Palace? How can I accept fellow Taoist's kindness? Ning Fan's eyelids twitched. With his 500 years of wisdom, he could naturally see through Chao Kang's intention. Hee, you deserve it, you deserve it. I feel like old friends at the first sight of you. I really regret not having met you earlier. It's just that I'm short of money. If you're willing to help me buy a yellow level bamboo plate, I'll definitely bring you around the Green Bamboo Palace and make your trip worthwhile. Chao Kong vowed. So that's how it is. That's good. Wine is tasteless when you are alone. Come with me. I will help you pay for this 1,000 immortal jades. Ning Fan didn't care about Chao Kang's thoughts or the 1,000 immortal jades. In Chao Kang's eyes, it was ridiculous for Ning Fan to be cheated of 1,000 immortal jades. In Ning Fan's eyes, it was ridiculous for Chao Kang to scheme for a mere 1,000 immortal jades. Immortal jades? Killing a few people would earn tens of millions of immortal jades. Was there a need to be so tired? Oh, little friend is really willing to buy this bamboo token for me. Chao Kang suddenly felt a bit guilty. He felt that as a dignified harmonious spirit senior, deceiving a vein-opening junior was too shameless. This guilt made Chao Kang decide to bring Ning Fan to drink a few types of good wine later. At least, he couldn't let Ning Fan spend 1,000 immortal jades in vain. Ning Fan saw Chao Kang's expression and nodded with satisfaction. This Chao Kang was greedy and cunning, but it was only because he was forced by life. His nature wasn't bad. Being able to mend his ways and be a drinking buddy was enough. My name is Chao Kong. May I know little friend's name? Chao Kong asked enthusiastically. This time, he was really enthusiastic. Yun Fan. Ning Fan remembered that his surname was Yun, so he made up a fake name. After exchanging his name, Chao Kong happily handed over the task to the harmonious spirit attendants. He then followed Ning Fan into the green bamboo palace to drink. The other harmonious spirit attendants revealed an envious expression when they saw that Chao Kong had found a rich man. After Ning Fan and Chao Kong entered the green bamboo palace, two ladies dressed like young ladies, one in blue and the other in green, followed behind them. 12 young maids followed behind them as they arrived outside the green bamboo palace. Each of the young maids revealed their vein opening cultivation while the two young ladies revealed their harmonious spirit cultivation. However, this was just a disguise. The two young ladies were actually spirit severing old ancestors. The lady in blue was holding an oil paper umbrella. She had a gentle appearance and didn't say a word. It seemed like she had a lot on her mind and didn't want to talk. However, after Ning Fan entered the green bamboo palace, he gently raised his head and looked at the palace with a thoughtful expression. His eyes flickered slightly. Sister Tantai, what are you looking at? Is that vein opening junior very good looking? The other lady in green teased. Nothing, I'm just a little concerned. That young master seems to be extraordinary. The lady with the umbrella pursed her lips and smiled. Sister must be joking. He's just a vein opening junior. How extraordinary can he be? Speaking of which, aren't we representing the Purple Mansion Academy to recruit the vice sect master of the Baiyao sect? Why did we come to the green bamboo palace? Could it be that sister wants to drink too much? You're so smart. Yes, I want to drink too much. Sister Green Bead, do you want to complain to master? Ouch, I wouldn't dare. Green Bead bought a heaven-grade bamboo plate while Miss Tantai bought a yellow-grade bamboo plate. They actually made the same choice as Ning Fan. Unfortunately, because Green Bead bought a heaven bamboo plate, many cultivators guessed that she was a spirit-severing old ancestor. No one dared to look down on this group of ladies anymore. Miss Tantai's wish to drink in a low-key manner was shattered. This group of people was even personally received by the palace master of the green bamboo palace. How could they be low-key? Not long after the ladies entered the green bamboo palace, a white-robed middle-aged man with a weathered face and a sword on his back appeared outside the palace. He looked at the ladies thoughtfully. Which righteous genius of the Purple Mansion Academy of the Southern Heaven Immortal World is interested in? The white-robed middle-aged man only thought about those ladies for a moment before putting them aside. He didn't come here for the Purple Mansion Academy. He came here to test someone and grant him the token of revered elders. He touched his glabella and a divine star flashed. The white-robed middle-aged man turned into a white-robed scholar. There was no sword on his back but there was a sword in his heart. His broken arm also turned into an illusion with his magic power. He recalled Ning Fan's back and fell into deep thought. This was his first time seeing Ning Fan. Even before this, he had already heard about Ning Fan's character. Rumor has it that Ning Fan was a murderous devil. Rumor has it that he slaughtered sex without mercy. Rumor has it that he was lustful and had thousands of women every day. The white-robed middle-aged man couldn't figure out how such a person could become a revered elder of the Rain Palace. Even if it was for that item, the divine sovereign's decision was a little hasty. However, after seeing Ning Fan with his own eyes, the white-robed middle-aged man suddenly had a feeling that rumors were not trustworthy. Most of the time, one could tell a person's character by looking at their back. This was because people could disguise their expressions but they could not disguise the loneliness of their back. The white-robed middle-aged man realized that Ning Fan was just like him. They were both a little lonely and desolate. Zhou Ming, alias Yun Fan. Entering the green bamboo palace just to get drunk. What an interesting kid. Yun Fan. Why does this name sound so familiar? The white-robed middle-aged man fell into silence. He had forgotten something very important that was even more important than his own life. He had even forgotten how infuriated he was when he killed the fourth prince of the Rain Palace. He had been searching for an answer for his entire life. White-robed sword god, Yun Tianjue. His back was as lonely as Ning Fan. June 6th, to be continued. Inside the green bamboo palace, there were hundreds of wine houses. Those who could sell spirit wine here were at least harmonious spirit old devils. Most of the vein-opening disciples could only set up simple stalls along the street to display their spirit wine for the passing cultivators to drink. The free tasting fees were recorded in the accounts and paid by the sect. The immortal jades used by the cultivators to buy the wine were collected by the disciples of the Green Bamboo Palace. This sect made spirit wine as a business. The purpose of this wine party was to select disciples who were good at winemaking and focus on training them. In order to earn immortal jades and gain the attention of the sect, every disciple of the Green Bamboo Palace tried their best to attract customers. Ning Fan walked along the bamboo street while smelling the fragrance of the wine. His murderous heart was at peace at this moment. The old monster said that women and wine were indispensable, and it was indeed true. Along the way, there were many female stalls with kind eyes and flirtatious glances, causing many male cultivators to stop in their tracks. Only Ning Fan remained calm and only smiled at the women who came and went. He would occasionally taste a cup, but he never bought or commented on the quality of the spirit wine. After drinking the wine, he turned around and left. Moreover, most of the spirit wines he drank were first grade, there were almost no second-grade ones. Chao Kong, who was following behind him, complained incessantly. He followed Ning Fan in order to drink more second-grade spirit wine and use it to break through the bottleneck of intermediate harmonious spirit realm. He wanted to lead Ning Fan to the high-grade wine stalls, but Ning Fan seemed to know the way and went towards the low-grade wine stalls. In the end, he actually went to the first-grade wine section that specialized in first-grade spirit wines. Could it be that Ning Fan knew the way? No, this was the first time a vein-opening junior came to the Green Bamboo Palace. How could he know the way? This is the first time this little friend Yun Fan came to the Green Bamboo Palace. Unless he can use his divine sense to scan the surroundings and understand the layout of the palace, there is no way he can recognize the way divine sense to scan the palace. This is simply too inconceivable. The moment this thought rose, it was immediately extinguished by Chao Kong. He only felt that his idea was too ridiculous. Using divine sense to scan the layout of the Green Bamboo Palace was unrealistic. Not to mention the fact that Ning Fan was a vein-opening junior without divine sense. Even if he had divine sense, there was a peak nascent realm sense isolation formation inside the palace. Unless it was a spirit-severing old ancestor, who else could use divine sense to scan the palace? Forget it. Since young friend Yun wants to drink some first-grade spirit wine, I'll accompany him for the time being. After all, he's the one paying for the wine. Chao Kong still had some good points. After receiving money, he would do things honestly. Chao Kong no longer cared about the grade of the spiritual wine. He simply followed behind Ning Fan. Whenever he saw a spiritual wine, he would take a cup and gulp it down like a cow chewing on a peony. Ning Fan did not pay attention to Chao Kong. His heart was immersed in the cups of wine, using the wine to calm his mind. Cup after cup of spirit wine entered his throat and transformed into a warm current that aroused traces of comprehension. When people were sad and in pain, they would drink to dilute their sorrow. When people were happy and celebrating, they would drink to raise the atmosphere. Why sadness can be diluted, and why joy is more engraved in my heart. Why are there people who can't get drunk even after 1,000 cups, but when they are sad, they get drunk after just 1 cup? Ning Fan pondered inwardly. All of his Tao comprehension flowed into the wine. Gradually, he realized that what Jiao Zhongyuan said made sense. Alcohol couldn't change a person's mood. What changed was the heart itself. Mortals could not handle alcohol and would get drunk. Cultivators had magic power to protect themselves. Why would they still get drunk? Looking at the cup of wine in his hand, Ning Fan's comprehension deepened. He realized that as he comprehended the Tao of wine, his divine intent began to improve. It was not a sublimation from great accomplishment to perfect accomplishment. Instead, it was a qualitative change. On the Star Island, he had initially combined the 3 intents of divine, demon, and devil into one. He drew the 7 apricot snow scenery in the sky and created the wind and snow technique. In the Lost World Tower, he had completely combined the 3 intents, allowing them to enter a primordial state. The 8th grade divine intent of rain, the 6th grade devil intent of mountain, and the 1st grade Fuli demon intent. What was the brand new divine intent that was obtained after combining the 3 intents? And what grade was it? Ning Fan had no idea. However, the brand new divine intent was displayed in the 7 apricot snow scenery. It was just that its grade was above the first grade. Intents were divided into 9 grades. Demon General Liban's Carp Demon intent was at the 9th grade, while the Fuli Demon intent and the Four Saints Demon intent were at the 1st grade. What was the level of intents above the 1st grade? The cup of wine in his hand was like a primer, leading Ning Fan to have a series of comprehensions. Ning Fan realized that this wine must have something in common with his brand new divine intent. Otherwise, it was impossible for him to be absent-minded just because of a cup of wine. What exactly is my new divine intent? And what grade is it? What great Tao does this cup of wine contain? Why can it make me absent-minded? I can't figure it out. I can't figure it out. Ning Fan picked up the 1st grade spiritual wine again and put it down again and again. When he passed by the stalls, he was disappointed again and again. No, it's not. This is not the wine that he wanted. These wines could not give him a thorough comprehension and could not allow his divine intent to advance again. Ning Fan's mind became more and more agitated. This was a sign that he had failed in his comprehension and the birth of his heart devil. In front of his eyes, waves of hatred and the past flashed. It was the humiliation that he suffered in Hai Ning of Wu country when he was still immortal. Why would these past events disturb my mind at this moment? Ning Fan's frown deepened. Chao Kong, who was following behind Ning Fan, was somewhat startled. Why did Yin Fan suddenly become so picky? Could it be that he is going to look for a 2nd grade spiritual wine instead of a 1st grade spiritual wine? Ning Fan frowned as if someone owed him immortal jades. While Chao Kong was pondering, he was interrupted by the sound of coughing blood in front of him. This wine. Cough. Ning Fan lifted the wine cup and took a sip. His face was filled with surprise. At the next moment, the past that had been bothering him turned into a mouthful of dirty blood and he coughed it out. This scene made Chao Kong jump in fright. Why did he cough blood when he was just drinking? Chao Kong walked closer to the stall and glanced at it with a cold gaze. The wine that made him cough blood was just a 1st grade spiritual wine. No, it was barely a 1st grade spiritual wine. The medicinal power of this wine was so thin that it was only slightly stronger than ordinary wine. No, it was just an ordinary wine with a slight medicinal taste. Little friend Yun is coughing blood. Could it be that this wine is poisonous? Or is it because the medicinal power of this wine is too strong that it hurt little friend Yun's immortal veins? It can't be. The taste of the wine is so faint that it doesn't have any medicinal power. Is it really poisonous? Chao Kong suspiciously picked up a cup of wine and smelled it. With a strange expression, he drank it all in one gulp and became even more puzzled. Strange, this wine tasted bad, but it didn't seem to be poisonous. Like water, it was so bland that it didn't even have the slightest bit of medicinal power. It was unable to raise his cultivation in the slightest. But it really wasn't poisonous. Chao Kong secretly pondered and couldn't find any reason to make Ning Fan's cough blood. He had accepted Ning Fan's money, so he couldn't be irresponsible for his safety. Is this wine brewed by you? Tell me, why did my friend vomit blood after drinking your wine? Chao Kang's eyes darkened as he glanced at the stall owner with a dignified expression. The stall owner was a young man with a cultivation of 3rd level vein opening, pitifully weak. From Chao Kang's point of view, the most direct way to find out why Ning Fan vomited blood was to ask the stall owner. The other party was only a 3rd level vein opening cultivator while Chao Kang was a harmonious spirit cultivator. In front of him, how could the young man dare to lie? Being questioned by Chao Kang, the young man's face turned pale. His brewing technique was indeed not good. This batch of wine was not even a 1st grade wine, so it naturally wasn't a good wine. But even if it wasn't a good wine, at least the quality was not a problem. It was absolutely impossible for someone to vomit blood after drinking it, but after hearing Chao Kang's overbearing tone, the young man knew that if he didn't give Chao Kang a satisfactory answer, this matter would become big. Didn't you hear what Chao Kang said? The one vomiting blood was Chao Kang's friend. He was the friend of a harmonious spirit old monster. He, a vein-opening disciple, couldn't afford to offend him. Deacon Chao, this junior really doesn't know why this brother vomited blood, but this junior is willing to compensate good. Compensate. Take out the compensation and my friend won't pursue this matter anymore. Chao Kong turned around and saw that Ning Fan had already wiped away the blood and was deep in thought. Seeing that Ning Fan was fine, Chao Kong relaxed and didn't want to make this matter bigger. He was a disciple of the Green Bamboo Temple. If his sex wine made someone vomit blood, he would have an excuse to reprimand and ask for compensation, but he didn't think it was necessary to do anything to this disciple. Yes. This junior is willing to compensate with 10 immortal jades. The young man was a bit scared. Chao Kong was a harmonious spirit expert and an outer deacon of the Green Bamboo Temple. He was in charge of these new disciples. The young man was afraid of offending Chao Kong, so in order to make amends, he was naturally willing to pay. But this amount of money was a bit too little. 10 immortal jades, Chao Kong laughed in anger. He already gave this young man a chance to apologize, but this young man was so untactful. His wine made Ning Fan vomit blood, but he only had to pay 10 immortal jades. Who was Ning Fan? Even if he was just a vein-opening junior, he had a huge amount of immortal jades. He could casually give away 1,000 immortal jades, so why would he care about 10 immortal jades from this young man, 100 immortal jades? Chao Kang's tone was cold. No, impossible. 100 immortal jades is this junior's entire fortune. The young man begged for mercy. Humph, Chao Kang's heart was filled with anger. He didn't care anymore. He already gave this young man a chance, but this young man didn't have the sincerity to make amends. Accepting someone's money to eliminate a calamity, he had received a total of 1,000 immortal jades from Ning Fans. You, come here. You will pay the same amount of blood he vomited. Chao Kong rolled up his sleeves as if he was about to beat someone, scaring the young man silly. This scene made Ning Fan shake his head helplessly. This Chao Kong was a righteous person. He thought that he vomited blood was caused by this young man, so he wanted to help him. However, he was a dignified Ning Fan. Since when did he need a harmonious spirit junior to seek revenge from a vein-opening ant? Fellow Chao, don't be impatient. There is no problem with this wine. I vomited blood because of something else, it has nothing to do with him. Ning Fan flicked his sleeve to block. Chao Kong felt his fist soften and couldn't muster any strength, making him feel very strange. Little friend Yun, are you really alright? I am alright. This wine is not bad, I want all of it. How much is it? Ning Fan asked with a smile. Ugh, you still want to buy it. Aren't you afraid of vomiting blood again? Chao Kong said with a strange expression. I won't vomit blood again. That mouthful of blood was formed when I was young due to hatred. I only managed to vomit it out today. Thanks to this mouthful of blood, I finally understood why this wine could make me gain enlightenment, so that's why. With the help of this shallow cup of wine, Ning Fan actually gained great enlightenment. Brother Yun, this wine is brewed by me. It's worth a total of 200 immortal jade, but I don't dare to take your money. You are Senior Chao's friend. I will give this wine to you as a gift. The young man was too afraid of Chao Kong. He would never dare to take money from Ning Fan. Is that so? You don't want to take money, but I, Yun Fan, can't take your things for free. This wine is very good. It's the wine of my hometown. Your ancestor is a cultivator of Wu country, one of the 800 cultivation countries, right? Ning Fan asked with a smile. Yes, Brother Yun's ancestor is also a cultivator of Wu country? The young man was delighted, feeling as if he had met an old friend in a foreign land. Yes. The wine of Wu country is always unforgettable. There are memories and resentment. I thought I have forgotten the grudges of the past, but in the end, I realized that there are too many things in this world that can't be let go. That mouthful of blood is still in my heart. Until a moment ago, when I drank the wine you brewed, my mind became clear. Only then could I cough it out. Hatred is not that easy to let go. The wine cannot dilute the memories. What is forgotten is the human heart. Ning Fan's words stunned Chao Kong and the young man. Both of them were baffled. Ning Fan didn't explain much. He patted his storage pouch and took out a bottle of vein-opening Dan and gave it to the young man. You don't want immortal jades? Fine, I will give you the Dan. Your personality is too weak. You can't always endure being bullied by others. A cultivator should always have a straight spine in order to have the opportunity to seek the Tao. He left the pills behind and kept all the spiritual wine with a flick of his sleeve. Then, he left the place, leaving Chao Kong completely dumbfounded. Vein opening Dan. It can't be wrong. Ning Fan gave the young man an entire bottle of vein opening Dan. At least 20 of them. How much is this worth? At least 1,000 immortal jades. Buying a pile of useless mortal wine and spending 1,000 immortal jades was truly too extravagant. What a waste. Money shouldn't be used like this. Even if this little friend Yun has no concept of money, he should understand the preciousness of vein opening Dan. Or could it be that this little friend Yun's cultivation is not strong, but his clan has a great background and is used to seeing vein opening Dan, so he doesn't care about this? Could it be that there is a gold core in his clan? Chao Kong took a deep breath and looked at Ning Fan's back. He felt that his guess was correct. If he isn't a descendant of a gold core clan, how could he be so extravagant? Chao Kong looked at the young man with a complicated gaze and coldly said, "My friend is fine. Consider yourself lucky. You continue to set up your stall and do not mention what happened before to anyone. Yes, this junior won't speak carelessly." The young man held the bottle of vein opening Dan and was so excited that his heart almost jumped out of his throat. Chao Kong coldly snorted and quickly chased after Ning Fan. Ning Fan finally left the first-grade spirit wine area, but before he could be happy, he saw Ning Fan enter the mortal wine area. This time, Ning Fan made up his mind to completely drink mortal wine. Chao Kong wanted to cry but no tears came out. He followed Ning Fan because he wanted to eat and drink well, not drink mortal wine. Little friend Yun, mortal wine doesn't taste good. I have a harmonious spirit friend in the Green Bamboo Palace who brewed an extremely delicious second-grade spirit wine. Why don't I bring you there to drink? If you like it, you can buy a few bottles for me. That will be even better. Don't worry, I have a good relationship with that person. It won't be hard to give him a discount. Chao Kong almost begged. No need, I think mortal wine is good. Sigh. Chao Kong sighed heavily. He thought to himself, Ning Fan definitely doesn't know anything about wine. Even an idiot would know that first and second grade spirit wine is better than mortal wine, but he insisted on drinking mortal wine. That's right, Ning Fan definitely doesn't know anything about wine. He just wants to drink for fun. Chao Kong really wanted to leave Ning Fan alone and take the yellow bamboo token to the second grade wine area to drink to his heart's content. But when he thought that Ning Fan didn't know anything about wine, he was worried that Ning Fan would be deceived and spend a lot of money to buy mortal wine. Forget it, I will follow little friend Yun to prevent him from being deceived. Cough cough. It seems like I won't be able to drink a single second-grade spirit wine by staying by little friend Yun's side today. It was impossible for Chao Kong to know what Ning Fan was thinking. Ning Fan's mind was immersed in the wu wine brewed by that young man. He patted his storage pouch and took out a jar of wu wine. He drank it in one gulp with a heroic spirit. Good wine. Ning Fan praised. You have definitely never tasted a real good wine before, Chao Kong criticized in his mind. Chao Kong cared about the medicinal power of the wine, but Ning Fan cared about the principles of the wine. He used a mouthful of wu wine to suppress the resentment of the past and coughed out the blood clots. His mind became clear. The wu wine evoked my memories, so I coughed out the blood clots to suppress my heart's devil. Wine can dilute the sad memories and preserve the happy memories. Wine can make one forget and wine can add to the mood. The former is to forget, the latter is to not forget. Forgetting is to erase the memories. Not forgetting is to freeze the memories. There are 3,000 great Taos in the wine, and what I see in the wine is the Tao of memory between forgetting and not forgetting, memory. My new divine intent must be the word memory. Ning Fan finally understood why he could improve his divine intent because of wine. It was because he had fused 3 types of intent realm into one. The advanced intent realm was the word memory. Memory was an intent realm that was completely different from the other intent realms such as the rain intent and the mountain intent. The rain and the mountain had a material form, but the memory was ethereal and formless. The 9th grade intent realm was the first step of intent realm. Then, the memory intent realm that Ning Fan created by fusing the 3 intents was the 2nd step of intent realm. It was even stronger than the Fu Li intent realm. It was the process of turning from material to void. Ning Fan secretly wondered if there was a 3rd step of divine intent in this world, turning from void to reality. Such a step was in line with the Tao of cultivation created by the immortal sovereign. The rain divine intent could control the weather. The mountain devil intent could imitate mountains. As for the memory intent, it could manipulate and change a cultivator's memories, causing a cultivator to lose his mind. In the ordinary wine area, Ning Fan walked past the stalls. The wines that he tasted were all ordinary wines which were looked down upon by other cultivators. However, to Ning Fan, these ordinary wines were incomparably precious. He drank them all in one gulp. Even though these wines were ordinary, they were enough to evoke Ning Fan's memories. Scenes of gratitude, hatred, and killing flashed in his mind. As the memories alternated, Ning Fan's memory intent realm improved step by step. From grand completion, it slowly moved towards grand completion. The memories that he cherished the most were the most ordinary times. The ones that he wanted to protect the most were his loved ones who had accompanied him from ordinary to the peak of the immortal Tao. Even though this wine is ordinary, it contains my memories. I was originally immortal. I cultivated to become an immortal because I was unwilling to be humiliated. I defied immortality to protect my loved ones. The rain divine intent, the mountain devil intent and the Fuli demon intent are three completely different intent realms. The reason why I was able to fuse them was because of my memories. I used my memories of the 7 apricot city to draw that scene of windy snow and cold plum blossoms. In this memory, I forcefully fused the 3 types of intent realms together. The new intent realm after the fusion is the second step of cultivation, the memory intent realm. Previously, I didn't understand why cultivators would get drunk if mortals get drunk. Now, I understand, when mortals get drunk, they get drunk on their bodies. When cultivators get drunk, they get drunk on their hearts. Magic power can protect the body but not the heart. If there is pain in the heart and you desire to get drunk, you will eventually get drunk. What is drunk? I used to ask myself and the answer I got was to die from wine or drunkenness. However, I still didn't understand what was dying. Now, I know that it's my heart that is dying. If the heart is dead, the wine won't intoxicate you but you will get drunk on your own. Ning Fan continued to drink. The first cup he drank showed that he was drunk and the next cup he drank was not drunk at all. He kept switching between being drunk and not drunk. His heart, on the other hand, was constantly choosing between forgetting or not forgetting in his memories. Love and hatred were 2 things that he could never forget. Other than these, he could forget everything else. Chao Kong was secretly surprised. At this moment, Ning Fan gave him an illusion that he could only look up to him. Ning Fan's body had an aura that only spirit-severing realm-old monsters could see. This aura could infect Chao Kong. This aura was called the memory intent realm. Chao Kong stood beside Ning Fan. The memories of the past emerged in his mind like a tidal wave, making him unable to control himself. When he was young, he bid farewell to his parents. When he achieved success in the Tao, his parents passed away. Each of the past appeared in Chao Kang's mind, making him shed tears. All of a sudden, he just wanted to drown his sorrows with wine. Gradually, he began to taste the mortal wine. Gradually, he became a little drunk. Because his heart was in a mess, disturbed by the power of Ning Fan's memory. Chao Kong was even more shocked to find that his memory seemed to be changing, as if it was being tampered by someone. He had never heard of anyone who could tamper with memories. Soul searching and memory erasing was easy, but tampering with memories was difficult. What was memory? The word hui was samsara. The word I was memory. Memory was the memory that was preserved in samsara. Other than the heavenly Tao samsara, no one could tamper with it. Chao Kong secretly guessed that the strangeness in his body was caused by Ning Fan. For the first time, he began to doubt whether Ning Fan was at the vein-opening realm or not. Little friend Yun, who exactly are you? Could it be that you are a gold core realm senior? I don't think you are at the vein-opening realm. Me, it's me. Ning Fan suddenly stopped walking. His eyes became clear and he kept the power of memory. At this moment, his memory intent realm was only one step away from breaking through. He did not continue to comprehend because there was a group of people in front of him, blocking his way. A large group of cultivators surrounded 14 women. 12 of them were maids and 2 of them were masters, but he could not see them clearly. Everyone, quickly leave the mortal wine area. No mistakes are allowed. Miss Tantai wants to drink here, for harmonious spirit old monsters strode forward, driving away the few cultivators in the mortal wine area. The four of them glanced at Ning Fan. When they saw that he was only at the vein opening realm, they didn't think much of him. Then, they looked at Chao Kong and three of them were startled. Only a middle-aged man sneered, as if he had an old grudge against Chao Kong. Chao Kong, an important guest has arrived. Why aren't you bringing your juniors out of this place? The man was called Gong Mao. He didn't get along well with Chao Kong, so his tone was extremely impolite. 1/3, to be continued, Chao Kong, an esteemed guest has arrived. Why aren't you bringing your junior out of this place now? The man was called Gong Mao. He didn't get along well with Chao Kong, so his tone was extremely impolite. He didn't dare to provoke Chao Kong directly. He glanced at Ning Fan and thought that he was Chao Kang's junior. His expression turned gloomy. While he was scolding Chao Kong, he secretly shot out 3 sword lights from his finger at Ning Fan's dantian, trying to destroy a few of Ning Fan's immortal veins to teach Chao Kong a lesson. He didn't dare to kill Ning Fan in public, but destroying a few immortal veins. Hee, it's understandable for a senior to teach a junior a lesson, isn't it? Humph. Gong Mao. Who do you think you are? How dare you ask me to leave? How dare you? What are you doing? Chao Kang's eyes turned cold. Before he finished scolding, he saw Gong Mao sneaking an attack on Ning Fan and immediately became furious. Even though he guessed that Ning Fan was a gold core cultivator, he felt that it was ridiculous to say it out loud. He had hurt Gong Mao's junior because of a personal grudge. Today, Gong Mao sneaked an attack on Ning Fan. It was obvious that he had the intention to take revenge. It was fine if he wanted to take revenge on Chao Kong, but he wanted to take revenge on Ning Fan. How could Chao Kong endure this? Chao Kong swept his palm wind, trying to destroy the 3 sword lights. Ning Fan spent money to treat him to a drink. If he got Ning Fan injured instead, it wouldn't be right. There was a Dao in cultivation, however, when his palm was about to catch the sword light trembled and moved half a foot horizontally, bypassing his palm wind and piercing towards Ning Fan again. The deflection of the sword light was too strange. Even Chao Kong did not expect it at all. Sword of Turning Path. You actually learned the Spirit Realm sword technique, Sword of Turning Path. Not good. Chao Kang's expression changed when he saw that the sword chi was about to hit Ning Fan's dantian. Then, he was shocked. The sword chi was extremely fast, but Ning Fan was even faster. With a light flick of his sleeve, a gentle breeze swept up, and the 3 strands of spirit-grade sword chi were annihilated without a trace in the breeze, and they were collected by him. Chao Kong took a cold breath. What kind of technique is this, to be able to sweep up a breeze and easily take away 3 spirit realm sword chi? Little friend Yun, what are you? Before Chao Kong could react, Ning Fan took a step forward and flicked his sleeve. 3 undamaged sword lights suddenly flew out from his sleeve. With a flash, it struck Gong Yu's dantian, shattering all 100 of his immortal meridians and crippling them. Puff, Gong Mao fell heavily to the ground, coughing blood incessantly. His cultivation had almost instantly dropped back to the first level of the vein-opening realm, his eyes were filled with astonishment. It was clearly his sword chi that attacked Ning Fan. How could it be deflected by Ning Fan so casually? This was ridiculous. This method was too unimaginable. Chao Kong was even more astonished. Previously, he had guessed that Ning Fan's cultivation base was extraordinary. Now, the scene before him had clearly confirmed his speculation. Without a doubt, little friend Yun was an expert, but Chao Kong didn't know how strong he was. He was at least a harmonious spirit realm expert, and he might even be a gold core old monster that Chao Kong couldn't afford to offend. Unlike the 2 of them, the other harmonious spirit realm experts immediately exclaimed when they saw Gong Yu's dantian being destroyed. Not good. Deacon Gong's immortal meridian was destroyed. As soon as these cries of alarm rang out, an even more overbearing voice rang out from behind the crowd. It was filled with anger. Who dares to harm my Gong clan's people? Courting death. A ray of light shot over. It was a gold core old monster who attacked Ning Fan without asking for the reason. This person was an intermediate gold core elder of the Green Bamboo Palace, the clan master of the Gong clan, and Gong Mao's elder. Seeing Gong Mao coughing blood on the ground and his immortal meridian destroyed, this person was enraged and wanted to protect his own. When he saw that the person who attacked was Ning Fan and that Ning Fan's cultivation base was only at the vein opening realm, he patted his storage pouch without hesitation and took out a treasure seal, then attacked Ning Fan's head-on. Elder Gong. This subordinate will report this matter in detail. This is absolutely not fellow Yun's fault. Chao Kang's heart was filled with fear. He wasn't afraid of Gong Mao, but he was afraid of Elder Gong. After all, Elder Gong was a gold-core old monster. However, seeing that Elder Gong attacked Ning Fans without asking for the reason, he subconsciously wanted to speak up for Ning Fans. However, before he could carefully explain, Elder Gong's treasure seal had already arrived. I don't care whose fault it is. My Gong clan cannot be bullied by others. The Gong clan's style of doing things was domineering. If you are not domineering, why would others be afraid of you? As one of the major clans of the Green Bamboo Palace, Gong clan had the right to do whatever they wanted in Punlai Immortal Island. However, this time, they had chosen the wrong target to be domineering. No matter how domineering the Gong clan was, could they be more domineering than Ning Fan? That seal was called the Mountain and River Seal. It was a high-grade magical treasure. Elder Gong had used this seal to kill an early gold-core old monster. Chao Kang was still guessing that Ning Fan was a gold-core cultivator, but after thinking about it carefully. Even if Ning Fan was really a gold-core cultivator, he would most likely be killed by Elder Gong's sneak attack. Get lost. Ning Fan snorted and casually flicked his sleeve. The soft and powerless sleeve blasted on the Mountain and River Seal. However, there was a rumbling sound of mountains and rivers collapsing, causing the eardrums of countless cultivators to bleed. Just one blow and the treasure seal was crushed into ashes. Then, Ning Fan swept his gaze towards Elder Gong. His gaze was like a real substance, immediately making Elder Gong feel as if a needle was pricking his back. What kind of domineering gaze was this? The owner of this gaze had always been the one bullying others. When had he ever been bullied by others? Elder Gong's face turned pale when he met Ning Fan's gaze. He felt an irresistible pressure pressing down on his body, as if thousands of mountains were pressing down on him, rendering him unable to move. He felt a sharp pain in his dantian, as if thousands of blades were being minced into pieces. In the next moment, his gold core suddenly crumbled. His body abruptly retreated and blood splattered everywhere as he fell to the ground in a sorry state. His cultivation had dropped to the early harmonious spirit realm in the blink of an eye. This was because Ning Fan was too lazy to kill. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to survive. Chao Kang was dumbfounded. What kind of person could destroy someone's gold core with just a gaze? A dignified gold core Elder Gong didn't even have the qualifications to stand beside Ning Fan. Could this little friend Yun Fan be a nascent soul-old monster? Who dares to hurt people in my Green Bamboo Palace? As the old saying goes, if you beat the young, the old will come. Just as Elder Gong was injured, a woman's cold voice resounded. The person who spoke was the great palace lord of the Green Bamboo Palace, Qing Chu Chu. She had a slender figure, high breasts, and plump buttocks. She was an out-and-out beautiful woman. However, her expression was a little arrogant. Her beautiful eyes glanced at Gong Mao and Elder Gong who were coughing out blood on the ground. She gritted her teeth and her face turned cold. You did it. Who are you? How dare you behave atrociously in my Green Bamboo Palace? How audacious. Without giving Ning Fan any chance to explain, the great palace lord flicked her wrist and a colorful ribbon shot out, entangling Ning Fan. She wouldn't be as reckless as Elder Gong. She wouldn't use a killing move the moment she attacked. After all, Ning Fan was able to destroy Elder Gong's gold core with just a gaze. He was at least a mid-nascent soul realm expert. Even Qing Chu Chu wouldn't be willing to offend such an expert in the past. However, the Green Bamboo Palace had lost a great deal of face in front of the distinguished guests today. No matter what, she had to capture Ning Fan first. Seeing that even the great palace lord had taken action, Chao Kang's heart screamed. Even if Ning Fan was a nascent soul realm cultivator, he couldn't afford to offend the great palace lord. The great palace lord was a late nascent soul realm cultivator. She was a top-notch expert even in the external endless sea. That colorful ribbon was a famous supreme grade magic treasure, soft silk rope. It was refined from the natal spider silk of the wild beast snow spider. Moreover, this treasure still retained a trace of the treasure spirit. Its magical effects were unparalleled. Xianxia had once used this treasure to restrain a late nascent soul realm cultivator and killed him. Chao Kang's heart skipped a beat. He thought to himself. Ning Fan is probably going to die. Even if Ning Fan is a nascent soul realm cultivator, it would be difficult for him to resist this soft silk rope. However, Ning Fan did not evade the binding of the soft silk rope. Instead, his eyes were filled with disdain. He raised his palm and pointed at the void space. The soft silk rope trembled and its spiritual nature was greatly damaged. Under the backlash, Xianxia could not stand steadily and her face turned pale. Her soft silk rope actually lost its effect. All of a sudden, Ning Fan pointed his finger again. The soft silk rope, which was Xianxia's natal treasure, actually showed a human-like fear. It strangely rolled back and bound Xianxia tightly. The soft silk rope betrayed me? Ning Fan's eyes were filled with disdain. He had the ancestral blood of the Fuli clan. How could a mere wild beast treasure spirit dare to touch him? He took a step forward and appeared in front of Xianxia. He held her waist and slapped her buttocks for a dozen times. Asterisk pa 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 asterisk. This scene was like an adult punishing a child for being unreasonable. However, the one being punished was the Lord of the Green Bamboo Palace, who was extremely famous in the external endless sea. This scene was too unbearable to watch. Ning Fan did not kill Xianxia but punished her buttocks in front of everyone. This was worse than killing her. Countless cultivators were dumbfounded. Xianxia, a dignified late nascent soul realm cultivator, was easily captured by Ning Fan without any strength to fight back. Ning Fan's strength was a little terrifying. Divine Transformation Realm. At this moment, no matter how foolish Chao Kang was, he could vaguely guess that Ning Fan's true cultivation base was undoubtedly at the Divine Transformation Realm. Unless he was a Divine Transformation Realm cultivator, who else could take down a late nascent soul realm cultivator so easily? Even Chao Kang could guess it. Who else could not? When they thought of Ning Fan being a Divine Transformation Realm old ancestor, countless cultivators broke out in cold sweat. A Divine Transformation Realm old ancestor was an existence that even the Green Bamboo Palace could not afford to offend. However, they did not know what level of Divine Transformation Realm Ning Fan was at. Who are you? Why? Why did you humiliate me like this? Please let me go. Xianxia was filled with fear. She fell into Ning Fan's arms and immediately lost all of her strength. Her magic power was sealed and she could only let Ning Fan slap her buttocks. She could not imagine that Ning Fan was actually a Divine Transformation Realm old ancestor. She actually offended a Divine Transformation Realm old monster for a Gold Core Realm Elder? Sister Chu, don't be afraid. So what if he's a Divine Transformation Realm cultivator? Don't you think it's too ungentlemanly to humiliate a girl in front of everyone? Let me help you vent your anger. A green-robed lady walked gracefully and calmly out of the crowd. Her beautiful eyes coldly swept across Ning Fan. Let go of her. Otherwise, you will pay the price. As soon as she finished speaking, she gave out her last warning. She emitted the terrifying aura force of a late Divine Transformation Realm cultivator and a strong wind swept across 10,000 li asterisk, 500 m per li. She patted her storage pouch and took out a green silk handkerchief. The handkerchief glowed with precious light. It was actually a late Divine Transformation Realm spiritual treasure. Late Divine Transformation Realm. Some of the knowledgeable nascent soul realm old monsters exclaimed in surprise. They recognized the cultivation base of the green-robed lady. Chao Kang was bewildered when he heard the voice. How could this be? Why would a late Divine Transformation Realm old monster appear in the Green Bamboo Palace? All of them were legendary figures in the internal sea. Even if Ning Fan was a Divine Transformation Realm expert, he would not be a match for a late Divine Transformation Realm expert. Above the Divine Transformation Realm, the difference between each level was like heaven and earth. It was extremely difficult to defeat a late Divine Transformation Realm expert. Chao Kang was so scared that he wet his pants. Countless cultivators were so scared that they wet their pants, but Ning Fan was still wearing a cold smile. There's no end to it. Don't you guys ask for the reason when you do things? I, Zhou, have never been threatened by anyone in this world. I would like to see what kind of price you can make me pay if I don't let her go. Asterisk boom asterisk a strong aura force spread out from his body. His baleful chi dyed half of the sky red and blood-red clouds covered the sky. At this moment, Ning Fan removed the sense-concealing art and revealed his true appearance. His appearance was the nightmare of all the cultivators in the Endless Sea. Currently, there was no one who did not know him in the external Endless Sea. Zhou Ming. Fellow Taoist Yun, you're actually... Venerated Ming. Chao Kong was at a loss of what to do. He actually drank and drank with the most ferocious devil lord of the external Endless Sea for half a day. He even despised Ning Fan throughout the journey. He's courting death. Countless cultivators' heartbeats quickened and they found it hard to breathe. They recognized Ning Fan's identity. They could not resist his terrifying aura force. He's courting death. He's courting death. If one doesn't court death, he won't die. How did the Green Bamboo Palace offend venerated Ming? This is going to be the end of the sect. The moment Ning Fan released his aura force, the green-robed lady's face was filled with shock. She never expected that a skinny young man would have such a terrifying cultivation base, peak divine transformation realm. There's no mistaking it. This white-robed young man is a peak divine transformation realm expert. Moreover, his bone age is only 500 years old, the rain world is just a lower world. Since when did such a powerful genius appear in the lower world? A peak divine transformation realm expert who is only 500 years old, under the baleful chi that blotted out the sky, the green-robed lady's heart trembled. She actually began to retreat in fear. She could not imagine how many divine transformation realm cultivators Ning Fan had to kill to accumulate so much baleful chi. How could such a ferocious devil lord who kills without batting an eyelid exist in this world? Why didn't the immortal Emperor Zhang Tribulation kill him with a single heavenly tribulation? Trying to leave? Aren't you going to make me pay the price? Ning Fan took a step forward. His entire body turned invisible. At the next moment, he suddenly appeared behind the green-robed lady and pointed his plucking finger at her. The green-robed lady was almost defenseless and her back was attacked. Immediately, the force of the plucking finger spread to her entire body, causing her delicate body to turn limp and hot. Then, she fell into Ning Fan's arms. Even though he was hugging a beauty on his left and right, Ning Fan did not show any tenderness towards her at all. Not every woman could make him feel tender and protective towards her. Asterisk slap 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 asterisk more than 10 slaps came from the green-robed lady's perky buttocks, almost smashing her soft and tender buttocks. A numbing electric current, accompanied by pain and humiliation, spread through his body. All of a sudden, the green-robed lady almost died from embarrassment and anger. How dare you humiliate me? How dare you humiliate me like this? She was so embarrassed and angry that she did not know what to say. Shut up. While the green-robed lady was struggling, another calm reprimanding voice was heard. It was a blue-robed lady holding a paper umbrella. She had a pair of eyes that were as gentle as rain. Her fine black hair was swaying with the wind and she wore a blue headscarf on her head. She did not reveal any of her aura force but it gave Ning Fan a heavy pressure. Young Master Zhou, please calm down. Sister Lu Zhu was insensible and attacked you without your permission. It was her fault. I wonder if you can give me a chance to apologize. If you don't mind, I'm willing to prepare some wine and apologize to you personally. At the same time, I have something to discuss with you. It's about your wife, Xianxia. I believe you will be interested in it. The blue-robed lady's words were gentle but her beautiful eyes were shining with wisdom. She was fully confident that Ning Fan would calm down after mentioning Xianxia. After all, he did not want to kill anyone in the first place. Up until now, he had yet to kill anyone. About Suqiao? Who are you? Ning Fan loosened his hand and Qing Chu and the green-robed lady were thrown out of his arms. They fell on the ground in a sorry state. Both of them had the same appearance. Both of them were nascent soul realm and divine transformation realm old monsters. However, their eyes were filled with tears and they looked very pitiful. They struggled to stand up but their walking posture was very unnatural. Their buttocks were probably swollen after being hit by Ning Fan. I heard that you are a romantic and affectionate man. I didn't expect that you were also a man who doesn't know how to cherish women. You are willing to humiliate such beautiful ladies and throw them on the ground. Is your heart made of stone? The blue-robed lady's tone was very gentle. No one could tell whether she was happy or angry. You haven't answered my question. Who are you? If you can't give me a satisfactory answer, even if you are just a half-step void refinement realm clone, I can still make you suffer the same fate as these two ladies. Ning Fan raised his palm and his eyes turned cold. It was this hand that had slapped the two ladies' buttocks one after another. In other words, if the blue-robed lady's answer was not satisfactory, Ning Fan would also slap her buttocks. Lecher. The blue-robed lady's face turned red and she said softly. She rolled her eyes at Ning Fan. She was obviously angry, but she still looked so charming. I am one of the goddesses of the Purple Mansion Academy. My name is Tantai Weiyu. This is Weiyu's sister. Her name is Lu Zhu. Purple Mansion Academy? Ning Fan automatically ignored the names of the two ladies and only paid attention to the name. This Purple Mansion Academy seems to be the biggest force in the Southern Heaven Immortal world. It is one of the four major forces that are respected together with the Lost World Palace and the Godly Void Pavilion. Why are they looking for Insucho? Mind-reading technique. Ning Fan secretly activated the secret technique. In an instant, he roughly understood the thoughts of the ladies. His face revealed a strange expression. They are actually looking for Insucho for this kind of matter. If that's the case, I really have to help Insucho plan something. Fellow Daoist Chow, wait for me here. After I am done with my daily affairs, I will taste the first grade and second grade spiritual wine with you. Ning Fan smiled. Chow Kong, however, felt that he could not afford to do so. His body trembled and he did not dare to look into Ning Fan's eyes. Scary. Scary. Little friend Yin Fan is actually venerated Ming, the ruthless man who killed divine transformation realm old ancestors like cutting vegetables. Is there anything crazier than this in this world? Ning Fan's words were obviously not to ask Chow Kong to wait for him. Instead, he wanted to express his relationship with Chow Kong. In this way, no one from the Green Bamboo Palace would hold Chow Kong responsible for what happened today. The Green Bamboo Palace must give Ning Fan face, no one would dare to hurt Chow Kong. This will not happen again. Ning Fan's cold gaze swept across Jing Chu. The latter's face immediately turned pale. She did not dare to raise her head and apologized in a low voice. Please forgive me, venerated Ming. We didn't know that venerated Ming would come here. This time, we will certainly give venerated Ming a satisfactory answer. We will try our best to fulfill all of venerated Ming's requests. Even if it's something I can. I just hope that venerated Ming will not annihilate the entire Green Bamboo Palace. There's no need. Ning Fan shook his head. Do I look like a devil lord who annihilates an entire clan? I do look a little like him. What Jing Chu meant was that she could kill Gong Mao and Elder Gong to satisfy Ning Fan's demands. As long as she can make Ning Fan happy or angry, she is even willing to. With Ning Fan's identity, he did not care about the life and death of Gong Mao and Elder Gong at all. As for Jing Chu, he was not interested in her at the moment. Ning Fan took a step forward and walked towards the lady in blue robes. Currently, his greatest interest was on this Tantai Weiyu. This lady is not ordinary. She is very similar to Shimanyi. Both of them came to the mortal world with their divine clones. Just a single divine clone has the strength of a half-step void refinement realm expert. Could it be that this lady's true body is also at the void fragmentation realm? After such a commotion, Ning Fan no longer had the mood to drink wine. Since he had already fully comprehended the memory intent realm and was not far from the grand perfection intent realm, it no longer mattered whether he drinks or not. Let's see what this Tantai Weiyu has to say. Did young master really defeat Shimanyi? Tantai Weiyu walked side by side with Ning Fan. She did not look embarrassed at all. Her first sentence was already shocking. It's just his clone. Ning Fan was secretly surprised. This lady was a disciple of the Purple Mansion Academy. She belonged to the Southern Heaven while Shimanyi belonged to the Northern Heaven. The news of Shimanyi's defeat has actually spread so far and wide. Even the Southern Heaven goddess knows about it. If that's the case, young master can easily defeat Wei Yu's clone even without using the yin-yang transformation's bewitching technique? I don't believe it. Tantai Wei Yu's beautiful eyes revealed a hint of battle intent as if she wanted to ask Ning Fan for advice. At the next moment, however, she changed the topic. Young master also likes to drink mortal wine? Why do you say so? If I don't drink mortal wine, why did I come back to the mortal wine area? If it wasn't for that, Wei Yu would have the chance to meet you. Since we have the same preferences, I wonder if young master is willing to get drunk with me? Tantai Wei Yu gently shook her head. What she meant was that she also liked mortal wine. Get drunk with me? That won't do. My alcohol tolerance is the worst. Once I get drunk, it's highly possible for me to sully Miss Wei Yu. Ning Fan intentionally said. Pa. Don't talk nonsense. Believe me. You won't dare to do that. Wei Yu's eyes were covered with a faint mist and she smiled gently. She was perhaps the woman who was least afraid of Ning Fan in this world. Yin-yang transformation and bewitching technique, Ning Fan would not dare to use them on her. She had the confidence to do so. Ning Fan frowned inwardly. This lady is somewhat unusual. He secretly released his spirit sense, trying to find out more about this lady. At the next moment, a trace of Ning Fan's spirit sense was sucked into Tantai Wei Yu's body by a mysterious suction force. Fortunately, it was just a trace of spirit sense. Otherwise, Ning Fan would probably suffer some injuries. Yang-devouring physique. Ning Fan recognized Tantai Wei Yu's physique. It was the physique that could restrain yin-yang devil veins the most. With the help of this physique, any man who touches Tantai Wei Yu's body would be deprived of all their power. If Ning Fan does not want to lose little Ning Fan, it's best not to poke her with that thing. If he pokes this lady, humph, that little Ning Fan would probably be sucked away by her. Young master's knowledge is profound. I admire you. That's why I said that you won't dare to do anything to me, isn't it? Tantai Wei Yu's eyes were still calm. She did not become the goddess of southern heaven for nothing. 2/3, to be continued. In the elegant room of the bamboo house, a pot of wine was simmering on the stove. Ning Fan took a sip of the mortal wine. Even though it did not have any medicinal power, it was mellow and fragrant. It was indeed a good wine. There were 3 girls sitting opposite him. Apart from Tantai Wei Yu, who had a calm expression as she carefully tasted the wine, the other 2 girls all had different expressions. At this moment, Qing Chuchu was extremely afraid of Ning Fan. The reason why she came here to drink with him was just to appease his thunderous rage. What was Ning Fan's favorite thing to do? Sect annihilation. Qing Chuchu did not want her sect to be destroyed just because she offended Ning Fan. She was afraid of Ning Fan, but there was a reckless girl who was glaring at Ning Fan as if she wanted to eat him alive. Miss Greenbead's eyes are really wide open, presumably the 2 words green bead refers to her green eyes. However, it's very strange. Your eyes are obviously black. Where did the green color come from? Ning Fan carefully tasted the wine and teased. Zhou Ming, don't go too far. Greenbead slammed her hand on the wooden table, her insides burning with anger, but she was stopped by a look from Tantai Wei Yu. Little sister Greenbead, could it be that you've completely forgotten Master's teachings? Greenbead doesn't dare. Master said that we cultivators of the Violet Palace Academy should place the righteous path as our own thoughts. Even if the opponent is an extremely shameless devil, so long as it doesn't violate the laws of the heavens, then we shouldn't fight or kill the opponent. Even if the other party has violated the heavenly laws, our master will send down a heavenly tribulation to eliminate this evil person. There is no need for you to be so agitated. There was a hidden meaning in Tantai Wei Yu's words. She was criticizing Ning Fan. As for Ning Fan, he secretly activated his mind-reading technique and saw through Tantai Wei Yu's thoughts once again. Her master is a tribulation-controlling immortal emperor. Another sovereign immortal emperor? In that case, the blood lightning and silver flames I devoured were all sent down by the tribulation-wielding immortal emperor? If I ascend to the 4 heavens in the future and go to the southern heaven, I wonder if I will be able to ask the tribulation-controlling immortal emperor to refine the god-shattering whip. Tantai Wei Yu probably did not expect that Ning Fan would actually have designs on her master even in her dreams. He had to admit that the mind-reading spell was indeed a good thing. From the beginning to the end, Ning Fan did not talk to them at all. Occasionally, he would use his mind-reading technique to see through their thoughts. This included the secrets of the Purple Mansion Academy, their purpose of descending to the lower domain, and In Sucho. Young master is really a cold-blooded person. Wei Yu invited you for a drink, but you drank alone for 4 hours without asking about In Sucho. She's your woman, don't you care about her at all? Tantai Weiyu's tone was gentle but her words were sharp. It was obvious that she was attacking Ning Fan's Dao heart. Wasn't Ning Fan's Dao heart meant to protect his women? I already know about Sucho's matter. I even know that Miss Weiyu has violated herself 3 times in her life. Don't you think it's strange? Ning Fan teased her again. As soon as he said those words, Green Bead immediately scolded him in anger. Zhou Ming. You're too shameless. Sister Weiyu just scolded you a bit and you profaned her innocence. She is such a pure and self-loving person, she is different from us normal girls, how could she profane herself? Oh? Lady Green Bead's meaning is that an ordinary woman like you often blaspheme herself? You. Green Bead's face turned red. She had accidentally revealed a girl's greatest secret. Self-blasphemy. Self-blasphemy, everyone has 7 emotions and 6 desires. Who did I offend by blasphemy? She really wanted to refute him. However, the more she refuted, the more confused she became. Thus, she simply sat at the side and ignored Ning Fan. Green Bead remained silent. Tantai Weiyu, on the other hand, blushed and was secretly shocked. Yes, she had cultivated for 1,700 years and reached the first heavenly layer of the void fragmentation realm. In her entire life, she had only violated herself 3 times, how could Ning Fan know about such a girl's secret? Yes, it's that secret technique, mind-reading technique? Tantai Weiyu gritted her teeth and said something that made Ning Fan frown. It really is the mind-reading technique. Rumor has it that among the cultivators of the Yin-Yang Devil Vein, only Great Emperor Ancient Chaos was able to comprehend the mind-reading technique. With just a glance, he could see through the thoughts of all the women in the world. Young Master Zhou's aptitude is really outstanding. I'm afraid that after Great Emperor Ancient Chaos fell, you are the second person to comprehend this technique. Weiyu really wants to know how you can do something that other cultivators of the Yin-Yang Devil Vein can't. Tantai Weiyu did not know about the existence of the Yin-Yang locket. Naturally, she would not know that other than Ning Fan who possessed the Yin-Yang locket, no one else could use the mind-reading technique. He was an orthodox cultivator. Even though his cultivation technique was a little shameless, he was an existence that countless cultivators of the Fiend God realm could not reach. Lady Weiyu seems to know a lot about my Yin-Yang Devil Vein. Ning Fan's eyes turned cold. Other than Luo Yu, no one else had such a good understanding of Ning Fan's technique. Tantai Weiyu was the second one, although her understanding was far inferior to Luo Yu's. Young Master Zhou, haven't you heard of this saying? When one is born with an illness, there must be a medicine to cure it. When one is born with an innate yang, there must be a yin to counter it. What does young Master Zhou think Weiyu's yang devouring physique is used for? Does it specialize in killing perverts in the world? Ning Fan felt a chill in his crotch. He was not sure if it was just an illusion. Young Master Zhou is really smart. This is the responsibility of my Tantai family. As a member of the righteous path, young Master Zhou mustn't fall into my hands. Otherwise. Tantai Weiyu pursed her lips and smiled. She was not afraid of all kinds of perverts. Whoever touches a single strand of her hair, would die. Your name is Weiyu but you like to hold an umbrella on a sunny day. Is it also because you want to shelter yourself from the sun? It seems like the yang devouring physique has a lot of drawbacks. It can even absorb sunlight. Lady Weiyu's life doesn't seem to be easy. Ning Fan took a sip of wine and revealed the secret of Tantai Weiyu's physique. After Ning Fan pointed out her sore spot, Tantai Weiyu's expression turned gloomy. However, it only lasted for a moment. No one else noticed it except Ning Fan. She no longer said anything. She covered her mouth with her sleeve and drank a cup of wine. Her face was slightly flushed. She was not supposed to be drunk. However, her mind was in a mess because of Ning Fan's words. Green Bead and Qing Chuchu did not know what Ning Fan and Wei Yu were talking about at all. The mind-reading technique was a secret. It was a secret technique contained in the few devil physiques that the Tantai family paid close attention to. How could an outsider know about it? The Yang devouring physique was also a secret. Other than knowing that Tantai Weiyu could not get close to any man, Green Bead did not know much about her physique. Ning Fan could see through Weiyu's physique not because he used the mind-reading technique but because he paid attention to the details. That was all. Since young Master Zhou has the mind-reading technique, aren't you concerned about In Suqiu? My Zifu Academy has taken a liking to her. If we grant her the ascension quota, she will certainly join our academy in the future. At that time, she will be a righteous cultivator while young Master Zhou will be a devil cultivator. I'm afraid you two won't be able to love each other for the rest of your life. The ascension quota. Lady Weiyu must be joking. Whether Suqiu will be with me or not has nothing to do with the righteous and devil cultivators. It has something to do with my life and death. Ning Fan shook his head. If he did not discover such a huge matter with the mind-reading technique, he might not have let Green Bead and the other girls off so easily. In Suqiu was actually going to be granted the ascension quota. Moreover, the one who took a liking to her was the Zifu Academy, the #1 righteous sect in the Four Heavens immortal world. Perhaps, this was the most suitable path for Suqiu. Since she liked the righteous sect so much, Ning Fan did not want to interfere with In Suqiu's decision. Besides, Ning Fan did not think that In Suqiu must sever her relationship with him just because she joins a righteous sect. On the surface, Tantai Weiyu, Green Bead and the other girls had higher aptitudes than In Suqiu. In reality, these two girls had yet to see through the difference between the righteous and devil cultivators. In Suqiu had seen through it. Before the cultivation methods of the divine race, demon race and devil race were determined, there were no three races in the ancient times. The so-called righteous and devil cultivators were just imposed by the cultivators of the later generations. The difference between righteous and devil cultivators was just the difference between their cultivation methods. It was not the difference between good and evil. Even if In Suqiu joins the Zifu Academy and becomes one of the goddesses of the southern heaven, she would still be with Ning Fan if she had to. Moreover, Ning Fan believed that if he possesses the strength of an immortal emperor in the future, he would be a threat to the immortal emperor realm. If he were to stand outside the Zifu Academy casually, not only would the immortal emperor realm tribulation controlling immortal emperor not dare to chase him away, he might even welcome him with open arms to prevent him from destroying the Zifu Academy. Ning Fan had encountered too many cases of people changing from arrogance to deference. He had been killing, domineering and ruthless throughout his journey. However, as long as his strength remained, no one would dare to provoke him. He did not believe in the righteous path nor did he believe in the devil path. He only believed in his own Tao. Be it the divine race, the demon race or the devil race, when he combined the three forces into one, his personality changed drastically. His ruthlessness was neutralized by his divinity. However, there was also a hint of treachery in his personality. From the trip to the Green Bamboo Palace this time, it could be seen that the current Ning Fan was no longer a person who only killed people. The three contradictory and extreme personalities had already merged together. This was the reason why Tantai Weiyu could not see through Ning Fan the most. His words were obviously frivolous but his eyes were clear and upright. From the beginning to the end, he did not have a single trace of profanity towards the beauty. His baleful chi was obviously terrifying but he had a sense of propriety. Killing or not killing only took a single thought. He was not affected by his killing intent at all. This person was obviously overbearing and conceited but he was cunning and quick-witted. Although his scheming and wisdom could not be said to be unparalleled, it was already the best choice. When all the contradictions merged together, Tantai Weiyu, a dignified void fragmentation realm cultivator, actually could not see through Ning Fan. Moreover, she almost agreed with Ning Fan's words. She felt that Ning Fan was right. In Suqiu would not abandon Ning Fan because of the righteous and devil ideologies. If there is a reason in this world that would make In Suqiu forget Ning Fan, there would only be one reason: one of them had died. And the one who died would certainly not be Ning Fan but In Suqiu. This woman was extremely stubborn. When this stubbornness is applied to love, it would be the kind of devotion that she would never let go of even if she dies. Unless she, In Suqiu, dies, otherwise, she would never abandon Ning Fan. Never. Young Master Zhou, I can't see through you. Aren't you worried about younger sister Suqiu's ascension? With her aptitude, the divine transformation realm is just a matter of time. If she succeeds, she will. She will ascend? I didn't expect that among all of my women, Suqiu would be the first one to ascend. Her future is bright. This is very good. This shows that I have a good eye for women. Ning Fan said in an almost conceited manner. He was rarely conceited. However, when his woman was praised by others, he would feel happy. He would feel even happier than when his own woman was praised. He was just like a foolish father and mother who would feel happy for half a day when their child is praised for being smart and obedient. After all, Ning Fan was just an ordinary person. There are only two things that I'm worried about. Firstly, this foolish woman is afraid that I will be angry and refuse to ascend. As soon as Ning Fan said the first point, Green Bead immediately sneered. Impossible. The quota for ascension within 4 days is extremely precious. It's impossible for that Yin Suqiu to refuse the quota just because of her love. You don't understand her. Ning Fan was too lazy to care about Green Bead. What's the second point? Tantai Weiyu asked with a faint smile. The second point. Fortunately, I restrained my desire in the past and did not take her. I heard that the requirements for female cultivators to ascend to the Purple Mansion Academy are extremely strict. If they don't have a formal relationship with their Dao companion, they are not allowed to lose their virginity. Otherwise, they will lose their chastity. If they have a Dao companion, that Dao companion must be qualified to be a cultivator of the righteous path. I don't think I'm a cultivator of the righteous path. Fortunately, I don't have a formal relationship with Yin Suqiu and I haven't broken her chastity. Thus, I'm not afraid of affecting her ascension. Pfft, Tantai Weiyu actually laughed. She laughed. One had to admit that her laughing points were very strange. Actually, there was nothing wrong with her laughing. From her point of view, the problem that Ning Fan was worried about must be extremely serious. For example, the safety of the ascension. In the end, Ning Fan was worried about whether he had broken Yin Suqiu's chastity or not. What's in this man's head? Is it a daddy? Farewell. While Tantai Weiyu was laughing, Ning Fan did not look at her and stood up abruptly. He did not ask about the details of Yin Suqiu's ascension. The ascension formation and the passage were mostly related to the secrets of the Purple Mansion Academy. Even Tantai Weiyu might not know about it. Besides, Ning Fan believed that he did not have any enemies in the Southern Heaven immortal world. It would be very safe for Yin Suqiu to ascend to the Southern Heaven. It would also be very safe for her to join the Purple Mansion Academy. Even though it was rumored that the cultivators of the Purple Mansion Academy were very inflexible, none of them had ever done anything against the law. Being a bookworm had its own benefits. Besides, Ning Fan also believed that Yin Suqiu was no longer an ordinary woman who was entangled in the righteous path and the devil path after going through all kinds of changes. Her horizons should have already been opened. Ning Fan had this confidence in his own woman. If he did not believe in his own woman, he would not be Ning Fan. After saying goodbye, Ning Fan left in a natural and unrestrained manner. Even Qing Chuchu, who was frightened, and Green Bead, who felt wronged, could not help but praise him from the bottom of her heart. Ning Fan indeed had an extraordinary demeanor. This demeanor had nothing to do with his appearance. It was just a kind of attitude that would not change even in the face of danger. Especially the trust in each other's eyes. Perhaps it would have an inner devil level of lethality to every woman who longed for a sincere exchange. Wait. Doesn't young Master Zhou want to compete with me? Tantai Weiyu suddenly stood up and said indifferently. Compete? How? Ning Fan's eyes flashed with surprise. He did not notice that this woman was so competitive. Before the competition, young master has yet to taste this wine. I can see that young master is also fond of mortal wine. I suppose you must have some special opinions about mortal wine. I want to hear it. If young master is willing to tell me, I will be very grateful. May I ask what young master thinks about wine? Tantai Weiyu asked an irrelevant question again. This woman's train of thought was jumpy. The word wine refers to the water of the hour of Wu. Wu is the 10th of the earthly branches. It is the west, the season when rice is fully ripe. Water brewed from grains is called wine. Ning Fan gave a perfunctory answer. These are the words from the scriptures. I want to hear young master's thoughts. The thing that intoxicates people is wine. Beauties, wealth, fame and fortune in the world. As long as it can intoxicate people, which of them isn't wine? Ning Fan said seriously. What a good the thing that intoxicates people is wine. In that case, young Master Zhou has countless beauties and all of them are delicious wine? Ning Fan did not comment on Tantai Weiyu's words. May I ask young master, what is drunkenness? Dying from wine is drunkenness. Being born from wine is sobriety. Between sobriety and drunkenness, there is the meaning of life and death. I suppose the reason why Miss Weiyu is obsessed with wine is to use it to comprehend the two meanings of life and death. As soon as Ning Fan said that, his answer immediately shocked the three ladies. As the palace lord of the Green Bamboo Palace, Qing Chuchu had been brewing wine all her life. However, she had never heard such a profound theory that pointed directly to the origin. As one of the outstanding geniuses of the Purple Mansion Academy, Green Bead paid great attention to the comprehension and cultivation of the academy. As the name suggested, the cultivation method of an academy was to focus on the academy and improve one's cultivation level by comprehending the heavenly Tao. In such an atmosphere, disciples would often spar with each other in the Purple Mansion Academy. However, it was rare for them to spar with their magic power. Most of them would spar with their Tao comprehension. Tao comprehension was either through debates or through mediums such as zither, chess, calligraphy, and painting. Sometimes, they would directly compete with their divine intent. After all, the intent realm usually pointed directly to one's heart. The stronger the Tao comprehension of a cultivator, the stronger the power of their divine intent would be. Even in such an atmosphere, Green Bead had never seen any handsome young man say something as profound as Ning Fan. Even some of the older generations did not have such a profound Tao comprehension like Ning Fan. This had nothing to do with aptitude. It was only related to one's comprehension ability. Green Bead did not know how good Ning Fan's aptitude was, but his comprehension ability was probably extremely high. Tantai Weiyu's face blushed. She had to admit that her shyness was also very strange. Did Ning Fan say something embarrassing? Did he make me blush? She was naturally surprised by Ning Fan's comprehension ability. Not only did Ning Fan answer her question perfectly, but he also explained the true meaning of waking up on top of being drunk. Moreover, he even pointed out the existence of the great Tao of life and death in the process of waking up. There were 3,000 great Tao in the wine. What Ning Fan saw was the memories of samsara, while what Tantai Weiyu saw was life and death. He actually saw through my Tao. Tantai Weiyu's heart trembled. She had never had such a feeling before. She had such an amazing feeling towards a man. Thank you for your guidance, young master. If Weiyu can comprehend the Tao of life and death, I will certainly thank you generously in the future. Tantai Weiyu stood up with a serious expression and bowed to Ning Fan. I haven't finished speaking, there's more? Weiyu asked in surprise. Not only does the wine contain the Tao of life and death, but also the Tao of true and false. True and false. True and false. The so-called living in a drunken dream is not really being drunk. Instead, you are awake but you seem to be drunk. This word-like is specious, but it's not. It is the meaning of true and false. If Miss Weiyu can comprehend life and death, then you can comprehend true and false. Then, it won't be difficult for you to advance to the true immortal realm one day. True and false. Tantai Weiyu was deeply impressed. If the person who guided her was an immortal emperor, she would accept it. However, the person who guided her was just a divine transformation realm cultivator. This divine transformation realm cultivator, however, had such a high level of comprehension that few could compare to. Comprehension was not aptitude or intelligence. Instead, it was a person's comprehension towards the great Tao. It was related to one's temperament. After all, the heavenly Tao had always been directed towards one's heart. Perhaps Ning Fan's greatest asset was not the yin-yang transformation but his heaven-defying comprehension. He was not smart. He was very ordinary. However, it was because he was ordinary that he was close to the great Tao, because the great Tao was mortal. Tantai Weiyu did not know what to say anymore. If she advances to the true immortal realm one day, what she should be most grateful for today was definitely Ning Fan's guidance. She pondered for a while and seemed to have made up her mind to take out something to give to Ning Fan to express her gratitude. However, before she could take out that item, Ning Fan spoke again. Other than the meaning of true and false in the wine, there are also more profound principles. Do you still want to hear it? Yes. If young master is willing to teach me, Weiyu is willing to repay you. If younger sister Sucho ascends to the academy in the future and someone neglects her, Weiyu will certainly help young master to protect her. Weiyu said sincerely. Ning Fan nodded his head. Obviously, he was very satisfied with Weiyu's promise. His eyes turned cold and he continued. Above life and death, I saw the truth and false. Above the truth and false, I saw karma. Drunkenness is the fruit of drinking and drinking is the cause of drunkenness. Not getting drunk is the fruit of not drinking and not drinking is the cause of not getting drunk. Karma in the world is generally like this. However, not every time a person drinks, they will get drunk and not every cause can be cultivated into an effect. Looking back 500 years in my previous life may not be able to get his pity. Turning into a stone bridge and standing for 1,000 years may not be able to wait for his arrival. If Miss Weiyu can comprehend karma one day, it won't be surprising if she becomes an immortal emperor. Karma. Looking back 500 years in the future, I still can't get his pity. Tantai Weiyu suddenly felt a pain in her heart. She seemed to have some sad past. Honestly, if there is no story behind it, why would a woman love to drink wine? Above karma, guess what I saw? Ning Fan sighed softly. At first, he did not want to give her any advice. However, when he saw Tantai Weiyu's puzzled expression, his heart suddenly felt empty. Then, he tried to divert her attention and dispel her sadness with his words. Above karma, what else could there be? Weiyu suddenly asked. She could no longer understand the profound truth. Drinking is the cause of being drunk, the cause of being drunk is the cause of being drunk, the cause of being drunk is the cause of being dreaming, the cause of waking up is the cause of drinking again. If it is reversed, it will be the effect. When you can see the karma clearly, it means that you have comprehended it. When you can't see the karma clearly and you can't tell which is whose cause, you will have comprehended it completely. Above karma is samsara. Everything in the world is in samsara. None of them can escape from it. I am not your cause and you are not my effect. Some feelings can't be explained clearly even in a lifetime. Everything is just like the righteous and the evil. As soon as Ning Fan finished speaking, he cupped his fists and walked out of the bamboo house. He could see through Tantai Weiyu's thoughts. He even knew what she wanted to give him. It was a cultivation method. It was a fiend god cultivation method named Repent of the Ocean of Desire. The effect of this cultivation method was to nourish a man's primordial yang. In order to avoid harming one's foundation by plucking too many women, it could gradually replenish the man's primordial yang after abolishing the dual cultivation method. Yes, abolish it. In order to cultivate this cultivation method, one must abolish the yin-yang transformation. This cultivation method was a secret technique of the Tantai family. They couldn't just give it to an outsider. If Ning Fan accepted Weiyu's cultivation method, she would be punished by the family because of it. The reason why Weiyu took out this cultivation method was because she hoped that Ning Fan would abolish the evil cultivation method and return to the righteous path. Ning Fan's last sentence, everything is just like the righteous and evil, was a reminder to Weiyu. There was no difference between the righteous and evil cultivation methods in the first place. Why should she be so stubborn? It wasn't the yin-yang transformation that was wrong. It was the user. As long as Ning Fan had a clear conscience, he could cultivate the yin-yang transformation and pluck the women in the world. Tantai Weiyu had good intentions but Ning Fan would never accept it. He saw through everything. Weiyu smiled bitterly. She put the cultivation method back into her storage pouch and sighed inwardly. If Ning Fan turned back now, she might be able to help him enter the righteous path and exchange it for a bright future. However, she didn't know why she felt pity for Ning Fan. It was the first time she was subdued by a man. Will we meet again? She sighed faintly. A feeling of emptiness that she had never felt before filled her body and mind. Tantai Weiyu actually sighed for a man. This was too abnormal. If this news were to spread, it would probably be more shocking than Ning Fan defeating Shimenyi. In the Green Bamboo Palace, Ning Fan left some pills for Chao Kong and left. He had only met this person once. From today onwards, this was the end of their fate. He took a step forward and left the Green Bamboo Palace. In the next step, he appeared on an empty sea surface. Ning Fan looked at the empty sea surface and remained silent. He stood there for 3 days and 3 nights. After 3 days, a white-robed scholar finally appeared on the empty sea surface. His expression was cold and he didn't smile. However, he praised Ning Fan. Your comprehension ability is very high. Your willpower isn't bad either. When this person praised Ning Fan's comprehension ability, he naturally heard Ning Fan's Dao enlightenment from the beginning to the end. He praised Ning Fan's willpower because Ning Fan didn't say a single word in the past 3 days until the scholar appeared. Senior, who are you? Yun. That person only said one word, but it immediately made Ning Fan's expression change. He couldn't see through this person's cultivation base. The pressure that this person gave him was comparable to Moksha Sovereign. The word Yun immediately reminded Ning Fan of the Jade Invitation card he obtained when he left the Lost World Tower. If you pass my test, you will receive the Elder's Order. Yun. Ning Fan's eyes turned cold. This white-robed scholar was actually a void fragmentation realm-old monster from the Rain Palace who came to test him. Almost a moment later, Ning Fan shook his cauldron ring and took out an ancient storage pouch. That storage pouch had been abandoned in the corner of the 1 million space of the cauldron ring for a very long time. That storage pouch contained Ning Fan's greatest trump card so far, the Rogue Devil. Ning Fan once guessed that if he breaks through to the peak divine transformation realm, he could barely control the Rogue Devil with various methods. However, to be honest, he wasn't completely confident that a peak divine transformation realm expert could control the Rogue Devil. Opening the storage pouch at the peak divine transformation realm was actually a gamble. If he succeeds in controlling the Rogue Devil, he would have the strength to travel unhindered in the Rain World. If he fails in controlling the Rogue Devil, he would die here and his Dao would vanish. Unless there was an opportunity that could move his heart, he wouldn't take the gamble. Facing the white-robed scholar, Ning Fan had no choice but to take the gamble. If this person harbors ill intentions towards him, he would open the storage pouch and release the Rogue Devil to fight against him. Even if he dies, he would perish together with the enemy. There seems to be something extraordinary in that storage pouch of yours. The white-robed scholar nodded and then shook his head. If I wanted to kill you, you would already be dead. 5 days ago, I came to the Lost World Tower and left behind the Jade Invitation card. You should know what it means. The white-robed scholar's words were self-evident. 5 days ago, Ning Fan was still unconscious and needed Bei Xiaoman's care. At that time, Ning Fan didn't have any means to protect himself. If the white-robed scholar wanted to, he could easily kill him. Since he did not kill Ning Fan, he wouldn't kill him. Ning Fan understood that. After keeping the Rogue Devil's storage pouch, Ning Fan looked at the white-robed scholar indifferently and cupped his fists. Senior, how do you want to test me? Do you know a lot about wine? I know a thing or two. Ning Fan was neither humble nor arrogant. After listening to your long talk just now, you indeed know quite a lot. However, I don't like to talk nonsense. Whether you know wine or not, I only look at one standard, and that is, how much you can drink. Yun Tianjue patted his storage pouch. A ray of sword light shot out and turned into a sword boat. He landed on the boat and raised the sail. Then, he patted his storage pouch again and the spiritual wine inside was piled up like a mountain. All of them were from the Green Bamboo Palace. While Ning Fan was talking to Wei Yu, this person had actually emptied the wine cellar of the Green Bamboo Palace. Drink with me. Can I understand this as a test for me, senior? Whatever you think. Ning Fan landed on the sword boat. Yun Tianjue also sat cross-legged and started drinking with each other. Both of them were silent as if they did not have any common topic. However, when the two of them sat and drank with each other, they did not feel out of place at all. Yun Tianjue's frown deepened. He could not understand why he would drink with an unfamiliar junior with his unsociable personality. However, he did not reject this kind of feeling. If you get drunk, you will fail the test. Xianxia said coldly. I won't get drunk. Ning Fan smiled confidently. His smile stunned Xianxia. He felt like he had seen this smile on a woman's face before. It was very familiar but also very strange at the same time. Who is it? 3/3, to be continued. 10 days later, tens of thousands of jars of first and second grade spirit wine were drunk by the two of them. Another 10 days later, nearly 1,000 jars of third and fourth grade spirit wine were left empty. During the last 10 days, Ning Fan and Xianxia each had 100 jars of fifth grade spiritual wine. They just drank without saying a word to each other. For an entire month, the two of them had not exchanged a single word with each other. The atmosphere was really strange. Ning Fan pondered inwardly. He had drunk so much spiritual wine, but it seemed like it still did not satisfy the other party. It seemed that this so-called test was not going to be easy to pass. A month had passed. It had been a month since Bei Xiaoman had woken up. He wondered if Bei Xiaoman would be worried if she didn't see him when she woke up. As he drank the grade 5 spiritual wine, he shot out a sound-transmitting flying sword towards the direction of Peng Lai, as if he was trying to reassure Bei Xiaoman. However, as soon as he was distracted, the effect of the alcohol immediately messed up his mind. His eyes turned hot and revealed a hint of drunkenness. The reason why he wasn't drunk after drinking so much spiritual wine was because he was able to keep his heart calm. If one's heart was distracted, the wine would not intoxicate them, but they would become intoxicated. Ning Fan's eyes turned cold and his mind became solemn. He dispelled his drunkenness and thought to himself that it was a close call. He was almost drunk. Xianxia, who was sitting opposite Ning Fan, put down his wine jar. His eyes were filled with displeasure. Your heart is in chaos. Is that sound-transmitting flying sword meant for a woman? As sword cultivators, our hearts should be tied to the sword and not be tainted by lust. If the heart is not pure, if the Tao is not firm, it will be difficult to achieve the sword Tao. So what if it's difficult to master the sword Tao? If the way of the sword is cultivated to the end and there is only one person and one sword left, what joy is there in that? Ning Fan shook his head slightly. Perhaps it was this senior's Tao of sword, but it was not his own Tao of sword. His sword Tao was not obsessed with the sword. Instead, he only wanted to use the 3-foot-long sword to protect his loved ones in peace and happiness. He did not care if he failed to achieve the Tao. One man and one sword, what's there to be happy about? You're right, I'm looking for someone. Xianxia frowned. He clenched his fist and crushed the wine jar. As if Ning Fan had hit the nail on the head, he also looked slightly drunk. When Ning Fan saw this scene, he was inwardly surprised. He had thought that this senior was just a sword cultivator who was obsessed with the sword, but now it seemed that this was not the case. This person's sword intent was very strong. In terms of sword intent alone, Ning Fan had never seen anyone whose sword intent was stronger than his. Even the Sword Emperor's secret sword paled in comparison to this person. This person was not a cultivator from the sword world, but he was even stronger than the sword world's divine emperor, there was no mistaking it. This sword intent was the emotionless sword, and it did not tolerate any emotions. This person was definitely a cold-blooded and emotionless person. However, this person's drunken expression clearly showed that deep in his heart, there was love. Ning Fan's eyes turned solemn. In the Rain world, there were only a few void fragmentation realm experts who could be counted with one's fingers. This person's Tao of sword was divine. His identity was self-evident, white-robed sword god, Xianxia. Are you also looking for someone, senior? I'm also looking for someone. Ning Fan's eyes turned cold and his tone changed. He recalled old ancestor Dong Su's divination. If he wanted to find his mother's whereabouts, he needed to find Xianxia. Previously, when Ning Fan heard that Xianxia was ruthless and cold-blooded, he had some concerns in his heart. Thus, he did not rashly go and look for him. Now that this person had delivered himself to his doorstep, he could use an indirect approach to see if he could find out about Ning Qian's whereabouts. Are you also looking for someone? Looking at your lonely back, I suppose you haven't found the person you're looking for, right? Xianxia was a talkative person. However, he no longer kept quiet in front of Ning Fan. That's right. I'm looking for a woman. Her name is Ning Qian. When Ning Fan uttered this name, he carefully observed Yun Tianjua's expression. When this woman's name fell into Yun Tianjua's ears, his expression turned blank for a moment. Then, he became confused. Ning Qian? Senior, you know her? Ning Fan was secretly delighted. If it was so easy for him to find his mother, he could easily let her live a peaceful life with his strength and status. No. I don't know her. I just feel that this name is very familiar. Yun Tianjue shook his head. He felt annoyed but he did not know why. Familiar? Ning Fan's eyes turned cold and his tone carried a questioning tone. This ambiguous answer made him very dissatisfied. Does it mean that I know her? However, judging from Yun Tianjue's expression, he obviously did not remember who Ning Qian was, as if he had never seen her before. In Yun Ruowei's dream, Yun Ruowei, Ning Qian, and Yun Tianjue had once appeared in Lanrua Temple together. They should have met each other before. Could it be that Yun Tianjue's relationship with Ning Qian is too shallow and they have never met since that day? That's why he does not remember Ning Qian anymore. Are you dissatisfied with my words? Yun Tianjue's eyes suddenly turned cold. With his personality, if someone else dares to speak coldly to him, he would have already killed that person with his sword. Ning Fan was just a divine transformation realm cultivator. How dare he question him in such a cold manner? Even though Yun Tianjue was displeased, he was still reluctant to kill Ning Fan. With your intelligence, you should have already guessed my identity. I advise you not to provoke me. Yun Tianjue said coldly. How would I dare? Ning Fan withdrew his expression. If it wasn't for Ning Qian's whereabouts and the order to respect the elders, he would never be willing to drink with this temperamental void fragmentation realm old monster. The two of them fell into silence again. A few days later, all of the 5th grade spiritual wine was finished. Yun Tianjue drank all of the spiritual wine and remained silent. His left hand was originally broken. Now, he was holding the wine jar with his illusory left hand while staring blankly into space. Senior, did you pass my test? Ning Fan rose to his feet and cupped his fists. He had already drunk all of the spiritual wine, but he was not drunk. It was unknown whether he had passed the test or not. This is not a test. Yun Tianjue removed his concealment and returned to his original appearance. His illusory left arm disappeared and his long sleeve became empty again. His long hair was messy and his eyes were filled with vicissitudes of life. The huge sword on his back was filled with dense sword qi. It's not a test? Ning Fan frowned. If it wasn't a test, it would be a complete waste of time for him to spend 1 month drinking wine here. Did he have a lot of time? No. It was very little. Even though drinking so much spiritual wine had increased his magic power by 1,000 units, this speed of improvement was still too slow for Ning Fan. Farewell. If Senior decides to test me, you can come and find me again. Ning Fan flicked his sleeves and was actually about to leave. Yun Tianjue's eyes flashed with surprise. He realized that this divine transformation realm junior in front of him was actually not afraid of him. The white-robed sword god had turned into a devil with his sword. With a sword in his hand, hundreds of countries would move. Even the Rain Sovereign would feel a little uneasy when he sees Yun Tianjue. Ning Fan, however, was actually dissatisfied with him and even spoke to him coldly. He was really an interesting young man. You don't like drinking wine with me? I'm afraid of death. Ning Fan gave Yun Tianjue a sidelong glance. This person could even kill his 4th brother. He was temperamental. Since he could not get Ning Qian's whereabouts from him, it would only be dangerous for him to stay with him. I won't kill you. It's just that sometimes, I also want to find someone to drink with. Why don't you try this wine and see how it tastes? Yun Tianjue suddenly stood up. His face was as cold as ice. No one could tell whether he was happy or angry. He took out a dark red wine gourd. It was as clear as crystal. One could see that it was filled with blood-red wine. That gourd, on the other hand, emitted a vast aura force of magic treasure. It was a mortal void treasure and it was even a mid-grade mortal void treasure. As for the wine in the gourd, it gave off a hint of wine fragrance. Ning Fan's spirit was lifted and his eyes were filled with joy. Just by smelling a hint of the wine fragrance, his magic power had increased by 1 unit. What kind of wine is this? Even though it's not a test, Xianxia, will not take up 1 month of your time for nothing. There is still half a gourd of wine left. You can drink 3 mouthfuls. If you drink more than that, you will die. 3 mouthfuls. Ning Fan's eyes burned with passion. The power of this wine was not any weaker than that of the time crystal. A hint of its scent could increase 1 unit of magic power. It was highly possible that a single mouthful of wine could increase 1,000 units of magic power. 3 mouthfuls of wine could increase Ning Fan's magic power by at least 20,000 units. If he could obtain this 20,000 units of magic power for free, it would not be a loss for him to accompany Xianxia for a month. Senior, are you serious? Ning Fan still found it a little hard to believe that the cold and bloodthirsty Xianxia would grant him a chance. I don't like to talk nonsense. Xianxia did not say anything. He placed one of his hands behind his back and stood at the bow of the ship. However, he was looking at the sunrise by the seaside with an expressionless face. Thank you, Senior, for your generous gift. Ning Fan did not stand on ceremony. His impression of Xianxia could not help but change. This person was eccentric, taciturn and temperamental. However, he could clearly distinguish between kindness and hatred. Even if this kind of person was a little cold, he would not kill his brothers for no reason. Perhaps there was an inside story behind why he killed the 4th prince of the Rain Palace. Ning Fan pulled out the stopper of the gourd and the wine rushed into his body. He was almost drunk. It was enough to show how strong this wine was. Compared to this wine, the 5th grade spiritual wine was just trash. Even the mortal void spiritual wine might not necessarily be comparable to it. This was the immortal void wine, *gulp*. Ning Fan lifted the gourd and gulped down a mouthful of the wine. Immediately, an extremely spicy feeling nearly paralyzed his throat. He had never tasted such a spicy wine in his entire life. Besides, this wine was fragrant to the nose, but when it entered the mouth, it tasted fishy. As soon as the mouthful of wine entered his stomach, it immediately turned into a warm current that soaked into his dantian, making his entire body feel as if it was burning. A single mouthful of wine contained at least 8,000 units of magic power. The immense power of the wine spread throughout his entire body. Ning Fan's face turned red. His robes fluttered without any wind and his skin turned purple. What a strong wine power. No wonder this Senior Yin only allowed me to drink 3 mouthfuls and said that I will die if I drink too much. At first, I thought he was threatening me to not drink the 4th mouthful. Now, it seems like the power of this wine is too strong. With my physical body, I definitely can't withstand the power of the 4th mouthful. And this is only the 3rd mouthful for me. If it's an ordinary half-step void refinement realm cultivator, they can only drink 2 mouthfuls at most. Ning Fan's eyes darkened. He thought to himself that Senior Yun really had sharp eyes. He could see through all of my strength with just a glance. Without thinking further, Ning Fan lifted the red gourd and gulped down another 2 mouthfuls. The 3 mouthfuls seemed to be finished at the same time. After he finished drinking, he sealed the gourd and returned it to the table. Then, he immediately sat down in meditation and refined the magic power of nearly 25,000 units in his body. 3 mouthfuls at the same time. Xianxia did not turn around. His sharp brows moved slightly and his eyes faintly showed a hint of approval. This gourd is called the blood gourd. Even though it is only a mid-grade mortal void realm wine, it has a magical function. It can refine the blood of demons and humans into wine. What you just drank was the blood essence of the divine sovereign of the sword world. I thought you could drink 3 mouthfuls, but I didn't expect you to drink it consecutively. You. Not bad. Xianxia's tone was extremely calm, as if he was talking about something insignificant. However, as soon as Ning Fan heard his words, he immediately sucked in a cold breath and thought to himself that this Senior Yun was really ruthless. Using the blood of a divine sovereign of the sword world to brew blood wine. This is really crazy. No wonder this wine can increase my magic power by so much. How is this wine? This is obviously the blood essence of a void fragmentation realm divine sovereign. 10 days later, Ning Fan finished refining the power of the blood wine. He exhaled a mouthful of turbid qi and stood up. His magic power had already reached 338,500 units. The reason why his magic power could increase so much was naturally due to Yun Tianjue's generous gift. Ning Fan cupped his fists and bowed. His eyes fell upon the blood gourd. He really wished he could drink all of this wine. However, this wine was brewed from the blood of a void fragmentation realm divine sovereign after all. Its baleful qi was too strong. Even though he could refine it with his magic power, the baleful qi in the blood could only be worn away after going through countless life and death battles. Even though this wine was good, it was not advisable to drink too much of it. Otherwise, the baleful qi would backfire and Ning Fan would suffer from qi deviation. Thank you for your generous gift, senior. This junior shall take his leave now. Ning Fan gave Yun Tianjue a deep look and was about to leave. Before he left again, Yun Tianjue suddenly spoke coldly. Don't be in a hurry to leave. I'll give you a test now. What kind of test? Ning Fan asked seriously. Dragon Deciding Valley. Blood. Yun Tianjue didn't explain too much. Suddenly, a shocking sword qi surrounded his body. The sword bowed under his feet turned into a huge sword that was 3,000 meters long, and the sword light pierced the sky. The gigantic sword soared into the sky and carried Ning Fan and Yun Tianjue all the way to the west. In just a moment, they had already traveled several million li *, 500 m per li. Compared to this speed, his early void refinement realm speed was not worth mentioning at all. Riding on this sword, one could travel billions of miles in a day. 3 days later, Yun Tianjue retracted his sword light and brought Ning Fan out of the endless sea, bringing him to a country of snow. The sky was covered in snow and the spiritual energy here was so dense that even the state of Jin couldn't compare. This wasn't a mid-rank cultivation country or even a high-rank cultivation country. This was a void-rank cultivation country. The territory of a country was billions of miles wide. Where is this place? Ning Fan asked again. Snow country, the place where blood is extracted. Yun Tianjue did not explain. When he appeared, the entire country was shocked. Countless nascent soul realm and divine transformation realm cultivators soared into the sky. There were even 3 void refinement realm old monsters who came to stop them. The Rain Sovereign has given an order. Void fragmentation realm cultivators can only enter the Dragon Deciding Valley once every 10 years. Lord Sword God, please don't make things difficult for us. Get lost. A wave of domineering and sharp aura force spread out from Yun Tianjue's body. His aura force was like a sharp sword. With just a tremble, thousands of nascent soul realm and divine transformation realm cultivators were sent flying with severe injuries. Even the 3 void refinement realm old monsters could not withstand a single wave of Yun Tianjue's aura force. Sword God, please calm down. We won't dare to stop you anymore. Everyone was astonished. Today, Yun Tianjue would not reason with anyone at all. Whoever tries to stop him will die. Even though the Rain Sovereign had given the order, no one dared to use it as a token of authority. No one dared to stop Yun Tianjue from bringing his people into the country. He, Yun Tianjue, was just that domineering. Who did he need to reason with? With a flick of his sleeve, a sword light rose and Yun Tianjue led Ning Fan away, disappearing into the wind and snow. He did not need to reason with anyone. His sword was the reason. 1/2, to be continued. With just a single word, he forced countless nascent soul realm and divine transformation realm experts to retreat and even injured 3 void refinement realm experts. Ning Fan was speechless. This Yun Tianjue's ferocity was even beyond his expectations. Ning Fan agreed with Yun Tianjue's style. Since the other party mentioned the Rain Sovereign's order, it was impossible for him to be allowed into Snow Country no matter how much he begged. He might as well just barge in recklessly and no one would really dare to stop him. Yun Tianjue's expression remained cold as if it was an extremely common thing for him to injure nearly 10,000 experts with just a single word. The sword light shrouded the 2 of them as they shuttled through the wind and snow. Half a day later, they had traveled 1 billion li *, 500 m per li. At the end of the vast snowfield, among the mountains, a snow valley slowly appeared in front of them. It was in the shape of a dragon. Outside the snow valley, Yun Tianjue kept his sword light and landed in the wind and snow with Ning Fan. His eyes looked solemn for the first time. This place was the dragon deciding valley. After entering the valley, follow me closely. Don't leave my side. Don't ask too many questions and don't talk too much. This valley lord's temper isn't too good. Yun Tianjue took a step forward and entered the valley. Ning Fan immediately followed behind him while complaining inwardly. What kind of identity does this valley lord have? How could his temper be worse than Yun Tianjue's? The valley was peaceful. The path was winding and only the whistling of the wind could be heard. But this peaceful snowy scene revealed a strange atmosphere. Deep snow caves could be seen everywhere along the mountain walls of the snowy valley. When Ning Fan and Yun Tianjue passed by one of the caves, they suddenly heard an ear-piercing howl of a beast. At the next moment, hundreds and thousands of shadows of beasts shot out from the caves, roaring and rushing towards them. This group of beasts was actually all at the divine transformation realm and above. There were even more than 10 void refinement realm ferocious beasts among them. Don't be impulsive. If you injure half of the blood fiends, you won't be able to walk out of the dragon deciding valley alive. That person's temper is really bad. Yun Tianjue's cold words were filled with a hint of warning. Then, he took a step forward and a trace of cold sword intent suddenly swept across 10,000 li * 500 m per li. Chi * as the sword intent spread out, the thousands of beasts' eyes were filled with fear. They shrieked miserably. All of them had a sword mark on their necks. The sword mark was only half an inch deep. As the sword light slashed past, Yun Tianjue sliced off a lot of demonic blood from each of the demonic beasts. Then, he shook the blood gourd and collected all the demonic blood. If the sword wound was any deeper, even if these blood fiends did not die, they would be severely injured. Ning Fan cursed inwardly. Yun Tianjue had just told him not to be impulsive and not to hurt the blood fiends, but he had directly bullied this group of blood fiends. Scram! Yun Tianjue's eyes darkened, and a vast and ferocious aura spread out. The group of beasts was greatly alarmed, and they fled for their lives. This scene deepened Ning Fan's understanding of Yun Tianjue. Yun Tianjue's ferocious might was completely scarier than a void refinement realm ferocious beast. Enter the valley. After Yun Tianjue gave the order, he walked alone in the wind and snow. Ning Fan's eyes swept across the surroundings. Many of the ferocious beasts in the surroundings were filled with fear. However, there were still a few ferocious beasts that were hiding in the dark. Their eyes were staring at Ning Fan with drool dripping from their mouths as if they were looking at a delicious dish. With a frown, Ning Fan quickly followed behind Yun Tianjue. He could imagine that if he keeps a distance from Yun Tianjue, he would certainly be attacked by the group of ferocious beasts. Even Ning Fan might not be able to survive. Humph! A displeased cold snort resounded from the depths of the snow valley. It seemed to be the voice of an old man. This voice carried the powerful attack of a void fragmentation realm attack. It swept across the place, turning into layers of dark clouds that pressed down from the sky. It was enough to kill all experts below the void fragmentation realm. Even though the aura was strong, it had a sense of propriety. It did not go towards Ning Fan but only attacked Yun Tianjue. Obviously, this old man knew that Ning Fan did not hurt the blood fiends. Hence, he would attack whoever attacked him. He was really clear about his gratitude and grudges. Your aura isn't bad. However, you are not my match. Yun Tianjue's expression was cold and indifferent. He remained unmoved. With one of his fingers, he struck out a ray of sword light. All of the old man's aura force was immediately shattered. Boom! The entire snow valley nearly collapsed because of the clash between the two of them. The land within 1 million li * 500 m per li rumbled as if there was an earthquake. Ning Fan was inwardly shocked. Yun Tianjue's casual attack was not inferior to the full power of Ning Fan's steel of sun and moon. Inwardly, he thought that Yun Tianjue and this old man were probably not ordinary void fragmentation realm experts. They would definitely be first-rate experts among the void fragmentation realm experts. However, he did not know who would be stronger if he were to go against Moksha Sovereign. Humph! White-robed sword god, you really live up to your reputation. Let's enter the valley. That voice gradually disappeared in the wind and snow. Yun Tianjue remained unperturbed. He did not even look at Ning Fan and just walked into the valley. After passing through the layers of mist, it was a quiet and tranquil sea of snow that stretched as far as 10,000 li *, 500 m per li. Above the sea of blood, there was only a dilapidated thatched hut with faint smoke rising from its chimney. It was extremely incompatible with the lonely snow in the sky. This place gave Ningfan a rather uncomfortable feeling. If he was not mistaken, the snow region that he entered after passing through the mist was actually another heavenly dwelling space. Opening a heavenly dwelling with a palm, Ningfan pondered about the means of a void fragmentation realm old monster. He did not think that it was a complete set of methods. However, he did not understand why Yun Tianjue brought him to this place and why he came to take his blood. Whose blood was he going to take? It was certainly impossible for it to be the blood of the blood fiends from the outside world. Then, was he here to take the blood of that void fragmentation realm old monster? As he thought of this, Ningfan looked at Yun Tianjue with a strange expression. All the void fragmentation realm experts in the Rain world had submitted to the Rain Palace. They were considered as Yun Tianjue's colleagues. This person wouldn't come here to kill the old man and take his blood, would he? Elder Chu, I'm here to take your blood. It has not even been 10 years. You haven't prepared your dragon blood yet. An impatient voice resounded from the thatched hut. Then, 6 figures walked out. Among the 6 of them, one was an old man while the other was a middle-aged man. Behind them were 4 divine transformation realm experts. The old man was the one who rejected Yun Tianjue. He had fiery red hair and was wearing a hemp robe. His body was surrounded by fiery qi and he did not seem to care about the cold wind and snow at all. His cultivation base was at the void fragmentation realm. The middle-aged man beside him was dressed in green robes. His body was surrounded by billowing clouds. When he glanced at Ningfan, Ningfan felt a sharp pain in his primordial spirit and was secretly surprised. This middle-aged man in green robes was also a void fragmentation realm expert. 3 void fragmentation realm experts actually came to the Dragon Deciding Valley of Snow Country at the same time today. Yun Tianjue, long time no see. You're still alive. You have the sin mark on your body and your cultivation base is sealed at the first layer. This feeling isn't good, is it? The eyes of the middle-aged man in green robes turned gloomy and he glanced at Yun Tianjue in an extremely unfriendly manner. Yun Tianjue did not even look at him. Instead, his eyes were fixed on the red-haired old man and he repeated what he said just now. Elder Chu, I'm here to take your blood. Yun Tianjue. I've already said that there won't be any dragon blood for you within 10 years. I don't have a share. He should have a share. He is the newly promoted revered elder of the Great Heaven Palace. His name is Zhou Ming. According to the rules of the Rain Palace, a newly promoted revered elder will be rewarded with at least a pot of dragon blood. So, he is Zhou Ming? Elder Chu's eyes immediately turned strange. The middle-aged man in green robes beside him immediately reprimanded him with a grim expression. You are Zhou Ming? Revered Yen was killed by you? Obviously, that revered Yen was quite related to this void fragmentation realm expert in green robes. Perhaps he was his junior. The middle-aged man in green robes released a strong aura force towards Ningfan. However, Yun Tianjue flicked his sleeve and dispersed his aura force. Yun Tianjue withdrew his sleeve. He did not even look at the middle-aged man in green robes. His expression was cold and arrogant. Go and take your dragon blood. Yun Tianjue ordered Ningfan coldly. Ningfan's mind raced. His eyes scanned the surroundings and he inwardly deduced that Yun Tianjue was not on good terms with that void fragmentation realm expert in green robes. Judging from their positions, the 4 divine transformation realm experts were standing behind the void fragmentation realm expert in green robes. They seemed to be on the same side. That red-haired old man, on the other hand, had an angry expression when facing everyone. He did not seem to be on good terms with the void fragmentation realm expert in green robes nor Yun Tianjue. After making a detailed analysis, Ningfan did not even look at that void fragmentation realm expert in green robes. He also did not care about his questioning. Ningfan was a revered elder of the Rain Palace. A dignified void fragmentation realm expert actually dared to attack Ningfan in front of him. Ningfan had nothing to say to such a person. As for offending this person, didn't he already offend him the moment they met? Fortunately, Ning Fan had Yun Tianjua's protection. He was not afraid at all. He just cupped his fists and greeted the red-haired old man. Junior Zhou Ming greets Elder Chu. Before Ning Fan could finish his words, his expression suddenly changed. The red-haired old man grinned his white teeth. His eyes shone brightly and he pointed one of his fingers at Ning Fan. All of a sudden, a scorching wave of fire rushed towards Ning Fan. It was actually the might of a mortal void flame. If you can withstand this flame, I will give you 3 pots of dragon blood. Elder Chu said with interest. As soon as his words fell, the expressions of all the cultivators including the void fragmentation realm experts in green robes changed. 3 pots. Obviously, this amount was a lot for a divine transformation realm revered elder like Ning Fan. Ning Fan's eyes flashed. Although this flame seemed to be powerful, it still held back some of its power. Even if Ning Fan could not withstand this flame, he would not be hurt at all. However, it would be difficult for him to get the dragon blood from that old man. Yun Tianjue brought Ning Fan to the Dragon Deciding Valley. Although it was a test, it was actually to get the dragon blood for Ning Fan. If Ning Fan is afraid of this flame, not only will he lose the supreme treasure of dragon blood, but Yun Tianjue, Elder Chu, and the others will also look down on him. Without saying a word, he took a step forward and clawed at the sea of fire with his 5 fingers. A vortex of yin-yang fish rose from the center of his palm. It was actually the fire-plucking technique. As soon as this technique was used, the raging sea of fire immediately disappeared without a trace. All of it was absorbed into Ning Fan's steel of sun and moon. Elder Chu took a deep breath. Then, his eyes were filled with joy. Good. Good. You are indeed worthy of having the indestructible fire physique. Despite having a divine transformation realm cultivation base, you can even withstand the attack of a mortal void flame. You are not bad. Elder Chu slowly walked towards Ning Fan. He patted his storage pouch and took out 3 jade pots. Each of the pots contained some dragon blood. Even though Ning Fan did not know what grade this so-called dragon blood was, he was certain that it was not much weaker than the blood of the divine sovereign that he attracted earlier just by smelling it. Thank you for your generous gift, Elder Chu. Ning Fan cupped his fists to express his gratitude. No need. This is what you deserve. The dragon blood has already been obtained. Yun Tianjue, take this person and leave. The Dragon Deciding Valley does not welcome you. Old Man Chu waved his hand impatiently. Just as he was about to leave, a ray of sword light suddenly appeared on his neck. It was actually Yun Tianjue who was holding his sword with one hand as if he wanted to kill this void fragmentation realm expert with a single strike. What is the meaning of this? Elder Chu was startled. He actually didn't see how Yun Tianjue attacked, it was too fast. One should know that Elder Chu was a cultivator at the 2nd heavenly layer of the void fragmentation realm after all. For him to be unable to see through Yun Tianjue's sword light, it was inexcusable. It was widely rumored in the outside world that Yun Tianjue was just at the 1st layer of the void fragmentation realm. However, it seemed like that was not the case. However, after thinking about it, Elder Chu's face darkened. As one of the void fragmentation realm supremes of the rain world, he had never had a sword or saber placed on his neck before. Let him go to the blood dragon pool to collect his blood himself, Yun Tianjue said coldly. Impossible. He's only at the peak stage of the soul formation stage. If he enters the blood dragon pool, he'll die for sure. I don't like nonsense. Yun Tianjue didn't give Elder Chu any leeway to refuse. He didn't like to talk nonsense. If Elder Chu rejected his request, his sword would immediately slash down. He didn't like to reason with people. Ning Fan's expression changed but he did not interrupt. At this moment, he was still confused. He did not know what exactly Yun Tianjue was thinking. He said that it was a test for me. Then, he brought me to collect the dragon blood and even forced a void fragmentation realm expert to submit with his sword and saber. You are ruthless. Fine, this old man will allow him to enter the blood dragon pool. However, if this junior dies, don't blame me. Elder Chu was both angry and curious. He had heard that Yun Tianjue was arrogant and despotic. However, it was his first time seeing this person bringing a junior to obtain the dragon blood. He inwardly guessed that Ning Fan might have some kind of relationship with Yun Tianjue. He won't die. He didn't die even after drinking 3 mouthfuls. How could he die in the blood dragon pool? Yun Tianjue's tone was calm, but it immediately shocked Elder Chu. 3 gulps in a row? Who below the void refinement realm can drink 3 mouthfuls of your blood wine in a row? Elder Chu carefully studied Ning Fan. His eyes were filled with a hint of inquisitiveness. Gradually, he realized that he could not see through this little fellow. After thinking for a while, he finally nodded and agreed to Yun Tianjue's request. All right. I'll make preparations right away and try to open the blood dragon pool tomorrow. Today, all of you can rest in the dragon deciding valley. As for the rest of you. Elder Chu's gaze shifted to the void fragmentation realm cultivator in green robes and said hesitantly. We might as well open the blood dragon pool. Yun Jinghong, the 4 newly advanced revered elders that you brought here will enter the blood dragon pool tomorrow. From what Elder Chu said, the void fragmentation realm cultivator in green robes was actually the 7th prince of the Rain Palace, Yun Jinghong. As soon as they heard that they were going to enter the blood dragon pool, the eyes of the 4 divine transformation realm cultivators flashed with fear. Only the void fragmentation realm cultivator in green robes nodded with satisfaction. Oh? They can also enter the blood dragon pool? If that's the case, I'll thank Elder Chu on behalf of the 4 juniors for your generous gift. After all, if they can enter the blood dragon pool once, it's definitely a rare experience for them even if they might die. Hee. Since we're only going to enter the blood dragon pool tomorrow, can you allow me to settle the old scores with this Yun Tianjue today? Yun Jinghong said the word old scores with great resentment. He took a step forward. His green robes fluttered in the wind. Clouds and chi appeared around his body. The hollow space suddenly collapsed and his aura force was terrifying. White-robed sword god, Yun Tianjue. Hee. You're just at the first heavenly layer of the void fragmentation realm. What kind of sword god are you? You're just the son of a divine envoy. If you didn't obtain the inheritance of the sword devil by luck, how could you become a divine son step by step? You're highly regarded by my father but you didn't think about serving him. Instead, you killed my 4th brother for a woman. I'll settle this score with you today. Yun Tianjue remained silent but his eyes became slightly cold. You're at the void fragmentation realm and so am I. Today, I've already reached the bottleneck of the 2nd heavenly layer of the void fragmentation realm. In time to come, I'll certainly break through to the 2nd heavenly layer of the void fragmentation realm. You're no match for me. You're just a person who lost your memory. You abandoned your emotions to cultivate the sword and you can't even remember your own woman. What qualifications do you have to be the leader of the 7th prince? Yun Jinghong sneered. Woman. Yun Tianjue felt a pain in his heart but he did not know the reason. His eyes became even colder. Someone like you doesn't deserve to obtain the supreme treasure of the Rain Palace, profound radiance blood gourd. Hand over the blood gourd. Otherwise, I'll report to my father the day I break through to the 2nd heavenly layer of the void fragmentation realm to him and take away your other arm. Yun Jinghong said aggressively. You? Yun Tianjue's eyes were like a piercing cold sword. It was like a piece of ice that would never melt even after 10,000 years. He was never a person who would be bullied by others. Moreover, every word that Yun Jinghong said displeased him. For thousands of years, everyone in the world knew that he was a void fragmentation realm expert. However, they only knew that he was at the 1st heavenly layer of the void fragmentation realm. Because he had made a huge mistake, he was planted with a sinful seal, his cultivation base was sealed and his arm was crippled. He could be said to be the shame of the Rain Palace. However, was he really just at the 1st heavenly layer of the void fragmentation realm? Ning Fan shook his head. At least from his point of view, Yun Tianjue was much stronger than Elder Chu and Yun Jinghong. He was even comparable to Moksha Sovereign. Yun Tianjue took a step forward. Under the tremendous force of his stomp, the mountains and rivers shook. Wind and snow howled and sword chi flew everywhere. Under this sword chi, Yun Jinghong, who was at the 1st heavenly layer of the void fragmentation realm, actually trembled and his primordial spirit felt like it was going to shatter. In front of Yun Tianjue, he was as weak as an ant. When he met Yun Tianjue's gaze, his eyes turned bloodshot as if he was pierced by a sword. When he met Yun Tianjue's aura force, he felt as if his chest had suffered a heavy blow. All of a sudden, he retreated tens of steps before he could stabilize his body. Immediately after that, he coughed out a mouthful of blood. His face was filled with disbelief. Fourth heavenly layer of the void fragmentation realm. This is impossible. You should be at the first heavenly layer of the void fragmentation realm. When you killed fourth brother, you should have been planted with the devil subduing sin seal by my father. It's impossible for you to continue making breakthroughs. Could it be that you have already broken through that sinful seal? But how is this possible? Yun Jinghong's face was filled with fear. The fourth heavenly layer of the void fragmentation realm was a terrifying cultivation realm. He thought that Yun Tianjue was at the first heavenly layer of the void fragmentation realm. He did not expect that Yun Tianjue was actually this strong. If it wasn't for the fact that Yun Tianjue did not intend to kill him, he would certainly be killed by that sword strike. Shocking. He, a dignified first heavenly layer of the void fragmentation realm, could not even withstand a single blow from Yun Tianjue. This time I will be merciful. Next time you might not be able to survive. I don't like to talk nonsense. However, killing you is as easy as killing a dog. Yun Tianjue glanced at Yun Jinghong from the corner of his eyes. With arrogance and indifference, he carried Ning Fan into the depths of the dragon deciding valley. Ning Fan found it hard to calm his astonishment. An old monster at the first heavenly layer of the void fragmentation realm was an existence that Ning Fan had to look up to. However, this kind of old monster actually did not have the strength to fight back after falling into Yun Tianjue's hands. Yun Tianjue's strength was a little terrifying. If I have this person's strength, why would I be afraid of Moksha Sovereign? For the first time, Ning Fan's eyes burned with passion while facing Yun Tianjue. Two halves, to be continued, end of chapter 377. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.